In the 59th year of Konoha, hidden in the shadow behind the Ichiraku Ramen shop, Yun-E lounged on a homemade rocking chair, exuding a palpable aura of strangers keep away, I'm a salted fish lying flat. In his previous life, he had worked himself to the bone until 35, only to end up body and ashes together on his workplace's wall of honor. Having crossed into the perilous world of Naruto in this life, he had long since seen things clearly. Striving, hard work, what were those? Could they be eaten? As his body and mind sank into an extreme state of relaxation, a mysterious energy surged in from all directions, happily drilling into his body. It gently nourished his limbs and bones. Natural energy. He had only noticed it in the past 2 years. He neither knew the reason nor cared to delve into it. After all, it caused no pain or discomfort and even made his body feel more at ease. Why not simply enjoy it? Yin-Yai, stop sleeping. We're about to open. Hurry up and help. With a headband tied around her hair and a crisp, capable outfit on, Ayam stood with her hands on her hips, cheeks puffed in annoyance as she glared at him. From the kitchen came Tuchi's cheerful voice, there's still some time, let him lie there a bit longer. You spoil him too much, Dad. Ayam stomped her foot. Yun-E lazily opened one eye, glanced at the girl who had grown up with him, and curled his lips. Got it, I'm coming. He went inside, changed into his work clothes, and gave his reflection a quick tidy in the mirror. Mid-length white hair, and a face handsome enough to satisfy 70% of the readership. Yun-E was quite popular among both young girls and young married women, and together with Ayam, he was known as one of the 2 living signboards of Ichiraku Ramen. The color of my pupils seems to have grown lighter again. Yin-Yai, are you done yet? Coming. Entering the shop, Yun-E formed hand seals with both hands. Wind release, dust suction. A whirlwind manifested out of thin air, sweeping up dust from the corners and blowing it out the door. Water release, rinse. The faucet turned on by itself, a clear stream swirling around the vegetables, washing them clean in an instant. Another stream of water splashed over the floor, scouring away the grime. In the end, it gathered like a snake and slipped into the drain. Wind release, drying. A gust of hot air fused with fire release swept across. The floor now gleamed, so bright it could reflect images. No matter how many times I see it, Yun-Yai is amazing. If only you had a bit more drive. Ayam muttered as she walked past, carrying a pot of bone broth, her admiration tinged with helplessness. I trained these just to slack off, Yun-E pretended not to hear. Opening the shop, greeting customers. Everything felt so ordinary, so routine. Night fell, yet the shop was still packed with customers. Yun-E. A cool, clear male voice sounded. Oh, Itachi, huh? The usual? Yes. Uchiha. Itachi entered and sat down. Congratulations on graduating. Huh. Yun-Yai and Aiken graduated today. Congratulations, Yun-Yai and Aiken. Hyuga Hinata, who had been quietly eating her ramen at the side, flushed a deep red as she offered her congratulations after overhearing their conversation. You, a prodigy who graduated at 7 and joined the Umbu at 11, coming to congratulate a so-called ordinary guy who just barely managed to graduate on time. It feels a bit off, Yun-E grumbled as he worked, yet his hands moved swiftly, adding 2 generous slices of chashu to Itachi's bowl. But thanks anyway. This one's on me. Thank you too, little Hinata. I'll treat you to chashu as well. As he spoke, he added meat to Hinata's bowl too. Looking at the chashu in his bowl, Itachi's gaze softened a fraction. Your talent is far beyond this. If you wish to. Itachi had never been able to see through this former classmate. Yun-Yi's performance at the Ninja Academy had always been utterly average, forever in the middle of the rankings, not a point more, not a point less. But he had witnessed the wind release technique Yun-E developed purely to avoid cleaning duties. In terms of chakra control, Itachi still felt inferior to him to this day. He could not fathom why someone with such talent would willingly content himself with being cooped up in a ramen shop. Talent, that kind of thing, only invites trouble. Yun-E cut him off absent-mindedly, using water release to wash dishes as he spoke. I just want to live a peaceful life. When he had first crossed over Yun, he had been filled with hot-blooded enthusiasm. After all, he was a transmigrator with memories of his previous life, familiar with the plot, and armed with the knowledge and learning ability of a modern adult. Even without a system, shouldn't it be easy to stride to the summit? Reality, however, had slapped him hard across the face. He had landed in the Take-Torai clan of Kirigakure. The clan's culture of relentless internal competition and the Bloody Mist's brutal policies aside, mere survival had been difficult. After fleeing Kirigakure, he discovered that most regions were either like warring African warlord zones or Europe in the Dark Ages, practically uninhabitable. The life of a wanderer shattered his fighting spirit completely and made him realize that in this world of bloodlines, cheats, and powerful fathers, the paths open to a transmigrator without a system and without backing were painfully limited. Being able to slip into Konoha, the place with the best living conditions in the entire Naruto world, obtain a ninja registration, and then lie flat living steadily and safely was the best outcome he could imagine. His current life already surpassed that of 99% of people in the ninja world and was even more comfortable than his previous life. What more was there to be dissatisfied about? A peaceful life. Itachi quietly slurped his noodles. Yes, peaceful. What a luxurious word. The conflict between his clan and the village grew more intense by the day, and he caught in the middle was being crushed his heart and mind utterly exhausted. Only here with Yun-E in this small ramen shop could he temporarily drop all his masks and obtain a brief moment to breathe. Be careful during the survival exercise. Itachi could not help but remind him before leaving. Though with your talent it should not be a problem. Passing or failing isn't determined by talent alone. Yun-E smiled ambiguously watching Itachi leave. The night of the clan's extermination should be next year. What a world that robs one of laughter. Looking at that figure merging with the darkness, he could feel the storm brewing beneath that calm exterior. If it's Yunya and Iken, you'll definitely be fine. Hinata cheered him on. I'll borrow your good wishes then. But Hinata, it's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading home? If you go back too late, you'll get scolded again. You yais. Then Yunya and Iken goodbye. Goodbye. Be careful on the way. Ever since Yun-E had driven away a group of brats who were bullying her and then brought her back to the shop for a hearty meal, the little girl had become a regular. As a transmigrator, he had not been entirely free of thoughts about Hinata. But the 19-year-old from the original story was absolutely not the same as the girl before him now. Possessing the soul of an adult, he could not possibly harbor such thoughts toward a girl not yet 10. 5 bowls again today. A 4-dimensional stomach really is terrifying. Just as Yun-E was clearing away bowls and chopsticks, a drunk reeking of alcohol staggered in and immediately fixed his lecherous gaze on Iam. "Hey, little miss, how about keeping this uncle company for a drink?" slurred the drunk, one greasy hand reaching toward Iam. Yet Iam showed no fear. "Don't be too rough, okay?" Hearing that only made the drunk more excited. "Hey, this uncle will treat you real tenderly. She was talking to me." The Yun-E who had been leaning lazily against the counter a moment ago was now somehow standing behind the drunk. Before the drunk could react, he felt an iron clamp close around the back of his neck. His whole body was effortlessly lifted and dragged outside like a dead dog. Not long after, a dull thud sounded in the alley outside, followed by a gurgling whimper like that of a drowning man. "Since Iam said not to be too rough, I'll go a bit softer this time." Yun-E pressed one hand against the drunk's face, a sphere of water engulfing the man's entire head. The water churned violently, reenacting the whole process of drowning, suffocation, struggle, despair. Water torture. Simple, efficient, clean, and capable of inflicting immense psychological terror. Only when the drunk's body began to convulse did Yun-E disperse the water sphere and fling him aside like trash. "Drink a little less from now on." He leaned down, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. "Not everyone is as easy to talk to as I am." With that, he turned and walked back into the shop as if he had merely stepped out to throw away some garbage. "Next time, go a bit farther away. Don't scare the customers." Tucci spoke as he polished a cup, not even lifting his head. Yun-E shrugged. "Next time for sure." The classroom of the Ninja Academy seethed with noise and chatter. Today was the day the newly minted genin were assigned to their squads. The graduates clustered in small groups of 3 or 5, discussing their futures and dreaming of a glorious path where their names would resound throughout the ninja world. Heck, clear-eyed and foolish graduates, Yun-E thought, utterly unmoved, even a little amused. Name resounding through the ninja world. When Pain shows up carrying a sack of rice, aside from the protagonist group, everyone else falls like wheat before a scythe. He had already experienced right down to his own ashes in the urn exactly what awaited those who desperately overworked themselves in the name of striving. If it were not for his insistence on keeping up appearances, Yun-E would not even have bothered attending the Ninja Academy. There was simply no need. Everything the academy could teach he had already mastered before setting foot in the school. Of course, he still had to become a ninja. For all that, ninjas resembled glorified mercenaries compared with the vast mass of commoners whom feudal lords and daimyo could crush or knead at will. They belonged to an entirely different social stratum. What was more, Konoha was a ninja village. Whether there was a ninja in the family made a world of difference. Next, I will announce the team assignments. The young Ichiraku stood upon the platform, list in hand, reading out the names in a loud, clear voice. Yun-E felt no interest whatsoever. As a civilian-born ninja, his teammates were destined to be civilians as well. In any case, there would be a survival exercise afterward. Those who failed would simply be sent back to the academy for a few more months. The slots for passing had long since been reserved for those so-called clan children classes. He and his civilian teammates were just there to make up the numbers. Konoha's resources had always existed to serve the great clans. That afternoon, the classroom door slid open. "Kenya Hui Yun-E, come with me." A figure leaned lazily against the doorframe. A mesh bodysuit traced out breathtaking curves beneath a casually thrown-on khaki trench coat, and a hint of roguish amusement played at the corner of her lips. A flush instantly spread across the faces of the boys. Only Yun-E let his gaze calmly sweep across her chest and the curve of her neck. Anko Mitarashi. Shouldn't she be assigned to a clan children's squad? Why is she taking a civilian team? The next day at the training ground, Yun-E and his two teammates waited for their perpetually late Jonin instructor to arrive. Hey Yun-E, aren't you nervous at all? Asked Kenya the crew-cut boy, unable to hold back any longer as he paced back and forth. What's there to be nervous about? Yun-E drawled, lounging lazily against a tree. It's just a formality anyway. A formality? This is the survival exercise that decides whether we can become Genin or not. Hui the ponytailed girl stared wide-eyed at him, unable to believe what she was hearing. Yun-E cast her a sidelong glance and could not even be bothered to explain. Telling these kids who had yet to be beaten down by reality about Konoha's unspoken rules would be like playing a lute to a cow. The truth was that the spots for passing this exercise had long since been reserved for those clan children squads. Their civilian team existed purely as cannon fodder to accompany the race. Besides, whether they passed this time hardly mattered. In the end, everyone would be allowed through. It was only a question of whether they had to linger at the academy for a few more months. Makes me think of the way my previous life's workplace brought people in batches, he mused inwardly. Yo brats, are you ready? A figure appeared before the three of them, as if out of nowhere. Hands on her hips, Anko shook the two little bells at her waist, which chimed crisply in the air. The rules are simple. By noon, whoever can snatch these two bells from me passes. She gave them a feral grin. If you can't grab one, then get lost and crawl back to the academy. As she spoke those last words, a sharp glint flashed through her eyes, and the oppressive aura of a Jonin instantly blanketed the field. Kenya and Hui shuddered violently on the spot. Then begin. No sooner had the words left Anko's mouth than Kenya and Hui vanished from where they stood, darting into the trees. Yun-E alone strolled unhurriedly over to the shade beneath a nearby tree. Anko looked at him in mild surprise. Brat, you're not going to hide. Hide from what? Yun-E asked, genuinely perplexed. Didn't you say we just have to grab them before noon? It's still early. I'm going to take a nap first. With that, he actually shifted his posture, folded his hands behind his head, and closed his eyes as though preparing for a proper sleep. Anko, who had been a ninja for years, had never seen anything like this in her life. What an interesting brat. I hope you're still this relaxed later, she muttered. She decided to take care of the two troublesome kids in the forest first, then come back and properly entertain this white-haired brat who did not know the height of the heavens. The sound of her footsteps soon faded among the trees. Only after confirming that Anko had gone did Yun-E release the hand seal he had been forming in secret. He had absolutely no fear of her, not only in terms of strength, but also because this exam itself was nothing more than a scripted formality. Even if he metaphorically handed in a blank test, no one would really care. Anko certainly did not warrant him sacrificing too much comfort just to put on a show. The training field grew utterly still. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, scattering dappled patterns of light upon the ground. A gentle breeze brushed across his cheeks, carrying the scent of fresh grass. In his ears, the murmur of running water mingled with the clear, bright trilling of birds. The world is finally quiet, he thought. Regulating his breathing, he emptied his mind. His entire being seemed to meld with the earth beneath him, the tree at his back, and the air surrounding him. It was as though his body itself were breathing autonomously, drawing in natural energy. The first time he had entered this state, he had worried about potential risks, but later realized he had been overthinking. He did not know the exact reason and could not be bothered to research it. He only knew that as long as he did not interfere, the natural energy passively drawn into his body posed no danger at all. All he needed to do was relax his mind, and his body would be strengthened under the nourishment of that energy. Faint sounds of battle drifted from afar, only to subside quickly thereafter. Clearly, his two promising teammates had already made their glorious exit. Soon after, he sensed a powerful surge of chakra hurtling rapidly in his direction. Sleeping quite soundly, aren't you, brat? Anko stood over him, hands on hips, looking down on the boy lying on the ground. The majestic rise and fall of her chest above him was almost dizzying to behold. She had dispatched those two hot-blooded brats in a matter of moments and tied them to a tree. She had been certain that this one would be the hardest to handle. But what did she find? He was actually taking a proper nap here without even changing his spot. Oh, Anko-sensei, how about you just tie me up directly? Yun-E yawned as he sat up. Forget it, I suppose I should at least go through the motions with you. Anko could almost feel her fists hardening. Her temper flared. She strode forward, intending to beat this infuriating brat's face into a pig's head, when a stabbing pain suddenly lanced through the back of her neck. Ugh! All the color drained from Anko's face. She could not control her body as one knee slammed to the ground. Her left hand clamped desperately over the back of her neck. On her smooth skin, 3 black tomo-shaped marks had appeared, exuding ominous purple-black chakra. The cursed seal of heaven had gone berserk, feigning injury. For a split second, as he watched Anko, so domineering just moments ago, collapse like a puppet whose strings had been cut, Yun-Yi's first thought was something that ridiculous. He immediately dismissed the notion. The cursed seal of heaven, he realized. Because I drew all the natural energy in the vicinity toward myself, the excessive concentration has triggered the seal. He could clearly sense that the essence of that cursed energy was somewhat similar to the natural energy he was absorbing, brimming with primordial vitality, yet laced with a wild, untamable ferocity. At this moment, that rampaging natural energy was careening wildly through her body, tearing at her meridians and nerves. Tisk, what a pain, Yuni thought with a frown. All he had wanted was to go through the motions, and then go home to lie down. How had he ended up with this mess dropped in his lap? By the book, he should immediately notify the village's medical corps. But judging by Anko's current state, she would probably not last until the medics arrived. He would have to carry her straight to the hospital. Save her or not. If he did, he would invite a swarm of troublesome consequences. If he did not, he really did bear half the responsibility for what was happening. Yun-E sighed and walked over, as if accepting an inevitable burden. In his previous life, it had been this excessive sense of responsibility that had worked him into an early grave. In this life, he had meant to lie flat and drift, yet the things etched into his bones had not changed at all. Anko-sensei, can you still hear me? I'm going to take you to the hospital. Anko bit down hard on her lip. Her consciousness was already blurring. She could not respond at all. There was no other way. Yuni hesitated, no longer sliding one arm behind her back and the other under the crook of her knees. With a textbook princess carry, he lifted her into his arms, only for the situation to twist without warning. The instant their bodies touched, the natural energy rampaging within Anko surged toward him like a breached flood. A wave of searing heat spread from every point where their bodies met. Before his thoughts could fully form, his body reacted on its own. A gentle current of energy rose from within him, flowing out to meet that raging tide. It did not clash heat-in, but wrapped around it with exquisite softness, patiently combing through the frenzied power. The entire process was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, the burning sensation faded as if it had never existed. Looking down at Anko again, Yun-E saw that the pain twisting her features had melted away. A delicate blush now tinged her once bloodless cheeks. Her body no longer curled inward and shook. Instead, she had gone boneless, melting completely into Yun-Yi's embrace. To make matters worse, her body instinctively burrowed deeper into his hold, her head rubbing against his chest like a cat seeking its master's touch. Warm, fragrant softness filled his arms. Even through several layers of cloth, he could feel those breathtaking curves pressing and shifting against him. Hiss! Is this some kind of integrity test? Yun-E felt heat rising uncontrollably within him. Just as he floundered, torn between dropping her and continuing to hold her, the eyelashes of the woman in his arms fluttered faintly. Slowly, Anko's eyes opened. Consciousness floated amidst boundless pain and a sense of tearing as Yushoshin Hongdo seemingly returned to that dark and sunless room. Am I going to die? After being marked by Orochimaru's cursed seal, she was left there like a discarded experiment, enduring inhuman torment, struggling on the edge of life and death. It was the nightmare that lingered deep within her heart. Yet just when she thought she would be completely consumed by the pain, that almost suffocating violent energy dissipated like the retreating tide. In its place was an indescribable sensation of coolness spreading throughout her body, gentle and full of vitality, dispelling all pain and gloom, bringing an unprecedented sense of peace and comfort. It felt as if she had been pulled back from hell and was now basking in warm sunlight. She stared blankly at the handsome face, so close to her, momentarily unable to comprehend what had happened. In her chest, her heart raced uncontrollably, filled with the thrill of having survived a disaster, and yet there was something else, causing her to feel a wave of inexplicable embarrassment. What is happening? Could it be that this little brat did something? Dingling. A crisp sound interrupted her thoughts. Hongdo instinctively looked down, only to see a bell that had been tied around her waist now dropped onto Yuni's chest. Her gaze slowly shifted from the bell to the boy holding her, and then to her own posture, nearly buried in his embrace. Her brain short-circuited. Then a wave of heat surged from her neck straight to the top of her head. She was actually in the arms of a freshly graduated little brat, displaying such an embarrassing posture. Hongdo's mind raced as she recalled the chain of events. Just a moment ago, the curse seal had activated, causing her to collapse in pain. And this little brat had seized the opportunity to take the bell from her. At the same time, he seemed to have alleviated her pain in some unknown way. Yes, it must be this way. Although he took the bell, he also helped her. And besides, he was quite pleasing to the eye. Regardless, this kid helped her, and he seemed to have good potential. For both public and private reasons, she should help him pass the assessment. Yes, that's it. Heh. Hongdo suddenly let out a light laugh. Little brat, you did well. She did not immediately rise from Yun-Yi's embrace. Instead, she raised a hand and gently traced her fingertip along Yun-Yi's jaw, her gaze carrying a hint of playfulness and inquiry. Taking action when I was at my weakest. You really are a clever child who knows how to seize opportunities. Yuni, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to take you to the hospital. Congratulations. Hongdo's lips curled into a meaningful arc as she fixed her gaze on Yun-E's eyes, announcing word by word, "You are qualified." Looking at Hongdo's gaze that seemed to want to devour him, Yun-E felt a sense of foreboding about the future. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind a large desk holding the list of those who passed the survival exercise. His calm gaze scanned through the names. Most were familiar faces, children of clans or outstanding genin. His gaze paused slightly on one name, Yun-E. Coming from a common background, although he knew some peculiar ninjutsu, they weren't particularly powerful, and his performance in school was average, yet he had obtained the bell in Hongdo's assessment. He got lucky because Hongdo's cursed seal activated. What good luck? The third Hokage sighed, softly exhaling a puff of smoke. He didn't particularly care whether a common genin passed the assessment. Since he had obtained the bell, it was only proper to grant him passage. There were more pressing matters on his mind. Uchiha. Recently, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village had grown increasingly tense, nearly reaching the brink of conflict. Just yesterday, the Uchiha family held a large assembly under the pretext of handling internal affairs. Though on the surface they maintained their obedience to the village, such frequent gatherings were undoubtedly plotting something. He picked up another report, the latest records of the Umbu monitoring the Uchiha clan's territory. Every line of text hinted at an oppressive feeling of an impending storm. "I hope it doesn't come to that," he sighed, gently tapping the ash into the ashtray, his gaze returning to the assessment list, yet he could no longer muster the heart to look. Yun-E strolled leisurely on the way home, feeling calm. The troublesome assessment is finally over. Nothing is more healing than returning to that place filled with the aroma of food and warmth after a troublesome ordeal. And back, as he lifted the curtain of the ramen shop, a familiar rich soup and wheat aroma rushed towards him. "Welcome back, Yun." A crisp and cheerful voice rang out immediately as Chong-Pu peeked her head out from behind the bar, her face adorned with a smile brighter than the sun. The busy hands behind the bar also lifted their heads, revealing a gentle smile. "Welcome back, Yun-E. How was the task today?" "Yes, it's done. Starting today, I officially become a genin." Yun-E sat down wearily. "Really? That's great." "Yun-E," Chong-Pu exclaimed joyfully. The hand behind the bar also smiled broadly, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepening significantly. "I knew you would be fine. You must be hungry, right? Today I specially prepared luxurious char-siu miso ramen to celebrate your graduation." "Yay!" Chong-Pu cheered, raising her small fist excitedly. "I want an egg too." "Ha ha, of course, of course." Watching this father-daughter pair, Yun-E leaned lazily against the chair, his lips unconsciously curving into a slight smile. "Forget it, being a ninja is considered a high-paying job. At worst, I can just continue to slack off during missions." Soon a steaming, aromatic bowl of ramen was served in front of him. The mountain of sliced meat, the golden and shiny soft-boiled egg, and the bright green scallions scattered among them were nothing short of a work of art. Starting. The noodles were chewy and smooth, the rich broth tightly enveloping them, and the delicious flavor exploded on his taste buds. It was pure bliss. What tasks, what ninjas, what bloodline limits. All became trivial before this bowl of ramen. Chong-Pu chattered away, asking about the interesting events of the assessment, while Yun-E shared some amusing anecdotes, causing the girl to laugh continuously. The hand behind the bar smiled, all the while occasionally adding a slice of char-siu to Yun-E's bowl, her eyes filled with love and satisfaction. After dinner, Chong-Pu hummed a tune while cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. The hand behind the bar wiped her hands clean and walked over to Yun-E, solemnly patting him on the shoulder. "Yun-E, you have officially become a capable ninja." The gaze of the hand behind the bar was filled with pride and love. "You are already an adult now." Yun-E's heart sank. He suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The hand behind the bar pulled out a key and an envelope from her pocket and placed them in Yun-E's hands. "This is a small apartment I bought for you in the nearby block. Although it's not big, it's enough for one person. The envelope contains your wages from these years of work." The hand behind the bar's smile remained gentle, yet her words struck Yun-E like a heavy hammer on his heart. "From tomorrow, you should move out and live independently. You've grown up, but it's time to have your own space." "Am I being kicked out?" Holding the key and envelope, Yun-E felt completely dazed. "Daddy." Chong-Pu anxiously tugged at the sleeve of her father, not wanting to let go. Her father gently patted her head. "Chong-Pu, Yun-E is a ninja. He cannot always be just a helper in the ramen shop. He has his own path to walk." Changpa's eyes were slightly red, but seeing her father's resolute gaze and glancing at Yun-E, she finally pursed her lips and nodded. Falling from heaven to hell must feel something like this. In his past life, he was overwhelmed by sudden death, and now he has been reborn into this world where bloodlines reign supreme, belonging to the Taikuri Kaguya clan of the Hidden Mist Village. The soul of an adult displayed a significantly stronger ability to learn than his peers, leading him to be forcibly trained as a genius in weapons at the age of 2, subjected to elite training akin to hell. Once the bone marrow awakened, the training intensified exponentially. Physical training was literally pushed to the point where it felt like his bones might break. He did not want to join that group of battle maniacs, nor die on the battlefield against the blood mist. After enduring for years, he finally escaped at the age of 6 and began wandering the ninja world. It was his father who took him in, offering him a bowl of hot soup, a roof over his head, and a sense of peace. Now that peace had been lost once more, he looked at his father's sincere and hopeful face, and the words, "I don't want to make an effort anymore," stuck in his throat unspoken. His father genuinely cared for him, hoping he could become independent and achieve something. What could he say? That he just wanted to be a waste of space living off others. "I understand, Dad." Uni took a deep breath, accepting the heavy envelope, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Thank you for all the care over the years." "Silly boy, what are you saying?" His father laughed, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. "This will always be your home. You can come back for a meal anytime." Uni forced a smile, nodded, and turned to walk toward the backyard. He needed some quiet. In the backyard, the rocking chair swayed gently. After counting the money his father gave him along with his savings, he had about 100,000 ryo. It sounded like a lot, but the price levels in Konoha told another story. Meals, water, and electricity, daily necessities. His appetite was not small, and he would easily spend 20,000 ryo a month. Coupled with the expenses for kanai and explosive tags, everything cost money. He quickly calculated, after buying the necessities, the remaining money would barely last him for 2 or 3 months. The most pressing issue was that he had no income right now. Although he had become a genin, his supervising ninja was yet to be confirmed, and he was the only one in the team, making it impossible to take on money-making missions. It was likely that he would have to wait until the next batch of repeat students graduated to gather enough people. Wow, graduating means unemployment. Is it really that realistic? Uni irritably raked his fingers through his hair, memories of his past life flashing before him. Making money. He needed to do it in the easiest, most laid-back way that aligned with his philosophy of slacking off. Taking a drink mission to find a cat and sweep the floors. Too little money for too much work. The cost-performance ratio was too low. Developing new ninjutsu scrolls to sell. Too conspicuous, plus he'd have to deal with the exploitation from those big clans. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Returning to school to be a teaching assistant. Just thinking about facing a bunch of unruly kids made his head ache. Let's keep that as a backup option. His gaze drifted through the courtyard gate, landing on the bustling street outside. The business at the Ichiraku Ramen shop was as good as ever, with customers coming and going, all wearing satisfied expressions. The flow of people. Yuni's eyes narrowed. The location of the ramen shop was one of the most prosperous commercial streets in Konoha. Beside it was an empty lot. Normally it was unused, just occasionally piled with some junk. A thought flashed through his mind. Speaking of which, the world of Hokage does have the profession of culinary ninja. Becoming a culinary ninja, setting up a small food stall right next to the ramen shop. With the earth style, he could create the stall, being adjacent to Ichiraku would ensure a flow of customers. No need for waitstaff, he could handle it all alone, and no need for a shop, he could solve that with earth style. Hitching a ride on the customer flow would ensure sales and save on advertising. The most crucial part was that he would be his own boss, completely free. If he felt good today, he could work until midnight. If he felt bad tomorrow, he could just run away and close the shop. This was simply a money-making method tailored for a lazy person like him. For someone with knowledge of exotic world cuisines and a repertoire of life ninjutsu, this was essentially a beginner's welfare level. A stable, laid-back life. Here I come. The next morning, Uni yawned as he walked into the shop. His father was rhythmically kneading the dough, while Changpu hummed a little tune as she wiped the tables and chairs. "Good morning, brother Uni." Changpu's smile was as sweet as ever. "Good morning, Uni." His father did not turn around, continuing his work. Uni sat down at the bar and got straight to the point. "Dad, Changpu, I have an idea." His father stopped his work, turned around, and smiled gently. "Oh, tell me about it." "I want to set up a food stall in that empty lot next to the shop." Handan and Changpu were both taken aback. "A stall?" Changpu repeated uncertainly. His father furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly relaxed. "That place is quite suitable. But Uni, didn't you just become a genin? Is it really appropriate for a ninja to set up a stall?" "But a culinary ninja is still a ninja," Uni explained. "I don't have any missions right now, and I can't just sit around and do nothing. Setting up a stall is perfect for my freedom." Upon hearing the word freedom, his father and Changpu exchanged glances, both understanding. This was indeed something Uni would do. Changpu still seemed a bit worried, "But setting up a stall is very tiring, brother Uni." "Don't worry, I have my ways." Uni snapped his fingers confidently and then looked at his father. His father pondered for a moment and smiled. "All right, if you want to do it, then go for it. You can use that piece of land as you like. Just tell me if you need anything." "Thank you, Dad." Uni smiled and nodded. With his father's support, things would definitely go more smoothly. That afternoon, Uni moved out of the ramen shop. Although his father said this would always be his home since he wanted to be independent, he had to make it look the part. He carried his few belongings and wobbled into the apartment his father prepared for him. The apartment was not large, but clean and tidy with good lighting. Standing on the balcony, he could even see the sign of Ichiraku Ramen shop. He quickly tidied up and then headed straight to the market. Ingredients were key, he had to personally select them. He bought various ingredients and seasonings, as well as essential cooking supplies. Back at the apartment, Uni did not rest and immediately began researching. Since I'm setting up a stall next to Ichiraku Ramen, I should serve snacks that pair well with ramen. He first made pan-fried dumplings. The principle of the pot sticker machine from his past life swirled in his mind. Mixing technique. He poured flour into a bowl, formed hand seals, and with chakra flowing, the flour in the bowl was instantly stirred by an invisible force, mixing evenly to become a smooth dough. Next came the filling, pork and cabbage, also mixed with chakra at an astonishing speed. Earth-style rolling pin. With the infusion of chakra, a smooth rock rolling pin rhythmically rolled the dough into even sheets under Yuni's control. Earth-style funnel. Another chakra-shaped rocky funnel appeared, automatically filling the dough sheets with the filling accurately. Earth-style earth clamps. A pair of rocky clamps moved dexterously, instantly pinching the dough sheets together, forming plump dumplings which were neatly arranged on the cutting board. This efficiency is akin to an assembly line in my past life. Next came the skewers. The key to delicious skewers was the cooking time. The combination of charcoal and fire style allowed for precise temperature control. Using earth-style gear technique to automatically turn the skewers for even heating, along with a secret marinade for the meat, kiwi. Soon the meat skewers were perfectly charred on the outside and tender on the inside, exuding a fragrant aroma. The taste is quite good. Looks like my skills from the past life haven't regressed. Finally, he made mung bean paste. Boil the mung beans for 3 minutes, then let them soak for 1 hour, then boil for another 15 minutes. Add sugar and milk for flavor, then juicer technique. Chakra formed a high-speed swirling vortex in the bowl, instantly turning the boiled mung beans into a smooth mung bean paste. It's a bit too sweet, but I can take half-finished products over and make them to taste on site. The menu was set, it was time to prepare the stall. As evening fell, Yun returned to the Ilu Ramen shop. Earth release, earth shelter. A rumbling sound echoed as the ground trembled slightly, and the soil surged upwards, swiftly coalescing into the rudimentary form of a stall complete with a roof and bar counter. The earthen structure was solid and smooth, with the bar counter at just the right height. Construction cost 1 bun per square meter. It consumes too much chakra, otherwise I could have made a fortune in construction. Next, Yun formed seals again, channeling chakra into the already shaped stall. Earth release, rock furniture. The earthen structure within the stall began to be refined. Behind the bar, shelves and prep tables emerged one by one. In front, several fixed tables and chairs rose up. The rock tabletop was polished to a mirror-like sheen, and the spacing of the shelves was just to his liking. Finally, he went next door to fetch a bucket of water. Water release, rinse. The water flowed up on its own, washing over every corner and carrying away the dust from the newly formed earth and stone. From an empty lot to a fully functional snack stall, it took less than 10 minutes. A few passers-by were left dumbfounded. Can ninjutsu be used like this? The precision of this earth release is something even a jonin couldn't achieve right. Yun ignored the astonished looks around him and casually hung up a wooden sign. Yun snacks opening with fate. Having wrapped things up, Yun swayed back to his apartment amidst the complex gazes of the crowd. A bit too eye-catching. But it's not a big deal, it's just life ninjutsu. Holding back from using it would be counterproductive. As for opening the shop, he decided to sleep on it first. Yun slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. No missions, no alarm clocks, no KPIs. This is what life is all about. After washing up, Yun leisurely headed to the market to purchase ingredients, preparing for lunch at the stall. There were freshly made dumplings, marinated meat skewers, and a large pot of mung bean paste. He pushed a creaking little cart, swaying as he made his way to the snack stall he constructed yesterday. During the lunch rush, the neighboring Ilu Ramen was already packed with customers. Shobu took a moment to wave at him and made a gesture of encouragement. Yun smiled back with an okay gesture and parked the little cart. He lit the fire, heated the pan, and poured in oil. A series of actions flowed smoothly, contrasting sharply with his usual laid-back demeanor. Passers-by were already curious about this stall that appeared out of nowhere, and many stopped to watch from a distance. Hey, isn't that the kid from Ilu Ramen? It was him yesterday. Oh, with a snap, he created this stall. I thought I was under a jinjutsu. What is he going to sell? It doesn't look like ramen. Amidst the murmurs, Yun picked up a plump, white dumpling and carefully placed it into the frying pan. Sizzle. The moment the dumpling's bottom touched the hot oil, a pleasant sound emerged. A row of dumplings was arranged neatly. Then he formed seals with one hand, a faint chakra enveloping the bottom of the pan. Fire release pan-fried dumplings. This was a life ninjutsu he had improved yesterday that could evenly distribute the temperature across the pan's bottom. Once the bottom turned golden, he grabbed a water jug beside him and splashed a circle of water around the edge of the pan. Hiss! The boiling hot pan met cold water, instantly generating a large amount of steam enveloping the entire stall in white mist. Water release steam cycle. Another simple life ninjutsu. This created a perfect cycle of steam within the pan, ensuring the dumplings cooked quickly while allowing the skins to absorb just the right amount of moisture, becoming chewy and elastic. In just 5 minutes, the steam dissipated. He lifted the lid of the pan. The pork fat was coaxed out by the high temperature, perfectly blending with the sweetness of the cabbage. The overpowering aroma seemed to have legs, insistently invading the nostrils of every passerby. Gulp! Someone unknowingly swallowed their saliva first. The golden crust connected each dumpling, the tops of the dumplings glistening, thin-skinned, and filled with a generous amount of stuffing resembling a perfect piece of art. Boss, how much for this? Finally, someone couldn't hold back and asked in a trembling voice. Not looking up, used a spatula to lift the pan-fried dumplings one by one, casually replying, 6 for 50 liang. 50 liang. A chorus of gasps arose from the crowd. One must know a bowl at Ichiraku Ramen only costs 60 to 70 liang. How could these 6 dumplings dare to sell for 50 liang? A bit expensive. Exactly. He truly wanted to say, where's the expense? But he didn't want to start a dispute with customers on his first day of opening. Just as everyone hesitated, a timid voice rang out. I would like an order. Everyone is hesitating, so I must be feeling pressured. Let me help him this time. The speaker was Hinata Hyuga, who had unconsciously stood behind the crowd, her face slightly flushed, nervously fidgeting with 2 fingers. E's lips curled into a gentle smile. Thank you for your patronage. As the first customer, it's a special buy one get one free. He pushed a plate towards Hinata and scooped a dish of his homemade dipping sauce from the side. The gazes of those around instantly focused on this young lady from the Hyuga clan. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Hinata felt a bit nervous, but still picked up a pan-fried dumpling, carefully dipped it in the sauce, and then placed it in her mouth. The moment her lips closed, Hinata's eyes widened in shock. First was the crispy texture at the bottom, making a delightful crunch sound between her teeth. Next, the chewy and elastic dumpling skin was easily bitten through, and the piping hot, delicious meat juice instantly burst in her mouth. The ultimate flavor, a blend of meat, vegetable, and wheat aromas, swept through her taste buds like a tsunami. Hinata's body involuntarily relaxed, her tense little face softened, her white eyes slightly squinting, a blissful smile of utmost satisfaction appearing at the corners of her mouth, as if she was immersed in a warm dream. Hiss! The crowd watching the reaction of this Hyuga young lady collectively gasped. My goodness! Is it really that delicious? Just look at that expression, or it seems like she's about to ascend to heaven. Boss, give me an order. No, 2 orders. I want one too. Let me have a taste. Step aside, step aside. I was here first. Boss, give me 3 orders to go. The crowd was instantly ignited, those who had just complained about the price now jostling to be first, as if they feared missing out. E's lips twitched. While I still underestimated the allure of good food, he deftly fried the dumplings while collecting money, already contemplating whether he should prepare more ingredients for tomorrow. Next, the skewers and mung bean paste were also launched, equally popular. The meat skewers, perfectly controlled at temperature with fire release, were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Sprinkled with a secret seasoning, a group of genin feasted with greasy mouths, exclaiming in delight. Meanwhile, the sweet and refreshing mung bean paste was even more popular with the girls. He worked tirelessly until the sun set, selling out all the ingredients before finally closing the stall. He sat alone in front of the empty stall, counting the money he had earned today. A thick stack of bills with a net profit of over 5,000 liang. This was just the first day, already reaching the reward level of a crank mission. Crank missions earned between 3,000 to 1,000. After Konoha's cut, he would take home around 4,000 to 15,000. Moreover, there were no risks involved, no expenses for ninja tools or medical costs. This income level already outshone most genin. Yet he couldn't feel happy at all. Instead, he furrowed his brows. I'm exhausted. If only I could use Shadow Clone, but unfortunately I can't get it at all. He had of course tried to seek out this #1 technique of the Hokage, but unfortunately this brank ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage was not something a lowly civilian ninja like him could access. He rubbed his slightly sore waist and looked at his oil-stained hands. From the moment he opened his eyes in the morning to just now, when he closed the stall, he hardly rested. Buying groceries, preparing ingredients, making snacks, collecting payments, handling various bizarre requests from customers, and dealing with troublemakers. This Seems a bit different from the laid-back life I wanted, doesn't it? Making money is quite satisfying, but the process is too tiring. This is completely different from his imagined life of waking up naturally every day selling things leisurely, and then lounging in a rocking chair under the sun. Yun-E looked at the bills in his hand, and felt that the money was a bit hot to the touch. Yun-E did not expect that his intention to engage in a side business during his free time would inadvertently turn it into his main occupation. In just 3 days, the business of his snack stall surpassed his wildest imagination. On the first day, thanks to the presence of Lady Hinata as a stooge and the unique delicacy of his offerings, everything sold out quickly. By the second day, word of mouth spread among those who had tasted the food, and the queue stretched all the way to the street corner. On the third day, even people from neighboring villages came just to sample the pan-fried dumplings that were said to be capable of making people ascend to the heavens. The steaming pan-fried dumplings, fragrant grilled skewers, and refreshing mung bean soup attracted diners like magnets. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The daily supply of ingredients increased, yet it still could not meet the demand. This allowed his daily net profit to easily surpass 10,000 taels, sometimes even reaching 20,000, comparable to completing a level mission. However, the price was that he was busy from dawn till dusk every day. He squinted his eyes and stole a glance at the glaring sunlight outside through his fingers, reluctantly getting out of bed. These days he had been sleeping until late morning, yet felt more fatigued each day. He yawned and sluggishly walked towards the washstand. In the mirror, his bloodshot eyes reflected a hint of weariness, and the color of his pupils seemed to have darkened a bit. Damn, isn't this just continuing to hustle in a different place? He stood before the faucet, letting the cold water wash over his hands with a furrowed brow. In recent days, he could clearly feel that his body was showing signs of exhaustion due to a lack of sufficient relaxation and nourishment from natural energy. He needed to be in a state of extreme relaxation to automatically absorb natural energy. Now, let alone being extremely relaxed, he couldn't even rest properly. Moreover, as the business became increasingly booming, his intuition told him that trouble might be brewing. It was a feeling of being watched. From the second day of opening his stall, he could sense some malicious gazes lingering around his snack stall, both openly and covertly, becoming more frequent. Do they think my stall is too profitable and are envious? Or have I touched some forbidden rules? He was well aware that in Konoha, a society dominated by ninjas, a small snack stall suddenly raking in riches while using some strange ninjutsu would definitely attract attention. So annoying. While he was thinking, he began to skillfully prepare the ingredients for today. Just as he set up his stall and was about to fire up the pan, he caught sight of 2 figures in Konoha's security uniforms approaching his stall from the corner of his eye. What was bound to happen has happened. Yun-E sighed inwardly, yet maintained a laid-back business smile on his face. 2 members of the Uchiha security team approached his stall with serious expressions, exuding an imposing aura without even being angry. As they stood still, the surrounding diners waiting in line fell silent, and the atmosphere became tense. Hello, I am Uchiha Takai from the Konoha security team. One of them, with a square face and a deep, powerful voice, introduced himself. This is Uchiha Kazama. We received a report that your snack stall is operating without a license and is unlawfully occupying public space. What nonsense. Let's not even mention the license. This land belongs to Old Man Hand. These 2 are here to pick a fight. Yun-E cursed inwardly while maintaining a polite smile on his face. His smile unwavering, he replied sincerely, officers, please look at my stall. Oh, I have placed it close to the edge and left enough space for pedestrians. Moreover, I only operate during lunch and dinner hours. A successful business can also boost the street's popularity, contributing to the prosperity of Konoha. While he spoke flattering words, he was secretly pondering, who could it be? Are my competitors envious? Is a certain clan trying to take a piece of the pie? Or is it the higher-ups of Konoha? The crowd that had gathered also began to murmur quietly upon hearing this. I haven't heard that Konoha requires a license for snack stalls. The dumplings from this stall are so delicious, what a shame it would be if they got shut down. Are those security team members feeling envious? Hearing these discussions, Takai and Kazama's expressions became somewhat difficult to maintain. They also didn't want to be labeled as bullies. Just then a cool voice came from behind the crowd. Takai Kazama. The crowd turned to see Uchiha Itachi dressed in casual attire slowly walking over. Itachi approached the stall first, giving Yun-E a slight nod before turning to the 2 security team members. Itachi, Takai and Kazama immediately put away their previous seriousness and greeted him. Itachi was recognized as a genius among the Uchiha clan and was the son of the clan leader, holding a significant status. What are you doing? Itachi's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. We received a report that Yun-E's stall is suspected of operating without a license and unlawfully occupying the road. Takai hurriedly explained. Itachi's gaze fell on Yun-E again, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry, but more so with understanding and relaxation. Oh, operating without a license. Itachi casually repeated, then looked at Takai. Konoha's commercial management regulations do not have explicit provisions for mobile vendors. As long as it does not disrupt the village's order or endanger public safety, it shouldn't be blown out of proportion, right? Moreover, this area should belong to Ichiraku Ramen and does not count as public space. Additionally, Yun-E's pan-fried dumplings and grilled skewers are indeed quite delicious, adding a scenic touch to the village. Takai Kazama, you don't need to take this too seriously. Itachi's words undoubtedly alleviated Yun-E's predicament. Yun-E felt somewhat surprised by Itachi's support. This clueless guy is just being used as a pawn. But the issue still needs to be resolved. Seeing that the two were getting a bit stuck, Yun-E hurriedly offered them an out. It's your duty as well. If you don't mind, please try some of my snacks as a thanks for the Konoha security team's continued maintenance of order. With that, Yun-E handed over 2 portions of dumplings and a handful of skewers. Seeing Yun-E's gesture, Takai and Kazama had nothing more to say and accepted the snacks before leaving. The tense atmosphere among the crowd dissipated as well. Thank you, Itachi. You really helped me out. What would you like? My treat. Just a small favor. Then I'll have a portion of dumplings. Itachi nodded and calmly sat at the bar. Yun-E looked at his figure, feeling no more relaxed. He sighed deeply and rubbed. This was just a test. Who knows what the next move will be? The most troublesome part is still not knowing who is behind it. He glanced at his snack stall, his eyes filled with disdain. No matter who they are, the goal is to make me shut down. Anyway, I don't want to continue. Running a stall has no cost, so I might as well let it go. As he fried the dumplings, he pondered in his heart. There are more ways to make money. Next time I should look for a more relaxed business. Yun-E's snack stall has decided to cease operations. As the night deepened, Yun-E returned after closing his stall. He lifted the familiar door curtain, finding Chong-Pu wiping the bar counter, while Shoda busied himself in the kitchen. The familiar scene caused the tension that had gripped him for days to involuntarily ease. Dad, Chong-Pu, I'm back. Yun-E lazily greeted them. Yun-E, why are you back so early today? Chong-Pu looked up at Yun-E and flashed a sweet smile. I closed up early today. Yun-E found a place to sit down. He glanced at Uncle Shoda and cleared his throat. Dad, I have something to discuss with you. Shoda paused his work and moved to the front, still wearing that friendly smile. Oh, what is it? He sensed a hint of something unusual in Yun-E's tone, but didn't press further, merely gesturing for him to continue. I want to transfer everything from the snack stall to you, including the recipes and production processes. Why, Yun-E? Isn't your stall doing well? Chong-Pu asked in surprise. Shoda's expression turned serious. Is something wrong? Yun-E briefly mentioned the incident with the security team today, downplaying it. In short, I feel like the stall is being targeted. Moreover, this stall was merely a temporary measure. Once my team starts taking on missions, I will have to close it anyway, but it's just happening a bit earlier. Shoda observed Yun-E carefully. Although his tone was relaxed, the fatigue and disdain in his eyes were palpable. He knew that this child fundamentally sought peace, and that today's events were merely the last straw. All right, how do you plan to sell it? Let's say 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels, Chong-Pu exclaimed. Uncle Shoda was also taken aback. He knew the value of Yun-E's stall. The recipes alone were worth at least 1,000,000 taels, making 100,000 taels seem nearly like a gift. He understood that Yun-E wasn't motivated by money, but this was still too. I will teach you the versions of the snacks that don't require ninjutsu. Although they will be slightly more troublesome than the ninjutsu versions, they can still reach a comparable level once mastered. This way, Ilu Ramen not only can continue selling ramen, but also offer many new specialty snacks, which will surely boost business. By then, both you and Chong-Pu can earn more money and live better lives. As for me, I can also rid myself of those annoying matters and return to the shop to work for you, or find other ways to earn money. Shoda fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. You little rascal. After all this, it turns out you're just trying to be lazy. He teased him, but his eyes were filled with warmth. Chong-Pu couldn't help but chuckle, her tense nerves completely relaxed. She knew that Yun-E was back by her side, back to the familiar, easygoing, and reliable Yun-E. All right then, let's do it your way. Money, just take it now, Shoda said as he took out a thick pouch of money from the counter and stuffed it into Yun-E's hands. As for the recipes, just come back to work, and you can teach me slowly in the meantime. Yun-E did not decline, simply smiling as he accepted it. The next morning, a small wooden sign appeared outside. Ilu Ramen Yun-E Snacks, now merged with Ilu Ramen. Limited supply daily. Moreover, the menu at Ilu Ramen quietly added several new items: Ilu pan-fried dumplings, secret grilled skewers, and refreshing mung bean soup. Thus, Yun-E's life returned to the rhythm he was familiar with. However, although he closed the snack stall, he still personally prepared the snacks. Fortunately, this work was much easier than the daily hustle of running a stall. In the intervals without customers, he patiently taught Shoda and Chong-Pu how to make the snacks. Of course, they were not ninjas, so he taught them versions that ordinary people could manage. That evening a special customer arrived at the shop. 2 bowls of char siu ramen. A familiar voice rang out as Itachi walked in dressed in casual clothes followed by a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor and an air of authority. Uchiha Fugaku. Captain Fugaku, Itachi, please come in. Shoda greeted them with a smile. Itachi sat down at the bar and Fugaku took a seat beside him. Yuni, why did you close your snack stall? Itachi asked apologetically, is it because of the incident with the security team last time? It's not really related to that. Yuni replied casually as he cleared the bowls. Actually, I wanted to close it a long time ago. Why, oi? You know I don't have any grand ambitions, just want to live comfortably. I set up the stall to earn money easily. But what happened? Business was booming, yet I was busy from dawn till dusk, exhausted like a dog with no time to rest, let alone enjoy life. Yuni shrugged. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? So I handed the recipes over to Dad and quite relaxed here, isn't that great? To Fugaku this sounded like a foreign language. How could someone shut down a business that made money hand over fist just because it was troublesome? As the head of the Uchiha clan, he bore the responsibilities of his family's rise and fall, so he could not understand Yun-I's philosophy of lying flat. Yet seeing Yun-I's relaxed and content demeanor, he felt an inexplicable twinge of envy. Do you really think this is better? Fugaku finally couldn't help but ask. Of course money is endless, but life is my own. Why should I exhaust myself for things that are external? I see. Fugaku picked up the ramen in front of him and silently began to eat. Although the boy's words were casual, they contained a concept that stirred something within him. From Yun-I he sensed a unique detachment. After leaving Ilu Ramen, Fugaku walked on the way back to the Uchiha residence with Yun-I's words echoing in his mind. External things. Fugaku quietly repeated, his gaze filled with confusion. He thought of the Uchiha clan's plight, the responsibilities he bore, and the choices he had to make for the family. He shook his head, feeling that Yun-I's thoughts were somewhat absurd. Yet he also vaguely sensed that there was something important hidden there, something he had always overlooked. In the following days, Ilu Ramen was bustling with activity. Yun-I unreservedly imparted all the snack recipes, production processes, and the subtle tips that only he mastered to Shoda and Changpu. The snacks made by Shoda and Changpu, although slightly different in taste from Yun-I's original version, still paired perfectly with the ramen. The business at the ramen shop soared to new heights, with customers lining up every day, creating a bustling scene. As the original creator of these popular snacks, Yun-I returned to being that lazy, life-enjoying ramen shop employee. In his leisure time, he would bring out his homemade rocking chair, lying under the eaves at the entrance of the shop, squinting his eyes to enjoy the afternoon sun. Occasionally, he would go fishing by the river, sitting there for an entire day. Naturally, natural energy began to quietly nourish his body again, sweeping away all fatigue. In the afternoon, as the number of guests dwindled, Yun-I reclined in the rocking chair, feeling the gentle breeze brush against his cheeks. It was a delightful, comfortable moment. This was life. 2 familiar little figures, one chubby and one thin, walked in. Oh, isn't that Ding Ci and Lu Wan? Skipping class again. Yun-I sat up and yawned. We got out of school early today. Yun-I gu Chiu Dao. Ding Ci cheerfully ran to the bar and skillfully pulled out a chair to sit down. I attended all my classes. Nara Lu Wan leisurely sauntered over, sitting down beside Ding Ci and lazily resting his head on the bar. Today's class was so boring. Where's Naruto? Didn't he come with you? Yuni glanced behind the two, noticing there was no one else around. That guy disappears as soon as school is over. Naruto, Lu Wan, and Ding Ci, the troublemaking trio of the ninja school. Back when they were still in school, Yun-I often skipped classes, as did these 3 rascals. Yun-I was the senior who taught them how to evade teachers, and they shared the experience of skipping classes and standing in punishment together. Uncle, 2 bowls of hand-pulled miso ramen. Ding Ci raised his hand and called out. Sure thing. A loud voice came from the kitchen. Changpu walked over with a smile. We have new items on the menu, would you like to try them? Upon hearing about new food, Ding Ci's eyes lit up immediately. New items. I must try. 5 skewers of grilled meat, 1 serving of pan-fried dumplings, and a glass of mung bean soup. Soon the ramen and snacks were served. Ding Ci first inhaled the aroma of the ramen, then eagerly picked up a golden, crispy pan-fried dumpling. Delicious. The bottom of the dumpling was crispy, while the skin remained soft, the filling juicy and tender. A bite released hot broth, mingling with the sweetness of the vegetables, creating a rich, layered taste. This dumpling pairs perfectly with the ramen broth. Ding Ci devoured one in a few bites before reaching for a skewer of grilled meat. The skewers glistened under the light with the aroma of the secret sauce and fat wafting through the air. This is even better. Ding Ci's eyes widened further. The meat skewer had a slightly crispy exterior while remaining incredibly tender inside, with a savory flavor laced with a hint of subtle sweetness, perfectly balancing the richness of the grilled meat. Most importantly, after finishing the skewers, taking a sip of the ramen broth was simply divine. He devoured all the food like a whirlwind, finally picking up the mung bean soup and gulping down half a glass in one go. The icy sweet mung bean soup slid down his throat, instantly dissipating the heat and greasiness from the ramen and skewers, leaving only a refreshing taste. Ah, Ding Si sighed contentedly, leaning back in his chair with a blissful expression. Yuni Gu, how is it that the skewers grilled to perfection outside still have such tender meat inside? Teach me. Yun Yi shrugged. I sold the secret recipe to my dad. Ding Si was stunned. You sold it? Yuni Gu, aren't these all from your food stall? I was planning to come find you to buy some the other day, but then I found out your stall was gone. A look of regret crossed his face. What a great business. Why did you close it? Such a pity. Before Yun Yi could respond, Lu Wan, who had been slowly slurping his noodles, raised his head. What's there to be sorry about? Setting up a stall means waking up early and working hard every day. It's exhausting without guaranteeing profit. Where's there comfort like this? Lu Wan understands me. Yun Yi gave a thumbs up, truly deserving of his lazy friend. I set up a stall to ease my life, but it turned out to be even more tiring than before. Isn't that counterproductive? Lu Wan nodded in agreement. Exactly, it's such a hassle. Ding Si looked at Yun Yi, then at Lu Wan, scratching his head seemingly in thought. He still felt a bit regretful, but seeing Yun Yi's relaxed demeanor made him feel that what he said made a lot of sense. After all, as long as he could enjoy these delicacies in the Ilu ramen shop, who cares who makes them? With this realization, Ding Si finished the rest of his mung bean soup in one go. In the afternoon, Yun Yi quietly made his way to the riverbank with his fishing rod. Yun Yi loved fishing not for the catch, but purely to enjoy the tranquility undisturbed. Air Force. Impossible. A fisherman never goes empty-handed. Not thinking about anything, not doing anything, merging body and mind with nature, feeling the flow of the wind, the murmurs of the water. Suddenly, splash. An untimely sound of water interrupted Yun Yi's cultivation process. Turning his head, he saw a small boy with bright golden hair and a spiky hairstyle splashing in the water, trying to catch fish. Naruto Uzumaki. TSK, tisk, no wonder I haven't seen Naruto recently. Looks like our destined child is out of money again. Earth release strainer. A large stone ladle with holes rose from the bottom of the water. Several fish were flung onto the shore, flopping around. Naruto blinked in surprise, then hurried ashore to catch the fish. Thank you, Yuni Go. Without turning around, Yun Yi waved his hand. Just take them and leave quickly. You scared all my fish away. Before long, Naruto had strung the fish together with grass rope. He looked at Yun Yi, who was lying by the river holding the fishing rod, and tilted his head. Yun Yi Go. My. I've never understood, since you can easily catch fish, why do you still use a fishing rod? The fish aren't important. I'm enjoying the process of fishing. But I've never seen you catch anything. Don't you want the fish? Naruto grabbed the fish and turned to run, fearing Yun Yi would snatch them away. Heh, empty-handed. Impossible. As Naruto walked away, the faint sensation of being watched also disappeared. Yun Yi changed his posture and resumed enjoying this leisure. As the sun began to set, Yun Yi looked at his empty fish basket. Lightning release, ground walk. A fisherman never goes empty-handed. In the evening, Hong Do, who had not been seen for a long time, hurriedly walked into the shop. Yun Yi, what are you doing here? Seeing Yun Yi leisurely wiping the table with water release, Hong Do was astonished. The last time she saw this kid, he was dominating at the roadside stall. How did he end up back at the ramen shop as a waiter? Oh, teacher Hong Do, I'm working here. I sold the recipe and business model to my dad and came back to be an easy worker. Hong Do's eyes widened, pointing at the customers lining up to buy snacks, then at Yun Yi, her tone filled with indignation. You sold such a profitable business. She felt her worldview was being shaken. After ordering a bowl of signature ramen and a portion of freshly made pan-fried dumplings, Hong Do sat at the bar and wolfed them down. After satisfying her hunger, she wiped her mouth as if suddenly remembering something and turned to Yun Yi, who was tidying up bowls. By the way, I almost forgot the main thing. About that team formation you mentioned, we have some leads now. Yun Yi paused, a bad premonition rising in his heart. The candidates have been selected, and it's likely to be finalized in the next few days. The official team notification and first mission should be coming soon. As Hong Do spoke, she patted Yun Yi's shoulder with a hint of schadenfreude. You kid, your good days are over. Get ready. You might have to start missions at any time. Clatter. Yun Yi's chopsticks fell onto the table, making a crisp sound. He froze in place, his eyes, usually half closed, widened in despair. Why does it have to end? This lounging experience card is way too short. Yun Yi felt darkness closing in, as though he could already see a future of hardship, toil, and bloodshed. Hey, Yun Yi, are you okay? Seeing his suddenly petrified expression, Hong Do waved her hand in front of his eyes. Yun Yi slowly turned his head, looking at Hong Do with hollow eyes. Teacher Hong Do, does this mission really have to happen? Hongdo looked at Yun-E, who was instantly petrified with a smug expression on her face. Hey Yun-E, are you okay? It's just a mission, right? As for being drained like a chakra extraction, Hongdo poked Yun-E's rigid cheek with her finger, then deliberately emphasized, you are now a genin of Konoha. The task of a genin is to undertake missions. Do you want to spend your whole life as a helper in a ramen shop? Upon hearing this, Yun-E felt as if the last bit of strength had been drained from his body, slumping down in his chair. Hongdo felt secretly pleased finally witnessing this lazy guy getting a taste of his own medicine. Previously, he either counted money at a food stall until his hands were sore, or lay around completely relaxed. Having been overwhelmed with the matter of the cursed seal, she had to ask the third Hokage to personally intervene to seal it properly, and she had long felt a bit unbalanced about it. Now the tides had turned, and she wanted to see how he would slack off. Alright, stop acting like you're at death's door. Prepare yourself these couple of days. Once the notification comes down, you will be going on a mission. Hongdo was in a good mood. She leaned over, wrapping her arm around Yun-E's neck, her voluptuous curves accentuated beneath her windbreaker. Little brat, I've noticed you've been a bit lazy lately. Do you want your sister to help you get back in shape? Her fingers flirtatiously traced across Yun-E's cheek, causing his ears to feel as if they were about to catch fire. With a significant amount of contact, the energy within Yun-E began to reorganize Hongdo's residual natural energy. He took a deep breath to stabilize his mind, trying to actively suppress it, allowing the energy to return to his body and settle. Hongdo certainly felt it, her smile deepening. It seems little brother Yun-E has a secret. She whispered into his ear, then released him, leaving in a cheerful mood. Yun-E watched Hongdo's retreating figure and let out a heavy sigh. He knew that the days of tranquility were truly coming to an end. 3 days later, Yun-E was dressed in a loose gray outfit resembling a ramen shop uniform, leaning against a sturdy tree trunk with his eyes closed, resting. In front of him were 2 boys arguing. Ichi, did you even look at the map I drew? As long as we set up an ambush, we can catch that cat. Maki, do you think cats are ninjas? Do they need an ambush? Just find it directly and give it a good chase. With your kind of paper general who talks big, when will you ever truly become a ninja? Senyi Ichi was solidly built with slightly dark skin. He looked capable, but his youthful face was filled with arrogance, as if proclaiming, I am the best in the world. Maki Lai had a somewhat gaunt, pointed face, wearing a large windbreaker with a clean and tidy inner lining, exuding a scholarly air. The two were arguing back and forth, completely oblivious to Yun-E, who was slacking off nearby. What do you know? Strategic deployment. This is an essential quality for becoming an excellent ninja. Do you think being a ninja is just about brute strength? What's the difference from being a fool? What's wrong with brute strength? Being able to catch a cat is a skill. That's better than your fancy theories. Ichi retorted sharply. All right, you 2 brats making a ruckus even before the mission has started. A voice mixed with authority and a hint of amusement came from behind them. The imposing presence of a special jonin made the 2 fall silent instantly, their bodies stiffening as they turned around. Teacher Hongdo, Ichi and Maki shouted in unison, both with slightly awkward smiles on their faces. Hongdo crossed her arms and looked at the 2 brats with a smile. Her gaze swept over them, finally landing on Yun-E beneath the tree. Yun-E, you little brat, you are still as lazy as ever. Hongdo walked over to Yun-E and gently kicked him with her foot. Get up. Your teammates are about to fight and you aren't even trying to mediate. Yun-E yawned and sat up straight. Oh, is it starting? To be honest, he didn't want to go on a mission at all. Although being a ninja is considered a high-paying job, doing missions diligently could really accumulate a small fortune, but that was for Chunin and above. To him, the miscellaneous tasks of a genin were merely a waste of time. If it weren't for his status preventing him from refusing, he wouldn't have even shown up. Maki and Ichi exchanged glances, clearly perplexed by Yun-E's lazy demeanor. Both were elites who graduated early from the ninja academy, filled with enthusiasm to become real ninjas, while the guy before them seemed like a slacker. All right, since everyone is here, let's start our first mission of the day. Hongdo clapped her hands, attracting everyone's attention. She took out a scroll from her pocket, unfolded it, and read aloud in an exaggerated tone, Drank mission. Capture the lost pet cat, Ahu. Ichi's face was full of determination. Piece of cake. Watch me. He was already eager to showcase his abilities. Maki adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He also longed to prove his abilities through the mission. Only Yun-E, upon hearing the word cat, twitched his facial muscles. Catch a cat. This was the most uncertain drank mission. With good luck, he could earn several thousand in an hour. With bad luck, he could run around for a day or 2 to earn a meager 1,000. Very well, it seems you all are very motivated. Hongdo turned her gaze to Yun-E. What do you think? It's just a domestic cat, not a ninja cat. Since everyone has their ideas, let's each show our talents, shall we? Hongdo nodded. Good. Then let's act separately with the sole goal of bringing back that cat, named Ahu. Yes. Ichi and Maki responded in unison, then glared at each other before darting off according to their own plans. Ichi charged ahead, heading straight for the woods. He trusted his instincts and speed. Once he set his sights on a cat, it would never escape. Maki, on the other hand, was much more cautious. He unfolded the map in his hands, mumbling something to himself, while searching along the edges for any traces the cat might have left behind. He believed that a cat's range of activity was limited, and as long as he observed carefully, he could find its hiding place. And what about Yuni? He simply found a comfortable position again, leaning against the tree trunk ready to close his eyes, only to be grabbed by Hongdo, who shook him back and forth. So your plan is just to lie here? Aren't I giving the youngsters a chance? They need to experience some hardships to understand reality. Isn't that what teacher Hongdo thinks too? I suppose. But I see you just want to be lazy. Hongdo snorted, letting Yuni go, and lay down beside him. By the way, did you really just graduate? I feel like you're more like an old man. Upon hearing this, Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Because inside there's an old man. I'm just mature. A poor man's child grows up early, right? Seemingly recalling something, Hongdo turned Yun's head towards her, their eyes meeting. You little brat, what did you do during the survival exercise? Be honest. Yun gazed at the pretty face just inches away, a warm, fragrant breeze brushing against his face, causing his nose to tingle. If I said I could absorb natural energy by lying flat, wouldn't I be sent for a root slice study the next moment? I didn't do anything. I didn't even know what state you were in, master. I just saw you were in distress and wanted to take you to the hospital. Red Bean narrowed her eyes and leaned in closer, their noses almost touching. Why are you so nervous? Yun felt like a frog trapped under the gaze of a snake. He steeled himself and decided to just let it all out. He averted his gaze, his voice dropping slightly, laced with some awkwardness. If I had to say something, it's that I think you, teacher Red Bean, have a great figure and are very beautiful. Red Bean was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated Yun would find an excuse, but she never expected such a straightforward answer. Then she noticed their current state of blush spreading across her fair cheeks. Ahem. She cleared her throat and straightened up, raising her hand to tap Yun on the head. Little brat, who taught you to be so slick with your words? Even though she said this, the probing and questioning look in her eyes had quietly dissipated. She knew Yun was not being truthful, but she was too lazy to pursue it further. The curse mark was indeed not something Yun could come into contact with. It was likely an accident, and he might not even be aware of what he did. Everyone has their own secrets as long as they are not harmful to Konoha. Red Bean's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she leaned closer to Yun's ear and whispered in a voice only the two could hear, next time, I'll trouble you to take me to the hospital again. Yun whoosh. A damp sensation brushed against his ear, and Yun felt goosebumps rising all over his body. This enchantress is messing with my Dao heart. Teacher Red Bean. Yun feigned panic. Since he had established a persona, he had to keep acting. Finding Yun's reaction amusing, Red Bean burst into cheerful laughter. In the woods, the commotion of chickens and dogs echoed. Dead cat. If you have the guts, don't run. Stop right there. A series of meows echoed, accompanied by Izzy's frantic shouts. Clearly, he had adopted a frantic chase tactic only to end up running around chasing a cat's tail. The terrain in the woods was complicated, and he quickly lost track. Then came Makirai. Although he was rich in theoretical knowledge, his practical skills were weak. The various traps he had painstakingly set up seemed so clumsy against the cat's keen senses and agile body. The cat-catching net was effortlessly avoided, the catnip box was knocked over by a paw, and he was even chased 2 miles by a passing wild boar. A whole day passed amidst this chaos and farce. As the sun set and the sunset painted half the sky red, a weary Izzy and Makirai finally dragged their exhausted bodies back to the meeting point, looking disheveled. It's all your fault. Makirai, your so-called traps are useless. You wasted my time. Izzy huffed angrily. Nonsense. If you hadn't charged in recklessly and scared the cat away, my traps might have worked. Makirai retorted, his voice low but angry. Red Bean watched these two little devils squabbling like fighting cocks, her lips twitching as she directed her gaze toward a nearby tree. Yun was still leaning against the tree trunk, his eyes slightly closed, a hint of a contented smile on his face. It was as if, no, he really hadn't taken part in this mission at all. He was merely enjoying an afternoon nap here. Veins pulsed on Red Bean's forehead. These two little brats had exhausted her to the point of near collapse, while the one who should have been contributing was loafing around. Yun, a hint of danger crept into Red Bean's voice. Here. Yun jumped up, startled. Don't you have anything to say? Red Bean crossed her arms, looking down at him. Under the scrutinizing gazes of 3 pairs of eyes, Yun seriously began to speak. Regarding this mission, I believe the core points of our review lie in the team encountering a methodological divergence at the onset, leading to an ineffective action path that failed to form a closed loop. The fundamental reason lies in our lack of in-depth exploration of core needs, thus failing to construct a practical, multidimensional, and refined execution matrix. The flowery rhetoric from his past life spilled out, leaving Izzy and Makirai utterly bewildered. Speak plainly. Red Bean's patience wore thin as she grabbed Yun-E by the ear. Get that cat back for me. Otherwise, you'll be feeding mosquitoes here tonight. Yun-E gasped. Camping outdoors, sleeping on hard ground, and getting bitten by mosquitoes all over. It seemed he couldn't slack off any longer. Yun-E rubbed his hot ears, letting out a helpless sigh. Seriously, why do you have to force me? I just want to be a quiet salted fish. He closed his eyes and formed a seal. Wind release, gentle breeze detection technique. A surge of chakra mixed into the wind, spreading outwards. This technique was inspired by the rain tiger's free technique, a small life hack he developed for locating fish schools. By mixing chakra into the water flow, he could sense the surrounding environment like radar, and this time, he mixed chakra into the wind. Found it. Yun-E opened his eyes and dashed out. It's my first time using this combination. Let's call this technique the detection wind. The three looked at each other hesitant, but followed him. Moments later, they indeed spotted that troublesome Ahu under a tree. It's over there. Izzy excitedly tried to rush forward. Don't move. Yun-E yanked him back by the collar. Earth release, Earth house. Yun-E pressed one hand on the ground, and the earth beneath who quietly sank, forming a half-meter wide and deep arc-shaped pit. The entire process didn't even raise a speck of dust. What's the use of such a narrow and shallow pit? That cat could jump right over it. Makirai raised a doubt, well aware that ordinary traps were ineffective against that cat. That's hard to say. Yun-E was unconcerned as he picked up a stone and tossed it towards Ahu. Startled, Ahu darted away and Yun-E chased closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they reached the pit, and Ahu leaped. Yun-E formed seals with both hands, and a lid unexpectedly lifted on the other side of the pit, directly blocking Ahu. Ahu reacted, swiftly clawing at the earth cover, attempting to leap out before it closed. Wind release, fly swatter. Yun-E was prepared, and an invisible gust of wind swatted Ahu back into the pit. The lid closed, and Ahu was trapped like a fish in a barrel. Watching Yun-E grab the cat by the scruff of its neck, Izzy and Makirai were completely stunned. The two elites had struggled all day, creating chaos everywhere. In contrast, the two who were supposed to be lazy finished it in just 5 minutes. Ahu seemed to really like Yun-E, being exceptionally docile in his hands, and even actively snuggling into his arms. Why don't rub that dirt all over me? Yun-E looked disgusted as he used Earth Release to create a cage and stuff the cat inside. Teacher Red Bean, can we call it a day now? Red Bean observed the pit closely, deep in thought. Judging solely by the scale, this Earth Release and Wind Release were pitifully weak. Most Chunin and even some Jinin could manage it. Yet that precision control was something many Jounin couldn't achieve. At the same time, she suspected that Yun-E was not incapable of performing larger-scale ninjutsu, but simply chose not to. Red Bean looked at Yun-E with burning eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. In the Hokage building at the mission submission area, Ahu, I've missed you so much. Meowed. In the arms of the lady of the daimyo, the cat, named Ahu, was struggling desperately. Hearing the name Ahu, I knew it was that cat. The reward must be substantial. No wonder it ran away with such a strange brushing method. On the other side, San Ichi and Maki Lai looked dejected, resembling two defeated roosters. Hongdo smiled as she accepted the reward and submitted the mission report. In the performance section for team members, she wrote of Yun-E, the application of ninjutsu is innovative and chakra control is exceptional, but then added, yet the work attitude needs improvement. However, for a drank task report, even the clerk responsible for archiving wouldn't bother to glance at it. Of course, even if they saw it, they wouldn't worry too much. After all, it was just low difficulty 5 nature ninjutsu. As long as the core cards were not exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. In the days that followed, Hongdo's team buzzed like diligent little bees, taking on various drank tasks. Weeding, painting, cleaning up garbage. And the division of labor within the team began to become increasingly bizarre. This time the task is to weed a medicinal field, so everyone get energized. Hongdo announced with her hands on her hips. Ichi, filled with enthusiasm, rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed, watch my multi-layered weed decapitation technique. He dashed into the medicinal field like a spinning top in a flurry of activity. Half an hour later, he had uprooted half the weeds and a small portion of the herbs as well. The owner of the medicinal garden was on the verge of tears. Maki Lai exhibited his studious nature, pulling out a guidebook to analyze the situation seriously. However, he was as slow as a snail, and by the time he finished, the herbs would likely already be ready for harvest. Yun-E, on the other hand, had long completed his assigned area and was now lounging in a makeshift rocking chair made of earth. Yun-E. Hongdo's voice carried a hint of irritation. Under her piercing gaze, Yun-E had no choice but to reluctantly get up and clean up after the two. Earth release, soil turning. The ground trembled slightly as the soil beneath all the weeds surged uprooted entirely. Wind released blower. A gust of wind swept across the ground as if it had eyes accurately whisking away all the weeds. In less than 5 minutes, half of the medicinal garden was cleared of weeds. The garden owner was left dumbfounded, and Ichi and Maki Lai were equally astonished. Was this really weeding? This was art. Hey, I've dealt with the most troublesome part, you two better at least handle the finishing touches. Yun-E clapped his hands and was about to lie back in his rocking chair when he discovered it had already been claimed by Hongdo. Teacher Hongdo. Hey, don't say it, this thing is quite comfy. Hongdo showed no intention of getting up. With no choice, Yun-E began to make a new one beside her. After all, she was the mentor superior. The next day the task was to help paint a wall. This time Yun-E immediately made 2 rocking chairs, and as soon as Hongdo announced the start of the task, he lay down. Yun-E completed his part within minutes and lay down to watch the 2 remaining members perform. Ichi was wildly wielding a brush, splattering paint everywhere, even getting some on Hongdo's hair. Maki Lai was meticulously calculating the wall's surface area and the paint ratio, but by the time he finished, Ichi had already turned half the wall into a big painted face. Yun-E. Hongdo's voice erupted in frustration once again. All right. Yun-E sighed, formed hand seals, and under the control of water released, the paint flew from the bucket to the wall. In less than 10 minutes, the wall was painted evenly and smoothly, not a single bubble in sight. Once again, the 2 covered in dust exchanged glances. Maki Lai, what do you think? I think next time we should see how Yun-E does it first. Sounds reasonable. Gradually, Hongdo's team developed a bizarre mode of operation. Task begins. Yun-E finishes his part and starts slacking off. Ichi and Maki Lai encounter difficulties and make a mess. Hongdo, unable to tolerate it, drags Yun-E out. The all-powerful Yun-E solves the problem with some unheard-of ninjutsu in just a few minutes. Ichi and Maki Lai, who had gone from initial shock and disbelief to later numbness, had now completely relaxed. Whenever they encountered a difficult problem, the 2 would share a tacit glance and then turn their eyes towards their slacking teammate. Yun-E, it's your turn to perform. Aren't we buddies? At least give it a try first. Aren't we going through the process? Hongdo lay in the rocking chair watching these 3 active treasures, her temples throbbing. Ichi strong, but not bright. Maki Lai smart, but lacking strength. Yun-E had both brains and brawn, yet he was particularly unmotivated. Leading this team was exhausting for her. If this continues, Ichi and Maki Lai will definitely be ruined by Yun-E. Do I really need to guide Yun-E? Although she had never seen Yun-E fight with all his might, Hongdo's intuition told her that Yun-E might be on par with her. Since the first meeting, Yun-E had never been at full strength. He had never admired or feared her. Thus, Hongdo made a decision to take on a slightly more challenging crank task to see how Yun-E would respond, and also to stimulate Ichi and Maki Lai. If all goes well, she would let Yun-E in the mentor-apprentice relationship and formally enter the lower ninja talent pool to accept mission assignments. At the mission handover point, crank mission, Ichi's voice rose by 8 octaves, his expression filled with disbelief. Maki Lai tried hard to remain calm, but the slight upturn of his lips and clenched fists revealed his inner excitement. Well, don't get too excited too soon. Hongdo clapped her hands. This time it's an escort mission from Konoha to the Green Leaf Town in the land of rice, lasting about a week. There might be some unsavory characters along the way. Sounds like a hassle. And the land of rice. I wonder if the Sound Ninja Village has been established yet. I really don't want to run into Snake Uncle. Yun-E leaned against the wall, kicking at a piece of peeling wall plaster with his toes. Following a merchant caravan all day and then camping at night, repeating such a life for a week, made his scalp tingle just at the thought. Yun-E, did you hear? This time it's not weeding or painting. It's a crank mission. Ichi, seeing Yun-E's calm demeanor, couldn't help but give him a nudge. Oh, Yun-E casually replied. And then, oi. Ichi was momentarily stumped by his reaction. Then we need to perform well. This is our first crank mission. In reality, the pay is less than 200 with daily wages under 300 and the risk of combat for all-day work. Purely a laborious task. What's this kid so excited about? Oh, good luck, Yun-E said dismissively, then began kicking the piece of wall plaster again. Hongdo looked at the 3 of them, especially at Yun-E's indifferent demeanor, her forehead twitching in irritation. All right, tomorrow morning at 8, gather at the north gate of Konoha. The merchant caravan will be waiting for us there. Disband. Ichi and Maki Lai eagerly responded and hurriedly left to prepare. Yun-E sauntered over to Hongdo. Teacher Hongdo, isn't this task a bit too early for them? This is not the previous ninja games. Is it really okay? Hongdo flicked his forehead. Only you can. Do you think I'm just lazing around? Hurry back to prepare. Don't let me down later. Oh, Yun-E shrugged and slowly left the Hokage building. Early the next morning at the north gate of Konoha, the leader of the merchant team, a middle-aged fat man named Kato with a beer belly, looked at the seemingly unreliable ninja team Before him, his brows furrowed into a knot. There was a female upper ninja who appeared even more reckless than him, two kids still in their youth, and a white-haired boy squatting on the ground laboriously working on something with earth release. After a moment, a large roofed earthen wheelchair was freshly made. Yun-E clapped his hands in satisfaction, pulled out a rope from his ninja tool pouch, tied the wheelchair to the cart, and sat down. Everyone. Bang. Hong-Do kicked Yun-E off, shattering the wheelchair into pieces. Kid, are you here for a picnic? Get your act together. Hong-Do said with a dark face, gripping Yun-E's ear and gritting her teeth. The team's image had been completely ruined by this kid. Upper Ninja Hong-Do, is this teammate really okay? Kato finally couldn't hold back, pointing at Yun-E to complain. He doesn't look like a ninja at all. Don't worry, mister. Kato. Hong-Do rubbed her temples. He is dependable in critical moments. She said this, but inside she was also anxious. Is this guy really dependable? After the brief incident, the team officially set off. Ichi and Makire remained tense throughout, fearful of missing any signs of danger. These two foolish kids will wear themselves out at this rate. Moreover, there won't be any robbers this close to Konoha. Yun-E followed at the end of the line, hands behind his head, strolling leisurely, occasionally pulling out snacks to munch on. Upper Ninja Hong-Do, is he really a ninja? He looks even more relaxed than I do, a guard muttered quietly. Hong-Do heard, but said nothing. She knew that although Yun-E appeared lazy, his perception was far beyond the ordinary. The reason he was so relaxed was that he sensed no threat. As night fell, the merchant team stopped at a relatively flat open space to set up camp. We'll camp here tonight. Hong-Do commanded, prepare the campsite and start setting up tents. Ichi and Makire immediately got busy, clumsily but somewhat competently beginning to set up the tents. Yun-E glanced around and grimaced. Set up tents. Too troublesome. He formed hand seals with both hands, channeling chakra for earth release. The ground trembled slightly. Earth release, earthen house. Soon a simple shelter sprang up from the ground. This? The merchants and guards stared in disbelief. They had never seen such a way of setting up tents in their lives. Earth release rock furniture. He even had the leisure to create some simple furniture and a rocking chair. Ichi and Makire also stopped their work, gaping at Yun-E. While they were still struggling with how to set up the tent's frame, Yun-E simply clapped his hands and commanded what he needed. Then he pulled out a delicate teapot and several packets of tea from his ninja tool pouch, conjuring a sphere of clear water midair, using water release, and heating it directly. Before long, the refreshing aroma of tea wafted through the air. Teacher Hong-Do, would you like a cup of hot tea? Yun-E offered a cup of hot tea to Hong-Do, his tone tinged with pride. Hong-Do took the teacup, sipped, and felt warmth spreading from her throat throughout her body. She had to admit that Yun-E's lifestyle ninjutsu made this camping experience unexpectedly pleasant. This kid only shows effort when enjoying himself. She noticed that Yun-E even used wind release to create a wall of airflow around the shelter, keeping the surrounding mosquitoes at bay. If this is his daily home life, Yun-E would be the perfect partner. Enjoying the convenience, Ichi murmured, then quickly shook her head, dismissing the dangerous thought. Makire was pondering the principles behind Yun-E's jutsu. Using chakra to alter material forms, if he could apply this to combat, it might yield unexpected results. The merchants' and guards' attitudes towards Yun-E began to subtly shift. Although he seemed laid back, he truly had some skills. None of the ninjas they had previously hired could achieve such a level. The team continued forward, passing another 2 days. Upon reaching a canyon, the previously carefree Yun-E suddenly stopped. Teacher Hong-Do, there are quite a few people ahead. They might be lying in ambush. I recommend detouring. Huh. I've been taking this route for decades. It's perfectly safe. Kato scoffed. This is the shortest route. A detour would take an extra 2 days. Besides, I hired you all not to loaf around. Can't you even handle a few mountain bandits? He waved his hand, ordering the team to proceed. Yun-E looked at Hong-Do and saw her shake her head. All personnel remain alert and prepare for battle. Thus, the merchant team stubbornly entered the canyon despite the warning. The canyon's steep walls and treacherous terrain were perfect for an ambush. Earth release, earth wall, whoosh. Before the sound of the arrows cutting through the air could be heard, Yun-E had already activated his ninjutsu. The earth wall rose, blocking the rain of arrows coming from both sides. Enemy attack. The guards finally reacted, breaking out in cold sweat as they assumed defensive stances. If it weren't for Yun-E's quick response, they would have suffered casualties. Kill them. Accompanied by the shouts of battle, countless figures charged down the hillside toward the merchant team. Most of these people were ragged and armed with knives and clubs, the vicious mountain bandits. Following that, several figures radiating chakra appeared from behind the rocks, their eyes cold, clearly the masterminds behind this group of bandits, these rogue ninjas. Ichi and Makire were facing life-and-death combat for the first time, their faces pale, their movements stiff. Ichi Makire, this isn't the previous ninja playtime. This is a battlefield of life and death. Stay sharp. Yun-E's heart raced. not out of fear, but excitement. The blood of the Kaguya clan coursed through him boiling. He despised this impulse, yet his body craved the battlefield, especially as combat was now inevitable. Yun-E broke away from the team, intentionally heading toward the direction with the most people. Teacher Hongdo, protect the merchant team, I'll leave it to you. He channeled chakra to his palm and casually swept his hair back. His previously lazy demeanor transformed into one of cold sharpness, like a blade drawn from its sheath. Water release bubbles. Wind release, gentle breeze. With a flick of his wrist, translucent bubbles floated toward the bandits. What is this? Are you teasing children? One bandit disdainfully popped the bubble in front of him. Pop. The viscous liquid splattered all over his face, instantly sealing his mouth and nose. He clawed at his face in terror, but couldn't tear it off, quickly succumbing to suffocation. The ninjutsu originally meant to amuse his companion had transformed into a lethal technique. Be careful. Don't let the bubbles get on your face. A bandit witnessing this scene loudly warned his companions while tearing off his clothing to shield himself. As long as I block it, there's nothing to fear. A bandit who successfully blocked the sticky liquid with his clothes felt pleased, only to realize Yun-E had already approached him. And what about this? A glint of cold light flashed as a kunai precisely sliced through his throat. Blood gushed forth. Ignoring the fallen bandit, Yun-E moved swiftly across the battlefield, his kunai dancing in the air, harvesting those distracted by the bubbles. With each swing there accompanied a chilling scream. Watch me blow them away. Wind release. A rogue ninja sensed danger and began forming hand seals. Wind release, fly swatter. Without the need for seals, Yun-E mimicked the action of swatting a fly. An invisible gust of wind struck the side of that rogue ninja's face, as if he had been slapped, interrupting his ninjutsu. He tried to distance himself to form more seals, but his feet had unknowingly sunk into the ground. Earth release turned soil. Not only could it plant crops, but it could also plant people. In sheer panic, Yun-E closed the distance, striking out with his kunai, and the rogue ninja instinctively blocked with his short blade. The kunai and short blade clashed, producing a piercing sound of friction. Fire release, self-heating pot. Yun-E shouted, a surge of chakra instantly flooding into the short blade. The blade became scorching hot, burning the rogue ninja's palm. Originally a ninjutsu for cooking, without fire it had now become a disarming technique. The rogue ninja let out a scream, dropping the short blade. No opportunity was afforded to him. In the moment, another rogue ninja, seeing his companion killed so easily by Yun-E, roared in anger, forming hand seals, as a fire-release ninjutsu surged toward Yun-E. Yun-E didn't even glance, merely shifting slightly, waving his left hand. Earth release, earth wall. A thin earthen wall materialized out of thin air, blocking the fire-release ninjutsu. The fire-release ninjutsu struck the earth wall, and in an instant the wall shattered. But by then Yun-E was already gone. Where is he? A cold glint flashed from the side. The rogue ninja attempted to evade, but the ground beneath him suddenly rolled, causing him to lose his balance and meet the same fate as his companion. Throughout the battlefield, Yun-E resembled a merciless reaper, his movements elusive and his ninjutsu unpredictable. Those lifestyle ninjutsu he usually used for enjoyment now exhibited a terrifying power in actual combat. My heavens! This guy! Ichi's eyes were almost bulging out. Yun-E, who usually slacked off and goofed around, had transformed into a god of death on the battlefield. Makire was also left speechless, having never witnessed such effortless and bizarre slaughter. Kato and the guards were completely stunned. Their previous doubts about Yun-E had turned entirely into awe. The usually lazy boy was in fact such a killing god. Hongdo looked at Yun-E with complex feelings. She knew he was strong, but had never expected him to be this powerful. The speed and precision of his ninjutsu were far superior to hers, unmatched even by the upper ninjas she knew. He might even rival the Hokage. As for the lack of power in his ninjutsu, it should be due to Yun-E's youth and insufficient chakra. Once he matured and filled in the gaps, learning some powerful ninjutsu, Konoha would surely gain a general comparable to the Hokage. But where did that somewhat dance-like taijutsu come from? It was evident it had a systematic style, yet it wasn't taught at the Ninja Academy, nor was it a style from within Konoha. And those eyes that felt so unfamiliar to her, cold yet tinged with a hint of excitement. The battle quickly came to an end. After Yun-E swiftly eliminated the remaining rogue ninjas, the remaining bandits quickly scattered, leaving behind a scene of chaos. The air was thick with a heavy metallic smell of blood. A few surviving bandits lay on the ground, weeping and begging for mercy. It wasn't that they didn't want to run, their feet were stuck in the ground. Please spare our lives. We were wrong. We want dare again. Yun-E walked expressionlessly up to them, delivering a knife each, as if merely clearing weeds from the field. You don't know you were wrong, you only know you're about to die. Be a good person in your next life. In the end, he dragged two terrified bandits still alive but barely back to the team, tossing them in front of Ichi and Makire. You two haven't seen blood before, right? He gestured with his chin. Here, there are still two left. Do you want to take a shot? Their hands gripping the kunai trembled, unable to strike. The bandits cried, even harder, claiming to have elderly mothers and 3-year-old children, their heads banging against the ground. They have realized their mistakes. There's no need to, Ichi said with some reluctance. Makire also turned his face away, his expression full of struggle. Hongdo frowned and walked over. They are still children. On the battlefield there are no children, besides they have already graduated and become ninjas. They can no longer be treated as children. Shrugged. Forget it, I won't force it. Then in front of everyone's terrified eyes, he showed no hesitation as he struck the kunai and directly slashed the throats of the two bandits. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground, dyeing the earth red. But letting them go is definitely not an option. What would it mean to let them go after they had robbed and killed others? Wiped the blood off his kunai on the corpse, slowly putting it back into his ninja tool pouch, as if he had just crushed 2 insects. All right, it's time to clean up the battlefield. Clapped his hands once again, adopting his lazy demeanor. By the way, we might be able to make some extra cash. Mr. Kato, please wait a moment. If we don't handle all these corpses, it might attract beasts and lead to an outbreak of disease. Of course, please take your time. Mr. Kato and the guards looked at their eyes filled with fear. After a simple cleanup of the battlefield, the team continued forward. Used Earth Release to create a tricycle with the cart holding the spoils he had looted, along with the heads of several rogue ninjas that might have bounties. This time Kato and the guards dared not voice their dissatisfaction. They didn't even dare to look at for too long, fearing they might provoke this terrifying boy. Hongdo observed E's backer gaze complex. This crank mission had allowed to showcase a side of himself that lay beneath his lazy facade. She vaguely sensed that the days ahead would not be as easy as they were now. This seemingly laid-back monster would eventually stir up ripples to maintain his comfortable life. After arriving at the small town, Kato quickly settled the final payment, almost fleeing with the merchant caravan and guards as they vanished around the corner. That gaze resembled someone who had seen a monstrous beast, fearful that might take offense and treat his round head as a trophy. Phew. Finally done. Iji sighed, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. The bloody scene from yesterday still left him a bit dazed. Makilai leaned against the wall, his face still pale, clearly not having fully recovered from the shock of his first life-and-death battle. Hongdo glanced at the state of the two teammates, shaking his head helplessly. Look at you two, so pathetic. All right, let's rest in this town for the day and head back to the village tomorrow. Oh yeah, long live Teacher Hongdo. Iji immediately cheered. Had already planned the next steps. He looked at the spoils in the cart and said to Hongdo, Teacher Hongdo, you guys find a place to rest. I'll deal with these and see if I can exchange them for some pocket money. Hongdo twitched her mouth and waved her hand. Go on, don't cause trouble. If there is trouble, try not to use deadly force. She was not worried about Yun's safety, but rather about the safety of any idiots who might trouble him. Yun rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. Do I look like someone who craves bloodshed? Hearing this, Hongdo and the others also rolled their eyes, feeling even more speechless. Yun walked alone on the streets of the town. He could clearly feel the mixed gazes of fear and curiosity from the passers-by, and even a few filled with greed. After all, it was hard not to attract attention when a young ninja was carrying a blood-stained bag and a cart full of bloodied weapons and armor. So annoying. Yun hated trouble the most. He turned into a deserted alley, quickly forming hand seals. Transformation technique. Bang. The white smoke dissipated and the handsome white-haired youth vanished. In his place stood a nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular, bald man with a fierce expression. Around his neck hung a large gold chain, and on his back rested a long sword, crafted from earth style. Now the world was peaceful once more. As he walked back onto the street, passers-by hurriedly avoided him, and the previously malicious gazes vanished without a trace. Yun, or rather bald brother, now nodded in satisfaction. This was the street experience he wanted. He found a blacksmith shop, packed up the scrap metal he scavenged from the mountain bandits, and sold it for quite a bit of pocket money. He also learned that there was indeed a bounty on that group of wandering ninjas, and to collect it he needed to go to the daimyo's residence. This town was not far from the city where the daimyo resided, and a ninja could reach it quickly. Although it was a bit troublesome, earning money was worthwhile, so Yun headed straight for the daimyo's residence. Upon entering the city, he frowned. At the city gate, ragged beggars and homeless people were everywhere, each looking gaunt and hollow-eyed. In stark contrast was the wealthy district surrounding the daimyo's residence with high walls and grand estates. This is the same everywhere. Yun was no saint and had no interest in saving the world. However, the scene of rich feasting while the streets were littered with the bones of the frozen dead was indeed unsettling. The guards at the daimyo's residence dared not make trouble for this fearsome-looking man. Instead, they reported his arrival and made him wait in the reception room for over half an hour. Finally, a fat man with a round belly dressed in luxurious clothing and resembling a pig from a breeding farm lazily walked out. He was the daimyo of the land of rice. The daimyo glanced at the severed heads Yun-Ik had tossed on the ground, then looked him up and down with the eye of a merchant examining goods. So you're the ninja who killed those mountain bandits. You certainly seem to have some brute strength. Here's your bounty, take it, and get lost. As he spoke, a guard tossed a bag of money over. It felt less like a reward and more like charity given to a beggar on the street. Of course, Yun-Ik was displeased, but arguing with a pig was pointless. Moreover, this guy only dared to run his mouth. The bizarre clients from his previous life were far worse. Take the money and leave to avoid trouble. He picked up the money bag, weighed it in his hand, and turned to leave. Wait a moment. The daimyo spoke again, a hint of inexplicable hostility in his voice. It's best for a shady character like you to stay low and not cause trouble on my turf. Yun-Ik didn't turn around, he just looked back and smiled sinisterly. Oh. He had already begun to calculate whether he should sneak into the daimyo's residence at night for a big score. As Yun-Ik exited the daimyo's residence, he pondered the plan of robbing the rich to help the poor when a timid voice came from beside him. Please wait a moment, sir. Yun-Ik turned around to see a little girl with long black hair running out from an alley. She looked about 8 or 9 years old, her small face somewhat pale and frail. Despite being somewhat disheveled, her clothes were of decent material, and her demeanor did not resemble that of a street beggar. Moreover, this little girl had quite a bit of courage to approach someone as fearsome-looking as him. What is it? The little girl shrank her neck, but still gathered her courage to say, my name is Qin Shui. Thank you, sir. Thank you for avenging my parents. Qin Shui. Oh, it clicked. The sound ninja under Orochimaru, the girl who used needles during the Chunin exam, ultimately became a sacrifice for the Edo Tensei. My parents were merchants, and a few days ago they were passing through a canyon when they were attacked by that group of mountain bandits. Sniff. As Qin Shui spoke, tears fell. They fought desperately to let me escape. I went to find the daimyo, but he didn't care at all. He just symbolically posted a bounty. The little girl sobbed as she recounted her experiences intermittently. Yun-Ik listened, and a rough understanding formed in his mind. The daimyo and the mountain bandits, if not colluding, at least implicitly cooperated and used each other. When I saw you come to claim the bounty, I knew my great vengeance had been fulfilled. Qin Shui dried her tears and knelt before Yun-Ik. Sir, I have nowhere to go, please take me in. I am willing to work as your servant to repay your kindness. Yun-Ik stroked his smooth chin. To work as a servant. Her attitude was good, at least better than those who simply say, I will repay you in my next life, or I have nothing to offer but myself. However, this little girl likely wanted not just to repay kindness, but also to find a strong protector. After all, a little girl without support would not have a good outcome. I see, so that's why she sought refuge in the Sound Ninja Village, Yun-Ik thought. She could gain protection, while also gaining strength to take revenge. However, the Sound Ninja Village had not yet formed, and Uncle Snake was still working for Akatsuki. Yun-Ik's mind began to race with thoughts. If he wanted to continue to slack off in the future, having someone to help manage chores would save him a lot of trouble. If he ever wanted to start a side business like opening a dessert shop, he would need a trustworthy person to manage it. This Qin Shui was the daughter of a merchant, so she should have a good head for business from her upbringing. Moreover, in the original story, she passed the Forest of Death at 14, which meant that under Uncle Snake's guidance, she had gone from an ordinary person to nearly Chunin level in less than 5 years. While she could not compare to those top-tier geniuses, her talent was decent enough. With some training, she could help manage the store while he was out on missions. Plus, bringing her back now and nurturing her from a young age would ensure her loyalty. It seems this could work. Taking you in? It's not out of the question. Yun-Ik maintained his fierce and imposing demeanor, but I won't have you working like a beast of burden, or am not into that sort of thing. However, I do need someone for menial tasks. Upon hearing this, Qin's face lit up, eagerly nodding like a chick pecking at rice. I can do anything. Washing clothes, cooking, cleaning. I'm capable of all that. She added, but let me be clear, I absolutely despise trouble. If you dare to cause me trouble or have ulterior motives. He flexed his arm thicker than Qin's thigh, cracking his knuckles ominously. The little girl shivered in fright, shaking her head like a rattle drum. And no, I wouldn't. I promise I won't be a bother to you, sir. All right, then get up. Yun-Ik waved his hand. Let's go eat first. He led Qin to a restaurant, ordering some food while contemplating their next move. He was strategizing on how to discreetly pull off a heist against the swine and turn it into a complete muddle. Qin sat across from Yun-Ik, noticing he was quietly consuming his meal, feeling somewhat restless. You mentioned before that your father is a merchant. Yes. Yes, Sir Yun-Ik. What industries does the Deming Mansion have in this city? The profitable and most conspicuous ones. Although Qin didn't understand why Yun-Ik asked, she recalled diligently. There's the largest grain store in the east of the city. And there's a silk shop in the south of the city and taverns and gambling houses in the west. If you want to talk about the most profitable, it's definitely the grain store. The grain business in Tianji country is the easiest to do. Yuan-Yi's gaze swept across the emaciated refugees in the city, and a bold, yet perfect plan rapidly took shape in his mind. The grain store. That's the one. I have a task for you. Spread a rumor in the city the Deming of Tianji country is wise and mighty, caring for his people. Recently, he personally ordered a bounty and has successfully eradicated the bandit group that has plagued the canyon for a long time. Yuan-Yi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Remember, the more exaggerated the better. It would be best if it reached the ears of those bandits. Qin immediately understood Yuan-Yi's intention, sowing discord, making the Deming and the bandits completely opposed to each other. I understand. She nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement and a thirst for revenge. Be careful and don't expose yourself. Yuan-Yi ruffled her somewhat messy hair. Wait for me at the abandoned shrine 3 miles outside the city. Yes. Qin went off to fulfill her mission. Watching her retreating figure, Yuan-Yi smiled with satisfaction. Professional matters should still be left to professionals. The daughter of a merchant knows best how to manipulate public opinion. Next, he needed to prepare himself. His current bald brother image was too eye-catching. He must leave in a high-profile manner. The guards at the city gate watched as this fearsome figure departed, all secretly relieved. Yuan-Yi left the city, turned into a small grove, and confirmed that no one was around. Transformation technique. The bald, muscular man vanished, replaced by a medium-build bandit with shifty eyes and a scar on his face. This was one of the bandits he had previously dealt with, one he remembered well. Yuan-Yi adjusted the tattered headscarf on his head, hunched over, and silently slipped back into the city. He kept a low profile, yet inadvertently allowed some passers-by to catch a glimpse of his bandit face, which would serve as evidence for the bandit revenge in the city later on. Arriving near the grain store in the eastern part of the city, Yuan-Yi didn't rush to take action. Like a ghost, he moved among the rooftops and shadows, carefully surveying the layout of the grain store, the guard situation, and most importantly, the location of the accounts room. Everything was under control. Nightfall quietly descended. A shadow darted onto the roof of the grain store, silently lifting a tile and sliding inside. It was Yuan-Yi transformed into a bandit lackey. He directly infiltrated the accounts room of the grain store and quickly rolled up all the cash into a burlap sack. Not bad, enough for me to kick back for a while. Fire release warm stove. He set several corners of the grain store with a long-lasting slow-heating ninja technique to serve as a delayed ignition device. After completing all this, he approached the grain warehouse entrance and easily pried open the heavy door with earth release. Looking at the mountains of rice bags, a demonic smile appeared on Yuan-Yi's face. Wind release, sound transmission. With a miniature wind technique amplifying his voice, Yuan-Yi roared in a rough tone, lackeys of the Deming mansion. Daring to place a bounty on our brothers, this is what you get. Brothers, let's loot. After shouting, he instantly vanished from the spot and ran towards the city exit without looking back. A few powerful shouts landed like heavy bombs on the calm surface of a lake. The first to be startled were the refugees huddled in the corners near the grain store. Robbing grain. It's bandits. The bandits are here for revenge against the Deming. The warehouse door is open. So much grain. Hunger is the best catalyst. The initial hesitation and fear were instantly replaced by instinct upon seeing the white rice. The first person rushed forward, then the second, the third. Soon hundreds and thousands of refugees surged toward the grain store like a tide, and the scene was instantly out of control. People were frantically grabbing at the grain, even fighting over it. The instigator, Yuan-Yi, had long since stealthily climbed the city wall. The grain store is flooding. The grain store is flooding. Watching the fire break out at the grain store and chaos erupt throughout the city, Yuan-Yi nodded with satisfaction before disappearing into the night with the loot. 3 miles outside the city at the abandoned shrine, Qin was anxiously waiting the commotion from within the city, sending chills down her spine. Just then a figure emerged from the darkness. No longer the fierce, muscular man, but a fair-haired youth clad in tattered clothes as if he had just escaped from a refugee camp. Sir Yuan-Yi, Qin asked tentatively. It's me. I can't believe you recognized me. Yuan-Yi pulled out a bundle of cash from the sack and tossed it to her. Your reward. Sir, about the city. Just a small affair. Yuan-Yi said lightly as if he had merely visited the neighbor. The two did not linger, quietly returning to the small town where the Red Bean team was staying under the cover of night. On the way, Qin finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked her doubts. Sir Yuan-Yi, why not directly rob the Deming mansion? Surely there's more money there. It's too noisy, but it's not worth the risk. As Yuan-Yi walked, he explained like a teacher reviewing a lesson. Attacking the Deming mansion changes the nature of things and would attract endless investigations. Then, why only rob one grain store? Because there aren't enough people biting off more than you can chew. And besides, do you think the Deming sees us as robbing money? Yun-E smiled mysteriously. Think about it, with the grain store burned down and the grain stolen, what is the Deming's biggest loss? Is it the grain? Exactly. Yun-E snapped his fingers. The loss of that mountain of grain is enough to cover up the little cash we took. Even if the Deming investigates, it will only lead to a muddled account. They would still want to utilize the bandits, and they might not even investigate at all. Qin was left dumbfounded, looking at Yun-E with admiration in her eyes. This gentleman was not only powerful, but also had a meticulous mind. This was no mere robbery, it was clearly an art. When returning to the inn in the small town, dawn had just broken. Seeing Yun-E leading a little girl back, the three were taken aback. Where did you pick up a little girl? I found her on the way to Deming Prefecture to collect a bounty. She's homeless and quite pitiful, so I brought her along. Yun-E's response was casual, as if he had merely picked up a cat by the roadside. He pulled out a stack of money from his pocket, took out a portion, and handed it to Hongdo. Hongdo, this is the spoils from this mission. I sold some of the mountain bandits' weapons and equipment plus their bounty, it's all here. Hongdo accepted the money, nodded, and did not ask further. Under Yun-E's influence, she also became more open-minded. This money was clean, and the little girl was clearly not a ninja. Having asked what needed to be asked, even if Yun-E was hiding something, it had nothing to do with her. Yun-E then divided some of it for Yi and Ma Ji-Lai. Here, this is your share. Yi and Ma Ji-Lai exchanged glances, both feeling a bit embarrassed. This? You did most of the work yourself, we hardly contributed, how can we accept the money? Ma Ji-Lai said softly. What do you mean you didn't do anything? You protected the merchant convoy and held off the bandits. Without you, I wouldn't have had the chance to deal with them. Yun-E stuffed the money into their hands. Take it, this is what you deserve. The two solemnly accepted the money. Watching the joyous scene, Yun-E felt no ripple in his heart. Mission accomplished. With the money in hand, allies by his side, and teammates settled, he could now focus on returning to Konoha and continue enjoying his leisurely life. In the Hokage's office. Hongdo, I've read the mission report. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, his murky eyes calm, like a still pond. You applied to have Yun-E reassigned from the squad to start accepting missions officially. Yes. Yun-E has consistently performed excellently in missions, and his abilities have fully met the criteria for promotion. Aside from his abilities, what is your view on Yun-E himself? Hongdo hesitated for a moment, her tone somewhat complex. That kid. I can't see through him. He's very talented, but he uses it all for pleasure and shows no interest in anything else. The third Hokage remained silent after hearing this, taking another deep drag on his cigarette, lost in thought. This Yun-E had previously been unnoticed. The report indicated he was a stray child adopted by a ramen shop. His performance at the Ninja Academy was unremarkable, and he invented some basic ninjutsu for laziness and fun. What an interesting little fellow. Meanwhile, Yun-E had already returned to Ichiraku Ramen with Qin. Ever since entering Konoha, Qin had noticeably become more reserved, curiously observing everything around her. In the shop, Uncle Shoda was busy and Changpu was helping prepare the ingredients nearby. Seeing Yun-E return, Changpu's eyes lit up. Brother Yun-E, you're back. Shoda also looked up, a warm smile on his face. Yun-E, thank you for your hard work on the mission. Before Yun-E could respond, Shoda's gaze fell on the timid little girl hiding beside him. Oh, who is this child? Oh, her name is Qin Shui. Yun-E scratched his head. I found her on the road. She looked pitiful, so I brought her back. Can she help in the shop? Uncle Shoda, Aunt Changpu, I can do anything. Please let me stay. Qin nervously clutched his clothing, afraid of being turned away. Shoda looked at the frail yet determined-looking little girl, then glanced at Yun-E. He knew there must be a story behind this, but he didn't pry. He simply smiled kindly. Since you're here, there's no need to call us grown-ups. We're all family here. I'll go prepare a bowl of ramen for you. Changpu warmly pulled Qin towards the backyard. Come with me to wash up and change clothes. You must be tired after such a long journey. Shoda then pulled Yun-E into the kitchen. Yun-E, you little rascal, what do you think you're doing treating this child like this? Shoda's tone was unusually stern. What do you mean by picked up? You've been here for so many days, and you don't even know to tidy her up. Dada, no need to explain, don't I know you well enough? Shoda interrupted him, speaking earnestly. No matter how you plan to arrange things, you must remember that child is not a tool, she is a person. Since you brought her back, you must take full responsibility. You can't have the mindset of using her as a tool. I understand, Dad. Yun-E sighed. He knew Shoda genuinely cared for him and was truly considering Qin's welfare. For this mission, besides the standard reward, I also earned some extra money. Yun-E changed the subject, pulling out a cloth bag from his pocket and placing it in front of Shoda. So much. Yun-E, you wouldn't. He looked at Yun-E with some concern. What are you thinking, Dad? Yun-E replied with righteous indignation. I took out a group of mountain bandits. In addition to the bounty from Deming Prefecture, someone also privately gave me some gratitude. He fabricated a story mixing in some of the stolen money. Shoda still seemed hesitant. This is your own earnings, I can't accept it. Dad, this money is an extra reward, and I've been staying at your shop for free. It's just a little return from me. Seeing Yun-E's determined gaze showed knew the kid genuinely wanted to contribute something to the shop. After pondering for a moment, he finally accepted the money. All right, I'll accept it. I will use this money wisely. Consider it your investment in the shop. Once the shop earns money, I'll give you a share of the profits. Yun-E listened, feeling overjoyed. The material foundation for his future leisurely life was further solidified. Shota picked up a steaming bowl of ramen from the stove and handed it to Yun-E. This bowl of ramen is prepared for Chin. You go serve it to her. Tell her that from now on this is her home. And thus Ichiraku Ramen returned to its usual routine, even more lively and warm than before. Chin quickly adapted to her work in the shop. Though she was young, her cleverness as a merchant's daughter and her talent for accounting soon shone through. In her spare time, she would help Yun-E with some daily chores, making his laid-back life even more pleasant. Yet, what a hassle. I'm not very good at teaching people. Under Shoda's supervision, Chin's education was entrusted to Yun-E. He initially wanted to personally train her, but found himself unsure how to teach. He could do it, but didn't know how to explain. He also didn't understand why the things he learned quickly were difficult for others. Well, this isn't urgent. If all else fails, I can send her to the Ninja Academy. There was also the matter of the money. Although he had given some away, there was still a substantial amount left. Such a large sum of money with an unclear origin would inevitably attract attention if exposed. Yun-E hid it away, but it wasn't a long-term solution. He needed to find a way to clean it. What a hassle. Well, there's no rush on this matter. For the time being, there was no urgent need for money, so he would think about it later. In the end, Yun-E chose to leave all problems for his future self. Right now, he just wanted to enjoy this peaceful daily life. In the afternoon, the business at the Yao Ramen shop had become somewhat quiet. As Yun-E pondered whether to relax in the rocking chair all afternoon or go fishing, Hinata's figure appeared at the door. Yun-E Gij. She was accompanied by two clan members, one large and one small. A little girl, seemingly only 3 or 4 years old, curiously observed everything in the shop. The other was a woman in her 20s wearing a kimono with a white-made apron over it. Oh, Hinata, welcome. Yun-E stood up to greet her. Did you bring friends today? The woman slightly bowed. Hello, I am Hinata Natsu, responsible for taking care of Lady Hanabi's daily life. This is Lady Hinata's younger sister, Lady Hanabi. Hanabi blinked her big white eyes and called out in a babyish voice, Hello, Yun-E Gij. Yun-E squatted down. Hello there, little Hanabi. What would you like to eat? While the group chatted, Chin came out from the kitchen with tea. When she saw the way Hinata looked at Yun-E, a subtle sense of crisis arose in her heart, prompting her to stand next to Yun-E. This was a woman's intuition, making her vaguely feel that this girl in front of her harbored unusual feelings for Yun-E Gij. Hinata also noticed a girl of similar age standing closely beside Yun-E, causing a strange emotion to quietly grow in her heart. Yun-E was oblivious to the undercurrents between the two little girls. His attention was entirely drawn to Natsu's outfit. A maid. Quite nice. He instinctively glanced at Chin. The black-haired little girl dressed like this, and then saying dog shamed Jin-sama. TSK. Forget it, that would attract a swarm of flies. She should be very cute, but I can only look. During the meal, Yun-E noticed that Hinata was eating unusually little today, her demeanor overly dignified. It seems she can't relax in front of her family. The meal quickly came to an end. Natsu glanced at the clock on the wall and said to Hanabi, who was still playing with a small spoon in the mung bean paste, Lady Hanabi, it's getting late. We should go back to do our afternoon homework. Hanabi pouted, looking unwilling. Lady. Natsu's tone was very firm. Seeing the atmosphere becoming a bit stiff, Yun-E turned and went into the kitchen, quickly bringing out an exquisite paper package. Hanabi, make sure to complete your homework properly when you go back. Once you've done well in class, I'll have Sister Natsu bring you this snack, okay? Hanabi blinked her big eyes, staring at the paper package in Yun-E's hand, and quietly asked, Is it sweet? It's mildly sweet. You'll definitely like it. Yun-E smiled as he handed the paper package to Natsu. This is the new mung bean cake we've tried making at the shop. It's not very sweet, suitable for children to eat. Natsu was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. Oh, I couldn't possibly. It's fine, but it's just a trial product. Yun-E gently placed the package in her hand, speaking naturally. Please also give it a try, and let me know your thoughts so we can improve. With that, Natsu had no choice but to accept. All right, thank you. Hinata, you should try some too. Yun-E leaned down and offered Hinata a package as well, whispering, If you're hungry, use these to get by for now. Thank you. Hinata's face turned bright red, steam rising from her head as she stiffly reached out her hands to receive it. After seeing off the Hyuga family, Yun-E stretched and turned around only to find Chin staring at him intently. You also have some. I saved it for you. He ruffled her hair, and the little girl finally broke into a smile again. The moon was white and the wind was clear. The customers gradually dispersed. The door curtain was lifted, and in walked Itachi. He was in his usual attire with a clear look of fatigue on his face and bloodshot eyes. This guy is coming more frequently lately. Yun-E sighed, inwardly knowing that this double agent had come to seek solace from him again. Oh, Itachi. Same as usual. Yes. Add 1 more serving of fried dumplings and 5 skewers of meat. Itachi's voice sounded somewhat hoarse in the empty shop. Looks like you're really hungry. Yun-E teased while deftly handing him a bowl of ramen, then turned to start preparing the fried dumplings and meat skewers. Itachi shook his head, remaining silent as he quietly ate the ramen in front of him. Busy with missions lately? Yun-E casually inquired as he served the fried dumplings and meat skewers. Itachi responded shortly, continuing to eat in silence. After a long while, he finally set down his chopsticks and looked up. Yun-E, how do you view responsibility? Finally starting to seek psychological counseling. He feigned nonchalance and shrugged. Responsibility. Just the thought of it gives me a headache. Me, I just want to lie down comfortably and enjoy good food and drink. As for those bothersome matters, of course I'll dodge them if I can and push them away if possible. But Itachi's voice was somewhat hesitant. Some responsibilities are unavoidable. For those that are unavoidable, just find someone to share the burden. Yun-E tapped the table. For instance, this shop. The shop belongs to my father, and treating customers well is his responsibility, while he can have me help share it. I understand now. Itachi said softly, a hint of relief in his tone. He knew Yun-E was hinting at him to seek help and not bear all the pressure alone. Seeing the glimmer in Itachi's eyes, Yun-E quickly added, but when seeking help, make sure to choose the right person. Don't find someone irresponsible or unreliable. I will. Thank you. Yun-E watched as Itachi left the ramen shop, and his footsteps seemed a bit lighter. I hope he can find some clarity, though otherwise having him come here every day isn't good either. Let's not end up dragging me into this. In the following days, Yun-E felt somewhat uneasy. Seems like I've drawn attention again. He lay back in the rocking chair, slightly opening his eyes. The umbu should be across the street, and there's the route behind the house. Although this is primarily directed at Itachi, it's still quite bothersome. Finally, a transfer order arrived in Yun-E's hands. Report to the eastern border station immediately. No way. He lamented, his face filled with irritation. Border patrol is a tough job, long hours, harsh conditions, and little pay. So annoying. My life was just starting to improve, and this bunch of old fogies wants to mess with me. Border patrol, which might encounter hostile ninjas, should theoretically be classified as a level duty, yet it's actually categorized as a clevel task that even a genin can undertake. The reason is simple. Too many people are needed, and Konoha doesn't have enough chunin or money. However, the water country to the east has been noticeably restless lately. It clearly shouldn't involve sending a rookie like me, which makes this mission seem suspicious. Intuition told him this was a test from Konoha's higher-ups. His close relationship with Itachi wasn't a problem in itself, but given the current tense situation, the third Hokage and Danzo had begun to take notice of him. But why go east of all places? For Yun-E, this mission carried another risk. Since arriving in Konoha, he had never used the power of the Shikatsumiyaku, making it unlikely to be exposed. But going east was different. After all, he had stayed in Kirigakure until the age of 6 and was considered a genius, leaving quite an impression on many. Although many years had passed, his distinctive white hair was still very eye-catching, and he might be recognized by mist ninjas. He was already suspected. If his mist origins were revealed now, it would be a serious blunder. Yet to say whether to go or not, he still had to go. Unless he planned to stop mingling in Konoha altogether, Yun-E, as a commoner genin, could only accept this transfer order. Such a hassle. For now, let's prepare a bit. Yun-E smoothly sneaked into the Konoha ninja school. It was class time, yet there were always a few students who were adept at slacking off. Sure enough, on the school's rooftop, he immediately spotted the familiar chubby and thin duo, Ino and Shikamaru. One was munching on chips while the other gazed up at the sky. I guessed you two would be here. Yun-E greeted them. Shikamaru lazily replied, Yun-E, what brings you back to school? Ino quickly handed over a bag of chips. Yun-E wants some. Yun-E waved his hand, not being polite, and sat down next to them. Ino, do you have any special soldier pills? The kind that works particularly well. Ino's eyes lit up. Yes. We have the special soldier pills from the Akimichi clan. One is worth several ordinary ones, and they work faster. But they are quite expensive. What do you need them for, Yun-E? I'm going on a mission of border patrol. I heard it can be quite tough, so I want to prepare some good stuff. Shikamaru slightly opened his eyes, his narrow gaze sweeping over Yun-E. You, who usually tries to stretch a dollar, are actually willing to buy such premium goods. It seems this mission is quite troublesome. Hey, don't mention it, it's really frustrating. Yun-E complained. It's the border after all, who knows if anything unexpected will happen. Better to be prepared. Ino scratched his head, not thinking much of it. How many do you want, Yun-E? I can ask my family if they can get some for you. Yun-E patted Ino's shoulder. I'm going all out this time. Get me 3. No, 5 of the best ones. Money is not an issue. 5. Ino and Shikamaru exclaimed in unison. Bringing even two would be considered extravagant. Was Yun-E planning to eat them like food? Shikamaru's gaze deepened. He said nothing further, merely taking out a folded note from his pocket and handing it to Yun-E. Take this to the pharmacist hall in the west district of the village. They have a partnership with our Nara clan, and you can buy things that are hard to find on the market. Thanks, Shikamaru. Yun-E tucked the note away, silently admiring Shikamaru's resourcefulness. When I get back, I'll treat you both to barbecue. Yun-E waved his hand grandly and turned to leave. Barbecue. Ino's eyes lit up at the mention of it. Shikamaru merely snorted, the corners of his mouth curling up. Yun-E left the school and headed straight for the pharmacist hall in the west district of the village. Welcome, what would you like to buy? A middle-aged attendant approached him. Yun-E took out Shikamaru's note and handed it over. I want to buy some uncommon items. The attendant was taken aback and after reading the note instantly became respectful. You are a distinguished guest from the Nara clan. Please let me know your needs. After leaving the pharmacist hall, Yun-E hurriedly made his way to the ninja tool store run by Ten-Ten. Oh, Yun-Senpai, aren't you enjoying life at the ramen shop today? Ten-Ten teased with a smile upon seeing him. Their relationship was one of mutual regulars. Yun-E shrugged, looking disheartened. I have no choice. I have to go to the border for work, so I'm here to prepare some gear, he said while scanning the shelves. Shurikens, kunai, steel wire, flash bombs, smoke bombs, explosive tags. I need to prepare some of these. It includes. Ten-Ten began to introduce, while taking out the ninja tools from the pack. They were indeed practical tools. Just this one pack would be enough for most missions, but it was also rather pricey. They'll take two. Yun-E gritted his teeth. No, make it 3 packs. 3 packs. Are you going to war, Yun-E? It's possible we might actually fight. Yun-E sighed. Better to be prepared. If it weren't for the windfall I just received and the fact that this mission is clearly troubling, I'd never buy so many. Next, his gaze fell on a set of inconspicuous camouflage combat gear in the corner. It had a high-collar design, sturdy fabric, and came with a pair of windproof goggles and a matching scarf. Let me try that on. Ten-Ten took down the outfit, looking somewhat strange. This set is designed for reconnaissance ninjas who need to remain hidden for extended periods. Yun-E didn't explain, simply walked into the fitting room. A few minutes later, when he stepped out again, his appearance had completely transformed. His originally striking medium-length white hair was neatly tied back, wrapped securely with the camouflage scarf. A pair of oversized goggles covered half his face. The high-neck camouflage outfit accentuated his aura, making him look sharp and formidable. If Ten-Ten hadn't seen Yun-E go in, she would have almost thought he was a different person. Looks good. Yun-E nodded in satisfaction while looking at himself in the mirror. This way, unless it was someone particularly familiar with him, they would definitely not recognize him at first glance. Even if he encountered a mist ninja, it would be hard for them to associate him with the white-haired genius kid from years ago. After buying some miscellaneous items, Yun-E walked out of the store with a pained expression under Ten-Ten's smiling gaze. No wonder she's a little rich girl, as she really knows how to do business. Maybe I should let Chin come to learn a thing or two. When Yun-E returned to the Ichiraku Ramen shop, the sky was already darkening. As soon as he mentioned he was going to the border for deployment, the atmosphere in the shop became somewhat heavy. Are you going to such a far place? Is it dangerous? Ayam paused in her cleaning, looking at him with a worried expression. Don't worry, it's just a routine patrol mission. What danger could there be? Yun-E waved his hand, pretending to be at ease. On the contrary, Tucci quickly regained his calm after the initial surprise. He patted Yun-E on the shoulder, his gaze warm and firm. Since it's a village mission, do your best to complete it. Don't worry about home. Take care of yourself and stay safe. Got it, Dad. Yun-E felt a warmth in his heart. He'll get you some food for the road if our shop special is much tastier than soldier pills. Tucci said, turning to go into the kitchen. Ayam also snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed. Dad, let me help. Chin ran to Yun-E's side, with small steps, looking up with admiration. Yun-E, I know you'll come back victorious. In her eyes, Yun-E was capable of anything. Victory. I'm not going to war. Yun-E ruffled her hair. You have to listen to Dad while I'm gone. That evening, Tucci prepared a feast of Yun-E's favorite dishes, and the family sat together. It is precisely to protect this daily life that one must face those troubles. Yun-E, carrying a backpack and dressed in brand new camouflage, walked along the main road of the village towards the assembly point. The morning streets were empty and tranquil when a familiar and teasing female voice came from behind. Hey little ghost, looking sharp, are we off to some masquerade ball? Yashuxi Hongdo leaned against the roadside, seemingly waiting for him. What can I do? A handsome guy like me has to keep a low profile to avoid envy from the enemy on the battlefield. Hongdo laughed at his response, stepping forward to playfully pinch his head wrapped in a headscarf, inspecting him from head to toe. So the little ghost also knows how to be vain. The fragrant wind brushed against Yun-E's face, and he did not dodge, allowing her little antics. Here, this is a farewell gift from your elder sister. A hint of guilt flashed in Hongda's eyes as she stuffed a ninja tool pouch into Yun-E's arms. Surprisingly, it was a luxury ninja tool set. Hongdo leaned closer to Yun-E's ear, lowering her voice. Once you're over there, be vigilant about everything, and don't always act as if you don't care. The border hasn't been peaceful lately. Yun-E glanced at Hongdo, his expression somewhat complex. Hongdo patted his shoulder, her tone cheerful. All right, hurry up and check and don't delay the assembly time. When you return, your sister will treat you to a feast. Yun-E watched Hongdo leave, then put away the ninja tools and headed to the assembly point. Leading the team was by Yunyushin, a serious-looking middle-aged ninja, crossing his arms and scanning the crowd with sharp eyes. The other two middle ninjas were familiar faces to Yun-E, Shinyue-chun and Gongzi Tai, the duo who had long guarded the gates of Konoha. Besides them, there were several lower ninjas dressed in standard ninja gear, seemingly experienced veterans, their expressions bearing a hint of numbness. The appearance of the last teammate, however, surprised Yun-E. Inuzuka Hana, a girl with a high ponytail and the unique oil paint of the Inuzuka clan on her face, approached, leading her three ninja dogs, the Greywan brothers. Inuzuka Hana also spotted Yun-E, or rather noticed the guy in camouflage with goggles. She paused for a moment, then her nose twitched slightly as if trying to discern a scent. Yun-E, you're going too. Why are you dressed like that? She asked in surprise. Sorry, it's a long story, Yun-E shrugged. Once everyone was accounted for by Yunyushin, checked the number of people and supplies, then ordered them to set off. The mission this time was to escort a batch of supplies to the third outpost on the eastern border. Upon arrival, their small team would be directly integrated into the outpost until the personnel rotation occurred a month later. As Yun-E walked, he discreetly observed his teammates around him. Chun and Ziddy, the old partners, were perfectly in sync, looking relaxed. The four older lower ninjas seemed somewhat numb, evidently accustomed to such tasks. Only Inuzuka Hana, despite trying hard to maintain her composure, revealed her inner tension through her occasional gentle touches to her ninja dogs. Indeed, for a newcomer who had just graduated from the ninja school not long ago, being sent directly to a tense border was quite stressful, but then again, she was from the Inuzuka clan. In contrast, Yun-E appeared overly relaxed. He even had the leisure to plan in his mind how to find an excuse to slack off once they reached the outpost. His demeanor drew curious glances from his teammates. Was he genuinely self-assured or simply naive? After half a day of marching by, Yunyushin announced a break. Shinyue-chun and Gongzi Tai were sitting on a rock drinking water, and Yun-E approached them. Seniors, is there anything in particular that we need to pay attention to on this border mission? Yun-E casually asked. Chun wiped his mouth. On the border, it's all about patrolling and being on guard. Occasionally, you might encounter a few petty thieves or wild beasts. But recently, things have been a bit unsettled in the land of water, so they've sent reinforcements. Gongzi Tai chimed in. What you need to pay attention to is not to be careless. Also, don't stray too far from the patrol route, and don't get separated. Yun-E nodded, then suddenly thought of something and smiled at Chun. Senior, I've recently modified a new ninja technique based on your water glaze technique. Oh, what kind of technique? Chun asked with curiosity. Water release hair gel technique. In an instant, a viscous stream of water gathered in Yun-E's palm, which he quickly smeared onto Ziddy's spiky hair, smoothing out the middle. Hey, why are you trying it on me? I'm wearing a headscarf, right? Yun-E replied while handling Ziddy, explaining, I based this technique on the properties of the water glaze technique. You see, it can shape and maintain stickiness, making it convenient for hairstyling or fixing things. Chun looked at Ziddy's new hairstyle, his expression somewhat dazed. Is this the modified ninja technique you mentioned? For hairstyling? Hey Chun, you just laughed, right? Yeah, it's so practical. In the morning, no need to spend time tidying up. With a hair gel technique, you can style your hair however you want. Yun-E said with a serious expression. Chun's mouth twitched a few times, but he couldn't help but be curious. Let me try too. He mimicked Yun-E's actions, gathering water glaze in his hand and then applying it to Ziddy's head. Hey, what the hell? Ziddy screamed. A large amount of water glaze gushed from Chun's hand, instantly turning Ziddy's hair into a lump of goo sticking firmly to his head. You too. Ziddy's face had turned a pig liver color. Get my hair back to normal. Ahem, Senior Chun, you might have used a bit too much chakra. The essence of this technique lies in control. Yun-E explained while using water release to clean up. This commotion brought laughter from everyone. Even the usually serious by Yunyushin cracked a smile. At the same time, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Had Yun-E's control over chakra surpassed that of Chun, this seasoned middle ninja? In the evening, the team set up camp to rest, and Yun-E showcased his life ninja techniques again. Earth release, earth house. With a shudder of the ground, a simple earthen house sprang up just big enough for the team members to rest. Earth release, rock and earth furniture. Simple tables and chairs appeared, and he even took the effort to prepare a stone pot. Fire release, fiery stir fry. With his dried meat and wild vegetables from the roadside in the pot, Yun-E pulled out seasoning bottles and oil. His smooth operation left his teammates around him dumbfounded. They had seen ninjas fighting with ninjutsu and using it for travel, but they had never seen anyone use ninjutsu so extravagantly fully applied to leisure and dining. Ahem, by Yun-Yishin leading the team also found it hard to maintain his composure. He walked over to Yun-E and curiously asked, Yun-E, your control over chakra seems exquisite. It's alright, just practice makes perfect. Yun-E knew that this display would attract attention, but he had no intention of hiding his abilities to lower his quality of life. If he wanted to lay low, he could just survive in the wilderness. Moreover, these were merely life ninja techniques. People would be wary of grand fireballs, but no one would be cautious of a gas stove. Soon everyone was served 2 dishes and a soup. I can't believe we can eat so lavishly during a mission. That earthen house is much better than a tent, and it just appeared like that. Yun-E truly essential for traveling. A relaxed atmosphere spread, seemingly dispelling much of the fatigue from the journey. After a night of rest, the team continued on their way. A few days later, they finally arrived at the border outpost of the Land of Fire. This place is less of a base and more of a makeshift encampment constructed from rough timber and earthen walls. An inescapable tense atmosphere permeates the air, mingled with the sense of sweat, soil, and herbs. The ninjas moved busily, each face marked with vigilance and fatigue. Leading them by Yun-Yishin guided them to report to the command center. Yun-E trailed behind the group, idly surveying his surroundings. The so-called dormitory consisted of rows of low earthen houses with muddy ground everywhere, and the smell wafting from the kitchen was utterly unappetizing. Though I never had high hopes for Konoha's logistics, this is just as Yun-E pondered how to make life a bit more comfortable in this hellish place, a familiar figure caught his eye out of the corner. With black, slightly curled hair and black eyes, sporting a signature round nose, he stood atop the observation tower, gazing solemnly into the distance. Uchiha Shursui. Shouldn't he be in the Uchiha clan's territory? Before Yun-E could comprehend, by Yun-Yishin returned from reporting, accompanied by a burly man with a full beard. The burly man surveyed the new recruits with piercing eyes, eventually locking onto Yun-E and Inuzuka Hana, his brow instantly furrowing. Yun-Shan, is this the reinforcement you mentioned? Why are there 2 kids? His voice boomed, carrying an undeniable authority. From his imposing presence, Yun-E deduced that this must be the commander of the base, Jian-Nai Yin-Shan. It was said that his family perished at the hands of the Mist Ninja years ago, and he had actively requested to be stationed here. The girl is Inuzuka Hana. As you can see, she's from the Inuzuka clan, skilled in reconnaissance and tracking. By Yun-Yishin explained with a serious expression, the boy is Yun-E. Although young, his performance on the road. He briefly recounted how Yun-E used survival ninjutsu to improve the team's journey, particularly emphasizing his extraordinary chakra control. Survival ninjutsu. Jian-Nai Yin-Shang's brow furrowed even deeper, his face reflecting disbelief. This is the front line, not a camping trip. The commander questions it classic. Is it time for a reality check? Yun-E felt unfazed, even wanting to chuckle. At that moment, a gentle voice came from the side. Yin-Sheng-senpai. Shursui had somehow descended from the observation tower and approached the crowd. His gaze fell upon Yun-E, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Why not let him help in the logistics department? He might prove unexpectedly useful. Yin-Sheng waved his hand impatiently. He doesn't seem like someone who can patrol. Kid, go report to logistics. Don't make things difficult for me. Yes, sir. Yun-E immediately stood at attention, saluting with a loud voice, his demeanor perfectly upright. Inside, he was already overjoyed. Not letting me go on the front lines. That's just fine. The commander's words were golden, giving him the perfect excuse to slack off. Truly a blessing. However, when Yun-E excitedly ran to report in at logistics, he realized he had celebrated too early. The conditions here were even worse than he had imagined. The so-called kitchen was merely an open-air dirt stove with a large pot cooking a stew that looked like merely tossing together chopped ingredients. The living conditions were also deplorable, not only drafty, but littered with garbage. The ninja in charge of meals looked utterly numb, clearly having lost his temper over the conditions. Can anyone live like this? This is simply intolerable. He wasn't concerned for others. He couldn't bear the hardship himself. Brother, I'm new here, Yun-E. Yun-E approached actively. The middle-aged ninja in charge of logistics lifted his head wearily. Oh, a newcomer. There are potatoes over there, go peel them. What else? If not this, would we only gnaw on dry rations? The middle-aged ninja sighed. Yun-E frowned and pointed at the large pot. Brother, is this what we eat every day? The middle-aged ninja sighed again. Yun-E pursed his lips and formed hand seals. Saying this, he formed hand seals in front of the confused gaze of the other. Earth release rock tools. Referencing a potato peeler from his past life, a stone trough with rough rock rods on both sides rose from the ground. The middle-ranked ninja raised his brows, pausing his work to watch Yun-E's performance with interest. Hey, Yun-E directly dumped a basket of potatoes into it. Water release shower. Water flowed down like rain while the peeler also began to operate. Buzzing. In just 5 minutes the basket of potatoes was peeled and cleaned. The middle-aged ninja was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. This basket of potatoes weighed dozens of pounds, and it would take him an hour to peel with a knife. Yet this kid used some ninjutsu, and in a few minutes it was done. Yun-E clapped his hands satisfied as he looked at his masterpiece, then turned around revealing a friendly smile. Brother, can I take over the kitchen? That evening an aroma previously absent from the base wafted from the direction of the kitchen. Ninjas returning from patrol simultaneously halted, sniffing the air vigorously. What the heck, what are we having for dinner? It smells so good. It seems to be the scent of meat and the smell of stir-fried vegetables. Everyone quickened their pace as they rushed into the cafeteria. Then they witnessed an unforgettable scene. In the cafeteria, there were no longer the eternally unchanging stews and rations. Instead, there were 3 large steaming bowls of dishes: potato stew, stir-fried wild vegetables, and mushroom soup. Though the ingredients were simple, they were prepared with exquisite culinary skills aided by Yun-E survival ninjutsu, boasting flavor, aroma, and appearance. Many ninjas even pinched themselves hard, doubting whether they were under a genjutsu. Are you kidding? Can we really eat this in our base? Did that old man who only knows how to stew change his ways? No way. It must be the new guy today. I think his name is Yun-E. At that moment, all eyes focused on the boy busy in the kitchen tying his apron. This meal directly conquered the stomachs of all the ninjas at the base. However, this was merely the beginning. In the following days, Yun-E completely transformed the base into his personal showcase. The dormitory was renovated with earth release, and the ground was swept clean daily with wind release and water release. Yun-E even took the time to create storage cabinets for everyone using earth release. Additionally, the bathhouse is complete. Hot water will be provided every evening from 7 to 9. When the returning ninjas first enjoyed a steaming hot bath, tears of gratitude nearly fell from their eyes. Heaven knows how luxurious it is to take a hot shower in this damp border area. With the improvement of living conditions, the tense and grim atmosphere of the entire base was transformed into a relaxed and pleasant vacation vibe by him alone. Yin Sheng stood atop the observation tower, gazing down at the joyful scene below, his lips twitching. This kid just does these useless things. His eyes scanned those enjoying hot meals and noticeably revitalized after their baths. However, morale is indeed exceptionally high. Shui smiled from the side. Perhaps this is the power needed in war, to allow comrades to feel a glimmer of warmth and hope in a harsh environment. Yun-E was also quite satisfied with this. Not having to go out on patrol, he would lie in the rocking chair made from earth release after finishing his work, leisurely basking in the sun. This was the laid-back life he desired. If only I could remain this peacefully until the shift change. But Yun-E slightly raised his eyes to glance at Shui atop the observation tower. We should be facing off against the Mist Ninja led by Ao soon. I hope nothing unexpected happens. When you showcase your abilities, whether you like it or not, resources will naturally converge towards you. This was the only thought in Yun-E's mind at that moment. In front of the open space at the encampment, the commander Awashige was scrutinizing him with a face as hard as rock, his gaze intense. As a ninja, simply cooking and doing renovations is not enough. Iwashige's voice was booming, causing Yun-E's eardrums to buzz. Although you are in logistics, having one more life-saving skill in a hellish place like the border can give you an extra second of life. This burly man with a full beard had recently looked forward to Yun-E's dinner every day. This kid is really talented. Awashige took a bite of his meal, watching Yun-E wash the dishes with water ninjutsu, his eyes gleaming with admiration. With such strong chakra control, it would be a pity not to become a Doton ninja. And so a tragic event unfolded. Just as Yun-E finished his tasks for the day and prepared to collapse onto the rocking chair, he crafted himself a large hand pressed down on his shoulder. Kid, I see you have extraordinary potential. You would make a great Doton practitioner. Awashige grinned like the wolf who lured Little Red Riding Hood. Come with me, and he'll teach you some life-saving skills. Yun-E twitched at the corner of his mouth. Uncle, thank you. I just want to be a quiet chef, really. There are always people who want to teach a few tricks when they see potential. The ratio of such people in the ninja world is even higher, and clearly Awashige is one of them. Resistance was impossible. After all, this was his superior, and if he refused to learn, Awashige had the demeanor of someone who would chat with him all night. For the sake of future stability, Yun-E could only follow him out with a long face. In the open space outside the encampment. Watch closely. Doton Dorihiki. Awashige formed hand seals and slapped the ground. Boom. A thick earth wall rose up 3 meters high, but remarkably solid. Is this hardened by compressing the soil? It seems like a specialized version of the earth wall. But there's no dog head carved on it. Awashige dusted off his hands, proud. This is the defensive technique Dorihiki. It took me a whole week to master this technique back in the day. Now you give it a try? Yun-E sighed and reluctantly raised his hand. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well get it done quickly so he could return to lounging. Doton Doryahiki. Boom. The earth wall rose identical in shape to the one beside it. The air suddenly fell silent. Iwashige's copper bell-like eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Did this really work? Iwashige stepped forward and threw a punch at Yun-E's earth wall, creating a large dent, but not breaking it. Ahem, the hardness still needs improvement. It's only about 3/10 of my level. You still need to practice more. Though he said this one. Speaking of which, you could also use Doton to build houses. Alright, I'll teach you another one. Iwashige began forming seals again. Doton Doryaha. With the rumble of the ground, the earth ahead surged like waves, instantly altering the terrain. Isn't it just infusing chakra into the ground to change the soil's fluidity? By the way, if I infuse natural energy, could it turn into inorganic reincarnation? Of course, Yun-E was just thinking. If he really used it, it would not be surprise, but shock. Doton Doryaha. Yun-E made a You really are a freak. I heard the copy ninja Kakashi can replicate others' ninjutsu with just one look. You'll probably be able to do the same in the future. Just as Iwashige's worldview was collapsing, a light chuckle came from the side. Impressive chakra control. Uchiha Shursui had appeared beside them, his dark eyes full of admiration. Since your Doton talent is so good, fire release shouldn't be a problem either, right? After all, I see you often control fire when cooking. Yun-E's eyelids twitched. Are you also like that, brother Shursui? Shursui, evidently not hearing Yun-E's thoughts, enthusiastically demonstrated fire release phoenix fire technique. A few flames resembling the fruits of the phoenix flower flew out, striking the previously created earth wall, leaving charred marks. Want to give it a try? Yun-E looked at the eager gazes of the two and knew there was no way to escape, not trying. Phoenix fire. Compressing chakra in the mouth, expelling in turns while controlling the trajectory. Yes, he understood it mentally. His body would also understand. But if he used it again, these two might send him off for dissection research or directly drag him from logistics to the suicide squad. This is the survival rule in the workplace. Never let your superiors feel you have surplus capability, or you'll end up doing two people's work for one salary. Fire release phoenix fire technique. Flames erupted from Yun-E's mouth, deliberately lowering both the quantity and power without letting the flames form an arc. So difficult. Yun-E frowned tightly. The flow of chakra is too complex. I need to find a secluded place to ponder slowly. Iwashige nodded in understanding. That's normal. Doton emphasizes gradual accumulation. Go practice in the forest over there, but don't stray too far. Shursui smiled, and added control is key with fire release. Don't cause a fire. Understood. Yun-E felt as if he had received a reprieve, turning to run deep into the forest, his back radiating a sense of joy akin to finally off work. By a small stream not far from the encampment, Yun-E had been coming here every day after completing his logistics work. Confirming no one was following, he lazily yawned. Doton Doryahiki. He casually formed a hand sign with one hand, tapping his toes against the ground. Boom. A smooth, compact earth wall with windbreak curves instantly rose up, creating a comfortable shelter. He even carved a dog's head on top to infuse it with spirit. Immediately after fire release phoenix fire, he exhaled several small flames. These flames traced arcs in the air, ultimately converging at a point, igniting the already prepared pile of firewood. Yun-E nodded in satisfaction, pulling out a wild rabbit he had caught earlier, skillfully cleaning it and placing it on the fire. Doton Doryaha. The ground surged, quickly forming a new rocking chair. This is what we call applying what you've learned. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, listening to the sizzling sound of the roast, feeling the gentle flow of natural energy around him. Studying. What a joke. Slacking off is bliss. A so-called genius is one who uses the time others spend honing killing techniques to figure out how to roast meat to crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. However, this ultimate enjoyment did not last long. Just as Yun-E was about to take a bite of the roasted rabbit leg, reveling in the feast, whoosh, bang, a blinding red signal flare erupted in the sky to the northeast of the encampment. That was an emergency distress signal. Yun-E's movements faltered and the meat in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. So annoying. Can't they wait until I finish eating? Although he complained, he still got up. Doton Doryaha. When Yun-E returned to the station, the leisurely air had vanished completely. Shortly after, Ji Shuei returned with the ambushed reconnaissance team. Everyone was injured and 2 individuals were carried into the medical room, the sharp scent of blood permeating the air. It was the mist hidden. Ji Shuei entered the command room with a grim expression, saying, even in a surprise attack to severely injure the patrol team in such a short time must have been an elite squad. The enemy retreated as soon as they saw reinforcements arriving. Yen Sheng stood at the command platform and slammed his fist on the table, causing the map to jump. They are too arrogant. Do they really think our station is just for show? This tough commander was clearly enraged. The enemy must have already grasped our patrol routes and the speed of our reinforcements. Should we withdraw the patrol team to consolidate our defenses? No, the enemy's goal is to force us to tighten our defenses, giving them a chance to infiltrate Konoha. Yen Sheng made a decision after a brief contemplation. We need to take the initiative and catch the mist hidden off guard. Form teams led by each jonin. Ji Shui, your team will head to the northeast side. If the mist hidden dares to come, hit them hard. Yama, take your team to support on the flank. Yen Sheng's gaze swept over the gathered individuals and landed on Yun-E. And bring Yun-E along. Understood. Yun-E sighed and silently followed behind by Yun-Yama. Flank support, at least it's not the main assault. I hope I can just coast through this. An hour later, in the dense jungle by Yun-Yama's team was moving swiftly. This team was remarkably well-equipped. The leader was the elite jonin by Yun-Yama, skilled in wind release sword techniques. The scout was Inuzuka Hana with 3 ninja dogs, and the teammates were the well-coordinated duo of Shinyu Chushuan and Gongzi Tai. As for Yun-E, he consciously lingered at the back of the team under the pretense of being the rear guard, actually minimizing his presence. Attention! The front scout Inuzuka Hana suddenly halted, and the 3 gray dogs beside her growled. 500 meters ahead, 6 people. Spread out and prepare for battle. Bai Yun-Yama shouted, drawing his long knife from his back. The battle was about to erupt, and several kunai wrapped with explosive tags shot out from the depths of the jungle. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions stirred up a cloud of dust. 6 figures wearing mist-hidden headbands instantly broke through the smoke, exuding a murderous aura. Water release, water chaos wave. Wind release, vacuum sword. The battle erupted instantly. Yama took the lead, wielding his long knife to unleash a fierce wind blade that directly cleaved through the enemy's ninjutsu, forcing back 2 mist-hidden ninjas. Chushuan and Ziti worked in perfect harmony. One used water candy to restrict the movements of the other 2, while the other swung a massive stick ready to engage the opponent. One prepared to rescue but was surrounded by Inuzuka Hana's ninja dogs and couldn't break free, while another, was suddenly hit in the face by a silently descending water candy bubble. Swish swish. Yun-E immediately pursued with several shuriken, but the opponent experience began retreating and dodging the moment they were hit, sustaining only minor scratches. As the opponent formed hand seals, the water release washed away the goo on their face. Tisk, this technique is indeed limited against veterans, and there won't be another chance for a surprise attack. Predictably, Yun-E did not hesitate and immediately prepared his next ninjutsu. On the other side, the 2 who had been temporarily restricted by Chushuan's water candy quickly broke free. One of them took a hit from Ziti's massive stick, directly sustaining only light injuries and not losing combat effectiveness. Yama was engaged in an intense back and forth with the 2 mist-hidden ninjas, unable to determine a victor. On the contrary, Inuzuka Hana's side lost a ninja dog which had been injured in the abdomen and fell out of the fight. Cunning little brat, just knows how to be clever. The mist-hidden ninja who had previously been hit in the face suddenly appeared behind Yun-E, his long knife gleaming coldly as it slashed toward Yun-E's neck. Die! Yun-E merely turned his head slightly while executing his prepared ninjutsu. Fire release, Phoenix fire. Useless, you can't. What? Flames arced toward the mist-hidden ninja who should have been in a blind spot. He barely managed to roll away from the direct blast of the fireball. Before he could stabilize his stance, Yun-E unleashed his next ninjutsu. Earth release, earth flow wave. The ground surged as if a ferocious beast opened its massive jaws to bite the opponent. Seeing it was about to be caught, the mist-hidden ninja decisively abandoned his long knife, using it as a pivot to leap away. Wind release, vacuum sword. Yun-E seized the long knife that the opponent had embedded in the ground and hurled it, unleashing the wind blade previously executed by Yama. Without time to evade, the mist-hidden ninja raised his arms, relying on his arm armor to take the hit. Clang! The insufficiently powerful wind blade left a dent in the armor, causing him to fall to the ground. Yun-E had already pulled out a kunai tied with an explosive tag, infusing it with chakra to activate. Gray Maru. Inuzuka Hana screamed. The last ninja dog was sent flying, and in that moment the mist-hidden fighting her was about to bring down the killing blow. TSK. Forget it, this isn't supposed to be an extermination battle. Yun-E could only reluctantly abandon the fatal pursuit and threw the explosive kunai toward Inuzuka Hana's direction. Get back, Hana. The 2 combatants saw the explosive tag flying toward them and simultaneously retreated. Boom! As the dust settled, Yun-E had already positioned himself in front of Inuzuka Hana, confronting the 2 regrouping mist-hidden ninjas. I'm sorry. Inuzuka Hana, pushed to the brink, felt a bit regretful. Don't worry about it. Yun-E did not turn back, his eyes fixed on every move of the mist-hidden. Adjust your state, it's not over yet. On the other side, the mist-hidden ninja who had previously fought Inuzuka Hana mocked his beleaguered teammate. You were actually taken down by a kid like that. That wind mirror brat is no simpleton, don't underestimate him. How in the end he is just a whoosh, a whistle echoed from a distance, causing all the mist-hidden ninjas to freeze, dropping smoke bombs and vanishing into the jungle. Don't chase. Yama shouted sharply, turning to look in the direction of the whistle. It seems Jishui has succeeded on his end. Yun-E let out a sigh of relief, leaning against a tree trunk, wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Finally off work. Greymaru, hang in there. Inuzuka Hana desperately tried to stop the bleeding from her wounded ninja dog, the blood staining her clothes. It seemed she no longer had chakra left for medical ninjutsu. This is not looking good. Don't say that, Ziddy. Chushuin and Ziddy looked at the blood-soaked ground, their expressions grave. After rummaging through his ninja tool pouch, Yun-E pulled out 2 bottles of medicine, a special hemostatic powder and a blood-replenishing pill, and handed them to Inuzuka Hana. What's this? Thank you, Yun-E. I owe you one. After taking some time to stabilize the injuries of the ninja dogs, when everyone returned to the station, Jishui had already led his team back, completely unscathed. This genius, known as Instantaneous Jishui, had used illusion techniques to take down 2 ninjas from an extremely long distance. The leading elite from the mist-hidden Qing ordered a full retreat upon seeing Jishui and his Sharingan. Yen Sheng listened to the battle report, letting out a long breath as his tense nerves finally relaxed. The crisis was averted. The station returned to its usual aroma of food. Damn, I have to work overtime. Yun-E initially thought that after fighting today, dinner would be left to the personnel on duty. Just in time, I heard you performed outstandingly this time, so you will be assigned to patrol. They'll go cook right now. As a result, Yen Sheng's words sent him scurrying back to the kitchen. That Qing guy saw Jishui. He should be quiet for a few days now. He tossed a handful of seasoning while watching the flickering flames. Forget it, if the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. As long as it doesn't delay my lounging around, let it be how it is. Since the moment when Jishusuke's kill scared off Qing, the mist ninjas across the way seemed to have collectively taken a year-long vacation. Not even a fly dared to come near. This should have been good news for Yun-E. If only those so-called companions would stop staring at him with the eyes typically reserved for rare animals. Yun-E-kun, thank you for the medicine the other day. In the corner of the camp, Inuzuka Hana bowed, sincerely, accompanied by the 3 brothers of the gray pill. If it weren't for the special hemostatic powder and blood-replenishing pills given by Yun-E, gray pill might not have made it. Yun-E waved his hand dismissively, saying it was just a small favor. The medicine is meant to be used. At that time, saving the dog was merely a matter of doing a good deed, and besides, if he didn't save it, he would lose a key patrol force, increasing his own risk of being dispatched for patrol. That medicine must be hard to come by, right? Inuzuka Hana said somewhat awkwardly. I want to repay you, but I don't have anything of value on me. Those aren't medicines you can find on the market. Even a jonin might not have them. Given Yun-E's conditions, he must have paid quite a price for those rare medicines. Yun-E wasn't in a hurry to cash in on this favor. Indeed, Inuzuka Hana had nothing of value to offer. Wait a moment. Doesn't she know medical ninjutsu? Unlike typical ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu is quite practical in daily life. Besides treating wounds and detoxifying, it can also accelerate the ripening and preserve food. Yun-E had attempted to self-study, but couldn't grasp it at all. He had no connections to find someone to teach him. Since you're so polite, then teach me some basic medical ninjutsu. I want to be able to save myself in critical moments. Inuzuka Hana was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously. No problem. Then I'll come to teach you every day during my rest time. A few days later. Monster, you really never learned this before. Seeing the fish that Yun-E had revived, Inuzuka Hana felt her worldview was shaken. No, I just have a bit more knowledge of biology. Just kidding. With my knowledge from my past life, I can't even match someone at Tsunade's level, yet you're a mere apprentice medical ninja and can crush it, right? Is this the world of geniuses? Inuzuka Hana murmured, feeling that all her years of learning had gone to waste on dogs. Outstanding workers are destined to stand out. Time returned to the day after they repelled the mist ninjas. Bai Yun Yishan was leaning against a tree trunk, holding a long sword. Yun-E, come here for a moment. Just as Yun-E was about to sneak away to rest, his footsteps froze. Captain Yishan, lunch is still 2 hours away. During the last battle, I saw you use the vacuum blade. Yes. At that moment it was an emergency, and I just instinctively. You did pretty well with the wind blades. Yishan's expression was serious. But your way of wielding the sword is completely wrong. It looks like you're wielding a kitchen knife. Not only does that fail to unleash its power, but it also risks injuring your wrist. As a jonin who had immersed himself in swordsmanship for many years, seeing someone mishandle his prized technique felt as painful as witnessing infidelity. You are a promising candidate for wind release. I will teach you the true vacuum blade. Yishan drew his sword, flicking his wrist. Buzz. The air seemed to be torn apart as an invisible wind blade instantly severed a branch over 10 meters away, leaving a cut as smooth as a mirror. Did you see that clearly? Attach the wind attribute chakra to the blade and launch the slash rather than flailing it around like you did. Yuan-e stroked his chin. He didn't lack swordsmanship. The Tsubaki dance was a martial art that complemented his bone blade. However, the Take-Torai clan's martial arts were designed to pair with the Shikatsumiyaku, so their swordsmanship focused primarily on stabbing, which is why Yuan-e had used the most familiar kitchen knife posture at that time. Go get the ninjato you confiscated. From now on, I'll come train your swordsmanship at this time every day. Looking at this situation, Yuan-e knew he couldn't escape. By Yin Yishan, are you one of those types too? Give me more work, we still need to thank him. A few days later, Yuan-e narrowed his eyes and grabbed a carrot from the basket nearby, tossing it into the air. Swish, 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 swish. Before the carrot could hit the ground, it had already disintegrated in the air. Hey, don't say it, this vacuum kitchen knife is pretty convenient for cutting vegetables. Yishan, who happened to pass by and saw this scene, didn't know how to react. It took him 3 whole years to master the essence of the vacuum blade, and this kid was using it to cut a carrot. Further away, the commander Ketsuna, IWA, showed shining eyes. Medical ninjutsu wind release, swordsmanship earth release, he's proficient in everything. This guy is probably beyond the level of a chunin. He IWA said with a grin. Such talent wasted in the logistics team is simply a crime. Good days are always short-lived, especially when you have a leader who wants you to get ahead. A few days later, a new supply convoy arrived at the camp. Along with it came an order. The border situation was temporarily stable, and Uchiha Jishui was to return to the village for a debrief. At the camp entrance, looks like I have to leave first, Jishui said with a gentle smile. Before I go, let me teach you one more technique. As he spoke, Jishui flicked his wrist. Several shuriken flew out as he exhaled flames. The flames wrapped around each shuriken like blooming flowers of fire, tracing arcs in the air and finally nailing them to a tree not far away. This move, Phoenix Celosia Claw Red, is an upgraded version of Phoenix Fire. By attaching fire release to the shuriken, it becomes a dual attack, with both high-temperature lethality and cutting capability. Yuan-e's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew that Jishui upon returning would embark on a path of despair and death. Although this person could be quite annoying at times, always wanting to drag him into special training, he was ultimately a good person who had taught him quite a bit. Jishui Yuan-e suddenly spoke, "Do you still remember my little food stall?" Jishui was taken aback. "Of course, I've been there a few times. I heard it was closed because of the troubles caused by the guards." Indeed, the guards came, but they were just acting on reports and doing their jobs. For this matter, clan leader Fugaku even came once to address it. After seeing off Jishui, Yuan-e prepared to return to the kitchen to study tonight's menu, when a large black hand ruthlessly blocked his way. Jiannai Yinsheng laughed like a 300-pound child, holding a new personnel transfer list in hand. "Yuan-e, considering your recent outstanding performance." Yuan-e's heart sank, and he turned to run, saying, "The water in the kitchen is boiling, I need to come back." Yinsheng grabbed the back of his collar, pulling him back like a chick. "Next time the team is adjusted, you will officially be assigned to the patrol team." Boom. Yuan-e felt as if the sky had collapsed. "Brother Jin, no. I'm still just a kid." Yuan-e let out a desperate shout. "Behave and train well." Yinsheng slapped the list into his arms. "This is the principle that with greater ability comes greater responsibility. I see you becoming the next Konoha White Fang." "I don't want to be the White Fang, I want to be a salted fish." Yuan-e slumped in the chair like a salted fish that had lost its dream. "The better you do, the more work you get, and no pay raise." Sigh. Late at night, deep in the woods. "Since I can't resist, I can only think of ways to make myself safer during patrols." Yuan-e held a few shuriken, recalling Jishu's demonstration from earlier. Fire release Phoenix Flower Claw Red. Flames enveloped each shuriken, some extinguishing before hitting the target, while others missed completely. It is indeed a bit difficult to multitask. Well, it's good enough to achieve this level on the first try. After reducing the number, he tried again, and this time he succeeded perfectly. Speaking of which, the vacuum sword technique attaches wind attribute chakra to the blade, while Phoenix Flower Claw Red attaches fire attribute chakra to the shuriken. Can I reverse it? Thinking of this, he tried it out. The fire version of the vacuum sword produced a flaming sword which had its own advantages and disadvantages compared to the wind version, mainly looking impressive. By the way, the lightning version, water version, and earth version could also be used under Yuan-e's outrageous chakra control, each with its own pros and cons. When it came to the wind version of Phoenix Flower Claw Red, he encountered a problem. Using just one was fine, but trying to apply wind release to multiple simultaneously was impossible. That makes sense. Phoenix Flower Claw Red is based on the multi-attack Phoenix Fire. To add multiple effects, I need to first master the wind releases multi-attack. So I still have to learn the vacuum ball first. Remembering that Danzo also used wind release one at a time without ever applying it to a bunch at once, he felt relieved. Forget it, let's put this on hold for now. This is already enough for now. He'll try once more with dual element attachment before going to sleep. Yun-E wanted to attempt adding both fire and wind release to the shuriken. He had tried before, but could only manage hot water and warm air. This was his first attempt at combat ninjutsu. After some struggle, nearly burning himself, Yun-E managed to achieve a result. Using fire release as the main focus, adding a bit of wind release to enhance speed, power, and maneuverability, it could be considered an upgraded version of Phoenix Flower Claw Red. Let's call this technique Wind and Fire Release Phoenix Flower Flying Swallow. The complete form of combining wind and fire should be Scorch Release, right? But that requires a bloodline limit. This should be enough. Oh, I feel like I can even fight against a mist hidden elite now. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. That night, in order to better slack off, Yun-E once again rolled for hours with tears becoming slightly stronger. At this moment, Yun-E still hadn't realized how heaven-defying this composite ninjutsu was and what it meant that he could use it. The next day, with the personnel rotation, a new Chunin captain was assigned to lead the squad Yun-E was in. Aside from the new captain, the teammates were all familiar faces, a Chunin who had been stationed there before and a genin. The area assigned to the squad was difficult to navigate and extremely hard to conceal traces, being a region that one would try to avoid whether attacking, scouting, or sneaking through. I am Shinraku Tanuki. Hearing the new captain's name, Yun-E almost couldn't hold it together. Isn't this the future villain scientist from Naruto who created new Kanji's biological father? The current Shinraku Tanuki appeared to be around 20 years old, tall and thin, with a sinister gaze, clearly the type who would not only push himself, but also drive his subordinates to exhaustion. Everyone, although the borders are temporarily calm, we must not let our guard down. Youth is meant for striving. If we don't take advantage of our youth to complete more missions, what will we have to reminisce about when we grow old? On the first day of gathering, the squad, Shinraku Tanuki stood at the front speaking animatedly. From today onwards, our patrol frequency will double. The range will be expanded by 5 kilometers. We must show results to the village. Even in an underappreciated defense area, we must display the style of a key defense area. Having already slept late, now getting up early, Yun-E let out a long yawn. Crazy. Getting up early just to listen to you ramble. He had heard plenty of nonsense like this in his previous life, and this guy couldn't even draw a simple pancake. His skills were far lacking. I wonder if this guy has joined Root yet. Speaking of which, if something unexpected happens, wouldn't Kanji be gone in the future? Shinraku Tanuki's gaze locked onto a certain someone who was openly daydreaming. You there, Yun-E? Here. Yun-E lazily raised his hand. After arriving at the station, he had heard about this newcomer named Yun-E. It was said that this kid was highly regarded by Yin Sheng and several other elite shinobi, receiving unanimous praise from the station personnel, and even rumored to be a hidden genius. I reviewed your file. You just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Although you are still a genin, I've heard you know medical ninjutsu and cooking. It's a good thing for young people to have many skills, but you must not neglect your primary duties as a ninja because of logistics. He walked up to Yun-E, patting him on the shoulder, attempting to convey some positive energy. Jian-Nai, the elite shinobi, has high hopes for you, and I want to train you more. I also have high expectations for you. As long as you are willing to work hard, becoming a Chunin is just around the corner. Yun-E thought, whether I become a Chunin or not is not for you to decide with your Chunin level promises that even an elite shinobi or Hokage could only dream about. Yun-E let it go in one ear and out the other, forcing a smile on his face. Understood. The first day of the patrol mission began. Shinraku Tanuki led the squad, racing through the jungle at high speed, boasting it as extreme training. Faster, faster. How can we catch the enemy at this speed? Go faster. Yun-E fell to the back, calculating the distance, while watching his teammates sprint ahead. A freshly graduated genin running at this speed for 10 kilometers would probably collapse. If I can run 11 kilometers and still not be exhausted, I can say I've put in some effort, right? He adjusted his breathing, putting on a desperate, chasing expression. Although he appeared out of breath, he hadn't actually sweated much. Of course, while hiding his bone lineage, the Takaguri clan was known for their physical training. He could have run this much before school. After running over 10 kilometers, Yun-E suddenly fell to the ground. The squad came to a stop as well. Yun-E. Shinraku Tanuki rushed over, trying to lift Yun-E, his face darkening. You can't hold on any longer. Get up. We haven't even reached the enemy's territory yet. Yun-E struggled to get up, his face pale and gasping for breath. Captain, I can't. There are so many little stars in front of me. Shinraku Tanuki gritted his teeth, seeing that Yun-E could barely stand, feeling frustrated. Useless. You can't even handle 10 kilometers. Rest for 10 minutes, then continue. In the following days, Yun-E demonstrated to Xi and Lu Li what it meant to completely give up without any reservations. If left to scout alone, he would surely get lost, wandering in circles within a kilometer of the starting point, eventually returning with a disheveled appearance to report, Captain, the area is safe. When asked to set traps, the pits he dug couldn't even catch wild boars, and the snares he fashioned were tied like bowknots scattering at the slightest breeze. When it came to throwing shurikens for support, he truly was a master of human outlines, specializing in the notion that I aimed carefully but just couldn't hit anything. Xian Li was going insane. Regardless of whether he scolded Yun-E or shared motivational speeches, Yun-E listened intently each time, nodding vigorously, with admiration sparkling in his eyes. The captain is right. So reasonable. I will definitely improve. Tomorrow I will work twice as hard. Yet the next day was the same as usual. This attitude of humbly accepting but resolutely not changing, and you can't do anything about me, left Xian Li a person with a strong desire for control, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. It felt like a punch hitting cotton. Not only did it fail to hurt the opponent, but it also left him with a sore back. As for punishment, he had punished Yun-E once, simply assigning him extra tasks, and as a result Yun-E didn't report back until after dinner. On that day, everyone at the base had to make do with military rations and cold water for dinner, and there was no hot water for showers that night. That night, Xian Li was ambushed and dragged outside the base for a thorough beating. It wasn't until the next morning that he staggered back to the base, greeted by the sarcastic concern of everyone and the order from Jian'ai Yansheng to immediately begin the day's patrol. Yun-E, go to the back of the line. As long as you don't fall behind, you can do whatever you want. After a few exchanges with Jian'ai Yansheng, Xian Li finally gave up. Try to roll me. Back when I was in the professional world, you were still playing with mud. Although he no longer had to pretend to work hard, patrol duties still had to be fulfilled. That afternoon, the team progressed to a wetland area near a river. A strange odor pervaded the air. Xian Li walked at the front, his expression tense. As someone who wanted to achieve results, he was most sensitive to such anomalies. Stay alert. Something feels off around here. Yun-E hung at the back of the line, idly poking at the grass by the roadside with a stick. Suddenly he paused. In the shadow of a rock, there was an inconspicuous patch of grayish-white residue. It was the powder left behind by strong acid corroding the rock. Moreover, this corrosion was not natural. It had a splash pattern, as if some liquid had been splattered upon it. Yun-E narrowed his eyes. Could this be dissolution? In the world of Naruto, many could use dissolution techniques. However, at the eastern border facing the direction of the Mist Village, only one person possessed this bloodline limit. Kaguya. Her father had married a woman from the land of Earth, unexpectedly revealing a hidden dissolution bloodline that manifested in Kaguya. Coupled with the boiling release of the Konoha clan, she became the only known dual bloodline holder in the ninja world. No way. Sending such a genius to this desolate border. Yun-E's mind instantly conjured the image of a girl with long reddish-brown curly hair, always smiling. Recalling the timeline, Konoha May should still be a passionate young adult in her 20s, currently troubled by the blood mist of the Mist Village. I see, so that's how it is. When I left, the Konoha clan wasn't highly regarded, as boiling release, despite being a bloodline, wasn't particularly useful. After the blood mist revival, things have probably not been going well for them. Yun-E sighed nonchalantly, using his toes to scatter the powder, burying it in the dirt. He did not plan to report this immediately. If he told Xian Li about the dissolution traces, this overzealous captain would surely rush the whole team to their doom, naming it reconnaissance of rank intelligence. Though reporting out of rank isn't advisable, just tell Yansheng directly when we return. Just mention that I discovered unidentifiable traces apparently corroded by strong acid. However, it seemed that fate did not want him to have his way. The originally overcast sky suddenly descended into a thick layer of white mist. It arrived swiftly and was dense. Within seconds, visibility dropped from dozens of meters to complete darkness. Stop. Gather close. Xian Li's furious shout came from ahead. This is the mist hidden technique. There's an ambush. Everyone back to back, form a defensive formation and prepare for battle. Battle my foot. Yun-E shouted as he pulled out a signal flare and turned to run. Everyone scatter and break out. Bring the intel back to the camp. You're defying orders on the battlefield. Fool. The one creating this mist is definitely a high-ranking shinobi. If you want to stand in the mist and wait to die, don't drag me in. The remaining three finally realized, indeed, in the face of a Mist Village squad led by high-ranking shinobi, their configuration of 2 chunin and 2 genin didn't even add up to a single dish. Damn it, I don't want to die here. I'm doing this to survive and relay the information, not to flee. The signal flare shot into the sky like a starter gun, and all 4 found a direction and sprinted at full speed. At the same time, this movement attracted the attention of the Mist Village ninjas like a spark in the dark. Water release, water pillar. A massive water column shot up into the sky, and Yun-E's sudden stop barely avoided being hit, but it also caused him to lose his footing. Damn, after this move it will be. As he thought, his body began to react, and Yun-E quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. Earth release, earth flow wall. The water column transformed into a roaring water dragon charging towards Yun. An earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the water dragon's path. Boom! The water dragon exploded into droplets, and the earthen wall crumbled into pieces. I can't believe you managed to defend against that. I never expected there would be such an interesting guy among Konoha's brats. A charming, yet chilling female voice echoed through the mist. Leave this to me, you all go after the others. Yun sensed the presence around him fading, but he couldn't stop it, focusing entirely on the remaining strongest aura. All right, little brother, now it's just the two of us left. Your sister will treat you very well. Swallowing an autumn path secret military ration pill, Yun formed seals once more. Wind release, gentle breeze. Centered on Yun, a continuously swirling gentle wind dispersed the surrounding mist, ensuring dozens of meters of clear visibility. Oh dear, can't wait to catch a glimpse of your sister's beauty, can you? Sister doesn't mind, eager children. A graceful figure slowly emerged from the mist. Her long reddish-brown curls fell loosely, her emerald-green eyes glinted with a dangerous light amidst the fog, and a blue strapless dress accentuated her breathtaking curves. She was Yun-E's only teacher during his dark days in the mist, the one he knew best in the entire Mist Village. Also, she was the last person he wanted to encounter during his stay at this base. At this moment, the Mist Village's Jonin, the future 5th Mizukichi. Kakume, let me give you a dissolution-like kiss. So, what should we do next? In their recent confrontation, Yun-E had roughly confirmed that Kogami Mai's current strength was at the level of a high-ranking ninja to an elite high-ranking ninja. Although Yun-E was 80% confident he could repel or even kill her, he had no intention of doing so. Setting aside the fact that she was once his teacher, even if he could defeat her, he would undoubtedly be severely injured, perhaps leading to mutual destruction. The signal flare has been sent out and reinforcements should be on the way. I should buy some time and look for an opportunity to escape. Big sister, I'm just a passing chef. Can you pretend I don't exist? Yun-E raised his hands, attempting to persuade her with words. The ramen I make is delicious. How about I treat you to a bowl? A chef? Kogami Mai laughed, her laughter vibrant. Are all the lower ninjas from Konoha this humorous? I love sweet-tongued little brats like you. Before her voice faded, she parted her red lips. Dissolution release, dissolving monster technique. A corrosive acidic liquid sprayed towards Yun-E like a high-pressure water gun. This woman has no martial ethics, ambushing this nearly 50-year-old comrade. Concentrating chakra in his legs, Yun-E used a body flicker technique to leave his position. Sizzle. The acidic liquid fell where Yun-E had just stood, instantly corroding the ground into a bubbling pit with thick white smoke rising. Quick to dodge, huh? She formed hand signs with incredible speed. Since the dissolution technique was evaded, she decided to use an area attack. Water release, water shuriken. The fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball easily evaporated the incoming water shuriken, flying directly towards Kogami Mai, who easily dodged it, but Yun-E's figure was nowhere to be found. A tremor resonated beneath her feet. Before Kogami Mai could react, she had already leaped into the air, and in the next moment a pair of hands burst from the ground, reaching for her previous position. Earth release, heart beheading technique. Tisket really doesn't work. After missing the strike, Yun-E submerged into the ground again. Playing whack-a-mole. How about this technique? Boiling release, clever mist technique. A cloud of mist was expelled from Kogami Mai's mouth, pouring into the underground tunnel. Roar, roar. A detonating tag was thrown from the ground, the blast dispersing the acidic mist, allowing Yun-E to leap out from the earth amidst the smoke. However, with just a slight contact, his clothing was corroded and damaged, and his skin bore minor burns. Water release, cold shower. While rinsing off his body with cold water, Yun-E discarded the outer clothing and headband that had been tainted by the acidic mist. Swish. A water whip cut through the smoke and swept towards him. Instinctively, Yun-E raised his arm to block, but the water whip ensnared his arm. You. Upon seeing Yun-E's face and white hair, Kogami Mai felt a sense of familiarity, momentarily stunned. Lightning release, earth walk. Yun-E seized the water whip with his other hand, releasing lightning chakra through it, surging towards Kogami Mai. Not good. Kogami Mai immediately severed the water whip, but was still jolted by the lightning in one arm. Now it's 110. Yun-E touched the burned area, which was not severe. As you can see, you won't be able to take me down in a short time, and my reinforcements are on the way. How about we each go our own way? She stared intently at Yun-E, her murderous intent fading, replaced by a look of incredulous shock and a slightly trembling body. The door of memory was suddenly flung open. 8 years ago in the Mist Village. That child who always followed behind her, shouting, "Teacher, I want to learn that." Clearly a child of the Kaguya clan, yet he hated fighting and instead wanted to learn ninjutsu. Possessing 5 elemental affinities, clearly gifted, yet he only liked to study how to be lazy with ninjutsu. That student who mysteriously disappeared 7 years ago, leading her to believe he had died amidst the chaos of war. That white hair. That chakra with all 5 attributes. She stepped forward, her footsteps echoing distinctly in the silent forest. And that hard body that could withstand a water whip without injury. She stopped 3 meters in front of Yun. Kogami May took a deep breath. A layer of mist formed in her emerald green eyes, more intense than the surrounding mist technique. Little one, you've grown up. Yun sighed inwardly. As expected, I was recognized. Since that was the case, there was no point in continuing to pretend. He scratched his head, revealing a genuinely lazy smile, just like 8 years ago. Kogami May, it's been a long time. You've become even more beautiful. Kogami May looked at the boy who had now grown taller than her shoulders, and the myriad of words in her heart finally transformed into a complex sigh. You little rascal. You really are still alive. After years apart, your silver-tongued skills have improved quite a bit. She gently brushed her long hair behind her ear, a flirtatious gesture that could quicken the heartbeat of any man. You left without a word back then, and now you stand against me. Kogami Mai's voice suddenly lowered. Tell me, should I capture you and take you back, or should I dissolve you right here? Yun looked at the dangerous yet alluring woman before him and let out a dry laugh. Is there a third option? How about treating me to a meal so we can catch up? Of course, Kogami May had no intention of dining with Yun, but she also didn't want to fight. Setting aside their relationship during their previous confrontation, although she hadn't gone all out, she also hadn't held back. And as for Yun, he hadn't even used a single killing move, let alone the corpsebone path technique. She simply could not capture Yun before the Konoha reinforcements arrived. The only thing she could do was help her teammates delay him. She slowly retracted her killing intent, crossed her arms, and locked her emerald gaze onto Yun, as if she wanted to see through her former student. I do have a few questions for you. Why did you run? Because I don't want to die, Yun replied with righteous confidence. Is it certain death if you stay in the Mist Village? Kogami May took a step forward, her tone somewhat urgent. Back then, the Take family was still the pillar of strength for the village. As long as you were willing to display your talent, even Lord Mizukage would have focused on cultivating you. Yun's expression dropped as he looked at her like she was an idiot. Teacher, you're 22 this year, right? How can you still be so naive? Kogami Mai's temples twitched, and she felt her fists clench. Those muscle-bound lunatics from the Take family are bound to get themselves killed sooner or later. If I don't run, should I just stay here to accompany them to the grave? Yun dug at his ear, looking disgusted. I haven't received any news from my clan for quite some time. Why don't you tell me how the Take family is faring in the Mist Village? How many of them are still alive? Kogami May fell silent. After a long while, she let out a despondent sigh. At that moment, she was no longer the elite high-ranking ninja deterring the boarders, but just a hopeful youth feeling powerless about the state of the village. For years ago, Lord Fourth restarted the Blood Mist policy. 2 years ago, Zabuza teamed up with several bloodline clans to launch a coup, and after failing, he defected with some people. She paused, looking up at Yun, a hint of pity in her eyes, and the Take family also participated in that turmoil, fighting until the last person. Yun listened quietly and simply responded with a blando. Terumi May observed Yun's unperturbed reaction, and after years of doubt, she finally found her answer. So you foresaw this day would come when you were 6, and that's why you escaped from Wuin to seek refuge in the home of the Fire Nation. Yun blinked, his mind racing. Fire Nation. Home. Finally, he found a clue tucked away in the corners of his memory. There was a plot in the original TV series where Hinata took Hanabi to attend a diplomatic event with the Tsukitami clan, thus avoiding being caught by Pain. Later in Boruto, a character named Tsukitami Hiki also appeared. I always thought the two Tsukitami had no connection. It seems they actually do. While a storm surged in his heart, he quickly restored his inscrutable expression. Terumi May thought Yun had hit the nail on the head. Is that so? I heard that there used to be one family, but later the war faction and the moderate faction split. The moderates changed their names and hid in the northern region of the Fire Nation. I didn't expect you to actually find them. Yun's heart soared with joy. I was worried about how to explain my bloodline's legitimacy in Konoha. It truly is a case of a pillow arriving just as sleepiness hits. I'll ask Hinata when I get back to get a specific address to check it out. Ahem, I suppose so. Yun replied ambiguously, weaving a story following her lead. But the people over there are too dull with too many rules. Konoha suits me much better. Back to the main topic, Terumi May bit her lip and finally asked the question that had troubled her for a long time. Since you know so much, then tell me what has happened to Wuin now. Over the years, she had watched helplessly as the village slid step by step into the abyss. Comrades turned against each other, master and disciple fell out, bloodline clans were purged, and talented ninjas defected one by one. Yun looked into her confused eyes. At this moment, Terumi May was not yet the independent 5th Mizukage, but merely an idealistic youth battered and bruised in the darkness. What a hassle. Yuni complained inwardly, but seeing his former teacher in such a state, he ultimately couldn't hold back. Even though I became the 5th Mizukage, I was hastily put in place before the 5 Kage Summit, and just a few years after the 4th Great Ninja War, I handed over the position to Chojuro, that useless fellow. Being Mizukage is certainly not comfortable. Since he intended to buy time anyway, he might as well give her a lesson and directly confuse her. This would also save her from becoming that bothersome Mizukage, losing her chance at a happy life. Teacher, do you think the current blood mist is entirely due to the 4th Mizukage Yagura, isn't it? It's precisely because in recent years Lord Yagura's policies have become increasingly aggressive, treating the lives of ninjas as expendable, that things have come to this. Wrong, fundamentally wrong. Yun-E extended a finger and shook his head. This has never been the madness of just one person, it is a meticulously designed power shuffle. In order to stabilize his position, the 3rd Mizukage suppressed the traditional bloodline clans like the Kirigakure clan and wooed those ordinary ninja clans without bloodline limits, which became the current Elder Council. Then, after the 3rd Great Ninja War ended in defeat with the loss of the 3 Tails and the 7 ninja swordsmen being reduced to mere relics, the 3rd was forced to take the blame and step down. At that time, the 4th Mizukage Yagura ascended. To quell the turmoil from the defeat of the 3rd War, he had no choice but to rely on the power of the bloodline clans. During those years, the blood mist was paused right. Terumi-May nodded instinctively. Indeed, during the early years of Yagura's rule, the village experienced a brief period of peace. But Yun-E shifted the conversation. The Elder Council left behind by the 3rd was not pleased. The revival of the bloodline clans meant their cake was being encroached upon. And Yagura, how that young man is likely also not in control of his own fate. Yun-E pointed to his own head and said meaningfully, whether he is being controlled or is trying to create a balance, the end result is. He reinitiated the blood mist, and the Elder Council actively responded, pushing down the bloodline clans, achieving a dirty cooperation. Terumi-Mai's body trembled slightly. Behind this river of blood was such a cold, rational calculation of interests. All the sacrifices, all the fervor, all the hatred in the eyes of the higher-ups were merely pawns on a chessboard. These were thoughts she had never considered before, or perhaps didn't want to think about. Ninjas are just tools, she murmured to herself as if trying to comfort herself. If you are a tool, then why worry and be sad? Yun-E pressed on. A tool is merely the form they wish you to take. Don't deceive yourself. The wind rustled through the trees, creating a whispering sound. Why did I run away back then? Because I saw through it all. This broken village is rotten to the core. The clan used me as a weapon, and the village treated me as expendable. I owe them nothing and left without guilt. Terumi-May stood there unable to speak for a long time. If it were 7 years ago, she would have angrily rebuked this as the argument of a traitor. But after witnessing the bloody purges of the past few years and watching her comrades fall one by one, Yun-E's words struck her like a kunai, cutting through the glamorous facade of Wuin and revealing its bloody rotten core. It turned out that the problem was not her insufficient effort, but that the direction had been wrong from the very beginning. You guy? After a long time, Terumi-May finally found her voice tinged with bitterness, yet also a hint of relief. When I was young, I only thought about slacking off. How could I see these matters so clearly? Because slacking off gave me time to think about so much. It's a case of the observer being clear, right? Yun-E shrugged. Terumi-May shot him an exasperated look, and the previously heavy and oppressive atmosphere dissipated somewhat due to his interruption. Thank you, Yun-E. Terumi-May turned around, her back to him, her chestnut-colored hair dancing in the wind. Although your words are harsh, they are very useful. This time when I return, I'll use my own eyes to confirm everything you said. Do you really have to go? Be careful. They will not tolerate a tool having its own thoughts. If exposed, the next one to be purged will be you, who possesses dual bloodlines. Yun-E looked at Terumi-May, his gaze unusually serious. Don't die, teacher. If you want to see your sister off, you're 100 years too early. Terumi-Mai's lips curled into a confident arc, regaining her enchanting and domineering demeanor. Until next time, if it's on the battlefield, I won't hold back. Even if you are my student, you are still the little man I want to melt. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a meal. Yun-E grinned. I'll treat you to Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha. Eat as many bowls as you want. You treat me to ramen, huh? Terumi-May let out a light laugh. Then I'll be waiting for that bowl of ramen. As her words trailed off, she formed hand seals, and her figure instantly transformed into a pool of clear water, vanishing without a trace. What's wrong with ramen? It's quite delicious. By the way, does what I just said count as a flag? Yun-E looked in the direction where Terumi-May had disappeared, murmuring to himself. Not long after, several figures wearing Konoha forehead protectors jumped out from the treetops in the distance. Hey Yun-E, are you okay? I'm fine, just almost steamed to death. Huh. Almost steamed to death. Jinai Yinxing stepped forward, scrutinizing Yun-E from head to toe. Seeing that the boy was merely a bit ragged and had some red marks on his body, but was otherwise intact, he finally let out a sigh of relief. You really have a tough life, huh? Yinxing slapped Uni on the shoulder, nearly dislocating the bones he had just set. The opponent is none other than the well-known double bloodline of the Miss Terumi Mei. Even I have to tread carefully against her, and you managed to hold out until we arrived in one piece. Ugh, don't mention it. That woman probably saw how handsome I am and didn't come at me with everything she had right away. Besides, I may not be good at much else, but I can dig holes really fast, so I burrowed into the ground and played whack-a-mole with her. Hiding underground and tossing props at her to stall, Uni pointed to the torn clothes he had discarded. In the end, that woman didn't play fair and started pouring high-temperature acidic mist into the hole. Not only did my clothes get burned, but I almost got steamed to death. In the end, I pretended to be dead underground, and that's how I escaped the calamity. Just putting on a show. A cold snort out of place interrupted the conversation. Shinya Riku approached with a gloomy expression, looking a bit disheveled. He glanced at Uni and turned to Yinxing, saying, "Commander, although Uni didn't die this time, he recklessly left the team, causing the reconnaissance squad's formation to scatter. This is a serious violation of discipline. If it weren't for him running around, perhaps another comrade would have." Uni scanned the area and realized that indeed one person was missing, the other lower ninja from their team was gone. Is this how it starts passing the blame? Captain, one can mess with food, but one shouldn't mess with words. Uni put away his playful demeanor. When we were attacked, it was clear the opponent aimed to wipe us out. If I hadn't drawn that woman away, do you think you could have escaped? You. Shinya Riku's expression stiffened. Moreover, Uni didn't give him a chance to interject. I held off their strongest upper ninja until support arrived. As the captain, besides running away, did you even turn back to use a jutsu to provide support? Or did you bring back any valuable intelligence? Shinya Riku opened his mouth, his face turning a shade of pig liver, but he couldn't squeeze out a word. Intelligence. He had been too busy saving his own skin to even get a good look at the opponent. Enough. Jinai Yinxing waved his hand, interrupting the farce. He had a bad temper, but wasn't foolish. The remnants of acidic liquid pits and traces of battle on sight were telling. It was clear who was fighting hard and who was slacking off. He coldly glanced at Shinya Riku. Gathering intelligence is the primary mission. Uni did well as bait. As for you, go back and write a self-reflection. Think carefully about why an upper ninja hasn't shown any responsibility. Shinya Riku, feeling dejected, shut his mouth and shot Uni a resentful glare before turning to leave. Uni shrugged, feeling no emotion. Dealing with such a person, it's simply endless to nitpick. He wasn't worth the time and energy to target. With the end of this clash, the probing activities of the mist along the borders visibly decreased. That sense of oppression before a storm seemed to have dissipated significantly, and the border station returned to calm. Uni didn't idle either. Taking advantage of this incident, he logically applied for a transfer. Reason being, to digest the gains from the deadly battle, but in reality, he just wanted to retreat to logistics and occasionally slack off. After a few more days, the rotation order finally came down, and Uni could return to Konoha. The people traveling with him were the same as before, except one person was missing, and Uni couldn't even recall his name. The moment he returned to Konoha and saw the small shop with the red ramen sign, Uni felt his heart, which had been taught from slaughter and schemes, finally soften. Back. Lifting the curtain, the familiar aroma of bone broth rushed at him, more healing than any fragrance. Yinyiich. While wiping the table, Kodo's eyes lit up as she tossed the rag aside and dashed over like a little black cannonball. Hey, slow down. Uni laughed as he pressed down on the little girl's head. Have you gained weight after a month apart? Not at all. Kodo puffed her cheeks up indignantly. Handa, who was cooking noodles, looked up at the sound, and her signature gentle smile made Uni feel incredibly at ease. Welcome back, Uni. Did you get hurt while you were away? Not a scratch, just went a bit crazy thinking about this taste. Uni skillfully weaved behind the bar, took off that damned Konoha forehead protector, and tucked it into his pocket, then tied on the gray apron. The decisive ninja had gone offline. The current Uni was simply a laid-back ramen shop employee wanting to slack off. Shobu poked her head out from the kitchen, smiling with her eyes curved. Dad was just talking about you. He saved a big bone for you, let me heat it up. This feeling of being missed was truly nice. Just as Uni was about to slouch into a rocking chair to enjoy this hard-won tranquility, a hurried sound of footsteps broke the pleasantness. The curtain was lifted and Yuhi Roto rushed in like a gust of wind. Hey kid, you're back? Today Roto was still in her cool fishing net outfit layered with a khaki trench coat, her chest heaving dramatically with each breath. She strode up to Uni completely unreserved and slapped a crumpled paper on the table with a loud sound. Look at what this is. Surprised. Unexpected. The Chunin selection exam recommendation form. Oh, very surprised and unexpected. Uni pushed the paper back expressionlessly, but I refuse. Huh. Roto's eyes widened as if she were looking at an alien. Have you lost your mind? This was specially approved by the third Hokage. Given your outstanding performance at the border, you are allowed to participate in this Chunin exam as an exception. As long as you pass, you'll be a Chunin. And then, oi. Yuni yawned and reached for a cup of tea from the side. Becoming a Chunin means double the task difficulty, double the death rate, and triple the responsibilities with a salary increase that barely adds up. It's a losing business. Whoever wants to do it can do it. Roto was left speechless. In this world where everyone is trying to climb up and fighting tooth and nail for a title, this kid's way of thinking was simply a landslide. But this is an honor. Roto attempted to sway him with spiritual nourishment. And once you're a Chunin, you won't have to do drank chores anymore. Your status will rise, and in the future. Roto-sensei. Yuni sighed and interrupted her earnestly. Do you know what my dream is? To become Hokage. No, it's to live off free food and wait to die. Yuni pointed outside. The world is vast, and I'm lazy. Rather than fighting for my life in the exam hall, I prefer to study how to make mung bean soup taste better here. As he spoke, he scooped out a bowl of semi-finished mung bean soup from under the counter, added some seasoning, and stirred it with chakra before pushing it in front of Roto. This mung bean soup, made with my new stirring technique, should have a finer texture than before. Want to try? Roto swallowed her words of persuasion back down. Her throat moved, and her eyes instantly became clear yet foolish. TCH. This is something you voluntarily gave up, so don't regret it later. Roto eagerly grabbed the bowl, a blissfully silly expression on her face. Not bad at all. I'll let you off this time, but remember to add more sugar next time. Of course it's good. This mung bean soup was made using the raisin gan. Though the raisin gan isn't difficult for me, controlling its power to be this low is still quite tricky. Yuni internally rolled his eyes. This woman may be loud, but as long as he catered to her preferences, she was quite easy to fool. After sending off the satisfied red bean, the shop finally fell silent. The previously silent Shoda suddenly spoke. What about the matter that teacher Hongdo mentioned earlier? Aren't you going to consider it? Although I think it's best to stay safe, after all, you are a ninja. Dad, don't worry about me. Yun-E waved his hand. I know my limits. By the way, I also have something I want to discuss with you. He pointed to Chin, who was obediently tidying up the dishes beside him. This girl, Chin, is already 9 years old. Although she has been helping in the shop and is sensible, she can't just keep hanging around like this. I was thinking of sending her to ninja school to study. Chin's actions suddenly stopped, and she looked up, a hint of panic flashing in her clear black and white eyes. Yun-E, go, am I doing something wrong? I don't want to go to school. I want to stay here and help you. Silly girl. Yun-E walked over and gently ruffled her long hair. It's not that I'm sending you away. Going to ninja school is to help you learn some skills. The world is unstable, and I can't always keep you by my side 24 hours a day. If you have skills, you'll be able to run faster when you encounter danger, right? In fact, Yun-E had a selfish reason he didn't mention. After returning from this business trip, the little girl's gaze towards him became increasingly peculiar, a mix of admiration and dependence intertwined with a hint of youthful affection. If he continued to keep her by his side as a personal assistant, what if she grew up in the wrong way, or if one day he had a mission and couldn't take care of her? It would be too late to regret if something went wrong. Moreover, teaching children was indeed not his forte. It was better to leave it to professionals. But the tuition. Chin lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. You don't need to worry about money, I'll cover it. Yun-E waved his hand. Just promise me that when you go to school, don't overwork yourself. Learn what you can, and as for exams, just do well enough. The important thing is to build good relationships with your classmates, understand? Chin bit her lip, looking at Yun-E's nonchalant face, and nodded vigorously. I will listen to Yun-E, go. All right, then I'll take you to enroll tomorrow. Yun-E nodded in satisfaction, completely unaware that his casual encouragement had been automatically filtered by Chin into a directive to work hard to learn skills and expand Yun-E's connections. It was late at night. After sending off the last wave of drunken guests, Shoda and Changpu were cleaning up the kitchen and preparing to close up. Just as Yun-E was about to take down the curtain at the door, a shadow silently appeared at the entrance. There were no footsteps, no breath, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Yun-E's hand paused for a moment before returning to normal. Itachi. The person who came was Uchiha Itachi. However, his condition today was quite off. The normally straight back seemed to be slightly hunched. His face was as pale as paper, and the dark circles under his eyes seemed deeper than usual, exuding a lifelessness, as if his soul had been drained. Itachi said nothing, silently walking into the shop and sitting in the corner where he usually sat. Old rules. Yun-E asked cautiously. Itachi shook his head. Not eating yet. Yun-E frowned. As a time traveler, he was too familiar with this expression. It was a sign of faith collapsing and the world crumbling. He didn't ask further, pouring a cup of hot tea and placing it in front of Itachi, then gestured to Shoda and Chin to leave. He pulled up a chair and sat down opposite Itachi, remaining silent, just keeping him company. At such times, any comforting words were meaningless. He would speak when he was ready. The clock on the wall ticked away. He didn't know how long had passed, and the heat from the teacup had dissipated. Finally, Itachi moved. He held the cold teacup tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, as if it was his only lifeline at that moment. Yun-E, he muttered, looking down at the murky tea in the cup. Shui is dead. 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 Yun-E's eyes widened slightly as he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. As expected, it has happened. His relationship with Shui was not particularly close. He had only learned a few tricks from him and offered him some advice. However, as someone who knew the direction of the plot, the inescapable sense of fate was still somewhat unsettling. Itachi sat before him, his entire being seeming to have the flesh and bones extracted, leaving just a shell that was still breathing. Although Yun-E would rather kick him out and keep a distance from Uchiha's troubles, he couldn't predict what Itachi might do in that state. The kid was clearly mentally unstable at the moment, and if he went crazy, Yun-E didn't have confidence in his ability to defeat an awakened Sharingan Itachi. Itachi said nothing, only raised his head, and his Sharingan flashed with a red light. Genjutsu. His body instinctively wanted to resist, but Yun-E immediately guessed what Itachi was trying to do, temporarily relaxing his spirit to avoid immediate resistance, and entered the world of Genjutsu. Before Yun-E, the cliff of the South Hechuan appeared. Shui stood at the edge of the cliff, giving his final instructions to Itachi. Unlike the original work, his words contained more suspicion and hostility towards Danzo, but the overall flow was largely the same. Until, just before jumping off the cliff, this guy surprisingly said, "If you're confused, you can go find Yun-E to talk." As an observer, he sees things more clearly than those of us in the midst of it. Shizui's phantom smiled bitterly for a moment before leaning back and falling into the abyss. The scene froze. At that moment, he understood the seemingly illogical border order. I was wondering why they would throw me and that Inuzuka Hana into such a desolate border. It turned out it wasn't for testing. Inuzuka Hana was sitting next to Itachi in ninja school, and Yun-E was close to Itachi. Even if it was just a ramen shop and regular customer relationship during this critical time, it was enough to be counted in the higher-ups list. Until Shizui's death, the Uchiha temporarily ceased their activities, and this isolation came to an end. Yun-E, Itachi's trembling voice pulled Yun-E's thoughts back. Shui entrusted everything to me. But I can't see the way forward. If it were you, what would you do? Yun-E's lips twitched. Shui, you can just leave. Why do you have to bring me into this at the end? Do you think my life is too easy or something? This was not a farewell message. It was clearly a betrayal of gratitude, trying to drag him, a lazy fish, down into the water. I shouldn't have mentioned Uchiha's affairs to him at the border. Yun-E sighed, pointing to the non-existent cliff. Shui was a good person, but he chose the easiest path. Now you want to imitate him and leave it to me. Itachi trembled all over, closing his eyes in pain. I don't want to. I just want to hear your opinion. Haha, hear my opinion. Turn around, and it will all become Yun-E's instructions. Yun-E rolled his eyes inwardly. He had learned from past mistakes. As soon as Shui had betrayed him, he wouldn't take the bait this time. Itachi, first don't ask me how I see it. First ask yourself which side you plan to stand on, and what outcome you want. With a single move of Tai Chi, Yun-E tossed the question back. Of course, this is not a binary choice. You can choose both, or neither, or even find other options. Other options. The third Hokage, Danzo, Fugaku, Uchiha ninjas, Uchiha civilians. Do you really understand what each party involved thinks about this matter? You still have time to talk to others more. Perhaps you will find other ideas. This matter is not a solo performance. No matter what outcome you want, you must find someone to cooperate. The illusionary world felt half-submerged, colors and sounds collapsing back into reality. Yun-E glanced at the teacup, cold to the touch. Itachi said nothing more, quietly eating a bowl of hot noodle soup, the confusion in his eyes seemingly dissipating a bit. Thank you. He placed the bill down and disappeared into the night. If you could find a few more people to talk to and then keep your distance from me, that would be truly a blessing. Yun-E looked at the money on the table and shook his head. After emerging from the illusionary world, Yun-E distinctly felt a certain power stirring within him. Perhaps it was because the Sharingan's illusion was of the Yin nature. His body had absorbed some sensations after coming into contact with a large amount of Yin chakra. Remember how Itachi liked to leave a backdoor in his illusions? I should ask Hinata to help me check it out next time. I also need to prepare some countermeasures against illusions. Just as Yun-E was having a brainstorming session, the door curtain was lifted again. Sorry, the little shop is closing. This time a middle-aged man in ordinary clothing entered. He had an unremarkable appearance, the kind that would be lost in a crowd. Please, boss, have a heart. All the restaurants on the road are closed. The man wore an apologetic smile, but sat down at the bar with an air of determination to eat. Yun-E's gaze slightly narrowed, then he resumed the demeanor of a lazy shopkeeper. Although the man tried hard to suppress his aura, pretending to be a tired office worker, He emanated a faint scent of blood, an aura unique to those who often walked in the shadows. Umbu, or Root. Yuni was certain this guy was here to probe into Itachi's matters. Although he wanted to drive him away directly, that would only bring more trouble. It was better to satisfy his curiosity. We don't have ramen, oh, just simple hot noodle soup. Finish it, and then leave. Yuni sighed and began preparing food for him. Thank you very much. The ninja seemed to be waiting for the noodles, but his eyes casually scanned the shop, seemingly nonchalantly asking, "That guy who just left looks quite familiar. He looks so down. Did he suffer from a breakup?" A blatant probe. Oh, don't mention it. He's a regular here, the young master of the Uchiha clan, under a lot of pressure. He just complained to me that he lost a friend. Yuni slammed a bowl of noodles onto the man's side with a thud, launching into gossip mode with a look of disdain. Shouldn't he be talking to his family about such matters? I'm not his mother. What does it mean for him to come to me all the time? Don't you think? He probably thinks you are easy to talk to, the ninja remarked, picking up a chopstick full of noodles. Are you two very close? Not particularly, but not bad either. It's just the relationship between a shopkeeper and a regular customer. We were classmates before, but he graduated and went on missions after just 1 year. After saying this, he leaned in a bit, lowering his voice, asking mysteriously, "Hey, do you think he seems foolish? What's the point of starting a life of fighting and killing at such a young age?" "Oh, what does he say?" Yuni rolled his eyes, sneering. What else could he say? Responsibilities, ties, and so on. Anyway, I don't understand. Like me cooking noodles and counting money every day, that's the life. The mundane aspirations of a commoner were vividly displayed. The ninja stared at Yuni for a few seconds, confirming with his gaze that he was a useless person who couldn't stir up any waves. The ninja chuckled softly and began to eat the noodles. It's better to live steadily. A living steadily leads to a long life. After finishing a bowl of noodles, the man paid and left as silently as he had come. Yuni washed the bowls and chopsticks with water ninjutsu, letting out a gentle sigh. This time I managed to get through. But I need to prepare an escape route. The fact that even conversations of this level were being monitored indicated that Konoha's waters had become murky beyond measure. With Shursui dead, the night of the massacre was not far off. Itachi had been guided by him a few times, but judging by Shizui's outcome, the effectiveness was hard to say. When that time comes, Konoha will undergo a major reshuffle. He had already been caught up in it. He needed to prepare for the worst. As someone without a background who just wanted to lie flat as an ordinary person, being caught among these giants, a slight misstep could lead to being crushed into powder. It seems I need to find a time to go to the northern part of the Land of Fire. Yuni did not know if the other party would accept him, but after all, they were connected by blood, so there was still a chance. If he really couldn't stay in Konoha any longer, that place might be a good refuge. Of course, before that, there were still some matters to attend to. That concludes the contact with the target. Understood, you may leave. Smoke billowed inside the Hokage building's office. Cooking noodles, counting money. Humph, a good for-nothing commoner with no ambitions. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. If Itachi associates with someone like this who only knows how to eat and wait for death, it will shake his will. I suggest we immediately eliminate this variable named Yuni. At the very least, prohibit Itachi from stepping into that shop again. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, exhaled a puff of smoke slowly. Danzo, you are pulling the strings too tightly. Itachi is still just a child. If we strip him of even the last bit of breathing space, then this blade will probably break in our own hands before it has a chance to harm the enemy. Weak excuses? Although that Yuni seems like a useless person, he can sway Itachi with just a few words, and that is a hidden danger. For the sake of the village, we must eliminate all uncontrollable risks. He is just a ramen shop worker, merely a slightly stronger genin. He poses no threat at all. Letting him exist as a listener is beneficial and harmless for stabilizing Itachi's mental state. The third Hokage tapped the ash from his pipe, his tone still calm, but with an undeniable firmness. As long as Itachi continues to undertake missions and live in this village, he needs a place that makes him feel alive. This matter need not be discussed further. Danzo's chest heaved a few times, and after a moment, he slowly stood up. Hiruzen, you will regret this. The third Hokage did not raise his head, only replying faintly, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang. Danzo swung his sleeve and slammed the door as he left. The room returned to silence. The third Hokage took out a report from the border and a returned registration form for the Chunin exam. Some talent, but lacking motivation. Let's observe for a while longer. Early the next morning, Yuni took Chin's hand and arrived at the My Ninja School. Chin had deliberately changed into a new outfit today, and her normally loose hair was tied into a ponytail, appearing particularly spirited. But the girl was as stiff as a wooden block, her small hand gripping Yuni's with cold sweat. Relax, breathe. Yuni chuckled as he pinched her cheek. Don't act like you're going to the guillotine. Just treat this place like a slightly bigger amusement park. Chin pouted and murmured softly, but I heard it's very strict here. Strict, my foot. Yun-E rolled his eyes. During my first year here, I started skipping. I often engaged in extracurricular activities, and I graduated just fine. Yun-E. A teacher from the school bumped into them and was somewhat surprised to see Yun-E. Long time no see, teacher. This is my sister Chin Shui. I'm here to help her with enrollment. Oh, welcome to school. The teacher leaned closer to Chin and lowered his voice. Make sure to study hard. Don't follow Yun-E's example sleeping in class or jumping the walls to skip lessons. Teacher, we need to hurry and handle the paperwork. Well, excuse ourselves first. Yun-E pulled Chin's hand and quickly left. Chin couldn't help but chuckle, her tension easing significantly. The process of handling the paperwork was uneventful. With money paving the way, the attending Chunin teacher was exceptionally amiable. After dropping Chin off at the classroom door, watching her turn back 3 times and finally take a deep breath before stepping inside, Yun-E felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Sending Chin to the ninja school was not only to let her learn skills, but also to leave a safety net. The teachers at the ninja school were fairly responsible. If something happened while he wasn't around, Chin would still have someone to turn to. Moreover, there was an unexpected delight. Yun-E recalled the class list he had seen. Hinata, Hyuga, Tenten, Rock Lee. Chin had actually been placed in that class. Yun-E stroked his chin, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. This is great. If she can get along well with Tenten, learning a bit about business would be even better. After leaving the school gate, Yun-E didn't rush away. Instead, he used earth release to create a rocking chair by the gate, lying on it and waiting for his chance. He needed to see Hinata Hyuga. The afternoon sun warmly bathed him as Yun-E squinted his eyes. Uchiha 3rd Hokage Danzo. So annoying, why do you have to drag me into your troubles? 3 small figures stealthily slipped out of the school gate. A boy with golden spiky hair, a chubby one, and another with a pineapple hairstyle. Oh, what a coincidence. Yun-E lazily greeted them. Wow. The 3 were startled, finally noticing Yun-E lying there. Naruto awkwardly scratched his head. Brother Yun-E, what a coincidence. Haha. Seriously, don't scare people suddenly, it's bad for the heart. Shikamaru complained, patting his chest. It's not my fault you didn't see this big living person, right? Inogen smiled and greeted, Brother Yun-E, long time no see, this mission must have been quite troublesome, huh? It's alright, I managed to deal with it. By the way, the things you helped me with last time were really useful. They'll treat you to barbecue tonight, how about that? Barbecue. Inogen's eyes lit up instantly. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. It's rare for you to be so generous. You aren't planning to make us do some troublesome task again, are you? Yun-E feigned a heartbroken expression. Shikamaru, what about trust between people? You really helped me last time, consider this a return gift. I want to go too. Naruto raised his hand. Sure, let's all go together. Yun-E nodded. See you by the river in the evening at my usual fishing spot. Watching the trio bicker and walk away, Yun-E settled back down, waiting for the end of school. The faint sound of lectures drifted out, carried by the gentle breeze, into Yun-E's ears, making his eyelids grow heavy. Until the school bell rang, students poured out in groups, waking Yun-E from the noisy cacophony. He quickly got up and scanned the crowd, soon locking onto the timid figure. Hinata Hyuga was walking home with her head down, startled by the voice. She looked up and saw Yun-E. Brother Yun-E. Yun-E did not waste any time and got straight to the point. I need your help with something. Is that okay? What is it? I was on a mission a while ago and got hit with a genjutsu. Although I broke it at the time, I'm not sure if there are any lingering issues. Can you use your Byakugan to check for me? Hinata nodded vigorously, her little face serious. Byakugan. As she performed the hand seals, the veins at the corners of her eyes slightly bulged, and her pure white eyes focused on Yun-E. Hinata's gaze swept over Yun-E, examining him thoroughly, not missing any corner. Brother Yun-E's chakra flows very smoothly, and there is nothing unusual. But she leaned in unconsciously, as if wanting to see more closely. Maybe I was mistaken. It seems there are chakra networks in Brother Yun-E's bones. This girl is quite serious. She didn't find anything unusual even after seeing the skeletal veins. That should be fine. Although Yun-E wasn't too worried that Hinata would blurt things out, he chose to change the subject. That's not a problem, don't mind it. As long as there are no remnants of the genjutsu, that's good. I have something else I'd like to ask you about. Hinata released her technique, and only then noticed that she was almost leaning into Yun-E's embrace. Oh wow. A visible blush spread from her neck to her forehead, steaming like vapor. She took a few steps back, covering her face with her hands, and turned her head away. The flustered Hinata seemed out of sorts, but Yun-E still wanted to take a chance. Do you know about the Take clan in the Land of Fire? Hinata maintained her pose and thought for a moment. I think. My father mentioned it before. The Take clan has some dealings with our Hyuga family. Do you know roughly where it is? Oh, if it's classified information, just pretend I didn't ask. It's not a secret. In the northern part of the Land of Fire, near the Land of Hot Water, there's a Take village. But I haven't been there, so am not very clear about the specifics. However, I can go home and ask my father. That would be great. Yuani smiled. He'll treat you to something delicious another day, or I've tried making some new desserts that I think you'll like. Hearing the word alone, Hinata's previously recovered color flushed again. Leave it to me. After leaving that sentence, she turned and ran away. After taking a few steps, she looked back again, then ran off, her face even redder. Yuan-e watched her retreating figure and stroked his chin. Actually, I was thinking of inviting her to barbecue together. But never mind, she can't relax when there are too many people around. It's better to invite her alone. As for whether today's incident would attract the attention of the Hyuga clan, it shouldn't be a problem if it's not a secret, and there are no better options anyway. If it weren't for the Uchiha's mess. Sigh. He stretched lazily and strolled towards the market. Time to prepare for the evening dinner. In the evening by the riverbank. This is a tranquil spot of Mai, and a favored fishing haven of Yuni. However, today it is filled with the aroma of cooking. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji arrived early. You're so slow, Yuni. The fire is about to go out. Naruto poked the campfire on the ground with a stick, feeling bored. Yun-e carried a large bag of meat with cooking utensils and tableware slung over his shoulder. What's the rush? Good food is worth the wait. By the way, why don't we go to a barbecue restaurant? Naruto was taken aback. But you can't bring your own ingredients to a barbecue restaurant. Yun-e replied matter-of-factly, don't worry, my skills are as good as those at the restaurant. Opening the package revealed marinated meat and various vegetables. Wow, it looks even better than the ones at the barbecue queue. I've been craving your secret barbecue for ages. Choji couldn't hold back his saliva. You're just trying to save money, Shikamaru retorted. But, since you're doing it yourself, it should indeed be quite good. That's true. For the same meat, I can serve you until you're full for the price of a few plates at a barbecue restaurant. It's not that we can't afford it, but doing it ourselves is more cost-effective. While speaking, Yun-e had already used Earth Release to create a set of tables and chairs, setting up charcoal and a grill on the table. Fire Release Barbecue. The charcoal fire under Yun-e's manipulation became just right, evenly spread across the entire grill. Sizzle. As the meat hit the grill, the sound of bursting fat erupted, and the savory aroma instantly enveloped the riverbank. As always, you are so skillful. Using ninjutsu for barbecue is quite extravagant, Shikamaru noted, his eyes twitching. Isn't ninjutsu meant to make life easier? Yun-e casually flipped the meat, saying, if you can't even cook a meal, what's the point of power? You're right, as long as it's delicious. Ham. Choji didn't care about anything else, grabbing a piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth, his face showing pure bliss. Naruto was also eating messily, not forgetting to mumble. Yun-e, teach me that ninjutsu from earlier. It feels so cool. What kind of nature transformation do you know? Naruto choked a bit. He couldn't even use the body flicker technique properly. The group chatted and ate, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Yun-e casually spoke. By the way, I heard some gossip at the border. What gossip? Shikamaru glanced at him. I heard that Mist Village had an internal conflict, and the Take clan seems to have been wiped out. Take clan? Naruto and Choji both looked confused. Shikamaru shrugged. That's just one faction of Mist Village. In fact, there's another faction within the Land of Fire, but they are very low-key and hardly show their faces. The Land of Fire has one too. Yun-e feigned surprise. Yes, there's a Take village near the border with the Land of Soup north of the Land of Fire. You can find it on the map. My map isn't that detailed. Yun-e smiled awkwardly and stopped asking. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked Hinata. But it's not a big deal. If it's on the map, it can't be that important. I can just buy a copy at the bookstore later. Yun-e continued grilling the skewers, appearing relaxed on the surface. However, the feeling of being watched since the picnic made it hard for him to enjoy his meal. At first, I thought it was an umbu watching Naruto, but it feels like more than that. That faint sensation of being watched felt like a pair of eyes hovering above him. The telescope technique. The third Hokage. Yun-e understood in his heart, but had no intention of doing anything, just playing his part. A commoner genin with no ambitions, just wanting to use ninjutsu to cook and occasionally gather gossip, is the most reassuring persona, isn't it? The crystal ball was reflecting the scene by the river, and Sarutobi, Hiruzen's aged face, wore a complex expression. Earth Release to create tables, and chairs. Fire Release to control temperature. Water Release to wash dishes. This kid is making full use of ninjutsu. As a ninjutsu expert, he could see through the intricacies at a glance. Living ninjutsu itself isn't particularly complex. Even Jonin or Chunin can use it with practice. But simple techniques reflect fundamental skills most effectively. Yun-e at such a young age had mastered all 5 nature transformations, and his control over chakra even surpassed that of some Jonin. More importantly, there is his imagination and creativity in applying ninjutsu to daily life. No wonder several Jonin are willing to teach him. This talent certainly makes one want to teach him a few techniques. He recalled Yun-e's file. A stray child adopted by the Hokage with no bloodline, no background, just an ordinary kid. Lazy in personality, but well-liked, he had good relationships with children from several clans. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to teach him a few techniques. Even. Gurgle, the sound of his stomach growling brought the third Hokage back to reality. He quietly stood up and retracted the telescope technique. I should have dinner too. It's been a while since I've been to a barbecue queue. As night fell, a surprising guest arrived at the ramen shop. Hinata's maid Hinata Natsu. Mr. Yuni, I'm sorry to disturb you so late. Lady Hinata cannot go out at night, so she asked me to deliver this to you. Saying this, she took out a sealed envelope from her bosom and handed it over with both hands. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you running this errand so late. Yun-E took the envelope and without hesitation opened it in front of Natsu. Inside was a neatly folded sheet of paper revealing a series of elegant and orderly characters. A quick glance showed it contained information about the Take clan of the Land of Fire. On the back of the paper was a hand-drawn map. Mountains, rivers, and villages were depicted, with even the roads detailed with fine lines far superior in precision to the generic maps available on the market. It was evident that a lot of effort had gone into it. This girl, Yun-E felt a warmth in his heart. Compared to Shikamaru's why not look at the map? This heartfelt gesture was clearly much more precious. Thank you for your trouble, especially coming out this late. Please thank Hinata for me. This information is a big help. It's my duty, Natsu replied respectfully, then prepared to take her leave. Then I will. Please wait a moment, let me get something. Yun-E turned and walked towards the kitchen, leaving Hinata Natsu standing in place. In less than half a minute, he returned holding 2 paper boxes. Ice skin daifuku filled with fruits and cream. One box is a thank you gift for Hinata and the other is for you. Thank you, Mr. Yun-E. But these are trial versions of new desserts that haven't been released yet. Yun-E interjected, pressing the 2 boxes into her hands. Please let me know your thoughts after tasting them. It was the same before. Thank you, Mr. Yun-E. I will pass it on to Lady Hinata. Hinata Natsu bowed, and as she turned to leave, her footsteps seemed a bit lighter than when she arrived. Watching her figure disappear into the night, Yun-E stretched lazily, preparing to return to the kitchen. Suddenly, Yun-E. A sharp explosion sound came from the kitchen. Yes, the ice skin daifuku that Yun-E took to deliver was originally meant as a late-night dessert for Shobu and Kodo. He had planned to make another one to replace it before they noticed without them being aware, but he hadn't had the chance to do so before being found out. This is going to be difficult to explain. At the mission release center of Konoha, not only are tasks handed over, but the ninja's departure from the village is also reported here. Although I haven't lost any limbs at the border, my young heart has suffered immense trauma. Facing so many missed ninjas while also managing the rations for the entire base, I am anxious, sleepless, and suffering from hormonal imbalance. So this is your reason for insisting on going to the Land of Water? The clerk behind the counter looked at the lively Yun-E with a deadpan expression. Oh, what's wrong? Yun-E replied defiantly. Then I'll report it like this and wait for news when I get back. That afternoon, the third Hokage looked at Yun-E's application to leave the village for vacation with a mixture of laughter and tears. Forget it, he is still just a child. The next day, instead of waiting for his permission to leave the village, Yun-E received a designated mission to deliver a letter to Master D. Lu at the Temple of Fire. A level mission fully self-funded with no task remuneration, limited to 1 week. It's on the way. This counts as a tacit approval. At the Temple of Fire. As a famous ninja monk temple in the Land of Fire, it is built against the mountains, exuding grandeur. When Yun-E arrived, the setting sun had already bathed the ancient temple in a golden red hue. Yun-E took out the mission commission and the letter from his pocket. I am a ninja from Konoha, and I have a letter to deliver to your temple. At the temple entrance, a young monk joined his palms together and said, honored guest, you have traveled from afar. Thank you for your effort. The monk took the letter for inspection and nodded, saying, please follow me. The abbot is in the inner courtyard. After passing through several courtyards, Yun-E was led to a zen room. Inside the room sat a middle-aged monk, the abbot of the Temple of Fire, D. Lu. The moment he saw Yun-E, his eyes widened slightly. He blinked and returned to his calm demeanor as if it were just an illusion. I have received the letter. Thank you for making this trip. It was nothing. However, it is getting late. May I stay at your temple for the night? Of course. I don't want to chant. I don't want to meditate. Stop bothering me. A childish voice suddenly interrupted. Please excuse me, it's just a child from the temple throwing a tantrum. D. Lu smiled wryly and shook his head. The meal is about to be prepared. Oh, honored guest, please join us for dinner. After dinner, feeling stuffy in the guest room, Yun-E used earth release to create a rocking chair and lay down to cool off under the eaves. A small boy around 6 years old passed by him, muttering to himself while kicking stones on the ground. What are you looking at? The boy met Yun-E's gaze. Am Yun-E a ninja? Yun-E smiled. You must be Kong, right? Kong stared at Yun-E warily. Are you here to teach me a lesson? Go away. He kicked a stone towards Yun-E, but Yun-E caught it between 2 fingers. You are really full of energy. Want to play a game? Yun-E drew a circle on the ground with his foot and then stepped inside. The rules are simple. If you can hit me or force me out of this circle, you win. Kong was stunned. In his life, it was the first time someone spoke to him in such a manner. Not out of fear, not out of disgust, nor from an air of condescension. It was simply seeking fun. Do you look down on me? Kong's anger was instantly ignited. If I win, I'll give you this. Yun-E magically produced a pack of snacks, left over from his travels. Kong's gaze shifted between the snacks and Yun-E's annoying smile. Take this. Kong charged at him with small fists, but Yun-E easily sidestepped. Kong was not satisfied and launched another round of attacks. Punching and kicking, even picking up small stones to throw, but Yun-E was as slippery as an eel unable to be touched. 10 minutes later, Kong was panting heavily. It should be enough. Even as a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he was still just a child, and his stamina had its limits. Just as Kong threw a soft punch, Yun-E suddenly tripped over a stone on the ground. Kong was quick-witted and grabbed Yun-E's clothing corner. I got you. Indeed you won. Yun-E smiled and handed him the snacks. Kong accepted the snacks with a satisfied smile. Can we play again tomorrow? Yun-E patted his head. I'm sorry, but I have to leave tomorrow. Oh, Kong felt a bit disappointed, but quickly cheered up. Then I'm going to sleep. I have to wake up early for chanting tomorrow. Watching Kong bounce towards his room, the monks hiding nearby exchanged glances. Di-Lu walked over, his eyes full of admiration. Your method is quite unique. May I discuss it further in the Zen room to enlighten myself? Later that night, the peaceful Zen room filled with the fragrance of tea. Lord Yun-E, thank you for today's events. Thank for what? I didn't do much. Yun-E sipped his tea. Children throwing tantrums are simply a result of excess energy and the need to vent emotions. Rather than arguing with him, it's better to let him expend his excess energy. Then why let him win on purpose in the end? As one of the former guardians of the 12 ninjas, Di-Lu could tell that Yun-E had deliberately given in at the end. Too much frustration can lead to a loss of motivation. From the very beginning, I decided that as long as he held out until the end, he would win. I wouldn't tell you that I just wanted to tire the silly kid out. Yun-E was being serious while being insincere, and just thinking about how Kong would be exhausted by the monks every day made him want to laugh. Di-Lu nodded thoughtfully. You are young yet possess such insight, truly rare. Hey, there's no insight, it's just following nature. Following nature? Yes. Yun-E put down his teacup and began to expound earnestly. He spoke of the Tao of nature, of tranquility and non-action, leaving Di-Lu in a daze. He noticed that Yun-E's unheard-of theories had a tightly woven internal logic, clearly representing a complete and mature system that had been tempered by time. Moreover, as a gifted member of the celestial clan, Di-Lu sensed the natural energy converging within Yun-E upon their first meeting. Could it be? This seemingly lazy young man is a disciple of a certain sect or a secluded master. Di-Lu joined his palms together. Your insights have indeed benefited this monk greatly. Although they differ from the principles of my Buddhist teachings, they still represent a path of cultivation. Yun-E chuckled inwardly. Successfully hoodwinked one. In truth, he had no profound philosophy, just pure laziness. But by wrapping it in Taoist thought, it sounded much more impressive. Are you leaving tomorrow? Yes, I still have to make a trip to the land of water. Di-Lu nodded, not asking further. The next morning, after having breakfast, Yun-E left the Temple of Fire with Di-Lu personally, seeing him to the mountain gate. Watching the youth's departing figure, Di-Lu joined his palms together, reminiscing about their conversation from the night before. Although there were some vague and obscure points in his words, the demeanor he carried could not be feigned. That feeling of seemingly merging with nature was indeed a manifestation of successful cultivation, and Di-Lu had witnessed similar phenomena in some enlightened monks. Amitba, Konoha truly produces remarkable individuals. Yun-E circled around the outskirts of the village, carefully observing this so-called take village. It was called a village, but its scale was not small, with several hundred households at a glance. Wooden houses were scattered along the hillside with thin wisps of smoke rising, giving off a lively atmosphere. At the village entrance, 2 armored ninjas were standing guard, clearly part of the village's security team. Yun-E stepped forward, revealing a harmless smile. Brothers, I am just a traveler passing by. The sky is getting dark. May I stay in the village for a night? Go in and don't cause trouble. Walk straight for 200 meters and you'll find the inn. Yun-E thanked them and stepped into the village. As he walked, he quietly observed the characteristics of the villagers. Just as Hinata informed me, the take people in this village are clearly not of the same ilk as those from the Hidden Mist. All the take people from the Hidden Mist had black hair, while here hair colors were diverse, black, brown, and even colorful, with pure black-haired individuals being the minority. Although there were people with chakra, most had weak auras, probably unable to utilize even a decent ninjutsu, let alone possess the corpse bone pulse. The atmosphere was markedly different, with a peaceful and leisurely vibe completely lacking the aggressiveness of the hidden mist take. Perhaps because their bloodline has been diluted. It would indeed be suitable for my father and the others to move here. He found the village's inn and completed a simple check-in. The room was relatively clean, though a bit damp. Yun-E put down his backpack and decided to gather some information during dinner time. The dining hall of the inn was filled with villagers. Yun-E ordered a meal and found a seat by the window. Nearby villagers noticed this unfamiliar face from outside the village. "Hey there, young man, you look new here." "Oh, I'm just a traveler passing through, came here to find a place to stay as the evening approaches." Yun-E struck up a casual conversation with the villagers, who were quite interested in news from outside. "By the way, I heard there's another Take clan in the Land of Water which revolted 2 years ago and was wiped out. Are they your relatives?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding people fell silent. A few young men looked puzzled, with one asking a companion, "Do we have relatives over there?" A few middle-aged men seemed to know about it, but their expressions were filled with schadenfreude. "Isn't it good that those crazies are dead? Otherwise people would think of the Takes as a bunch of lunatics." Only an old man sitting in the corner trembled slightly with his chopsticks, revealing a look of terror. Yun-E lowered his head and continued eating, but he already had his conclusions. In the countryside, gossip always spreads particularly fast, especially for major events like the extermination of the hidden mist Takes. As night fell, the news had become common knowledge, discussed in every corner. Yun-E strolled near the inn discreetly, observing the reactions of the people. Most of the younger generation didn't even know about the existence of the hidden mist Takes. The young adults knew, but were pleased to see their extermination, possibly due to the education they received since childhood. The reactions of the old folks were the most varied. Some were as excited as the youth, others expressed sorrow for the demise of the fox after the rabbit had died, while some were indifferent or had complex expressions. The most common sentiment was, "What are we going to do now? Originally we still had those crazies as a backup, now it's just us. Aren't there still those old men from the clan? Let them work a bit harder. Haha, their bloodline isn't any better than ours. How many have they produced? Even the best child among them can't utilize the corpse bone pulse." Sigh. At first we intermarried with outsiders to suppress the aggressive bloodline, but it led to the current situation. In this bloodline-oriented world of Hokage, the severing of bloodlines is a grave matter. Those old folks must be quite anxious. Yun-E staggered back to his room in the inn, silently pondering how to utilize this anxiety. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Upon opening the door, he saw the innkeeper and a middle-aged man. "Hello, Mr. Yun-E. The clan leader wishes to meet you. Please follow me." Plans often do not keep up with changes. Initially, Yun-E only wanted to probe the village's attitude towards outsiders and the hidden mist Takes. He didn't expect to be meeting the clan leader of the Take clan from the Land of Fire face to face so soon. The clan leader's residence was located halfway up the mountain, an old-style Japanese courtyard. The clan leader was an elderly man with gray hair. Although he was somewhat hunched, his gaze remained sharp as he scrutinized Yun-E, who walked in. "Please have a seat." The clan leader pointed to the cushion opposite him. "I am Take Zengiki. I heard that young brother Yun-E knows about the Take clan from the Land of Water. Could you share the details?" As the clan leader poured tea, he casually asked, his gaze fixed on Yun-E's face. "It's just some rumors I've heard, if the clan leader doesn't mind." Yun-E emphasized, first taking a sip from the teacup. Then he briefly recounted the blood mist policy implemented by the hidden mist years ago, and the coup led by Zabuza 2 years ago, in which the hidden mist Takes participated. He simply summarized the rumor that the coup ultimately failed, leading to the extermination of the hidden mist Takes. "These are the rumors I've heard. Were there no survivors?" Zengiki asked, his tone tinged with urgency. "From what I've heard, the entire clan fought until the last person, with no survivors." Zengiki sighed, closing his eyes in silence. He knew very well that even if there were survivors, they would inevitably go into hiding under the pursuit of the hidden mist unless they actively sought refuge. Moreover, those extremists, even if they died outside, would never lower themselves to seek refuge. Given their temperament, it was likely, as Yun-E said, that they all perished in battle. Noticing Zengiki's grave expression, Yun-E decided to probe further. "Why the Sai clan leader? From what I've heard, the Take clan of the Land of Fire and the Take clan of the Land of Water are at odds." The villagers seemed to be quite joyful upon hearing this news. "That's because although we have ideological differences and mutual grievances, after all, we are still of the same clan." Zengiki looked back at Yun-E. "Thank you for the information, young brother. If possible, please help spread the word the Take clan of the Land of Fire is willing to accept any survivors from the hidden mist Takes. I will provide appropriate compensation." "No problem. But is that really okay? The hidden mist has pursuit teams. Just a few ninjas. Our Take clan is not to be underestimated." At this point in the conversation, Yun-E could basically confirm that the Take clan of the Land of Fire was indeed willing to take in the survivors from the hidden mist Takes. Although they concealed their motives, their attitude was clear, and they were willing to pay for it. Their desire for the survivors of the hidden mist takes was genuine. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind, and slowly spoke actually. I am also a member of the Take clan. Oh, Zanki's face lit up with joy, yet a glimmer of doubt flickered in his eyes. So you are the survivor of the Misty Bamboo Gathering. Although the other party expressed a welcoming attitude towards the Misty Bamboo Gathering, he was still not entirely at ease. Considering the villagers and the Konoha's attitudes towards the Misty Bamboo Gathering, exposing his origins would still be too risky. He chose to stick to the premeditated response. My father is a member of the Bamboo Gathering clan, but my mother is not. They only shared a fleeting romance one night. My father left afterward, leaving no name behind. My mother only revealed his identity to me before she passed away. For years I have been searching for news of the Bamboo Gathering, and finally, I found my way here. How could you know he was from the Bamboo Gathering if you don't even know his name? Zanki asked the obvious question. My mother said that my father once demonstrated the corpse bone pulse to her. Cough, so I know. The corpse bone pulse. Zanki leaned forward, grabbing Yun's hand. Then can you use the corpse bone pulse? You must be able to use it, right? Zanki's overly excited demeanor made Yun hesitate about whether to reveal the corpse bone pulse. Showing it would certainly gain attention, but it would also inevitably attract trouble. Yun made a swift decision. If it were just for himself, he would certainly avoid admitting to having the corpse bone pulse for safety's sake. However, to provide a way out for his companions, he needed sufficient status to ensure the other party could offer appropriate protection. Yun extended his index finger, and a pale bone spike slowly pierced through his skin, emerging outward. There was no trace of blood. It seemed as if the bone was a natural part of his body, growing forth on its own. The corpse bone pulse. Zanki suddenly stood up, and in his haste he knocked over the low table in front of him. His eyes widened in astonishment, staring fixedly at the bone spike protruding from Yun's fingertip, like a lecherous man who had just seen a stunning beauty or a hungry wolf confronting fresh meat. The corpse bone pulse. It really is the corpse bone pulse. And it is. His gaze shifted to Yun's white hair, and Zanki's movements abruptly halted, his face breaking into a joyful smile. Child, you are indeed one of my Bamboo Gathering clan. It must be true. Such a pure corpse bone pulse, even the main family from back then may not have had such a thing. You must have suffered wandering outside. His face, shifting through expressions, was as dynamic as a Sichuan opera. Chief, please calm down. Yun discreetly retracted his hand, quietly pulling back the bone spike. The torn skin healed in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Yun, from today onwards you are the direct descendant of my Bamboo Gathering clan. Zanki grew increasingly excited. No, just become my adopted son directly. The position of clan leader will be yours in the future, and all the resources of the clan will be at your disposal. The vision was grand and round. Unfortunately, Yun had had his fill of empty promises in his last life, and found it hard to digest this one. I appreciate the chief's kindness, but I cannot accept such a heavy burden. I am used to a free and easy life, and cannot take on such a responsibility. Yun quickly waved his hands. He just wanted to find a way out, not take over a mess. Moreover, I have just arrived in your village and have accomplished nothing. If I were to ascend above others due to my bloodline, it would likely be hard to gain their acceptance. After much back and forth with Zanki, Yun ultimately insisted on remaining an ordinary clan member. Though Zanki felt regretful, he did not dare to press too hard, and the matter of adopting him was dropped. He immediately commanded that Yun be arranged in the highest specification guest room in the village, actually an independent villa in the backyard of the clan leader's home. Yun, please rest well. If you need anything, feel free to ask, do not hesitate. The clan leader personally escorted Yun to the door, and the fervent gaze made Yun feel like a monk who had wandered into a spider's lair. It felt hasty. Although he knew they were anxious about the dilution of their bloodline, he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. If it weren't for the fear of causing unnecessary trouble, Yun would have truly wanted to ask the old man if there was more to the story. Closing the door, Yun let out a long sigh. Well, since I am here, I might as well settle in. Let's observe the situation. A worst-case scenario, I can just pack up and leave. Yun surveyed the room. It was indeed much better than the previous, and spacious and bright with all new bedding. After a quick wash, he lay on the bed still with his ninja tool bag tied around his waist. A high-quality bed is different. It feels both fragrant and soft. It's a pity I can't relax and enjoy it. Not long after lying down, he felt something was off with his body. A wave of heat rose from his abdomen, gradually spreading to his limbs. His breathing became somewhat rapid, and his body temperature began to rise. Yun instantly became alert, his previously languid gaze sharpening. Poisoned. He quickly sat up and checked his body. There were no symptoms like dizziness or disorientation, and the chakra flowed smoothly, but the feeling of heat was intensifying and a primitive impulse began to surge in his mind. Aphrodisiac. The scent from the bed. He still had some supplies left over from the preparations for the expedition to the border. Yun-E immediately took out a detoxification pill and swallowed it while activating his healing ninjutsu to accelerate metabolism. The heat sensation quickly dissipated by more than half. Given his physique combined with the healing ninjutsu and detoxification medicine, he could easily resolve this level of drug. However, Yun-E did not get up. Instead, he continued to lie on the bed pretending to be restless and burning with desire. Because outside the door faint footsteps could be heard. Since you want to play, I will play along. A tongue delivered right to my door. I also have a few things I want to ask. After a while, the door was quietly pushed open a crack. A shadow peeked through the gap, then slipped in like a ghost, gently closing the door behind. By the light of the moon streaming in through the window, Yun-E squinted his eyes and recognized the intruder. She wore a thin silk nightgown, and her ample whiteness dazzled under the moonlight. Her hair flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her strikingly beautiful features were accentuated by a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth, adding a hint of allure. With a curvaceous figure akin to a peach, she moved with a grace that defied the principles of physics, as if every step danced on the heartstrings. Wait, that face. Yun-E's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the no-wind from the original work Shippuden, who can absorb chakra and has a real form of a hair monster? However, this one appeared younger, around 20 years old. Although her gaze bore an enchanting quality, it lacked the cunning and cruelty seen in the original work. The woman approached the bedside looking at Yun-E, who was flushed and seemingly delirious, gently biting her red lip. I'm sorry. I am also doing this for the family. She extended her slender fingers, gently caressing Yun-E's chest. Yun-E-kun, are you feeling uncomfortable? Let me help you. A rich, faint fragrance suddenly invaded Yun-E's nostrils, just as her red lips were about to touch him. Damn, I definitely don't want to be kissed by a corpse spirit and turned into a dried corpse. Bang. The previously dazed Yun-E suddenly erupted with fury, delivering a punch to her chest. In her grayish eyes there was no trace of desire, only a clear mockery. This punch was delivered without holding back, aimed at shattering the clay puppet, but the moment of contact revealed that the opponent was a real person. Yun-E hurriedly restrained her strength, narrowly avoiding inflicting serious injury or even death. Gah! Even so, the opponent still collapsed on the bed, drooling and unable to rise. From her ninja tool pouch, Yun-E pulled out some steel wire and bound the woman tightly, showing no mercy. First drug her, then launch a night raid. What do you want to take my kidneys? Or turn me into dried meat? No. The woman struggled to utter a few words, her seductive demeanor long gone, replaced by the fear of death. Then tell me, who are you? Who sent you? What is your purpose? Yun-E took out a shuriken and waved it in front of the woman, seemingly to demonstrate its sharpness as she cut off a lock of her hair. She didn't react particularly to having her hair cut, so she must not be a dummy, just looks similar. Perhaps she was used as a template for corpse theft after death. The series of actions left no doubt in the woman's mind that Yun-E was serious about killing her, and she obediently began to speak. My name is Zhu Chufeng. The clan leader said that our bloodline is about to die out. You are the purest corpse bloodline. We must keep you here. Keep me here for what? Zhu Chufeng bit her lip, the blush on her face spreading down to her neck to bear offspring. I need to get pregnant with your child. In the first. What kind of absurd scenario is this? Is this some kind of everyone's after my plot? Although Yun-E had guessed it long ago, hearing the admission still shocked him. He understood that since these people had such thoughts, if they didn't succeed tonight, they would definitely have follow-up actions tomorrow. Next time, they might mobilize the entire clan to cast a powerful barrier around him, locking him in a small dark room as a full-time breeding stallion. Even after crossing over, I still encounter something like high rewards for children. Yun-E complained while packing his luggage. I would have married and had children eventually. If you had approached me normally, I might not have rejected you. He formed hand seals, releasing a probing wind to confirm there were no ambushes nearby. But you should never have drugged me. Is it really that urgent? Do you think total control is the only way to feel secure? That's because... Stop, no need to explain. You are not worthy to speak. I can't be bothered to listen. Tell the old man thanks for the hospitality, but I'm not interested in being a stud. Zhu Chufeng became anxious and tried to struggle to her feet. Are you leaving? No, you can't leave. For the family I must. Bang. Yun-E swiftly delivered a chop to her neck. Zhu Chufeng's eyes rolled back, and she fainted softly. Am I supposed to wait and be drained by you guys? I just graduated and my life has just begun. He gently placed her on the bed, even thoughtfully covering her with a blanket. Sorry, beautiful. Yun-E shook his head as he looked at the unconscious Zhu Chufeng. Although I have seen your pictures in my past life, I hate trouble the most. This heavy script of bearing the fate of the whole clan is better left for someone else to perform. Yejun Ma Lu would be quite suitable. After confirming that there were no ambushes nearby, Yun-E opened the window and jumped out. Landing silently, he swiftly sped towards the village exit. He had to leave before the clan leader discovered it, otherwise with that old man's madness he might really send the entire village to capture him. Although he did not fear a fight, he preferred to avoid trouble whenever possible. Bursting out of the village entrance, Yun-E disappeared into the night without looking back. Behind him, the lights of Zhuchu village gradually faded away. The Zhuchu clan. Now that I know the location, I can come back to explore when I have time. But I must wait until I am strong enough that the old man doesn't dare to have any ill intentions. Hopefully he won't be too persistent, otherwise I wouldn't mind solving the problem. This escape route in the land of fire's Zhuchu is temporarily ruined. Hey, after all, we are family, just like the mist-hidden Zhuchu. Back then he fled because the mist-hidden Zhuchu wanted to raise him as a weapon, and now they want to raise him as a stud. Yun-E did not rush back to Konoha but headed towards the land of soup. Firstly, his excuse for leaving the village was to vacation in the land of soup. Returning too early would be strange, so it would be better to act as if it were a real vacation. Secondly, if the Zanki dispatch pursuers returning directly to Konoha would expose his identity, so it was better to confuse them by heading to the land of soup. And thirdly, now that he was this far, he might as well make the most of it. Next, let's treat it as a real vacation. He couldn't help but quicken his pace, heading towards the distant lights of the land of soup. In the land of soup, here there were no intrigues between great nations, nor the twisted obsessions of bloodline clans, only streets filled with steam-hot spring buns and the sulphurous scent in the air. After running all night, Yun-E arrived at the hot spring town in the morning and directly checked into a hot spring inn at lightning speed. As he submerged his entire body in the open-air hot spring, Yun-E let out a soul-purging sigh. That woman named Zhu Chu Feng has probably woken up by now, and that old man is probably furious. But why should I care? Although the escape route still has no progress, and it has become more troublesome because of the trouble with the land of fires, Zhu Chu Yun-E just wants to let go of everything and have a good rest. The hot springs in the land of soup are quite nice. Next time I can bring my old man and the others along. After emerging from the hot spring, the fatigue from the overnight journey surged, and he collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted from morning until dusk. As soon as he opened his eyes, it was already dinner time. Guessed your frost-sliced beef. A waiter knelt outside the sliding door, carefully delivering the dish. Yun-E picked up a piece of exquisitely marbled raw meat, dipped it in some special sour citrus vinegar, and brought it to his mouth. The fat burst on his tongue. The rich, yet not greasy flavor instantly overwhelmed his senses. This is life. Fighting and killing is simply a waste of life. Yun-E squinted his eyes, feeling that the fatigue from the overnight escape had dissipated with that bite of meat. What peace in the ninja world, what bloodline secrets, at this moment none of them were as important as that bite of meat. After a hearty meal, Yun-E changed into a loose yukata, slipped into his wooden sandals, and strolled down the street like a wealthy young master to digest. Compared to Konoha's somewhat serious militarized village, the commercial atmosphere here was much more vibrant. Vendors lining the streets shouted, selling various bizarre trinkets. Hey there, young man, please wait. A middle-aged man in a dark red robe with a kind face suddenly blocked his path. He held a flyer with a strange inverted triangle pattern and wore that sort of fake salesman smile that Yun-E found all too familiar. Do you feel empty? Do you feel lonelier after laughter? The divine says pain is not punishment, but purification. Not at all, I'm quite happy. The man choked slightly, yet still within the bounds of his rebuttal, immediately seized the moment to say, the happiness of the present is merely a facade. In this war-torn world of ninjas, pain is the eternal truth. Only by understanding pain, embracing it, and believing in the divine can one attain true liberation. Yun-E's mouth twitched. Goodness, with such high metaphorical content, you must get along splendidly with that super guy. The cult of the evil god, a mad sect fond of sacrifices and self-mutilation rituals. However, this set of rhetoric is leagues away from the deceptive levels of those pyramid schemes from my past life. It was too dry, lacking any stirring appeal. Brother, Yun-E interrupted his impassioned speech, pointing at the Odin in his hand. My deity tells me that if I don't quickly finish this skewer of radish, it will cool down and lose its taste. This is a tremendous torment for my stomach. Can your god reimburse the medical expenses? The deity cannot reimburse. Then it's not worth discussing. By the way, I suggest you change your opening line. A bag of rice is too heavy. Young people nowadays prefer to lie flat. See you. Yun-E waved his hand, bypassing the still-dazed cultist, and continued on. Discussing reason with such brainwashed zealots was a waste of breath. As long as they didn't disturb his vacation, they could believe whatever they wanted. However, the trees wished for peace, but the wind would not cease. Just a short distance ahead, as he passed a slightly secluded alley, a small figure suddenly darted out from the shadows. Ouch! The child seemed unable to stop crashing directly into Yun-E's embrace. At the same time, a dirty little hand swiftly reached for Yun-E's waist. The technique was mediocre, but it was fast among ordinary people. Unfortunately, he encountered Yun-E. Without even lifting his eyelids, Yun-E seized the child's wrist. "Ah!" The child cried out in pain as Yun-E effortlessly flung him aside like a spinning top. It was a boy of about 7 or 8, raggedly clothed, yet his eyes betrayed a fierce gang-like aura. "Attack!" the boy shouted. Suddenly, several similarly filthy street children sprang out from behind the piles of junk around the alley. They wielded sharpened metal scraps or wooden sticks. Though young, they clearly had the bearing of seasoned delinquents cooperating seamlessly to encircle Yun-E. Yun-E sighed and swallowed the last bite of his Odin. Just drove off one salesperson, and now a whole gang of swindlers shows up. Can the security in the land of soup hold up? This level of little brats didn't even qualify to pique his interest. Bullying them felt like using a nuclear bomb to swat mosquitoes. There was no sense of achievement, only a feeling of "I feel worthless." Whoosh! A sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air above. "Everyone get out of the way. This fat sheep is mine." A pink figure jumped down from the low wall nearby. In the light of a nearby lantern, Yun-E recognized the newcomer. A girl around 9 years old with messy pink hair and skin roughened by a life of wandering, yet her facial features had an unexpectedly good foundation. What stood out most were her eyes, fierce and sharp like a wolf ready to snap the throat of its prey at any moment. "Hey, well-dressed bastard, dare to touch my people. If you don't want to die, hand over all your money." Yun-E merely watched her quietly, his previously indifferent demeanor shifting to a slight seriousness. "Hey, the king of kids. Good gaze, not too shabby." Just a smile. Yet in the perception of the pink-haired girl, this laid-back big brother before her instantaneously transformed into a colossal beast draped in human skin. Her body hair stood on end as cold sweat drenched her tattered clothing. Though she was foul-mouthed and quick-tempered, her survival in the chaotic streets relied on instincts sharper than any dog. And her instincts told her this person was not to be trifled with. The rest of the girl's words were forcefully choked in her throat. The air grew still. The surrounding lackeys had yet to grasp the situation and were brandishing their sticks, eager to try boss. "Get him! Shut up!" The girl suddenly turned, kicking the bottom of the boy who had just stolen, her voice louder than before, but clearly trembling. "Get down on your knees." The lackeys were bewildered. "Huh? Boss?" She pressed the boy's head down, and with a bang he was forced to kneel. Then she herself plopped down on the ground. This young master. I apologize. This kid is careless. I will definitely teach him a lesson when we get back." The speed of her transformation was quicker than flipping a page in a book. Yun-E looked at the pink-haired girl kneeling before him, and her silhouette gradually overlapped with a figure in his memory. The signature pink hair, those honey-coated lips, and the survival instinct that bends and stretches. "You wouldn't be called Duoyuyi, would you?" "Oh, yes, I am Duoyuyi. So it's true." This brat was like this before mingling with Orochimaru. Not knowing what happened afterward, that led her to seek refuge with Orochimaru, but that had nothing to do with Yun-E. "You should be thankful you ran into me." Yun-E spoke leisurely. "If you had encountered a real monster, death would be the best outcome." With his hands tucked into the sleeves of his robe, he casually walked past them, continuing on his way. "And also, you need to practice your pickpocketing skills. You're too inexperienced." Only after Yun-E's figure disappeared at the end of the street did Du-E collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Boss, who was that? Why did he scare you like that?" A nearby lackey rubbed his head and leaned over. "Shut up, you useless fool." She gazed in the direction where Yun-E had vanished, her eyes filled with complexity. Clearly he appeared harmless, yet her instincts warned her that he was a dangerous character. As long as they dared to act, it would be death or injury. Half an hour later, in a dilapidated, crumbling warehouse in the slums, Duoyuyi kicked open the broken door, tossing the cheap ointment she bought to the injured lackey. "Listen up. For the next few days, don't go near that street. If anyone provokes that kind of monster again, I will personally deal with them." She cursed as she walked to the corner to grab a drink. But she found that several of her usually clever lackeys had not come over to share the ointment. Instead, they were huddled in a dark corner murmuring about something. In the dim light of the candle, Duoyuyi saw what they were gathered around. It was a talisman adorned with a strange, inverted triangle symbol. Beside the talisman lay half a moldy piece of bread. "Pain is a gift from the divine. As long as we sacrifice, we will no longer be hungry." Duoyuyi's unease surged again, even more chilling than when she faced Yun-E. "Hey, what are you doing?" She rushed over and snatched the talisman, smashing it to the ground. "How many times have I told you? Do not believe in those supernatural things. Only fists and intellect can help us survive." However, her lackeys, who usually obeyed her orders, now seemed like entirely different people. They slowly turned their heads, staring at Duoyuyi with hollow, resentful eyes. Boss, what? Did you break the divine artifact? Yun-E comfortably soaked in the private hot spring pool, holding a glass of chilled milk, squinting his eyes as he enjoyed the warmth of the spring and the coolness of the night breeze. Huh. A sip of cold milk slid down his throat, sending a wave of pleasure from his throat to his stomach, causing him to squint in delight. Oh, this is life. Yun-E sighed contentedly, setting the cup down on the tray by the pool's edge. The people of Take Village haven't caught up with the land of soup yet. I wonder if they're just too incompetent to keep up, or if they've simply given up. They shouldn't chase after Konoha, right? I haven't revealed my origins either. After resting enough, Yun-E decided it was pointless to linger any longer and would set out to return to Konoha tomorrow. This time he hadn't found a suitable escape route, only confirming the existence of the Take clan in the Land of Fire. Once he became stronger, he could consider incorporating them, but he wouldn't make it in time for the impending night of annihilation. I can try to gauge the attitude of the Fire Temple on the way back. Long-term protection is unlikely, but letting a few stay for 10 days or half a month might be possible. The backyard's water trough was full, and a bamboo tube struck the stone slab with a crisp and ethereal sound. Thud! Thud! Duoyu also landed on the beam. This was an abandoned slaughterhouse, and below was the ritual site of the evil god sect. In recent days, aside from a few diehard members, most of the subordinates joined the evil god sect for the so-called benefits. Duoyu didn't blame them, as they were all just trying to make a living. However, she never believed in that nonsensical religion and refused to join no matter how eloquently they spoke. As it turned out, she was right. Last night, a member of the first batch who joined returned to their base, the abandoned warehouse covered in blood. It turned out that the evil god sect was a group of lunatics performing human sacrifices and self-harm to please the so-called evil god. He was among the first to be sacrificed and had only survived by playing dead. Upon learning that there were survivors, Duoyu immediately called the remaining members to rescue them. The air was thick with the nauseating scent of rust and decay. In the vast space below, a massive blood rune was drawn. Get ready to act, she whispered to her companions. Remember, the goal is to save people, not to kill enemies. Once we save them, we run. Yes, chief sister. Everyone quietly squatted in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Finally, the door was pushed open. The door swung open, and a servant entered with a tray of food. Having decided to set out tomorrow, Yun-E naturally wanted to indulge in a feast tonight, treating it as his last supper in the land of soup. The servant laid out a sumptuous dinner: grilled fish, grilled meat, tempura, and various exquisite side dishes. As expected of the land of soup, the service is impeccable. The food emitted an enticing aroma, making Yun-E's appetite stir, and he could hardly wait. Sir, your meal is ready. Please enjoy. Thank you for your hard work. After the servant left, Yun-E raised his knife, its blade glimmering under the light. The dagger struck down. Duoyu and her subordinates jumped down from the beams, their broken blades plunging into the vital points of the cultists below, blood gushing from the wounds. The battle ended in an instant, with all the cultists lying in pools of blood. Save them. The group immediately scattered to untie the subordinates who had been used as sacrifices. However, she completely underestimated the vitality of these cultists. It hurts so much. The cultists who should have sustained fatal wounds surprisingly stood up as if nothing had happened. Looking at their wounds, they were healing at a visible rate. What wonderful pain. This is the gift of the evil god. The leading cultist sneered. Since you have delivered yourselves, then let us all become sacrifices together. At that moment, Duoyu felt a chill rush from her feet to the crown of her head. Immortal bodies. Are they even human? Scatter. Run. Duoyu shouted, not looking back as she dashed towards the door, the mad laughter of the cultists echoing behind her. Run. Run. At the entrance of an underground casino, Yun-E held a crumpled ticket, cheering for his bet on the flying legs. Come on. Run. Charge. Don't just curl up and sleep, you idiot. Passing by the turtle race booth, Yun-E's interest was piqued by the crowd. With a playful mindset, he bet on a turtle that sounded fast. The flying legs did not disappoint, always in the lead. Hurry, just a bit more. As the flying legs was about to cross the finish line, caw, a crow suddenly swooped down and snatched the flying legs away. Is this even possible? The absurd scene caused Yun-E to react a beat late, throwing a shuriken, but missing the crow. Oh, forget it, buddy. This kind of thing happens too. The dealer next to him patted Yun-E on the shoulder. You never know the result until the last moment. Isn't that the fun of the game? Yun-E hadn't thought much of it. However, the crow, after stealing the turtle, did not leave, but circled above Yun-E's head, as if mocking him. Hey, with my temper, if I don't pluck all your feathers today, it'll write my name backward. Yun-E was also provoked, leaping up onto the roof. The crow clearly did not expect this bipedal creature to actually catch up, frantically fleeing into the distance. Even with its flying advantage, the crow couldn't outrun a determined Yun-E. With a few jumps, Yun-E caught up beneath the crow. Wind release, fly swatter, promax. Crow swatter. A massive gust of wind descended from above with Yun-E's movement infused with natural energy. Uffed. Without even a scream, it was slammed to the ground, turning into a pile of feathers. The flying legs emerging unscathed from its shell slowly crawled towards the grass. Oh, that feels good. Time to head back to the inn for a good night's sleep. Yun-E stretched lazily and turned into a slightly secluded alley, preparing to take a shortcut back. Halfway through, hurried footsteps quickly approached from the other end of the alley. A heavy scent of blood hit him. Yun-E frowned slightly instinctively, wanting to jump out of the alley to avoid trouble. However, trouble always seemed to crash into him. Huff, huff. A blood-soaked figure with pink hair stumbled around the corner, clearly at their limit. It was Duoyu. Her previously arrogant face was now covered in dirt and blood, and her fierce eyes were filled with despair. The two locked eyes. Run. Duoyu didn't stop her steps, leaving only that one sentence as she dashed past Yun-E. Hey, don't run towards me. In the blink of an eye, the cultists had caught up. The leader, upon seeing Yun-E, lit up with excitement. Oh, what a perfect sacrifice. The evil god will surely like this. Yun-E sighed, his gaze sweeping over the group of frenzied fanatics. Everyone, I'm just passing by. How about you pretend you didn't see me and continue your chase? For the sake of Lord Evil God, capture him. Those little ghosts don't matter. We cannot let this guy escape. The leading cultist clearly didn't understand human language. With a command, more than a dozen cultists brandished various weapons and charged like starving wolves. Ah, what a nuisance. I knew it. Yun-E stretched his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Honestly, even a vacation doesn't bring peace. Before he could finish speaking, the nearest cultist swung his knife at him. Yun-E sidestepped gracefully, avoiding the blade, as if dodging raindrops coming at him. With a swift motion, he seized the knife and slashed. A cold gleam flashed, and a deep wound appeared on the cultist's chest, blood gushing forth. It hurts. It hurts. This is the feeling. Logically, this slash should have been fatal, yet the cultist not only stood upright, but also laughed maniacally, reveling in the pain. In the blink of an eye, the wound stopped bleeding and began to heal at a visible rate. Useless. We have already received the blessing of Lord Evil God. The cultist grinned savagely, completely disregarding the wound on his chest, and instead attacked with even more frenzy. Damn, could they all be like flying segments. Though being immortal isn't an insurmountable ability, it is indeed troublesome. Moreover, seeing their reckless attitude, it seemed they didn't care about the pain and even enjoyed it. The limitations of physical functions were lifted, akin to opening the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Yun-E's expression grew serious. Since dealing with the immortal body the best method is, when the next cultist charged forward, Yun-E did not aim for his body, but directly severed his head with a single stroke. Gulyalu, the headless body collapsed, and the rolling head fell silent. So it is not true immortality, it is merely a robust vitality. Altogether, he is alone. For the sake of Lord Evil God. The death of their companion did not dampen the cultists' morale, as 7 or 8 of them pounced simultaneously. Yun-E casually plunged his knife into the ground, forming seals with both hands. Water release, water candy grab. A viscous liquid spewed from his mouth, quickly covering the ground and hindering the cultists' movements. Wind release, vacuum blade. Yun-E picked up the knife and unleashed a wind blade, accurately severing the necks of 2 cultists. Their bodies fell, but they provided a foothold for the cultists that followed, who leaped over their fallen comrades. Yun-E sidestepped while counterattacking with his knife. Wow. That was close, this group of madmen. The opponents showed no signs of avoidance or defense, instead charging forward with their daggers. The knife enveloped in the wind blade cleaved the opponent in 2. Yun-E tried his best to dodge the dagger, but was still grazed on the arm. The wound was shallow, and under the influence of his powerful physique, it had already stopped bleeding and began to heal. However, a drop of blood fell to the ground. A cultist, quick to react, pounced and licked the blood. His skin instantly turned pitch black, with white skeletal patterns emerging. Damn, blood control. As a transmigrator, he was well aware of this technique. Likewise, he knew the flaws of this move. Wind release, great breakthrough. A howling gale erupted, blowing away the small black figure, attempting to draw a magic circle along with all the enemies in front of him, sending them tumbling. Yun-E pulled out a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Flash. The flames enveloped the shuriken, creating an arc with the aid of the wind release as it flew towards the small black figure. Uft, 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 whoosh. The shuriken pierced through flesh, flames erupting as the small black figure instantly transformed into a fireball. Aya. His body was rendered immobile, yet his tenacious vitality prevented him from dying immediately, forcing him to endure the torment of the searing flames. Still want to play curses? The preparation time is too long, you fools. Blood screams and flames continuously stimulated the nerves while his battle instincts gradually kicked in. Why you? How do you know our secret ritual? The remaining cultists' faces changed drastically. I also know. You are about to meet your beloved Lord Kashi-sama. The bones cracked as white bone spurs erupted from beneath his skin, covering Yuan-I's entire body, making him appear like a sea urchin. Dance of the Tang Song. Now it won't be so easy to make me bleed. 2 bone swords grew out from Yuan-I's palms. Yuan-I licked the blood splattered on his face, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Are you ready? I will send you to meet the evil god now. The alley fell silent once more. Only the crackling of flames and the tangible scent of blood lingered. Yuan-I dispelled the dance of the Tang Song, and the bone spurs retracted into his body. His rapid heartbeat gradually calmed the excitement fading. He gently exhaled, feeling the lingering pain from the scratch on his arm. The wound had already healed, yet his subconscious was still alert. Blood control was a dangerously potent ability. Being careless could lead to disaster. Thankfully, everything had come to an end. Looking at the scattered pieces on the ground, Yuan-I frowned. Ugh, so disgusting. I won't touch it this time. I'll just burn it all down. Just then hurried footsteps echoed again. No way, they're back. Duo Yu returned with a few lackeys. The colorful scene was shocking, all faces visibly drained of color, with some of the lackeys even vomiting. Did you do all this? Yuan-I shrugged innocently, saying, what can I do? Their lives are as tough as cockroaches. Duo Yu opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. She had initially thought these cultists were terrifying beings, yet in front of this guy, they were utterly weak. By the way, Yuan-I suddenly remembered something and stepped closer to Duo Yu, looking down at her. You led this group of madmen to me. How should I account for this? Covered in blood and the hostility generated from the slaughter with the backdrop of scattered pieces, Yuan-I resembled a hellish warrior. Duo Yu trembled, her body hair standing on end, desperately clenching her teeth to avoid collapsing. The few lackeys behind her had long been scared stiff, with some even wetting their pants. I know their stronghold. Those madmen have looted a lot of wealth. I can lead the way. All those things belong to you. Duo Yu held her breath, waiting for Yuan-I's reaction. Oh, unexpected gains. Initially, Yuan-I was just slightly annoyed by the trouble this girl caused and wanted to scare her a bit. Unexpectedly, there was an opportunity for a windfall. Why didn't you say so earlier? Dealing with evil cults is a duty we cannot shirk. The suffocating pressure instantly dissipated, and Yuan-I revealed a radiant smile. Abandoned slaughterhouse. Yuan-I walked out the door with a heavy package on his back, the weight bringing him a sense of joy. How annoying. The previous funds were not yet spent, and now he had earned another sum. Moreover, the source was clean, allowing him to spend both without worry. This group of cultists certainly had a lot saved up, presumably the result of the believers' voluntary donations. Yuan-I took all the large amounts of cash and jewelry, leaving the small change, food, and daily necessities for the street children. As for whether the cultists had any objections, next year this place would definitely flourish. Yuan-I glanced back. Since leaving, Duo Yu had been following him quietly, keeping her head down the entire way. What about your little brothers? They scattered. There weren't many left anyway, and the supplies you left are enough for a long time, so it's just better to disperse. What about you? I still owe you a debt. No need for that, I was just joking with you. I can help you with many things. I am quite strong and can take a beating. Am not afraid of dirty or tiring work. Plus, I know plenty of street skills. After struggling on the streets for many years, she had seen some so-called strong people, and compared to them, Yuan-I was of an entirely different caliber. Hiding in the corner of the slaughterhouse, watching Yuan-I chop through his tasks, this display of strength transformed into a sense of security etched into her mind. Additionally, his pragmatic approach of only taking what was necessary and leaving the rest made Duo Yu also believe that Yuan-I was a worthy person to follow. Yuan-I stopped and turned around, sizing up the pink-haired girl again, reminiscing about her background. As a Snake Uncle selection at 14 years old, Duo Yu had a score of 49 in her 8 dimensions, making her a top-tier talent among grassroots ninjas. She was proficient in illusion techniques, spirit communication barrier techniques, and could invoke spell seals using natural energy. Barrier techniques. I could bring them back to set up a barrier for the ramen shop. More importantly, her loyalty could be anticipated. Even if her little brothers betrayed her, she would still have the guts to rescue them, taking the trouble upon herself, and then returning. In the original work, she had never betrayed, even under the torment of Orochimaru. Looking into her perpetually fierce eyes now filled with determination, Yuan-I had made up his mind. I still prefer your previous, unruly demeanor. How about you revert to that? The unexpected response left Duo Yu momentarily stunned, shattering her previously cultivated emotions. Okay, alright, let's go back and take a shower first. You look as filthy as a mud monkey. What's up? Can that layer of grime keep you warm? Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to buy some new clothes, then we'll go home together. Okay, boss. My name is Yuni. You can call me Brother Yuni. Okay, big brother. Huh. Fine, big brother it is. After cleaning up, Duo Yu became as adorable as a porcelain doll. Although her skin had become somewhat rough due to years of exposure, she was undeniably a beauty in the making. 3,000 taels. Why don't you just go rob a bank? Did you cover this rag with gold trim? Huh. Unfortunately, she had a mouth. At the clothing store, Duo Yu glared fiercely at the clerk like a wolf ready to pounce. Yun-E raised his hand and gave her a slap on the head. Stop shouting, this is just the price of vacation areas. We still have to hurry pick out a sturdy outfit quickly. He pointed to the most appealing dark casual outfit nearby and tossed a stack of bills onto the counter. Please, brother, pick her out a good pair of shoes as well, no change needed. Big brother, maybe we shouldn't buy it, I can wear these. Duo Yu rubbed the spot where she was hit, her eyes watery. Buy it. If you keep talking, I'll throw you back. Now immediately change. While Duo Yu changed clothes, Yun-E went to a nearby souvenir shop to buy some gifts. Although he knew they were expensive and useless, he felt the need to bring something back for Changpu and the others, especially since he had earned quite a bit this time. The two walked along the official road. Big brother, where are we going? To the land of fire, Konoha village. So big brother is a ninja from Konoha. That's great. Konoha village is the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages. Haha, don't set your expectations too high. Although the material conditions might be better, every ninja village has its issues. Let me tell you. The two chatted back and forth. By evening they arrived at the fire temple. Let's stay here for another night. Watch your mouth. If the monks beat you up, don't blame me for not warning you. After reminding Duo Yu, Yun-E knocked on the large door. The monk at the gate recognized Yun-E and warmly led the two into the Zen room. Yuni, good to see you again. Master D. Lu clasped his hands together in greeting, but his eyes widened slightly at the sight of the two. As one of the former 12 guardian ninjas, he was exceptionally sensitive to killing intent. Both the big and the little one carried the lingering scent of blood, especially the little girl, her eyes betraying a fierce glint that could not be concealed. Yun-E slightly bowed. Master D. Lu, I'm sorry to disturb you again for the night. Inside the Zen room, the aroma of tea wafted. D. Lu asked pointedly, Yun-E, have you encountered trouble on this journey? So don't mention it. I ran into a group of cult fanatics who were planning human sacrifices for some immortal body, and I took care of them. Although Yun-E spoke lightly, the blood on him proved that a bloody storm had indeed occurred behind him. Amitba. To seek the elusive immortality and fall into madness, harming oneself and others. To be reckoned with is indeed a consequence of one's own actions. You need not worry, benefactor. Thank you for your concern, master. I'm fine, but those guys are indeed a bit sinister. Yun-E detailed the effects and conditions of the blood sacrifice, as well as the cultist's formidable vitality to D. Lu. Hopefully this can prevent him from being taken down by the immortal duo. D. Lu's expression became serious. The ninja world was vast and full of wonders. Using a medium to curse and kill was not without precedent. If the opponent's abilities were truly as Yun-E described, they would be a nightmare for the martial monks who primarily relied on physical combat. Amitba, thank you for the reminder, benefactor. I will document this and pass the message to various temples to keep an eye out. D. Lu bowed solemnly, then seemed to remember something. By the way, a few days ago, several individuals claiming to be from the Take Bamboo clan visited, inquiring about your whereabouts. Take Bamboo? Yes. I suggested that you had gone on a journey and did not disclose your location. Thank you, master. Yun-E's mouth twitched. Truly relentless. It seemed these people had indeed lost track of him, so they could only start searching nearby. Although D. Lu did not disclose his whereabouts, the fact that they had come was also a clue. I need to hurry back to Konoha. After pulling along Dui for 2 days, Yun-E finally saw the gates of my village. Is this my A? Dui followed behind, looking around like a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time. We've arrived right here. The curtain of the Ichiraku Ramen shop swayed gently in the wind. Yun-E pointed to the small shop ahead, his steps unconsciously becoming lighter. Dui looked up at the ordinary ramen shop, somewhat dazed. This was the home of the man she envisioned as a killing god. Just a roadside stall. Ignoring Dui, Yun-E lifted the door curtain. Old man. Changpu. I'm back. It was the afternoon break, and there were no customers in the shop. Changpu was wiping the tables. Oh, brother Yuni, you're back. Seeing Changpu standing there unscathed, Yun-E's tense nerves instantly relaxed. Where's Dad? Dad is in the kitchen. Dad. Brother Yun-E is back. Oh, Yun-E. Handa poked his head out from the kitchen, wearing his signature gentle smile. So how was your trip? Seeing that familiar face, the last bit of worry in Yun-E's heart dissipated. There were some incidents. Yun-E replied simply, then pointed to Dui behind him. Let me introduce you. This is Dui. I brought her back to help in the shop. Dui nervously hid behind Yun-E, secretly observing the environment of the shop. This warm, family-like atmosphere was something she had never experienced before, leaving her both longing and at a loss. Dui, what a lovely child. Changpu bent down. Hello, I am Changpu. You? Hello, Sister Changpu. Diyu rarely responded in a manner befitting her appearance. Handa smiled and wiped his hands as he walked out. You must be Diyu. Welcome, welcome. He carefully observed Diyu. Although she looked a bit tired, her clothes were new and she was reasonably clean. Much better than when Qin came. It seemed Yun-E had taken his words to heart. You haven't eaten yet, right? He'll go make some noodles for you. Just as Yun-E was about to sit down and rest properly. Boss, the side dishes are ready. Should I serve them now? The voice was soft and alluring, carrying a natural charm. To Yun-E's ears it was akin to a thunderclap. The woman who walked out from the kitchen wore the Ilu Ramen shop's uniform apron. Her originally loose black hair, neatly pinned up, and a strikingly beautiful face, wore a business smile. Zhukue Feng, the woman who had previously attempted to forcibly borrow from him at the Zhukue clan's territory. In the next moment, Yun-E shot up like an arrow, swiftly positioning himself in front of Handa and Changpu. Old man, we need to leave quickly. Yun-E's kunai was wrapped in a wind blade, his body low, ready to pounce at any moment. Killing intent surged forth as if it were a tangible force, a continuous flow of natural energy pouring into Yun-E's body, causing the temperature of the ramen shop to drop several degrees. He did not care what this woman intended to do, nor did he care about the Zhukue clan's ridiculous plans. But she should never have appeared here near Handa and Changpu. Brother Yun-E. Changpu was startled by this sudden change. The cold killing intent, even if not aimed at her, still made her shiver. Facing Yun-E, Feng was now frozen in place, unable to move. Previously at the clan, she thought she was knocked out by Yun-E that night due to her carelessness. Now she understood that he had shown mercy. The suffocating pressure made her feel that even the slightest movement could lead to death. Just as a fight was about to break out, ding! A crisp sound rang out as a large ladle struck Yun-E's head, dispelling the tense atmosphere. Yun-E, what are you doing? Coming back and shouting about fighting. Look at how you've scared Changpu. Handa maintained the posture of striking, his brows furrowed, as if he could crush a fly. Yun-E slightly tilted his head, catching a glimpse of the curled-up Changpu, which made him suppress his killing intent, yet his gaze remained fixed on Feng's every move. Freed from the pressure, Feng slowly raised her hands and began to back away. I came to apologize this time. Go wait for me in the alley across the street. After keeping his eyes on Feng until she exited the shop, Yun-E finally relaxed his stance. Turning around, he found Handa soothing the frightened Changpu as if they had not been disturbed by Feng at all. Old man, why is that woman here? Do you know who she is? Miss Feng came to the shop 2 days ago saying she was here to apologize to you. Since you weren't here, she stayed to help. She didn't elaborate on the details, and I didn't ask, planning to wait for your return to discuss it. Yun-E nodded, preparing to resolve the issue, at least to control it first. Rationality told him that if Feng intended to do something, she would have acted long ago. But he did not want to take that gamble, nor did he dare to. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Handa reached out to stop Yun-E. Yun-E, don't rush into extremes. I know you're worried about our safety, but at least listen to what happened. Yun-E took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. All right, I understand. I will try to resolve this peacefully. Give me a reason not to kill you. In the dark alley, Yun-E maintained a friendly demeanor, while Feng was so excited that tears almost streamed down her face. I came to apologize. Feng took out a letter from her bosom, trembling hands extended toward Yun-E. The clan leader has deeply reflected. Previously, due to anxiety, extreme measures were taken offending you. She swallowed hard, not daring to meet Yun-E's eyes, lowering her head as she said, the Shikubo-kai. The Zhukue clan's only hope now is you. Your white-haired Shikubo-kai is the purest bloodline of bloodline return. But an overly powerful bloodline limit can become a burden to the body. Most records in the clan indicate that those with white-haired Shikubo-kai die from bloodline disease between the ages of 12 and 16, with very few surviving past 18. The clan leader feared you wouldn't have time to leave behind your bloodline, so that was why back then. She opened the envelope and quickly skimmed through it. The content was basically in line with what Feng had said. Apologies, explanations, requests, clarifications. Although they haven't given up, they at least don't intend to use force again. They are even willing to provide resources. But what is the cost? Unless absolutely necessary, it is still best not to use them. Feng took a deep breath as if she had made a certain decision, raising her head with a complex expression. Following the clan leader's orders, I am here to ensure your safety, take care of your daily needs, and cooperate with you to continue the bloodline when you wish. If you show any signs of bloodline disease, I will use the secret techniques taught by the clan to help alleviate it. But most importantly, please avoid developing and using the Shikubo-kai. Yun-E recalled that in the original story, Junmaru died from bloodline disease at the age of 15, knowing that what she said was not false. However, the old man would probably never dream that he not only wouldn't have bloodline disease, but would instead become more energetic as time went on. So you are here to be my babysitter. Yun-E teased. Training. So this woman is trained to be a tool for reproduction and servitude. She even mentioned being the first one. This bamboo clan of the Fire Nation is truly. Though it is bothersome, Yun-E understands that the bamboo clan would never give up on obtaining bloodlines. If they drive this one away, who knows what trick they may pull next. It is better to keep her under close watch. Moreover, although he had knocked down Foam with a single punch earlier, she is still a ninja, at least of Chunin level. The opponent already knows how important the hand-pulled noodle shop is to him. As long as she intends to maintain a relationship with him, she must protect the shop. Currently with Chin and Duo Yu not having grown up, yet she can be considered an immediate combat force. You can stay. However, we need to establish some ground rules. Yun-E leaned in closer, his voice soft, as if whispering, yet it sent chills down Foam's spine. First, put away your ninja thoughts. If I find out you dare to have any ill intentions towards the people in the shop, I will dismantle your bones one by one and make soup out of them. Foam trembled all over, having no doubt that Yun-E would actually do it, and quickly nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, I understand. Absolutely won't. Second, do not reveal my relationship with the Bamboo Clan, nor your identity as a member of the Bamboo Clan for the time being. Actually. Foam hesitated. Have you already exposed it? Yes. I registered as a Konoha genin under the identity of the Bamboo Clan. Foam pulled out a Konoha forehead protector from her bosom, but your identity has not been disclosed yet. Tisk, fine. Then let's keep it a secret. Third, be low-key in Konoha. The current situation in Konoha is far more complicated than it appears on the surface. Don't get involved. Yes. Foam sighed in relief, then seemed to remember something and hesitated as she pulled out an envelope from her bosom. The clan head also wants me to greet the Hyuga clan. Yun-E raised an eyebrow. Oh. The letter is for Lord Hyuga Hizashi. It roughly informs him that you are a candidate for the clan head and hopes that the Hyuga clan will look after you, considering the friendship between the two clans. That's quite thoughtful. Yun-E scoffed. It serves as both a notice and a way to create a fait accompli. First the Hyuga, then Konoha, ultimately solidifying the situation, making the fake real, and binding him to the ship. Yun-E is not very averse to joining the Bamboo clan's ship. He just does not want to bear the responsibility of being the clan head. Temporarily concealing his identity is because he has already been drawn into the disputes between the Uchiha and Konoha. Currently, he is just a commoner genin still within the controllable range that Konoha can tolerate. Becoming an heir to a foreign family with a bloodline limit would change the nature of things. Let alone Danzo, even the third Hokage might not tolerate it. A greeting is still necessary, but we need to change the wording. Just say my family wants me to train. Let Hyuga not give me any support for now, and keep it a secret from Konoha for the time being. Foam paused for a moment, then quickly understood Yun-E's intention. I understand if you think this is safer. Yun-E waved his hand. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go to the Hyuga side first. I will return to the shop and inform my father. Foam leaned close to Yun-E, her eyes sparkling. You said before that if it was just a casual approach, you wouldn't refuse. Yun-E felt goosebumps rising. Let's focus on business first. I still need to report on my mission. After informing Shouda and the others about the reconciliation, Foam would continue to stay in the shop. Yun-E then went to the mission hall. Missions always need to be reported. He wrote very briefly on the report, encountered a cultist of the evil god church targeted as a living sacrifice, thus eliminated them. Regarding the intel on the evil god church, Yun-E only mentioned the effects and activation conditions of the death priest's blood, which were similar to what he told Di Lu. As for being immortal, he only casually mentioned that the opponent's vitality is strong and nothing else. Ridiculous if he wrote in detail. Someone like Danzo or Orochimaru, who have no bottom line, would definitely try it, not knowing how many lives would be lost. Such sinister and bizarre paths are better kept buried deep inside. Returning to the shop, it was just dinner time. Isn't it too crowded? The small shop has 6 employees, yet the bar counter only has 9 seats. This is after an expansion and renovation. At the same time, Yun-E thought of another problem. How to sleep at night. Chin is in his original room, and now Duoyu has also come, plus Foam. There is simply no space to accommodate everyone. His current single apartment goes without saying. How could it seem right for a man to live with 3 girls? What a hassle. Yun-E rubbed his temples. Yun-E slung his money pouch over his shoulder and turned to walk out. Changpu noticed that Yun-E was about to leave right after returning. Brother Yun-E, where are you going? To buy a house. No, to rent a house. Since he couldn't solve the problem of too many people, he would solve the problem of housing. Troubles that can be solved with money are not troubles at all. That night, Yun-E swung a brand new brass key as he stood in front of a standalone house. This place is not far from the Ichiraku Ramen shop, has a small yard, and most importantly, it's spacious with many rooms. Yun-E directly paid 3 months' rent and received the key. When he returned to the Ichiraku Ramen shop, he happened to bump into Foam, who had just come back from the Hyuga clan's territory. How was it? Lord Hisashi expressed understanding and will keep it confidential for now. At this moment, Shouta walked out of the shop. Oh, Yun-E, where did you go? There's something I need to discuss with you. Dad, I rented a bigger house. It's too cramped with Chin and Duo-Yu living in the shop. Yun-E rubbed his nose. There are enough rooms. Do you and Changpu want to move in with me? Shouta nodded. Then there's no problem. Changpu and I want move gets convenient, and we are used to living in the shop. The big house must be expensive, right? Do you have enough money? No problem, Dad. I made some money on this mission. Yun-E patted his chest. Then I will have Chin pack her luggage. If you need help, just call out. Feng suddenly leaned over. I want to move in too. Yun-E glanced at her. Where have you been staying these past 2 days? I've been temporarily staying at an inn. The daily rate is so expensive. Oh, then you can stay in my previous single apartment. That won't do. I'm your personal bodyguard. Moreover, Feng stepped forward and whispered in Yun-E's ear, in case your bloodline disease acts up, only I know the secret techniques to alleviate it. If we don't live together, what will happen if something goes wrong? The warm breath tickled Yun-E's ear and the fragrance from her body penetrated his nose. Hiss, this seductress. If we really live together, I might not be able to control myself. Though he was not uninterested, Yun-E did not plan to touch her before Feng truly became part of his inner circle. Moreover, this body is still too young, and he is not yet ready to take on the responsibilities of a father, especially at this critical juncture where a storm is approaching. Shouta looked thoughtfully at Yun-E, then at Feng, suddenly speaking. Yun-E, it is indeed inconvenient for a young man like you to take care of 2 little girls. With Miss Feng helping to look after, I feel more at ease. Are you also thinking this way, Dad? But upon careful thought, it makes a lot of sense. Chin is already 9 years old and Duo-Yu is about the same. Teenage girls certainly have many matters that he is not convenient to intervene in. Forget it, anyway the house is big enough, I'll treat it as hiring a free babysitter and bodyguard. Alright then. Yun-E helplessly waved his hand. Let's all move together. In the new house, Yun-E watched the 3 girls busily organizing their luggage and suddenly felt as if he had become a landlord. Chin excitedly chose the sunlit room on the 2nd floor, while Duo-Yu opted for the room that overlooked the entrance downstairs, clearly out of a sense of vigilance. As for Feng, Lord Yun-E, to conveniently take care of your daily needs, I believe I should stay in the room next to yours. Yun-E looked at her serious expression and could guess what she was up to. But upon second thought, living close might be beneficial, but at least he could notice any of her little actions right away. Do as you wish. Watching the 3 girls busy with their tasks, Yun-E quietly sank into the lounge chair in the living room. What is this? A staff dormitory for a ramen shop. Although it's said to facilitate a stable life, this strange cohabitation arrangement certainly doesn't seem like it could lead to stability. Forget it, I'll deal with whatever comes my way. As long as he could continue to relax, nothing else mattered. Yun-E closed his eyes, letting the natural energy flow gently through his body. In this relaxed state, a sense of tranquility seemed to envelop the room. The 3 girls who were tidying up simultaneously glanced at Yun-E in the lounge chair, their expressions a bit dazed. This man always brings such a sense of reassurance. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage frowned slightly as he held a report just received from the Bamboo Take Clan's Take Feng is working at a ramen shop. Yes, Hokage-sama. The member knelt on the ground as he reported. This afternoon, she had a brief conflict with Yun-E, who just returned. Afterward, she visited the Hyuga clan's territory and had a brief meeting with Lord Hisashi. Currently, it seems she has moved into the house that Yun-E just rented. Also living there are 2 young girls, both employees taken in by the ramen shop. The Hyuga and the Bamboo Take. The 3rd Hokage pondered for a moment. Since the incident 5 years ago regarding Yun-E, which led to the death of Lord Hisashi, the Hyuga clan has been considerably low profile, and this time the Uchiha clan also made a statement of non-involvement. The Bamboo Take and the Hyuga clans have historically been on good terms. Perhaps their visit is a response to the unrest caused by Shizui's death, seeking to secure a retreat. Has that Take Feng had any contact with the Uchiha? Not currently. After Yun-E left, Uchiha Itachi has not returned to the ramen shop, nor has Take Feng communicated with any members of the Uchiha clan. The 3rd Hokage exhaled a smoke ring, and the deep furrows on his brow relaxed. Although the Bamboo Take village is not part of Konoha, it is still within the Fire Country, and thus not considered an outsider. As long as they are not Uchiha, that is good enough. The important one is Itachi. Yun-E himself is not worth too much of his concern. No matter if it is for flattery or the youth's affairs, it is all irrelevant. Since that Take Feng has registered as a Konoha ninja, let's handle things according to the rules without excessive interference. Continue monitoring the ramen shop, paying special attention to any Uchiha contacts. Understood. The member instantly vanished. The next morning, Hyuga Hisashi was handling clan affairs when suddenly a clansman reported that the 3rd Hokage had come to visit. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? Haha Hizashi, there's no need to be tense. I was just passing by and thought I'd check in on an old friend. For the next half hour Hizashi felt as if he were listening to cryptic texts. The third Hokage neither reprimanded nor warned him. Instead, he engaged in casual small talk. Such as, the Hyuga are the cornerstone of Konoha, the village has high hopes for the Hyuga, and the recent situation is unstable, you've all worked hard. After sending off the third Hokage, Hizashi stood at the door, his brow tightly furrowed. The situation with the Uchiha seems to be more serious than he had imagined. The third Hokage personally coming to console them indicates that the higher-ups in Konoha may be planning something. Does this mean the Uchiha are about to take action, asking me not to act recklessly? The Hyuga clan has always maintained a wait-and-see attitude towards the Uchiha. But if the Uchiha falls, could the Hyuga be next? Hizashi recalled the letter sent by Take Phone the day before. Is the Bamboo Take clan's visit to Konoha a response to rumors making their stance clear? Will this retreat be of any use? The candidate for the Bamboo Take clan's leader, Yuni. He remembered this name. Both Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Natsu had mentioned it before. Didn't he leave home many years ago? Leaving home is not uncommon in the ninja world. Similar situations have happened with Sarutobi Asuma, and conflicts exist within the Hyuga clan too. Every family has its own difficulties. Hinata frequently visits the ramen shop because of this Yuni. Unexpectedly, he turns out to be from the Bamboo Take clan. For both public and private reasons, he should go see what this so-called candidate is really like. If he is talented, then he should proactively befriend him. If he is a useless person, then just provide support as a favor to the Bamboo Take clan. He turned and walked towards the clan, quickly finding Hinata practicing gentle fist techniques in the courtyard. Hinata, father. Hinata was startled and quickly stopped her movements. Take me to that ramen shop you often go to. Hinata's cheeks instantly flushed, and her two fingers instinctively poked together. Father. What do we need to go there for? Seeing Hinata's reaction, Hizashi inexplicably felt a twinge of displeasure towards the Yun he had yet to meet. To eat. At the ramen shop, Yun was grilling skewers over a fire using fire release, making noodles by hand, while Chong Pu greeted the customers. Chin was teaching Duo Yu how to serve mung bean soup. Chin would focus on the cash register from now on. As for Feng, Lord Yun, the bowls are washed. Just put them over there. Yun replied without looking up. Oh dear, you're being so cold that makes me sad. Then you can be sad. Originally, she was at the front desk attending to customers, and cleaning her beauty could attract many male customers to the shop. But she kept trying to tease Yun, distracting him Chin Duo Yu and Chong Pu, which ended with her being sent to the back kitchen to wash dishes. The door curtain was lifted and Chong Pu habitually greeted, "Welcome to our shop." Leading the way was Hinata, who seemed to want to bury her face into her chest, followed by a man with a stern expression. With his iconic Byakugan and an aura as if someone owed him 800,000 ryo, it could only be Hyuga Hizashi. Chong Pu, who had been stunned, resumed her duties. Lord Hizashi. What a rare guest. Please have a seat. Sorry for the disturbance. Hizashi nodded, his gaze sweeping around the shop, finally resting on Yuni. Is this the young man? He indeed looks very young, with white medium-length hair, deep gray pupils, and a slender stature. Is he grilling skewers using fire release? He is quite nimble, but that's about it. Any ninja who practices fire release can achieve that. Moreover, he stands in a lazy manner, his eyes unfocused. Father, this way. Hinata said softly, leading Hizashi to sit by the bar. From her position, she could see Yun clearly. Noticing his daughter's small gestures, Hizashi's eye twitched, feeling increasingly displeased with Yun. After Rizu sat down, he didn't rush to order, but observed for a while. He noticed that his usually timid eldest daughter had changed ever since she entered this place. Though still shy, the tension that stemmed from her very bones had dissipated. When she secretly glanced at Yun, the light in her eyes was bright, a look he had never seen at home. Are you Yun? Rizu initiated the conversation. Yes. Yun replied with neither subservience nor arrogance, rather he seemed somewhat uninterested. Hinata comes here often, Rizu stated almost like an accusation. Yun glanced at the nervous Hinata beside him. Yes, she's a regular. Why? Because. Hinata chimed in. Because the ramen here is delicious. Rizu turned his gaze to his daughter's eyes. Just because the ramen is good. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, what could she possibly find so appealing about a common ramen shop? Hinata lowered her head, her face flushed, but her eyes kept darting towards Yun. Rizu turned to Yun. She comes here often because of you. Yun pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps it's because I can make sure she gets enough to eat. Enough to eat? What do you mean? Rizu frowned, exuding a dangerous aura, as if threatening Yun to clarify this matter. It's just the literal meaning. Yun paid no heed to Rizu's pressure and turned to Hinata. Hinata, the usual. Hinata cautiously glanced at her father and softly said, For orders of Ichiraku full course with 4 bowls of miso ramen. 4 orders. Rizu widened his eyes at his daughter, who was barely taller than the stove. Although he didn't know what the Ichiraku full course was, he at least grasped that there were 4 bowls of ramen. All right then, 4 Ichiraku full courses. 4 bowls of miso. Yuni called out. Then while preparing the grilled skewers, he explained to Rizu, the Ichiraku full course is the restaurant's signature set, including a bowl of ramen, a serving of gyoza, 5 skewers, and a cup of mung bean dessert. Would you like a set too, Mr. Rizu? Just give me the same set as her. Rizu replied, absently, still recovering from the shock. The usual means? She always has this much. Rizu stiffly turned his head to look at Hinata. Yes. Sometimes when I'm tired from training, I need to order more. Hinata buried her head, even lower, her fingers nearly twisting the hem of her clothes, but she did not refute. Hinata, you. Too, I'm sorry. Hinata suddenly stood up, deeply bowing. Too didn't mean to hide it. It was then that Rizu reacted. It turned out his daughter had been pretending to have a normal appetite at home, when in reality, she could not fill her stomach. No wonder she had always been so frail. And the rapid improvement in her physical condition over the past few years was due to secretly supplementing her nutrition outside. Why don't you eat enough at home, child? Rizu was both amused and helpless. Because. Hinata stammered, unable to articulate. Because the eldest daughter of the clan needs to maintain decorum. Yun-e interjected, explaining for Hinata. Eating too much will invite gossip. Rizu fell silent. He suddenly realized that as a father he knew less about his daughter than a stranger. So you come here often because he ensures you get enough to eat. Hinata nodded, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Yun-e brother never mocks me. And he will also help me get extra noodles. The set meal was quickly served. Under Rizu's astonished gaze, Hinata clasped her hands together and said, I'm about to eat, and then began to feast heartily. There were no dining etiquettes, nor the usual restraint. She ate joyfully, her cheeks puffed up, radiating pure satisfaction. That was the feeling of being alive. Rizu suddenly understood. His daughter's feelings for this person were not as simple as just being full. Here in front of the boy named Yun-e, she was not the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, but simply a little girl with a slightly larger appetite. No need to pretend, no need to suppress, no need to care about others' gazes. So that's how it is. The so-called being full is not just about the stomach, but also about the heart. Rizu took a deep breath and looked at Yun-e. Thank you for taking care of Hinata. It's no trouble at all. More importantly, it's better to eat it hot, Mr. Rizu. Rizu's mouth twitched. This guy truly didn't care about his status. But perhaps it was this indifference that allowed Hinata to feel relaxed. Rizu silently finished his own set meal. It tasted good and was quite filling. When he left and settled the bill, he took a long look at Yun-e. This Yun-e, looking only around his teens, spoke with neither servility nor arrogance, and even faced pressure without flinching. He would surely achieve great things in the future. This lazy demeanor wasn't a big problem at all. Once he bore responsibilities and felt pressure, he would naturally change. Much better than his own eldest daughter. Although Hinata was diligent, her temperament was too soft, and her talent was not high. He even entertained thoughts of shifting the family focus. He glanced at Keed, who was tidying up the dishes beside him. She had been smiling the whole time, showing no intention of interjecting. As a candidate for clan leader, the internal affairs of the Taketorai clan were not something an outsider like him should meddle in. However, Hinata's relationship with Yun-e provided her a place to relax, which was not a bad thing. Even after sending the father and daughter off, Yun-e glanced at the entrance and stretched, finally left. When the third Hokage sees this information, his expression will surely be quite interesting. Just as the two entered, an inconspicuous man followed them in. After they settled their bill, the man soon got up to leave. Yun-e could tell even with his eyes closed that he was there to monitor, but he had no intention of doing anything. As long as they didn't seek trouble, life could still go on. As for what the third Hokage thought, and what Rizu thought, it wouldn't hinder him from lying flat. He'll let them do as they please. Hokage office. The third Hokage stared at the intelligence presented by the Umbu, looking bewildered. He recognized every word, yet couldn't comprehend them when strung together. What do you mean by Hinata Hyuga not getting enough to eat at home? What do you mean Rizu only just found out that his daughter isn't full? Are you under an illusion? It wasn't until the Umbu recounted the dialogue at the ramen shop word for word that the third Hokage, with a mix of laughter and tears, tossed the intelligence onto the desk. What is this? Never mind, continue monitoring. And keep today's matter to yourself. Yes. After the Umbu left, the third Hokage looked again at that unbelievable report. Yun-e, it's always Yun-e. This name has been appearing frequently lately. Uchiha Hyuga Nara Akimichi Jinchuriki Taketorai. Although he was a commoner, he had already established good relationships with many clan heirs or important figures. Perhaps I should see this child with my own eyes. It's actually covered in dust. After sending off the father and daughter, there were hardly any customers left in the shop, and Yun-e simply lay back on the rocking chair behind the house. Thinking back, it has indeed been quite busy lately ever since I encountered that group of lunatics from the land of soup. It's all Uchiha's fault. Fortunately, the goal of finding a way out had largely been achieved. The anxious heart finally found some leisure, and as the rocking chair swayed, consciousness gradually drifted away. Elder brother. Elder brother. Yuan-E was roughly shaken awake. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Duo Yu also vigorously shaking the rocking chair. He had slept straight through until dusk. Stop shaking. Yuan-E struck Duo Yu's head with a hand chop. What's the matter? A pair of brothers came to the shop, and uncle asked me to call you. Huh. Can't I have a day to rest? Yuan-E felt a headache coming on. I got it. You go help Feng in the kitchen and don't come out front for now. There were hardly any people who could get the old man to call him, and he could guess with his feet that it must be Itachi, bringing Sasuke along, probably just to get acquainted in case he needed help in the future. That guy is also looking for a way out. He really thinks highly of me. Yuan-E returned to the shop, and as expected, it was Uchiha Itachi, who came followed by a little kid, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke had a reluctant look on his face, mumbling, "Brother, why do we have to come to this shop? That slacker comes here often." Sasuke. Itachi's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable authority. Sasuke immediately fell silent, but his displeasure was even more apparent. The two sat at the bar with Sasuke still surveying the environment of the shop, his eyes filled with disdain. Is this it? While Itachi's eyes were filled with fatigue. This is my younger brother Sasuke. Sasuke, this is the person I mentioned to you. You are Yuan-E. Sasuke suddenly spoke up. Are you classmates with my brother? He often mentions you. Sasuke looked Yuan-E up and down. You don't seem anything special. What do you want to see? 3 heads and 6 arms. Is there really such a thing? Sasuke's eyes lit up with expectation as he looked at Yuan-E. Yuan-E half squinted at Itachi, who averted his gaze. I never said that. I didn't ask anything. Yuan-E casually replied, same as usual. Itachi nodded, then looked at Sasuke. Let's get Sasuke the same thing. I'm easygoing. Sasuke cared more about the earlier topic than what to eat. Hey, do you really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Can you show me? I see you have only 2 arms. Yuan-E rolled his eyes, not wanting to deal with this second-rate character anymore. Sasuke, what I meant was that Yuan-E is so capable, he seems like he has 3 heads and 6 arms, not that he literally has them. Looking at Itachi, who was about to explode, Yuan-E found it somewhat amusing. Yuan-E began to prepare the ingredients, and Sasuke's eyes were involuntarily drawn to Yuan-E's movements. As Yuan-E formed seals with one hand, the flames were precisely controlled to the right temperature. The meat skewers sizzled over the flames, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Is this fire release? It's a practical ninja technique, fire release barbecue. But this level of fire release is nothing. I can produce a huge fireball, Sasuke said defiantly. Oh. Sasuke was angered by such a dismissive attitude. What do you mean? Don't you believe I can do it? I do. Yuan-E plated the grilled skewers, but yours would burn the outside while leaving the inside raw. What? Using chakra to start a fire isn't difficult. The hard part is controlling the heat. Controlling it to Yuan-E's level is quite challenging. Itachi explained from the side. Brother, I'm sure you can do what Yuan-E can do too. Yuan-E placed the skewers in front of Sasuke. Eat them while they're hot. They won't taste good when they're cold. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then picked up a skewer and took a bite. The outside was crispy while the inside was tender. The meat juice burst in his mouth, and the spice flavor was just right, neither overpowering the meat's fragrance nor detracting from the overall flavor. How's that? Yuan-E looked at him with a half smile. Sasuke remained stubborn. It's just okay. Then he quickly took a second bite. Itachi watched his brother's reaction, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Soon ramen was served as well. Brother, this shop. Is it all right? Sasuke, despite saying, it's all right, was eating with more enjoyment than anyone else. A bowl of noodles quickly emptied, and the fried dumplings and grilled skewers were also devoured clean. So we can come here often in the future, Itachi said gently. Upon hearing this, Yuan-E's hands paused momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. During the meal, Itachi tried to say something several times, but swallowed it back each time. Yuan-E certainly noticed this, and also observed that there were more people keeping an eye on them than when the sun was high. The guy smoking against the wall in the opposite alley could clearly see Itachi's back, having already smoked 3 cigarettes. Meanwhile, the area behind the house had been utterly silent since the two entered. Recently, Uchiha. Itachi finally mustered the courage to speak. Recently, Dad has been researching new ramen flavors. Come try them sometime. But he was directly interrupted by Yuan-E. Yuan-E dug at his ear and signaled with his eyes. Will definitely come when I have the chance. Itachi nodded and understanding stood up to settle the bill. Let's go, Sasuke. Huh. Are we leaving already? Sasuke hurriedly followed. As Itachi reached the door, he suddenly stopped, speaking of which the number of people in the shop has increased again. That sister is. Following Itachi's gaze, it was Feng who came out to clean the dishes. Is he treating Fong as an umbu? Yun-E shrugged. She's our newly hired beautiful waitress in security, isn't she pretty? Very pretty. Itachi saw that Yun-E was well aware and didn't say more. Then I won't disturb your rest. Take care, no need to see you off. Watching the two leave, Yun-E leaned against the bar and sighed deeply. There won't be many peaceful days left. Fong moved closer, wrapping her arms around Yun-E's. Do you really think him pretty, Yun-Yidaran? The soft touch made Yun-E's heart flutter, and the scent of hormones stimulated his instincts. Remember those two, especially the older one. Stay away from them and don't have relationships beyond customers, or it will lead to big trouble. Yun-E didn't respond, taking the opportunity of their closeness to lower his voice and instruct Fong. I will remember. After enjoying it for a moment, Yun-E pulled his arm away. All right, back to work. Hey, Yun-Yidaran hasn't answered me yet. Yes, you're the most beautiful in the world, all right. Hurry back to work. After exerting effort to push Fong back to the kitchen, as soon as he turned around, there was suddenly an old man in the shop. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yun-E's muscles instantly tensed, but he forced himself to relax. Just as Itachi left, this old man shows up. I hope it's just a coincidence. Yun-E held on to unrealistic hopes, wearing a stiff smile as he greeted. Welcome, Hokage-sama. What would you like to eat? I heard the ramen here is quite good. I'll have a bowl. The third sat down at the bar, smiling kindly. By the way, can we have a chat? Hope shattered. Yun-E, your name has been frequently appearing on my desk lately. You are performing quite well. The chef who was boiling noodles immediately revealed a radiant smile upon hearing this. Haha, Lord Hokage, you flatter me. Don't make things up, Dad. Do you really think he's here to praise me? Yun-E felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, growing increasingly vigilant. No, I'm not just being polite. The third Hokage waved his hand from the evaluations during your internship tasks to your performance at the border station, and even the eradication of the evil god cult in the land of soup. I have heard all about it. You flatter me. It's all thanks to my teammates and seniors. I'm just a filler. You're being modest. The third Hokage smiled cheerfully. Hongdo and Yishan said your chakra control exceeds that of a Chunin Uji Shui, and Yishan even exaggerated, claiming you can learn ninjutsu with just a glance. What's even more interesting is, he paused, his eyes shining as he fixed his gaze on Yun-E. According to reports from Jianai, Yinshin, you once fought alone against a Jonin at the border, and your opponent was the famous double bloodline Terumi, Mei from Kirigakure. You actually managed to hold on until reinforcements arrived, and only sustained minor injuries. The chef who was listening from the side grew increasingly excited. Really? Yun-E, you're that impressive? That's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Yun-E hurriedly waved his hands, looking fearful. That woman probably thought I was a genin and didn't go all out. Plus, I learned earth style from senior Yinsheng, so I burrowed underground to throw tools and stall for time. In the end, I had to rely on playing dead and timely support to save my life. Upon hearing that Yun-E had once been on the brink of death, the chef's laughter faded. The third Hokage, however, stared deeply at Yun-E, seemingly assessing the truth of his words before chuckling. Being able to effectively utilize your resources shows that your situational judgment is excellent. You've mastered the nature transformations of 5 elemental attributes, and even developed corresponding practical ninjutsu. This talent seems too wasted on being a cook, doesn't it? Lord Hokage, you don't understand. Yun-E replied earnestly, cooking is the great affair of life. Moreover, practical ninjutsu isn't particularly lethal, it's just used to bully ordinary people, and is quite taxing even against a genin. I developed it just to slack off. Ha ha, you little rascal, you're quite humorous. The third Hokage laughed heartily. To develop new ninjutsu, just to be lazy, such creativity is not something everyone possesses. Yun-E placed the cooked ramen in front of the third Hokage. Your ramen. Thank you. The third Hokage picked up his chopsticks. Young people should still have some vigor. With a talent like yours, you will surely become a jonin and a pillar of the village one day. Pillar my foot. Old dang, you just want to assign me tasks. Oh, I won't fall for that. Yun-E rolled his eyes internally. I still have a long way to go compared to those seniors. Oh, I need to keep working hard. Hard work is good, but don't belittle yourself. Talents like you. Uncle Shota Yun-E is here. A loud voice came from outside, followed by a golden-haired figure rushing in. Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as this kid entered, the previously tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Yun-E secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This kid came at the right time. Grandpa, third Hokage. What are you doing here? The third Hokage's face instantly displayed a kind smile, and his entire demeanor shifted. Just a moment ago, he was scrutinizing his subordinates, and now he transformed into a caring grandfather. The speed of this transformation, even Oscar would be envious. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and waved its Naruto. Are you tired from training today? Grandpa, are you here to eat ramen too? Naruto was not polite at all, plopping down next to him. I learned how to throw shurikens today, although they still veered a bit. Is that so? That's wonderful. Naruto, you must remember, as long as you work hard, everyone will recognize you. I will definitely become Hokage. Yun-E watched on coldly as this scene of deep grandfather-grandson affection unfolded. He's just buttering you up, silly kid. Watching Naruto, whose blood was boiling with enthusiasm, eager to throw himself into the fray for the village, Yun-E felt a bit complicated. It seemed like the third Hokage was acting, but it didn't look like it. That kind of relief was not something one could fake. However, saying that he truly cared for Naruto. Kushina's inheritance hasn't been given to Naruto until now. Perhaps the old man intends to wait until Naruto comes of age. After all, it's wise to keep wealth hidden, or it's indeed dangerous for a child to hold so much money. But it's also possible he would just eat it all himself. And then there are those rumors about the demon fox throughout the village. Supposedly a prohibition, yet the whole village knows just keeping it from Naruto. So to celebrate your progress, I'll treat you to today's ramen. Wow. Thank you, Grandpa, third Hokage. Seeing Naruto's happy expression, Yun-Yi's feelings became even more complicated. Regardless, the third Hokage is indeed good to Naruto. The resources have all been provided generously, and he often indulges him, frequently helping Naruto clean up messes. Perhaps it's both sides. The third Hokage is first a leader, then a good grandfather. But that has nothing to do with me. After Naruto drank every last drop of broth and wiped his mouth in satisfaction before rushing out to chase his Hokage dream again, the shop fell quiet once more. Yun-E. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Naruto's vanishing figure and suddenly spoke. What do you think of that boy, Naruto? Yun-E shrugged, one of the highest spending customers in the shop. He eats a lot, and there aren't many issues, but it's quite good. Oh, you're not afraid of him. The third Hokage said with a half smile. You must have heard quite a bit about the rumors surrounding him in the village. Demon fox and whatnot. Not to mention, how could a person be a demon fox? Such nonsense. Even if it were true, so what? If a real demon fox came, as long as it eats noodles and pays, then it's a customer. Treating a demon fox as a customer. That said, you are indeed from outside the village and haven't experienced that incident. The third Hokage nodded, seemingly satisfied with this answer. He then shifted the topic as if casually chatting. Speaking of which, before you wandered to Konoha, were you always alone? Yun-E recounted the polished story he had prepared about Konoha. I've been in the slums since I can remember, and once I grew a bit older, I started wandering wherever food was available. If I hadn't been lucky enough to meet Uncle Shoda, who took me in, I'd probably still be out there fighting with wild dogs for bones in some corner. Although this differed somewhat from his story to Takahashi, the third Hokage would not cross-check it. At worst, he would admit that his story to Takahashi was fabricated, and besides, the other side likely guessed that they simply didn't care. Sigh, what a pitiful child. The third Hokage sighed, somewhat moved. All right, Lord Hokage, you shouldn't always bring up the scars of young people. Suddenly, the previously quiet chef interjected. Dad is reliable. Yun-E mentally applauded. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback for a moment, and then chuckled. All right, I was being long-winded. He stood up and took out his wallet to settle the bill. By the way, Yun-E. Just as he was about to head out, the third Hokage seemed to suddenly remember something and turned back to take a glance. I heard from Hongdo that you declined to participate in this Chunin exam. That. Yun-E scratched his head, looking like a salted fish. I don't think I'm ready. Chunin have to lead teams and be responsible for other people's lives. I feel I'm still not qualified and need more experience. As if participating guarantees passing, let's forget about this time. But young people should have a bit more spirit. The third Hokage left this profound remark and said no more, strolling leisurely into the night. Yun-E, however, fell into deep thought. In this conversation, the third Hokage neither mentioned Uchiha nor Kid. With the Umbu monitoring, he couldn't have failed to notice Yun-Yi's closeness to Itachi, nor could he be unaware of the presence of a woman from the Takahashi clan in the shop. Yet he didn't ask a single word. What are you thinking about? The person has already walked away. The chef patted Yun-Yi's shoulder. Nothing. If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. Anyway, today's ordeal is over. As for tomorrow, I'll deal with tomorrow's matters when tomorrow comes. As soon as the third Hokage stepped out of Ichiraku Ramen's line of sight, the kind smile on his face completely vanished. He walked slowly in the night, replaying the conversation in his mind. Fortunately, I got to see him in person. While the Umbu couldn't tell, as the ninjutsu professor, the third Hokage immediately noticed the rich natural energy emanating from Yun-E. That level could no longer be explained by mere talent. Remembering how Hongdo reported that the curse seal outbreak was alleviated by Yun-E in some manner, the answer became clear. This kid's utilization of natural energy is likely close to the threshold of sage arts. If he can learn sage arts, he will definitely become a formidable force, at least on par with Jiraiya. Moreover, with his terrifying chakra control and learning ability, if properly nurtured, he could become the next Yellow Flash, or even the next god of shinobi, bringing decades of stability to Konoha. With the deaths of the previous generation, the fourth Hokage and his wife Orochimaru's defection, and Tsunade and Jiraiya leaving the village, the strongest of the middle generation, Guy and Kakashi 1 is a one-time ace, while the other lacks the ability to turn the tide. The new generation barely had Shursui unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan only to die young. Konoha desperately needs a top-tier force capable of deterring the other nations. A talent like Yun-E absolutely cannot be neglected, and he must not be allowed to escape. As for that woman from the Taketorai clan, there's no time to deal with her for now. I need to handle the Uchiha matter first. I had considered directly eliminating Taketori, but it seems better not to act too hastily. The two are currently cohabiting. If I inadvertently drive Yun-E away, it would be a loss. I should observe for a while and understand their specific relationship before making any moves. Ever since the third Hokage came to check the water meter that night, the following days have been surprisingly calm. Aside from phone reminding occasionally that someone is watching and Yun-E feeling a sense of being observed from time to time, life has been quite peaceful. The telescope technique. Even old D has marked me. While there's nothing I'm hiding right now, being watched constantly is still uncomfortable. I'll learn a barrier technique to block you out soon. Before I knew it, the end of the year had slipped by. It was the last day of Konoha's 59th year, New Year's Eve. In the independent house, Yun-E rented, a lively scene of chaos unfolded. Wow, Doya, what are you wrapping up? Kiwi fruit. Huh. As long as it's edible, what does it matter? As soon as she finished speaking, the dumpling wrapper in her hand tore apart. Doya, actually what Yun-E taught is like this. According to Konoha's customs, they were supposed to eat soba noodles to welcome the new year. But Yun-E's habit ingrained in him from his past life made him insist on making dumplings. In previous years, it was just Shobu, Ayam, and Yun-E. This year, 3 girls, Kin, Doya, and Feng joined. A group gathered around the table to make dumplings, truly feeling like a family. Yun-E, you're too fast. Shobu called out as she saw the table nearly covered with dumpling wrappers. No, I'm not fast. I'm not fast at all. Yun-E said, his face darkening as he put down the rolling pin. New Year's Eve dinner certainly wouldn't be spoiled by ninjutsu. Why don't I verify tonight whether Lord Yun-E is really fast or not? Taketorai phone leaned closer to Yun-E, her breath fragrant. Yun-E moved aside expressionlessly. You're becoming more and more audacious. Don't act like that in front of so many people. I must say this woman is indeed well trained. Her household skills are quite impressive. Even if it's her first time making dumplings, she can quickly get the hang of it. Soon dinner was ready. Shobu entered with a large bowl of freshly cooked soba noodles, radiating a fatherly smile. All right, everyone sit down. This year is truly lively. In previous years, it was just Shobu, Yun-E, and me keeping the shop. Shobu took off her apron and sat beside Yun-E. Looking at the table full of dishes and the circle of people around it, her eyes turned into crescent moons. Yes, it feels like the house suddenly got so much bigger. Kin obediently poured drinks for everyone. Although Doya wore a displeased expression, she still grabbed Yun-E's bowl to serve him noodles, while Feng elegantly distributed chopsticks. Watching this scene, the tension that had been tightly wound in Yun-E's heart eased a bit. This is what it should be. No fighting or scheming, just steaming food, and this group of family that, while a bit noisy, felt very real. This scene existed only in childhood memories, even in his past life. This was the kind of immortal life he longed for. The next morning, the 6 of them went together to the shrine for the New Year's visit. However, as soon as they arrived, Yun-E regretted it. The place was crowded. A sea of people surrounded the shrine, making it impossible to squeeze in without waiting in line. Looking at the long queue, Yun-E, who had no particular faith, instantly wanted to go back. How about we head back, he tentatively suggested. With so many people, how long will it take to get through? No way. Shobu resolutely rejected. The New Year's visit is a very important ritual. We can't be careless. Yes. Kin chimed in. It's the first time celebrating the new year together. We must experience it fully. Even Doya, rarely agreeing, nodded. Big brother, I want to go in and take a look. It's my first time at a shrine. With that, Yun-E had no choice but to resign himself. Just as they were slowly moving up in line, a familiar voice called out, Yun-E. Yun-E turned to see Uchiha Itachi walking towards them, accompanied by a black-haired beauty, Uchiha Izumi. Itachi glanced over the group of girls around Yun-E, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. New Year's visit, huh? Yeah, I'm being forced to come. Yun-E shrugged. I stayed up late last night. I originally planned to sleep until noon. Beside him, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but chuckle. Yun-E-kun is still the same as always. During their time in the Ninja Academy, Izumi was also Yun-E's classmate, and unlike Itachi, they had spent 6 years together. However, like Inuzuka Hana, they were merely classmates and not particularly familiar. They hadn't even seen each other since graduation until now. I'm sorry that there's been no change. But have you made any progress? Yun-E raised his eyebrows playfully. The unexpected counterattack left Izumi at a loss for words. She blushed, her gaze wandering. Wow, there are so many people visiting. Itachi glanced at the long queue, pondered for a moment, and said, there are too many people at the shrine ahead. Waiting in line will probably take 2 hours. If you don't mind, would you like to join us at the Namba Shrine instead? Yun instinctively wanted to refuse. No way, even if it had the guise of a shrine that was the Uchiha clan's secret meeting place for plotting coups. What business does an outsider have joining the fun? What if he's mistaken for an accomplice? But before he could voice his refusal, Shobu smiled and said, "Oh, thank you so much." Shobu nodded in agreement. "Yes, I've never been to the Namba Shrine before. This is a rare opportunity." Looking at Itachi, he noticed he was watching him with an eager expression. He understood Itachi was looking for an opportunity to talk. The Namba Shrine was off-limits to the Umbu, and now with the New Year's visit providing a reasonable excuse. Forget it, let nature take its course. Yun took a deep breath, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying. "Then I'll trouble you with that one, Hitsuven." As a group entered the Uchiha clan's territory, the atmosphere gradually shifted. Although they were still in Konoha village, the bustling festivities of the village contrasted sharply with the cold and somber aura here, as if they were in two different worlds. The Uchiha clan members lining the streets regarded Yun and his large group of outsiders with unabashed scrutiny and wariness. If it weren't for Itachi and Izumi paving the way ahead, they would have probably been stopped long ago. Handata and Shobu's smiles turned somewhat restrained, while Duo also tensed up, instinctively leaning closer to Yun. On the contrary, Keed followed behind with a serious demeanor, but the hand resting near her ninja tool pouch revealed that she was the most anxious of them all. "It's as if I've entered a military restricted area." Yun silently complained in his heart, wishing only to quickly finish the process and return home to lie down. The Nanha shrine was small, but radiated an air of ancient solemnity. Under the torii gate in front of the shrine stood several Uchiha members, their vigilant gazes piercing through like needles. Shobu couldn't help but whisper, "The atmosphere here is so oppressive." Kin slightly crossed her arms, her voice barely audible, as she replied, "Everyone's wearing such serious faces." Under Itachi's guidance, the group entered to pay their respects. Yun merely went through the motions, clapping his hands without making a wish before exiting. He was all too aware of what those claiming to be immortals in this world were really like, and had no expectations of them. He found a corner to pass the time, planning to return home once Handata and the others emerged. Itachi, however, clearly had no intention of letting him off that easily, and directly sat down beside him. "Speak up, you specifically lured me here," Yun said lazily without even lifting his eyelids, adopting a casual posture. Itachi wasted no words, getting straight to the point. "Last time, you mentioned other options, but all the answers are the same, unresolvable. I spoke with my father and attempted to communicate with other clan members." Itachi lowered his head, his gaze dim, but they refused to listen. Yun finally opened his eyes and glanced at him. "I'll ask you a few questions, but you don't need to answer me. First, have you really figured out what the third Hokage Danzo and your father Uchiha Fugaku say versus what they truly want in their hearts? Where are their respective trump cards and bottom lines? Second, I said to find someone to help, but did you manage to find anyone? How many people are willing to assist you now? Or do you believe you are the savior wanting to go solo? Third, do you think those clamoring for a coup can represent all Uchiha clan members? In sociology, the loudest voices often belong to a minority. Have you ever considered the thoughts of the silent majority?" Yun pointed across the way. Duo was selling pancakes to an old woman. "In my view, that old woman doesn't care about the issues between Konoha and the Uchiha." He pointed again to a little girl in a kimono bouncing a ball under a tree. "That child probably doesn't even know what problems exist between Konoha and the Uchiha. You say they refuse to listen, but let me ask you, are you only asking the loudest ones?" Itachi's breathing became rapid and he anxiously tried to explain. "You don't need to explain to me," Yun interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "I'm not your superior, and you're not reporting your work to me. Everything you do is not for me. I can only teach you how to do things, but how to do them is up to you." Just then Izumi returned with Shobu and the others. "Yin Yaij, we should head back now. Emma, let's go." Yun stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and prepared to leave. Seeing Yun about to leave, Itachi could no longer sit still and hurriedly stood up. "Yun He wanted to ask something, but hesitated, his outstretched hand pausing in midair. Then let me give you one last piece of advice. Go read some history books, seek out the elders, and see if anyone before has encountered similar situations. Nothing new under the sun. Your Uchiha issues must have historical versions. See how others handled it and what the outcomes were. Learn from their successes, but also absorb the lessons from their failures. Don't always be lost in your thoughts, pushing yourself into dead ends." Having said that, he turned and left with the others, leaving Itachi standing in front of the Nanha shrine, gazing at their retreating figures, lost in profound contemplation. As the group returned to Yun's standalone courtyard, two figures blocked their way at the entrance. In gray standard armor with animal-shaped masks, at first glance, one might think they were from the Umbu. "Tekabana Kid Yuni, come with us." But this attitude, exuding an air of disregard with a stench all over, could only belong to the root under Danzo, that rat in the gutter. Seeing the two remain unmoved, the other party was somewhat taken aback and emphasized this is an order from the Hokage. Upon hearing Hokage Handata's expression relaxed slightly, about to step forward to speak, but was discreetly stopped by Yun. The Hokage just had dinner at my house a few days ago. Why would he want to invite me for tea now? We are merely following orders. Then that's fine, but there's no need for you to lead the way. I can get to the Hokage building myself. If you're worried, you can follow behind. The leader of the group, disinterested in further discussion, reached out to grab Yun, while the other one headed straight for Keed. Make a move. In front of Handata and Shobu. Seeing the two approaching menacingly, Yun had already drawn out a shuriken, preparing to channel chakra. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Keed, also readied for battle. It must be a swift resolution. Just as both sides were on the brink of violence, about to shed blood in the streets of Konoha, stop. A ninja wearing a cat-faced mask from the Umbu appeared between the two parties in an instant. You have crossed the line. The root ninja paused, retracting his hand, his voice dark. This is the Hokage's intent. The Umbu directly interrupted him, their hand already reaching for the standard long knife at their back, or should I say the root no longer listens to the Hokage's commands. The two root members exchanged glances, then snorted coldly, leaping back into the shadows. Yun let out a long sigh of relief as the murderous atmosphere instantly dissipated, transforming back into that laid-back ramen shop assistant. It seems this guy's task is not just to monitor and eavesdrop. Thank you, uncle. No matter what, he did help, and Yun sincerely expressed his gratitude. Things have been unstable lately. Try to avoid going out as much as possible. I will report this to the Hokage. The cat-faced Umbu advised before vanishing in a flash. Watching the direction the Umbu disappeared, Yun stroked his chin. Next time he comes for ramen, I should hide a couple of pieces of meat at the bottom of the bowl for him. Shall we run away? As soon as the Umbu left, Yun assembled the group in the living room for a meeting. Shoda frowned deeply and said, run away. Where to? Why do we need to run? Yun slumped in his chair, casually picking up the teapot from the table and taking a sip. Although the Umbu with the cat mask had just intervened to protect them, it did not mean the matter was settled. Danzo, that old dog, is very petty. He will definitely find a way to reclaim this. And Yun glanced out at the pitch-black night. Even without the night of the massacre, the Uchiha coup was a ticking time bomb. Who knows when it would explode? We must take Shoda and Chang-pu out of the eye of this storm before things spiral out of control. Although he was somewhat reluctant to leave the familiar environment of Konoha, safety had to come first. At worst, they could return after the situation settled down. However, after hearing this, Shoda slowly shook his head. No, Yun. We cannot leave. Why not? Yun became anxious. Those guys have already come looking for us. Someone helped today, but what about next time? We cannot depend on others for our safety. But we also cannot run away just because we are afraid. Shoda's gaze was clear. He looked at Yun as if he were a child wanting to skip class out of fear. That masked person just now, he was sent by the Hokage, right? Yun was taken aback and nodded. This means the Hokage knows about the situation here. Since he has sent someone to protect us, it means we are safe for now. Shoda's logic was simple and straightforward. If we quietly run away now, shut the shop, and leave the village, what will the Hokage think of us? Will he see us as guilty or as fleeing from justice? Chang-pu also quietly chimed in. Yes, Yun, the shop is doing so well. Suddenly closing it will raise a lot of questions. And what about Naruto and the others if we leave? What will they do if they want ramen? Yun opened his mouth, a deep sense of helplessness washing over him. He couldn't explain more. The source of the information was unexplainable and no one would believe him. He couldn't possibly say, because I know that in a few months the Uchiha clan will be wiped out, and that old dog Danzo will seize the opportunity to cause chaos, turning the entire Konoha into a mess. From the perspective of an ordinary villager, Shoda's logic was flawless. In the world of ninjas, the greatest support for a civilian is the Hokage. Since the Hokage is already aware, choosing to trust him and staying put is the most correct choice. Is this the wisdom of commoners? Yun smiled bitterly. He had information that surpassed this era, yet he couldn't translate it into words that those around him could understand. Shoda looked at him and softened his tone. Unless you can tell me exactly when the danger will occur. If there is a specific date, I'll listen to you, and we can close the shop early and go on vacation together. Yun was completely at a loss for words. He didn't even know the exact date of the massacre in the original storyline, let alone whether his interference would even change anything. He slumped back into the sofa, turning back into a salted fish. All right, then we won't leave. But let's stay alert for the next few days. Everyone should try to go out less, especially avoid places with few people. Also, don't engage with customers beyond business, especially those from the Uchiha. This advice seemed more like a reminder for himself. In the following days, life seemed to return to tranquility. Ichiraku Ramen continued its operations, and the steaming white mist rose punctually every day. Shota still cheerfully tossed the noodles, while Changpu sweetly greeted the customers. The members from the route had not appeared again, but that inconspicuous uncle would occasionally come to the shop for a meal. Until one afternoon, a purple-haired girl burst through the door curtain. "Yo, kid, are you slacking off again?" Yusuji sat down at the bar with a carefree demeanor, her long legs crossed, revealing a hot figure that could not be concealed beneath her khaki trench coat, attracting the attention of several male diners. More people here now. Red Bean immediately spotted Dweyu. "What a cute little girl you." She leaned over, lowering her voice. "You're not a lolicon, are you?" "No." Yun-E felt a headache coming on and pushed Red Bean away. Then what is your relationship?" Red Bean clearly wasn't going to let. Before Yun-E could respond, Dweyu exploded first. "Hey, you shameless woman. Don't harass my brother. If you're not eating, get out." "Shameless woman? Were you talking about me?" Red Bean was stunned by the contrast of Dweyu's small mouth, momentarily at a loss. "That's none of your business. Go help Keed." Yun-E grabbed Dweyu and threw her into the kitchen. Turning back, he saw Red Bean raising an eyebrow at him. "She called you brother? And who is Keed?" "Sounds like a girl. Just staff. They're just staff." Yun-E feigned indifference and casually served Red Bean a bowl of triple sugar green bean paste. "This bowl is on me. What does Teacher Red Bean want to eat today?" "I'm not here to eat. I'm here to deliver a mission." Red Bean slapped a scroll onto the table. "Hokagesame's designated mission, just the two of us." Yun-E's eyes nearly rolled to the back of his head. "Again, is there no peace for people to just relax?" He slowly wiped his hands and took the scroll, glancing at it. Mission objective: find one of the legendary Sanin Jiraiya. Mission requirements: confirm his whereabouts and bring back the latest intelligence. If possible, ask him to return to the village. Yun-E closed the scroll and silently pushed it back. "But I refuse. No way going out of the village at this time. What if Danzo ambushes me outside? At least in the village there's some semblance of face to maintain. If it really comes to it, I can still seek help from the Hyuga clan. Once outside, it would be like calling for the heavens with no response, and the earth offering no aid." Red Bean looked at Yun-E as if he were an idiot. "This is the Hokage's designated mission, and regardless of whether you can refuse, most people would be fighting to take it on." She took a deep breath, leaned forward, and whispered in Yun-E's ear. A mix of sweet and thick green bean paste aroma wafted towards him, making Yun-E instinctively want to lean back. "Listen, kid, this is not an ordinary mission. It's a protection from Hokagesama for you." Red Bean's breath tickled his ear. "Hokagesama said that Elder Danzo has been keeping a close watch on you. Sending you out is also to let you hide for a while." Hiding out. It seems that the matter with the route that day had been privately arranged between the third Hokage and Danzo. Danzo could not tolerate Yun-E as an unstable factor remaining in Konoha, and since Yun-E would surely cause trouble in the village's route, he simply wanted to throw him out. Leaving the village. Wouldn't that make it easier for Danzo to take action? "And what about here?" Red Bean smiled widely. "Danzo is targeting you, so he sent me to take you along." Indeed, Red Bean's identity is special. She is the direct descendant of the third Hokage, and also a disciple of Orochimaru, Danzo's partner. With her as a shield, it might be somewhat useful. Probably. Moreover, truth be told, Yun-E truly found it difficult to refuse the Hokage's designated mission. Having understood all this, Yun-E picked up the scroll again, adopting a businesslike attitude. "Since it is Hokagesama's order, as a Konoha ninja, I cannot shirk my duty." The speed of this change in attitude left Red Bean momentarily stunned. "Then I'll give you some time to make arrangements. We depart tomorrow morning." That night, Yun-E informed everyone of the arrangements he made for his absence, and then called Feng aside. "When I'm not around, the safety of the shop and the home will be entrusted to you." Feng was somewhat surprised by Yun-E's arrangements. Is that really okay? Aren't you afraid I might take the opportunity to bring them back to the village?" "What else would you do? Isn't that the purpose of your escape route? If I don't choose you, should I trust the third Hokage?" Yun-E felt a bit annoyed, but remained resolute. "You want. Besides, if you deem it necessary, you can." Feng was surprisingly touched by this trust. "You might get fooled by a bad woman like this." She quickly pecked Yun-E on the cheek, her face flushed. "Be safe. Come back quickly." The next morning, Yun-E was fully armed, standing at the entrance of Konoha, yawning as he awaited his bodyguard and tour guide. Soon the figure of Akane appeared at the end of the street. She was still in her signature outfit, but her backpack bulged, and she even had a bag of snacks hanging by her side, holding a map while humming a tune. Yun-E's eye twitched at the sight. Looking at Akane's excited expression of "we're going on a picnic," there was not a hint of tension for the mission. "Have you been waiting long?" She winked at Yun-E. "Are you ready, little brat?" So where should we start looking?" Akane's silence was deafening. "Akane-sensei, you can't be." It's a mission precisely because we have no leads." Akane nodded confidently, though she couldn't meet Yun-E's gaze. "In any case, let's leave the village first." The two of them left the village aimlessly, with Yun-E taking the map from Akane. After walking along the main road for a while, Yun-E suddenly stopped. I researched the possible locations where Jiraiya might appear and devised a search route. Akane leaned in to take a look, her eyebrows immediately shooting up. The map was filled with various symbols, and upon closer inspection, it only marked hot springs, bathhouses, bars, and entertainment venues extending from Konoha all the way to the land of hot water. Hey, are you that desperate? Yun-E put away the map with a serious expression. Jiraiya's hobbies are well known. Instead of searching aimlessly, it's better to cater to his interests. Akane opened her mouth, unable to find a reason to refute him. She knew Jiraiya's preferences, and while the route seemed rather inappropriate upon reflection, it did make some sense. Well, fine. But if you dare to do anything strange, I'll hang you up. Don't worry, I'm not interested in those places. I just want to finish the mission quickly and go back to relax. The two of them strolled along the main road until evening, setting up camp in a small grove. Yun-E skillfully used earth release to create a simple earthen house, then used fire release to start a bonfire, even pulling out tea leaves from his backpack. This is still so convenient. It reminds me of the times I took you on missions before. Akane sat by the campfire looking nostalgic. Oh, Yun-E replied perfunctorily. If it weren't for your passing grade, I could have returned to school and slacked off for a few more months, and wouldn't have gotten involved with Shursui on the front lines, and then got dragged into the mess with the Uchiha. The more Yun-E thought about it, the more he felt that Akane was causing him trouble, even though he rationally knew he was just venting his frustration. Suddenly sensing something, Akane stood up and stretched. Hey Yun-E, since we have time now, why don't we spar a bit? Spar? Is that really necessary? As a teacher, it's my duty to check on my students' progress. Besides, I haven't seen your true strength yet. This is such a hassle. Yun-E sighed, putting down the teapot. Fine, let's just spar a little. But remember, just a friendly match. I'm going first. Akane grinned and charged forward, throwing a straight punch at Yun-E's face. Yun-E slightly sidestepped, easily dodging it while reaching out to grab in midair. Smack! An invisible gust of wind slapped against Akane's forehead. While it didn't cause much damage, the unexpected attack forced her to take a few steps back to create distance. What kind of ninjutsu is this? This is my invention during boredom wind release fly swatter. Akane's face flushed with anger, shadow snake hand. Several venomous snakes shot out from her sleeves, lunging at Yun-E. Wind release kitchen knife. Swish, swish, swish. The invisible wind blades danced according to his gestures, slicing the snakes in midair into several pieces, dissipating into smoke. Akane stared wide-eyed. Vacuum sword. No. Yun-E waved his hand. This is wind blade kitchen knife used for cutting vegetables. Are you messing with me? Akane became increasingly agitated, no longer holding back, launching a series of strikes aimed directly at vital points. Earth release rock furniture. Yun-E remained calm, retreating to avoid while using earth release to create obstacles. The makeshift barriers were crushed under Akane's foot. Hey, is this all you've got? But when she raised her leg again, she found her foot was stuck. Water release sticky mouse trap. Is this an illusion technique? However, Akane had seen this water release technique before. As long as she released chakra from her feet, she could break free. Wind release, great breakthrough. But the chakra released pushed her away from the ground, making it easier for her to be blown away. With a powerful gust, Akane was blown back several meters. Yun-E clapped his hands. Akane-sensei, I think that's enough for now. Akane gritted her teeth and stood up, her eyes seemingly ablaze. Don't underestimate me. I'm a special jonin. She formed hand seals and chakra began to surge. I surrender. Hongdo raised her hands, looking frustrated. It's no wonder that Lord Hokage approved your participation in the Chunin exam with such an abnormal lower ninja. Generally, a ninja only needs to use 1 or 2 crank jutsus apart from the body flicker technique to qualify for the Chunin position. But here with Yun-E, the number of jutsus he knows exceeds that of some upper ninjas, and he can even combine them for combo attacks. Moreover, the speed of his jutsu activation is incredibly fast. One only realizes how quick it is in actual combat. It feels like he doesn't even need to perform hand seals. It feels as if he just claps his hands, and whatever he shouts comes to be. It's absurd, truly absurd. Yes, Hongdo-sensei, even Maru Hashin's old man, is a lower ninja. Yun-E dispersed the jutsu and helped Hongdo climb out of the mud pit. You just had to provoke me, didn't you? Hongdo raised her hand and grabbed Yun-E's neck, punching him furiously under her armpit. We agreed to go easy. You were too harsh. Sorry, I couldn't hold back, Yun-E replied without resisting, allowing her to vent. Do you want me to wash your clothes for you? Hongdo looked down at her miserable state. Her once clean windbreaker and skirt now looked like they had been pulled from a mud pit. Wash them all. 10 minutes later, Hongdo, now dressed in replacement clothes, sat by the campfire, watching Yun-E washing her clothes with water release, feeling a mix of emotions. During this outing, the third Hokage had assigned her several tasks, one of which was to provide unknown guidance to Yuan-E in his training. What kind of monster is this kid? From the first meeting, she knew Yuan-E was strong. She initially wanted to test Yuan-E's true level before tailoring her guidance, but not only did she fail to gauge his limits, she ended up in such a dire situation. As a former team leader, being outperformed by a student was already humiliating enough. Now she had to ask him for help in washing her clothes. All right. Yuan-E handed her the freshly washed clothes. They should be cleaner than before. Hongdo took the clothes, and indeed they were spotless. Thank you. Thank you. Blushing, she slipped into the earthen hut to change her already complicated feelings, now tinged with embarrassment. The simple earthen hut, though crude, provided shelter from wind and rain much better than sleeping outdoors in a sleeping bag. Yuan-E had already spread out his sleeping bag on a makeshift stone bed, breathing steadily, clearly, having entered standby mode. But Hongdo couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned in the sleeping bag beside Yuan-E like a fish being grilled on a hot plate. It was hot, not from the temperature, but a heat that spread from the back of her neck throughout her body. The previous battle had activated her chakra to its peak, and now with Yuan-E, a natural energy magnet, lying right next to her, the heavenly curse seal was acting up again. Damn it. Orochimaru. Hongdo bit her lip, gripping the edge of the sleeping bag tightly, her knuckles turning white. That familiar excruciating pain, as if countless insects were gnawing at her nerves, hit her again. She didn't want to show weakness in front of a student, and even less did she want to admit that she had developed a shameful dependency on this little brat. Hold on. Washi Matsuri. Hongdo, you are a special upper ninja. What is this little pain to you? Hongdo sensei. Is this considered a night raid? Coming back to her senses, Hongdo found herself sprawled over Yuan-E, her arms wrapped around his waist. But that wasn't enough. A mere contact could only provide temporary relief. The raging energy within her continued to rampage. This is useless. Why is it not working? Hongdo was nearly in tears, writhing in Yuan-E's embrace. What a troublesome woman. But despite being a hassle, she was suffering this for his sake. Yuan-E sighed inwardly, loosening his control over the natural energy. Gentle energy surged from his body, enveloping the violent curse seal energy within Hongdo like a spring breeze and gentle rain. Hongdo's breathing gradually stabilized, and her previously tense muscles relaxed. Rationality regained its foothold. She then became aware of their current state. She was entangled around Yuan-E like an octopus, her face pressed against his chest, inhaling a pleasant scent and hearing the rhythmic thumping of his heartbeat. Suddenly, Hongdo jumped back like she had been electrocuted, retreating to the corner with a fierce expression. You little brat. How can you suppress Orochimaru's curse seal? The third Hokage told me you were special, but he didn't say it was this kind of special. Did the third Hokage know? Did he figure it out during our last meeting? So that's why they sent Hongdo. But it seems she doesn't know much at the moment. Yuan-E ignored Hongdo's blustering inquiries, stood up to stretch his stiff body, and lay back down. I don't know, when I relax, I can attract natural energy. Then when I think about helping you while in contact, the natural energy helps to sort out the chaotic energy in your body. As for the principle behind it, I don't know. It doesn't seem harmful, so I haven't investigated it. She rubbed her temples, feeling overwhelmed by today's shocks. Your ability is quite special. Be careful not to be exploited by those with ulterior motives. I know. That's why I usually keep a low profile. Yuan-E turned over, facing away from her. All right, it's getting late. Let's sleep. Yuan-E knew his words would inevitably be relayed to the third Hokage, and it could be said he was intentionally speaking for the third Hokage's ears. Given the situation where he had already been seen through, it was better to be straightforward and ask for some resources. Wait. Our mission is to find Jiraiya. Could it also mean that I should be taught by Jiraiya? Hongdo looked at Yuan-E's back, grinding her teeth. The curse seal on the back of her neck had been calmed by Yuan-E, but now it was beginning to emit a faint burning sensation. The third Hokage sent me here for this reason as well. Thinking of this, Hongdo's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she moved her body and sleeping bag directly onto Yuan-E's stone bed. Stop talking nonsense. Hongdo boldly climbed onto the bed, wrapping one of Yuan-E's arms around her. This is to prevent the curse seal from going berserk again. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have erupted. You have to take responsibility. She buried her face in Yuan-E's shoulder, closed her eyes, and pretended to sleep. Feeling the incredible softness and warmth of his arm along with the moist breath brushing against her ear, Yuan-E stared at the earthen hut ceiling. This is really testing the composure of a leader. Hey, at least take your legs off me. No, it's warm this way. We still have to travel tomorrow. Shut up, sleep. That's an order. Hongdo, satisfied, snuggled into this human-shaped custom pillow, quickly falling into a steady breathing pattern. Tomorrow I need to start training Hongdo to control the curse seal. I also need to practice controlling the absorption of natural energy. Ugh. What a hassle. I'll remember you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, born evil. Yun-E silently noted this down in his heart. Now that the third Hokage knows about my physique, my importance in his eyes will surely increase accordingly. So the previous actions of the Yambu were a goodwill gesture. My father and the others should have a certain level of safety in Konoha. Listening to the faint sounds of snoring beside him, Yun-E glanced at the back of Hongdo's neck. I remember there's a back door in the heavenly curse seal created by Orochimaru. Oh, I need to find a way to deal with it. Not to mention erasing it, at least I need to be able to block it. In the worst case scenario, if Orochimaru already knows about this, I need to be prepared to deal with it. The next morning, Yun-E felt his body was numb. One half felt as if it was crushed by a ghost heavy as lead, and the numbness had robbed him of sensation. Hongdo was sprawled on him, without grace, one leg boldly draped across his waist, with a glistening liquid trickling from the corner of her mouth onto Yun-E's clothes. Well, I guess I've experienced it. Sleeping while holding on to someone is not as effortless as it looks on screen. Yun-E sighed and pulled his arm out from Hongdo's embrace. What should have felt soft and elastic, his numb arm only felt a sharp stabbing pain. Oh! A brief, startled cry escaped, and Hongdo jumped back, retreating to the other corner of the mud hut. Good morning, teacher Hongdo. Yun-E moved his battered arm. Did you sleep well? I see drool on my clothes. You're talking nonsense. I didn't drool. Hongdo hurriedly wiped the corner of her mouth. All right. Ignoring Hongdo, Yun-E took out ingredients from his backpack and began to prepare breakfast. Earth escape griddle. Fire escape barbecue. Soon 2 steaming hot, simple hand-grab pancakes were ready. Hongdo shyly approached and took the pancake Yun-E offered, taking small bites. One couldn't help but admit that the food made by this little ghost was delicious. Teacher Hongdo, Yun-E suddenly spoke up. That kind of situation last night cannot happen again. Cough, cough. Hongdo nearly choked and her face turned red. Tu said that was an accident. Yun-E looked at her seriously. I know it was an accident, but you can't always rely on me to suppress the curse mark. That only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Then what do you suggest? This thing was planted by Orochimaru, and who else can solve it? Years of torment had long made her lose hope of completely resolving the curse mark. Perhaps I can. Huh. Hongdo even doubted if she had misheard. I can't solve the curse mark itself, but I can teach you how to control it. Finishing the last bite of pancake, Yun-E began to explain in detail. That curse mark to me is like an automatic, indiscriminate device that absorbs natural energy. Most untreated natural energy is wild and unruly. The pain you feel during each episode is caused by the forcibly injected natural energy swirling around your body, damaging your meridians. Then why are you fine? Perhaps my body automatically sorts out the natural energy, or maybe it gets assimilated by my laid-back vibe as soon as it enters. The exact reason is unclear. All I know is that I'm fine. You're cheating, Hongdo said somewhat indignantly. In any case, you need to sort and guide the natural energy entering your body, not directly oppose it. Now take a moment to feel the natural energy. Yun-E didn't give her time to react and directly circled behind her, placing his palm on the curse mark at the back of her neck. The warm touch made Hongdo freeze, and a warm current spread throughout her body from the point of contact. This was Hongdo's first time feeling Yun-E's natural energy while fully awake. At first her body resisted, but soon she adapted and even found it somewhat pleasant. She could feel the shape of that power, sensing it moving within her body. She could even guide it with her mind. How is this possible? Am I able to control it? Hongdo was incredulous. Had the nightmare that had troubled her for years been resolved just like that? This is just the beginning. To use a metaphor, what you feel now is a docile little colt, while the curse mark has given you a wild horse without reins. You need to put a bridle on it to turn it into a warhorse that obeys your commands. Yun-E withdrew his hand. But you have to take it one step at a time. This thing is quite dangerous. First, practice guiding the natural energy I infused into you. Once you've mastered that, we can start practicing how to guide the natural energy from the curse mark. Before that, we need to resolve the hidden dangers within the curse mark. I remember the original work used an evil sealing technique, right? How troublesome. Better to wait until we get back to the village to discuss it. Looking at Yun-E's nonchalant demeanor, Hongdo's worldview was severely shaken. The legendary curse mark left by Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary ninjas, which even the so-called professors of ninjutsu were helpless against, was treated here as simply as teaching someone to ride a horse. Feeling the lingering warmth within her body, Hongdo unconsciously recalled the fear she felt when the curse mark acted up last night, as well as the sense of security she felt while holding Yun-E. Perhaps he really could. After packing their belongings, the two set off again. The atmosphere grew somewhat subtle. Though Hongdo still casually walked alongside Yun-E with her arm around his shoulder, she occasionally revealed a gaze mixed with awe, curiosity, and an indescribable emotion. It seemed she had never taught Yun-E anything, rather it was Yun-E who was teaching her the divine curse mark comparable to strength-forbidden techniques. She felt that her identity as a teacher had already become a mere formality. So what relationship did they now share? The two headed north and arrived at a bustling town that afternoon. Since there was a town, there was no need to camp outdoors, and they also needed to gather information about Jiraiya. Walking down the street, Yun-E's attention was suddenly captured by a large poster stuck to the wall. It was a movie promotional poster, and at its edge a cold and ethereal actress with long flowing hair caught his eye with her stage name written beside her, Fuji Kazahana. Fuji Kazahana. Wind and snow. I see, calculating the time she should indeed have debuted by now. Oh, it's just that she hasn't gained much fame yet. Yun-E didn't linger. After all, this had nothing to do with his mission, and he wasn't interested in involving himself in the affairs of the land of snow or the entertainment industry. 2 hours later, the two met in their hotel room without having obtained any valuable information. So why did we book a double room? Isn't it to save money? A double room is fine, but why is it a big bed? Are you planning to hold me while sleeping? Isn't it to prevent me from having a curse mark episode again? Then sleeping in separate rooms would prevent it from happening. Are you being so fussy, Yun-E? You're still a man. Sleeping together won't cost you any flesh. Are you planning to do something to me, or are you worried I might do something to you? Yun-E didn't get anxious. Instead, it was Hongdo who became flustered, leaving Yun-E utterly bewildered by her unreasonable outburst. Teacher Hongdo, you really don't mind. We are ninjas if there's a need during the mission. It's all for the mission. While persuading Yun-E, Hongdo seemed to be convincing herself as well. In the end, neither side persuaded the other. Hongdo firmly refused to change rooms, and Yun-E didn't sleep in the same bed as Hongdo. Instead, he used Earth Escape to create a simple bed by the big bed. In the middle of the night, Hongdo's curse mark acted up again, wrapping around Yun-E, and they had no choice but to sleep closely together once more. Thus, the two continued their journey, arriving at the hot springs town in the land of hot water a week later. It had been less than a month since Yun-E last visited the kingdom of soup, and the familiar scent of sulfur stirred his memories. The beef I had before was quite good. Ooh, I should have it again. Then shall we gamble on the turtle races again tonight? Yun-E stretched lazily. So Teacher Hongdo, you'll inquire at the entertainment district while I take care of the hot springs and the inn. Hongdo rolled her eyes. So you plan to enjoy the hot springs while pushing all the dirty work onto me? Oh, then I can go to the entertainment district. Forget it, you're too young to go to such places. They'll go instead. The two parted ways. Yun-E strolled leisurely down the street, inquiring at various hot spring establishments. Many shopkeepers had seen a middle-aged man with white hair wearing a headband with the character oil, but the time frames varied. The most recent sighting was about a month ago. Really? How many times has Jiraiya actually been here? Should I just wait here instead? Just as he prepared to move on to the next place, a commotion ahead caught his attention. In front of a hot spring, and several horse-drawn carts piled high with boxes were parked, and staff, carrying photography equipment, were bustling in and out, busy as bees. Cut. This won't do, Shuehui, your expression is too stiff. Director, never mind, let's call it a day for now. We'll shoot again tomorrow. Go home and think deeply about your character's inner feelings. Yun-E raised an eyebrow and approached to see that a film crew had rented the hot spring inn for filming. Staff were packing up equipment, and in a corner of the stone steps at the inn's entrance sat a young woman in a costume. Fuji Fuyuki, Fenghua Xiaoxua. Yun-E recognized her, but she looked somewhat despondent now, her eyes lacking the sparkle that a star should possess. Yun-E had no interest in her and walked straight towards the innkeeper. Excuse me, boss. Have you seen a middle-aged man with white hair wearing a headband with the character oil and looking rather sleazy recently? The boss thought for a moment. You're talking about that guy. He came about a month ago. How you definitely won't see him around here soon. Why not? That bastard was caught peeping under the guise of gathering materials and has been blacklisted by several of us innkeepers. The boss said with a look of disdain. I don't know where he went, but he's definitely not in our hot spring town anymore. He affects business. Waiting is out of the question. Let's keep looking. Yun-E nodded and was about to leave when Fenghua Xiaoxua suddenly spoke up. The white-haired uncle you mentioned, is he the one who claims to be the frog sage? Yun-E stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. Yes, that's him. Have you seen him? She hesitantly nodded, her gaze evasive. I met him at a bar in the country of Rice about half a month ago. He hit on me. Yun-E's eyes lit up. This was a valuable lead. Can you tell me more? He'll buy you a drink. As night fell in a bar's private room. Fuji Fuyuki. Sister, that name sounds very artistic. Hongdo followed the scent and arrived. After a few drinks, she began to bond with Fenghua Xiaoxua like sisters. It's just a stage name. As an actress, one needs a more pleasant name. The two women, both having endured misfortune and living in the shadows, quickly established a strange resonance under the influence of alcohol. Yun-E didn't drink. He quietly munched on some snacks while listening to the two women chat. From Fenghua Xiaoxu's fragmented descriptions, he had confirmed that Jiraiya had indeed appeared in the country of rice and was likely still active in that area. With the objective achieved, he only needed to finish this drink and take Hongdo back. Hey Yuni, are you listening? Don't just sit there, say something interesting to liven things up. Hongdo leaned against Yun, her face flushed. It seemed they wouldn't be ending this anytime soon. A story. I do know one. A complex emotion flickered in Fenghua Xiaoxu's eyes. It's a story about a princess. A princess. Hongdo's eyes brightened. Quick, tell me. Once upon a time, there was a small kingdom ruled by a kind and benevolent monarch who was deeply loved by the people. He had a daughter and a younger brother. The monarch's younger brother was ambitious and coveted the throne. One day, he hired a group of ninjas to stage a coup, killing the monarch and usurping the throne. And the monarch's daughter, that little princess, was forced into exile. That's too much. That uncle is simply a beast. Hongdo slammed the table. So what happened next? That little princess must have gathered a group of companions and reclaimed her country. Later, Fenghua Xiaoxu's tone turned sarcastic. The little princess realized she could do nothing at all, and in the end, she ran away and never returned. What a letdown. Hongdo was clearly disappointed. Isn't she a princess? How could she just give up like that? Yuni, don't you think so? Yun, who had been quietly eating snacks, casually replied, running away is also a choice. Both women turned to look at him. Hongdo frowned. What kind of choice is that? It's too irresponsible. Yun picked up his teacup, his tone as flat, as if discussing the weather. Do you think a princess must return? Of course. Hongdo blurted out. Why? Yun looked at Fenghua Xiaoxue, his gaze devoid of judgment, only pure curiosity. Is it because of her bloodline, or because her people need her? Fenghua Xiaoxue tightened her grip on her glass. Both, I suppose. Being born into royalty is merely luck, not merit. As for the people, what they truly need is someone who can ensure their well-being, not someone who simply has a good lineage. Hongdo opened her mouth to refute, but for a moment, she couldn't find the words. I once wandered through many places. From what I observed, the common folk never talked about whether the Lord's position was justly obtained, but rather whether the taxes were too heavy and whether they could fill their bellies. He looked at Fenghua Xiaoxue, his eyes calm. If that uncle governed decently and kept the people safe, would the princess return and instigate a war count as being responsible to the people? Fenghua Xiaoxue lowered her head, her face growing pale. Conversely, Yun continued with an unperturbed tone, if the princess believes she could do better, it won't be enough to just say, I am the princess, to gain followers. She must possess something that others do not. He smiled, lacking warmth, yet not mocking. But these are just the idle musings of an observer. The room fell silent for a moment, only for Hongdo to mumble softly, it sounds so complicated. Seizing the opportunity to end the topic, Yun stood up and helped the already dazed Hongdo to her feet. It's getting late, we should head back. Thank you for the lead. Yun no longer lingered, settled the bill, and dragged Hongdo into the night. He was merely a passerby who happened to overhear a story and casually shared some thoughts as an observer. As for how the listeners perceived it, that was never his concern. During this time, under Yun's guidance, Hongdo has learned to actively expel natural energy from her body. Although she still cannot control the cursed seal, she can suppress its outbreak. Yun, after practicing, can control his own attraction of natural energy and suppress its overflow. It can be said that Hongdo no longer risks the cursed seal's eruption due to Yun, yet she still insists on having a spacious bedroom. Returning to the inn, Yun directly threw Hongdo onto the bed. With a discontented grunt, Hongdo rolled over. The net lining not only failed to provide coverage, but instead accentuated her curves. It's over, this woman is drunk and her eyes are off. Noticing something was wrong, Yun stood up to leave. Yun, let's talk properly tonight. Only to be pulled back by Hongdo holding his arm. Teacher Hongdo, you've had too much to drink, it's best to rest early. I'm not drunk. She wobbled to her feet, wrapping around Yun's arm like a snake, her warm breath fanning against his neck. Tell me, am I pretty? Pretty, but then why are you always so indifferent? Or is it? Hongdo interrupted him. Do you already have someone? No. Then what's the deal with that beautiful girl living with you? And those two little girls, what's going on there? That's basically the employee dormitory of the ramen shop. Chin and Duo, you are both brought back by me. I have the responsibility to take care of them. It's not the kind of relationship you think. My dad was worried that I wouldn't be able to take care of the two little girls, so he let Feng join us. Hongdo blinked. So you are really single now? Why? You're handsome and capable. You should have no shortage of girls who like you. What are you doing not dating in your prime youth? It's not that I'm completely uninterested, but rather than hormones, I value a peaceful life more. Yun yawned. Dating is troublesome. You have to coax guest thoughts and do this and that. I have better things to do with my energy. Hongdo stared at his profile for a while, suddenly losing her smile, her voice dropping as if sobering up. Is it because of Uchiha? Yun raised an eyebrow. How did we get to that? Don't play dumb. The atmosphere in the village is off. The old man asked me to take you out to find Lord Jiraiya, not just to keep you safe, but also to try to get Lord Jiraiya to return to the village. You're so close to Uchiha Itachi. Sigh, that's part of it too. Yun-E rubbed his temples. That guy treats me like a therapist coming to chat with me every few days. Right now I'm just thinking about how to extricate myself from this mess. I have no thoughts for anything else. Then why don't you seek help from the third Hokage? Or just cut off ties with Itachi? Me? Seek help from the Hokage. Yun-E looked at him like he was crazy. A few days ago the Hokage came to my house for a bowl of noodles. It was my first direct interaction with the Hokage. Before that, the only time I saw him was when he came to speak at the ninja school. As for Itachi, he's the one who is entangling me. I basically only see him as a customer. And the Uchiha clan is not easy to offend. The more open-minded the Uchiha people are, the more extreme they can become. The Akatsuki 4 are not to be trifled with. Hongdo stared at him blankly for a long time, then let out a long sigh, as if unloading a heavy burden collapsing onto the bed. Well, you're just a little brat who hates trouble. However, hearing you say this, I feel reassured. Reassured about what? Reassured that you won't cough, reassured that you won't end up like that bastard Orochimaru pursuing some ultimate power and turning into something that's neither human nor ghost. Hongdo rolled into the blanket, mumbling indistinctly. I'll let you off tonight. Turn off the light, sleep. We have to travel tomorrow. Why does it always go back to Orochimaru? Yun-E shook his head, preparing to rest as well. In the middle of the night, the familiar warmth pressed against him again. Yun-E opened his eyes, discovering Hongdo had once again wrapped around him like in the previous nights. Who? This time she was sleeping soundly, seemingly completely unaware. Habits are truly frightening. Anyway, it's not like he was the one at a disadvantage. As long as she doesn't bite, whatever. The next morning, Yun-E walked out of the inn with a face full of gloom. I had wanted to stay a few more days, but now I have to leave after just one day. Isn't it good that the mission is progressing smoothly? Hongdo leaned closer, resting her arm on Yun-Yi's shoulder, looking refreshed. Tisku had a good drink last night. Carrying you back to the inn was quite a task for me. Hongdo seemed to recall last night's events, blushing and looking away. As compensation, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Wait, Feng Hua Xiao Shui panted as she chased up from behind. It's Shui Hui. Hongdo greeted her up so early. I'm here to see you off. Feng Hua Xiao Shui walked in front of them, her gaze landing on Yun-E as she bowed deeply. What you said yesterday made me realize a lot of things. Yun-E waved his hand. No need for polite remarks. It's good that you figured it out. No, this is very important to me. Feng Hua Xiao Shui straightened up, pulling out a crystal-clear object from her chest, handing it to Yun. This is a talisman I've worn since I was little. Although it's not something valuable, it means a lot to me. I want to give it to you as a witness to parting with the past. Yun-E focused his gaze. That was a hexagonal crystal reflecting a charming brilliance under the sunlight. Wow, a hexagonal crystal. No need. Yun-E took a half step back, rejecting it outright, his face full of resistance. That's too precious, and I don't wear jewelry. What a joke. Accepting this thing is equivalent to engaging in the plotline of the Land of Snow. Am I not making my life more complicated? Feng Hua Xiao Shui was stunned, her hand frozen in midair. But I appreciate the sentiment, but take the item back. Yun-E turned to leave, quickly retreating. Teacher Hongdo, let's go. Lord Jiraiya is still waiting for us. However, just as he turned around, a hand reached out from the side, grabbing the crystal. Since it's someone's heartfelt gesture, it's quite impolite to refuse. Hongdo cheerfully lifted the crystal over her head to examine. Oh dear, such a beautiful thing, little brat. You don't appreciate it, so I'll hold on to it for you. Thank you, Shui Hui. Yun-E stiffly turned around, staring at Hongdo's radiant smile, feeling the world go dark. This woman is doing it on purpose, right? She's definitely doing it on purpose. Feng Hua Xiao Shui saw the crystal being accepted, her face revealing a relieved smile. Thank you both. I hope one day it can help you. After saying this, she bowed deeply and turned to leave. Yun-E watched her back, then looked at the crystal in Hongdo's hand, feeling a headache coming on. Let's go to the Land of Rice, he said helplessly. Hongdo happily tucked the crystal into her ninja tools pouch and followed Yun-Yi's footsteps. In the Land of Rice, in a lawless street. This is one of the most chaotic places in the entire ninja world, a gathering spot for all sorts of fugitives and wanted criminals. Hongdo frowned. Why would Lord Jiraiya come to a place like this? Perhaps to gather intelligence, Yun-E casually replied, scanning the streets. In front of a gaudy tavern, the two stopped. The place mentioned by Fujiwara Shui Hui should be right here. It doesn't seem like a proper establishment. Why would Shui Hui come to a place like this? Wait. Just as Hongdo was about to push the door open, Yun-E suddenly called out to her. Yun-E glanced at the unfriendly-looking characters on the street. With my appearance, I would definitely attract trouble in a place like this. Saying this, he formed a hand seal. Transformation technique. As the white mist dissipated, the slender and beautiful youth disappeared, replaced by a nearly 2-meter-tall, burly, bald man with a fierce expression. Hongdo squinted her eyes, taking a good look at him, and pouted. What kind of aesthetic is this? As long as it's practical, Yun, he said, flexing his muscular arms, his voice becoming rougher. This way, I look more intimidating and can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Do you want to change too? No way. You're enough as is. Well then, let's set it up with you as the big sister and her henchmen coming to collect debts from Jiraiya. Pushing open the tavern door, a mix of alcohol and perfume immediately hit them. In the dim light, men and women either drank alone at the bar or chatted and laughed in booths, occasionally erupting in coarse laughter. When Yun, the 2-meter-tall bald man, walked in, many people quickly averted their gazes after glancing at him. The effect is good. Yun nodded in satisfaction and followed Hongdo to the bar. Boss, I want to inquire about someone. Hongdo tapped the bar. A middle-aged man with white hair wearing an oil character forehead protector with a lewd look loves to flirt with beautiful women. The bartender was a small middle-aged man. He glanced at Hongdo and then at Yun behind her, swallowing hard. Sorry, miss. I don't have any impression. Don't rush, think again. Hongdo leaned forward, getting close to the bartender, her voice low. That guy owes me a lot of money. I need to get it back. Do you? Understand? In response to Hongdo, Yun stretched his neck behind her, producing cracking sounds. The bartender trembled slightly, his face full of forced smiles. I remember now. Hongdo stopped in front of a small 3-story building. Room 302. This is it. Reaching the door, Hongdo gently pushed the doorknob. Not locked. The room was small, containing only a bed, a table, and a few chairs. Hongdo stepped forward to check. There are signs that someone has lived here. But judging by the dust, that person must not have been back for 3 to 5 days. Yun did not respond. His attention was entirely focused elsewhere. It's a bit too quiet outside. Detecting wind. Chakra mixed with the gentle breeze flowed out of the room, probing the outside situation. Hongdo sensei, we are surrounded. How many people? Hongdo made no sudden movements, slowly reaching into her ninja tool pouch. At least 5, a 3 at the door and 2 outside the window. The ones at the door are coming. As soon as the words left her mouth, the door was suddenly pushed open and 3 masked ninjas rushed in. Don't move. You are surrounded. Gah. Before the leading ninja could finish his sentence, Yun punched him in the chest, bending him like a shrimp. Following that, he struck a knife hand to the back of his head, knocking him unconscious. Shadow snake hand. The other 2 didn't have time to react before they were ensnared by the poisonous snakes flung from Hongdo's hands. The large ninja tools they carried clearly indicated they were from the Wind Demon clan. But Yun couldn't understand why they were being attacked. They had no prior interactions. Why is the Wind Demon clan attacking us? Looking at the poisonous fangs close at hand, the ensnared ninja stammered. Because of the bounty. You are that bald, strong man on the bounty list. Bounty list? Yun was taken aback. What bounty list? Black market bounty, 1 million Rio. Oh crap. This alias he had only used once before, when he went to the daimyo's mansion in the land of Rice to claim a bounty on bandits. He had only used it for less than a day, and he never expected it to attract attention. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Yun said with a bitter smile, shaking his head and forming hand seals. As the white mist dissipated, the bald, strong man disappeared, transforming back into the appearance of the white-haired youth. The 3 wind demon ninjas widened their eyes. You are not that bald man. As you can see, I'm prone to trouble in this form, which is why I used the transformation technique. I just happened to see that bald man and thought he looked intimidating, but I didn't expect it to lead to even bigger trouble. Just then, noisy footsteps came from the stairs. You guys let go of our comrade. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive. A group of wind demon ninjas appeared at the door, apparently the backup summoned after noticing something was wrong outside. Yun sighed, holding his forehead. So I said it was a misunderstanding. 10 minutes later, in a private room of the bar, the 2 sides sat facing each other, with Yun and Hongdo opposite the upper ninjas of the Wind Demon clan. Fa, Xie Ling, and Diju. Sorry our clan members have offended you, but your transformation technique does indeed cause misunderstandings. Have you seen that bald man before? I didn't expect it to turn out like this, Yun shrugged. I saw him near the daimyo's mansion in the land of Rice before. I heard he was going to claim a bounty for exterminating a group of bandits. But that was already half a year ago. So, the previously silent Qing Ling suddenly spoke, her hoarse voice sounding like tree bark rubbing together. What are you 2 doing here? Sorry, we have nothing to offer. Hongdo was about to refuse when Yun interrupted her. Hongdo sensei. Yun leaned closer to her ear and lowered his voice in a place as mixed as this. It's not easy for just the 2 of us outsiders to find someone. Oh, we might as well ask the local snakes. Hongdo thought about it and found it feasible, so she changed her words on the spot. We are looking for someone, a middle-aged man with white hair wearing an oil character forehead protector who loves to flirt with beautiful women. The three opposite exchanged glances and nodded slightly. We have indeed seen him. He lived here for a while gathering some information. What information? There are rumors that Orochimaru has been active around the land of Rice recently recruiting subordinates to establish his own power. Hearing the name Orochimaru, Hongdo's body stiffened visibly and her hand unconsciously moved towards the back of her neck. Hongdo sensei. Yuni noticed her abnormality and asked softly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Hongdo took a deep breath, but her voice trembled. "Orochimaru, is he really in the land of Rice?" Qingling shook her head. "It's just a rumor. The specifics are unclear. Many people have come to the land of Rice because of this rumor recently." Diju the bald man added, "That guy should be one of them, right?" Also, Hongdo's breathing began to quicken. "You Wine Demon Clan aren't thinking of joining Orochimaru, are you?" Her emotions grew more agitated, and the black markings on her neck became increasingly prominent. "Do you know what kind of person Orochimaru is? He will treat you as test subjects. He will conduct human experiments on you, making your lives worse than death." Hongdo sensei calmed down. Yun-E hurriedly stepped forward, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. The gentle natural energy seeped in, calming the agitation of the curse mark. "I am calm. I am just telling them the truth. That bastard Orochimaru." "Enough." Yun-E's voice suddenly became stern. "Your current state is not suitable for discussing this issue." He turned to Qingling and the others. "Sorry, my companion has some personal grievances with Orochimaru. We should leave now. Thank you for the information you've provided." He helped the still trembling Hongdo leave the bar. The members of the Wind Demon Clan exchanged glances but did not stop them. After leaving the bar, Yun-E directly took Hongdo to the hotel. "Are you feeling better?" Hongdo lowered her head, her voice a bit muffled. "I'm sorry, I don't mind it." Yun-E interrupted her and turned to pour water. "It's just a rumor. The Fengma clan's intentions have nothing to do with us." "But..." "Enough with the but. Just rest well today, we still need to find someone tomorrow." Hongdo held the cup of water, looking down at her reflection. "Yun-E, what's wrong now? Do you think Lord Jiraiya is really nearby?" "Who knows? We'll look for him again tomorrow. If we can't find him, then so be it. If Lord Jiraiya truly wants to hide, who can find him?" Hongdo washed his back, a slight smile curling at her lips. "Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. After all, with this little ghost around, things should be fine, right?" The next morning, the two set off early, exploring the underworld street. The result was similar to yesterday. The latest leads were from a few days ago, and no one knew where Jiraiya had gone. He might have already left the underworld street. In the evening, the two sat in a small diner. Hongdo poked at the rice in her bowl, looking dejected. "Looks like we really can't find him." "Yeah?" Yuni remained calm. "So I have an idea." "What? Outsourcing? Huh. Think about it, the underworld street is so big, and the land of Rice is even bigger. We're both unfamiliar with the area. Even if we search for another 10 days, we might not find anything. So what do you mean? We should get the local snakes to help us look." Yun-E said matter-of-factly. "The Fengma clan has been mixed up here for so long, there are many of them, and their information is definitely better than ours. We can pay them a bit to help gather information." Hongdo frowned and thought for a moment. "Is that okay? Are you sure you'll be fine alone? I don't really want to deal with them again." "No problem, just wait for me at the hotel." Yun-E waved his hand and left the diner. In the same bar, in the same private room, Yun-E took a sip of tea, his expression calm. Opposite him sat the same buck-toothed, hunchbacked man, Qingling. "I hear you have some business for us," Qingling said straightforwardly, adopting a professional attitude. "What is it?" "Help me find someone." Yun-E took out a piece of paper with a simple drawing of Jiraiya on it. "It's the one I mentioned yesterday. White hair, middle-aged man with the character oil on his forehead protector." "What's the reward, oi?" Yun-E extended 5 fingers. 5,000 taels? Isn't that a bit low?" Qingling frowned. Has the Fengma clan fallen to this point?" Seeing Yun-E's confused expression, Qingling tentatively asked, "You don't mean 50,000 taels, do you? What else? Do you think 5,000 taels is for catching a cat?" Suddenly a quarrel erupted outside. "I've told you so many times. Joining Orochimaru is a dead end. So what do you suggest we do? The clan is almost on the brink of collapse. Even if we can't survive, we can't go to our deaths." "Shut up." Lord Qingling is still inside discussing matters. Yun-E remained unfazed, pretending not to hear. "Things have really come to this." He placed 10,000 taels on the table. "This is the deposit. As long as I get accurate location information, no need for contact, no need for action." Qingling remained silent for a moment before accepting the money deal. "Our informants are spread throughout this country. As long as he remains in the land of Rice, news will come soon." The transaction was complete. Before Yun-E could get up, Qingling suddenly spoke. "Did you just hear that? Your companion reacted so strongly. You obviously know Orochimaru well. Can you share about it?" Yun-E leaned back on the sofa, pouring himself another cup of tea. "Orochimaru. He can indeed give people power. The core technologies he possesses. He has mastered many forbidden techniques and body modification techniques that can turn some ordinary people into powerhouses. A glimmer of hope flickered in Qing Ling's eyes. However, Yun Yi's tone shifted. In this process, you will lose everything that makes you human. Dignity, freedom, even your body. In his eyes, subordinates are merely expendable. Useful tools are maintained longer while useless ones are discarded directly. You should understand that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Selling yourself to the devil for power is a gamble. High risk, high reward, it's quite fair. But this risk is exceedingly high. Qing Ling was silent for a long time. Her face showed no expression, but her tightly clenched fists revealed her inner turmoil. After a long while, she loosened her grip, seemingly asking Yun, yet also talking to herself, "You don't find me disgusting?" She pointed at her current appearance, her hunched back and protruding buck teeth. Even among her own kind there were times when she subconsciously revealed disgust. But from yesterday to today the boy's gaze remained clear and peaceful, without a hint of disdain, as if looking at an ordinary person. "Why should I find it disgusting? To revive your clan you are willing to become like this. I don't know the specifics, but I can see that this is accumulating power for some dangerous forbidden technique. And the side effects of such techniques are generally considerable even." Yun Yi rested his chin on his hand, his gaze seemingly penetrating through that layer of ugly exterior to see some essence. "Although I don't agree with this approach, I respect such determination. Your soul is quite beautiful." Qing Ling's pupils trembled slightly. "I'll give you a reply within 3 days." Qing Ling stood up and hurriedly walked out her steps, seemingly a bit flustered. Tisk the tragedy of a small character. It's all life and death moves. One was easily blocked while the other almost kicked out the big finale. Yun Yi shook his head and also left the bar. Perhaps the money was enough, or maybe the information about Orochimaru was valuable. The Funma clan brought news of Jiraiya the next morning. Found him. Hongdo was wiping her kunai and immediately jumped up upon hearing this. In an abandoned shrine. Let's go see what that legendary Sannin is up to. The shrine was built on a remote mountain with a worn torii gate covered in moss-broken stone steps and fallen leaves everywhere. This shrine had clearly been abandoned for many years. There are signs that someone has been here recently. Hongdo squatted down examining the footprints on the ground, over there. The two followed the trail to the main hall, which was empty, with not a single shadow in sight. In the center of the offering table, there was a solitary scroll with a note pressed beside it. Yun picked up the note and twitched his mouth. "I guessed you would come looking for me. I don't want to go back to the village. The information is in the scroll. Take it back to report. Jiraiya." "What? That bastard." Hongdo crumpled the note into a ball and smashed it on the ground angrily. "He knew we would come. He might have been hiding nearby watching us make fools of ourselves. Well, at least we have some information and the mission can be considered complete." Yun handed the scroll to Hongdo. "Teacher Hongdo, you should return to the inn first. He'll settle the bill with the Funma clan. The same bar, the same private room, the same 2 people. Pleasant cooperation." Yun originally planned to settle the bill and leave promptly, but before he could exit the room, he was called back by Qing Ling. "What if the Wind Demon clan joins Konoha?" Yun was taken aback. "Does this guy suspect that we are ninjas from Konoha? It makes sense to find Jiraiya and be so familiar with Orochimaru. Who else could it be but Konoha?" Yun contemplated. The benefit is that one can live quite safely. As the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages, there is no shortage of missions. However, that's about it. The Konoha families are numerous and the higher-ups. Well, it's complicated. Foreign ninja clans will inevitably face exclusion and exploitation. They will either withstand the pressure to carve out a place for themselves, or they will be marginalized, gradually becoming mediocre and ultimately indistinguishable from the masses. Yun sneered. "Hell, crows under heaven are black. Konoha is already considered good, at least they have a facade to maintain, and the overall living environment is quite decent. It is unlikely for a clan like Daxing to rise again, but a continuation of a clan is still possible." "I understand. Thank you for your information." Then it's settled. Goodbye." Yun pushed open the door and left the bar. Qing Ling stood at the door watching his figure until he disappeared. On the way back to Konoha, Akato seemed a bit gloomy. Although the mission was completed, the process left her, the leading special jonin, quite embarrassed. The clues were mostly found by Yun, but she had hardly contributed. "Teacher Akato, you have already learned to expel natural energy from your body, so you don't need to worry about the curse seal going out of control. Next, she should have learned how to guide and utilize natural energy, but unfortunately, I mainly relied on physical instincts and feelings, which is difficult to describe." She even needed Yun-E's help to suppress the curse seal and guide her on how to use natural energy. It felt as if their identities had swapped. Where was the dignity of being a special jonin? Where was the authority of a teacher? Cough. Yun-E, you performed well on this journey. Moi. As you're supervising Jonin, I feel I should teach you something. Otherwise, it would be a waste to bring you out this time. Yun blinked. What does Teacher Nagato want to teach? The techniques you saw during our sparring, which one do you want to learn, the Shadow Snake Hand or the Dragon Fire technique? Yun hesitated. Do you want to learn both? What a greedy child, Nagato said with her hands on her hips, nodding. All right, then I'll teach you both. Actually, well, I already know those two techniques. The Dragon Fire technique is quite similar to my Great Fireball technique. I've seen you use the Shadow Snake Hand so many times, I just don't like snakes, so I don't use it. Yun formed seals with his hands, Dragon Fire technique. A slightly smaller fire dragon spewed out from Yun's mouth. Yun raised his hand again, Shadow Snake Hand. His arm transformed into several pythons and shot out. Seeing Nagato stunned, Yun added, but I actually have a technique I want to learn. What technique? Akato's eyes lit up. The Orochimaru's body replacement technique. Akato's expression froze. Oh no, she can't possibly not know it. It seems it wasn't used in the original work. Tisk, the second pillar, learned it after following Orochimaru for 3 years, and Nagato has failed to learn it over the years. No wonder Orochimaru doesn't take her out to play. Then, how about the Shadow Clone technique? Seeing that Nagato was about to crack, Yun quickly thought of something she would definitely know. How about we go with the summoning technique? It seems quite convenient. Okay, then I'll teach you the summoning technique. Nagato obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Listen closely, the summoning technique is a contract-type summoning technique. The seal sequence is Haisuin Shinwei, and the key is to establish a blood contract and... She bit her finger, quickly formed seals with both hands, and slapped the ground. Boom. A small snake appeared on the ground, flicking its tongue. As the smoke cleared, a purple-skinned giant snake the thickness of a thigh coiled at Akato's feet, hissing and flicking its tongue. That's roughly how it works. Did you understand? Nagato turned her head and saw Yun crouching down, casually grabbing a wild snake from the roadside. Summoning technique. Boom. A cloud of white smoke exploded. Nagato stared in shock at the snake Yun summoned. It was lying there looking baffled and flicking its tongue, clearly not understanding the situation. You succeeded? On the first try. Nagato felt her worldview being shaken. How long did it take her to learn this technique back in the day? This kid learned it after just one look. Yun pulled out a kunai and swiftly decapitated the snake, then expertly skinned and cleaned it. This is great. I won't lack fresh ingredients in the future. Thank you, Teacher Nagato. Nagato felt a lump in her throat. You just ate the summoning beast I just summoned. What else? This snake can't even deliver a message. What's the point of keeping it? Teacher Nagato, is there one that looks more robust, preferably one with arms and legs that can help me wash dishes, mop the floor, and carry flour? Nagato rolled her eyes. You're dreaming. Any intelligent summoning beast has its own clan and sacred land, and you must gain their approval to sign a contract. Just stop dreaming. Then forget it. He'll just keep using them as ingredients. Nagato took a deep breath. Forget it. Teaching him how to use the techniques is his business. At least the teacher's face was saved. I suppose. Let's go back to the village to report the mission. Hokage's office. That concludes this mission report. I see. Don't you want to return to the village? The third Hokage exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze showing signs of age and fatigue. The information in the scroll was sparse, only some investigation results about the land of rice and Orochimaru, along with some miscellaneous intel. What he truly cared about was not this. You performed very well in this mission. Nagato should have mentioned it to you on the way, right? You're too kind, Hokage-sama. Yun replied humbly, lowering his head. The third Hokage smiled and waved his hand. You can leave for now. I need to speak with Yun alone about some matters. Nagato was momentarily startled, glanced at Yun and nodded as she exited the office. The door closed. Only the two of them remained in the office. The third Hokage stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Yun. Yun, you have a good relationship with Uchiha Itachi, right? Yun's heart tightened, but his face remained calm. Itachi is a regular at Ichiraku Ramen. We can be considered friends. Friends, huh? The third Hokage turned around. Then do you know the recent situation of the Uchiha clan? I don't know, nor do I care. Yun shook his head. I'm just a ramen shop worker. Itachi comes to eat noodles, occasionally chats with me, and then I forget about it. Elder Danzo has some reservations about your relationship with Itachi, and I told him he was being overly sensitive. He means well for Konoha, but he can be a bit too cautious. During the time you were away, I already talked to him, so don't take it to heart. I understand. So if Itachi comes to the shop again, just interact with him as you did before. Everything should remain the same. The third Hokage opened a drawer and took out a scroll, placing it on the table. Actually, the reason I called you here is to give you a reward. I heard you were interested in the summoning technique. I am somewhat interested. Yun looked at the scroll, mainly looking for something that can help me with chores. Is that so? Then this is perfect. The third Hokage smiled. This is the contract for the Ninja Monkey Clan's side branch, the Ninja Suru. While not as powerful as the Monkey King, it is still a decent summoning beast. It has high intelligence and is agile, making it suitable for assisting with work. Yun-E was well aware that accepting this scroll meant being labeled as part of the Hokage system. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's nice to have a big tree for shade. You can give it to me, but I won't agree to anything. If you want me to do something, I'll still slack off. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Yun-E stepped forward and accepted the scroll. You are the future of Konoha. I naturally have to take good care of you. The third Hokage laughed heartily. All right, you must be tired. Go back and rest. Call Nagato, and I have a few things to instruct her. Yes. Yun-E tucked the scroll into his chest and happily left. After Yun-E departed, as Nagato entered the room, the third Hokage's smile gradually faded. Nagato, tell me honestly. Throughout this journey, what do you think of Yun-E? Hongdo pondered for a moment, organizing her thoughts. Yun-E's strength is formidable. His physical and ninjutsu talents surpass mine. He can almost learn my ninjutsu with just one glance, much like Senior Kakashi. Moreover, he can tame natural energy. In his metaphor, the natural energy in its natural state resembles a wild horse without reins, and he can tame them into little ponies. Roar. The third Hokage squinted his eyes. No wonder when I saw Yun-E again, I could hardly sense the natural energy emanating from him. It seems he has successfully tamed it. What is his current combat power? Incomprehensible. During our sparring, I nearly exerted all my strength, but was still subdued by him, and he didn't even use a technique that could kill me. As if I were the one who was the underling trying to grab the bell. The third nodded, showing little surprise. What about his character? As he appears laid back, lacking ambition, it shouldn't be an act. But his judgment of situations is exceptionally keen. In dealing with the Wind Demon clan in the Land of Rice, his methods are mature, unlike those of a child. Additionally, Hongdo briefly recounted the dialogue between Yun-E and Feng Hua Xiaoshui. The people need someone who can ensure their well-being, not merely someone who is well-born, right? Indeed, he doesn't seem like a child. The third Hokage squinted again. What about that woman from the Kaguya clan? Yun-E doesn't seem to have any romantic interest in her. Knowing he is entangled in the conflict between the village and the Uchiha, he currently has no intention of developing any relationships with anyone. I understand. The third nodded. By the way, how is your relationship with Yun-E? Well, it's quite good. I taught him the summoning technique, and he taught me how to control the cursed seal. Under his guidance, I can now suppress the cursed seal from going berserk. That's a good thing. But I want to ask you, two young people having gone on missions together for so long, have there been any developments? Hongdo's gaze flickered. Developments? What developments? You're 20 this year, right? Not so young anymore. The third smiled at her. Although Yun-E is a bit lazy, he is handsome and strong. If you're interested, you'd better act quickly. Not to mention just those few girls living with him. Hongdo's face instantly flushed to the roots of her neck. Hokage-sama, what are you talking about? Who? Who would be interested in that little brat? I am his teacher. And he's so lazy, who would like someone like that? As Hongdo spoke incoherently, the third Hokage laughed even more joyfully. All right, go on. Get him out on more missions. Don't let him rot in that ramen shop. Yes. Yes. Hongdo bolted out of the office, even forgetting to close the door. Looking at the empty doorway, the third reined in his smile, a deep light flashing in his eyes. Even after so many years in Konoha, he still feels no sense of belonging. Initially thinking Yun-E was just being cautious, he was surprised to find he was even prepared to escape Konoha. That Karai Kid was likely his fallback. Unfortunately, discovering this too late means that doing anything to that woman now would only scare Yun-E away. I can only soothe him for now and wait until the Uchiha matter is resolved before slowly separating him. Moreover, a person with their own thoughts cannot be bound by the will of fire. Fortunately, Yun-E still has attachments. As long as that shop remains in Konoha, and as long as hand-pulled noodles exist in Konoha, even if Yun-E temporarily escapes, he will eventually return. I need to have the Umbu keep a closer eye on that shop. Returning to Ichiraku Ramen, Yun-E felt he might not have returned at the right time. Hey, Baldy, what more do you want after I've served you your noodles? Do you think it's hot? If you think it's hot, blow on it yourself. Should I blow on it for you? Moyo also stepped up on a customer's stool, ready to engage in a ninja world war with the customer. The unfortunate Mediterranean uncle looked confused, his hands trembling with chopsticks, unsure whether it was due to fear or anger. The hand-pulled uncle was sweating profusely, trying to mediate. I'm sorry. This child is new and doesn't understand the rules. This bowl of noodles is on the house. Yun-E rubbed his forehead, feeling that his patience was wearing thin. Moyo. Hearing the familiar voice, Moyo froze. The fierceness on her face hadn't completely faded, but she forced out a hint of surprise, making her expression look quite distorted. Brother, you're back. Go wash the bowl in the back. You're not allowed to eat until you finish washing it. Mayo shrank her neck, the arrogance vanishing without a trace as she scurried into the kitchen. After sending off the customers, the hand-pulled uncle wiped the table while sighing. Yun-e, that child Mayo. She's great at working, but her temper is simply too fierce. You can't even stop her. Why not send her to the Ninja Academy? That place can temper her character. Look at Chin, and she became much more sensible after attending the Ninja Academy. Yun-e pondered for a moment and felt that it was indeed a feasible idea. All right, I'll tell her. Then I'll leave it to you, the hand-pulled uncle sighed in relief. Yun-e turned to the kitchen and found that small figure who looked frustrated. Mayo, tomorrow I'll take you to the Ninja Academy to study. Mayo was taken aback for a moment, then exploded in protest. What? School? I don't want to go. Brother, I want to follow you to train. You can't even recognize all the characters. Do you think you can understand the ninjutsu scroll I give you? How much basic knowledge of ninjas do you have? I still have missions to attend to. Do you plan to rely on me to teach you all this? Mayo opened her mouth, but was at a loss for words. Go to the Ninja Academy and make up the basics. Yun-e patted her shoulder. Afterward, I'll teach you real ninjutsu. After a moment, she extended her pinky swear. How old are you? Pinky swear. Yun-e helplessly extended his hand and hooked his pinky with hers. Satisfied, Mayo snorted and turned back to work. In the detached residence, Yun-e pushed open the door, and Chin was in the living room doing her homework. Mayo and Keed had yet to return from the shop. Welcome back, Yun-yaich. Chin looked up, greeting him sweetly. Yun-e responded, pulling out the scroll from his pocket. I have something to do. You continue your homework. All right. Yun-e walked to the courtyard and unfolded the scroll. This wasn't the kind that could summon various toads just by writing their names, but an unknown contract. Summoning technique. Bang. Smoke dissipated, and a monkey wearing a tiger skin skirt about 1 meter tall appeared in the courtyard. It scratched its head, looking Yun-e up and down. You're the new contract holder. You look pretty young. Yes, Yun-e nodded. My name is Yun-e. What's yours? I don't have a name, the monkey shrugged. In our ninja ape clan, only the Monkey King has a dedicated name. We juniors are just called Hey or that monkey. Then I'll give you one. Yun-e thought for a moment. Let's call you Wukong. Wukong. Does this name have any meaning? In legend, there was a monkey who ascended to the heavens named Wukong. The monkey's eyes lit up. I like this name. But let me be clear, I don't have the ability to ascend to the heavens. I can't turn into a golden staff like Lord Ape Demon, nor do I have such a sturdy body. That's okay. Your main tasks will be to deliver messages, run errands, and occasionally help with minor tasks. No problem, leave it to me. All right, it's settled then. I will summon you when needed. Yes. Bang. Wukong transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Back in his room, Yun-e casually picked up a pen and paper. When it came to naming the monkey, the first thought that came to mind was Monkey Brother, leading him to associate with Journey to the West. With nothing much to do, he thought it would be better to adapt this story into a script. Basically, it was just copying while modifying it according to the ninja world. Not too difficult, and he could earn some side income. Adapting isn't the same as fabricating. It doesn't matter, no one in this world has seen the original version. The pen hovered over the paper. Yun-e suddenly smiled. Such a book full of metaphors can be understood differently by different readers. But who cares? If I want to write, I'll write. Even if the world is entirely fictional, if one insists on matching it to reality, I can only say it's an overinterpretation. He wrote the first line, in chaos heaven and earth are in disarray, and no one can see the vast emptiness. The next morning, Yun-e brought Duo Yu-yi to the Ninja Academy. I don't want to go. Duo Yu-yi dragged her feet, unwilling. Stop talking nonsense. Go in. Yun-e pushed her into the administration office. The same Chunin teacher from last time attended to them, and with money as the way, the attitude remained amiable. However, Yun-e looked at Duo Yu-yi's results from the entrance exam and felt a headache coming on. What's wrong with not being able to read? As long as a ninja can kill, that's enough. Duo Yu-yi was still being stubborn, but her voice lacked conviction. The Chunin teacher turned to Yun-e. Although this child has not undergone any ninja training, her practical skills are quite strong. But her cultural foundation is too poor. According to the normal process, she should start from the first grade. First grade? Duo Yu-yi exploded on the spot. Does that mean I have to attend class with a bunch of little kids? Considering your practical skills, you can join the higher grade students for physical training and combat classes. As for cultural classes, you will still have to start from the first grade. Then I'll have to call her Senior Chin. We're clearly the same age. Duo Yu-yi was completely disheartened. There's no helping it if she can read. Yun-e shrugged, ignoring Duo Yu-yi's desperate gaze, and signed the document. If you want to catch up quickly, you can find her and ask her to teach you how to read. Or you could also ask Foam, but she might not have the time. I understand. After shoving the sulking Duo Yu-yi into the classroom, Yun-e felt refreshed. This was the joy of pushing troubles away. Back at the ramen shop, Yun-e was busy until evening. Are you still open? Yun-E looked up and saw Uchiha Itachi standing at the door. We're open. Same as usual. Itachi walked in and sat at the bar. Yun-E quickly served a steaming bowl of ramen. Enjoy your meal. Thank you. Itachi picked up the chopsticks but didn't eat immediately. Here we go again. It seems there's something he can't figure out. Yun-E didn't rush sitting with him as usual. Yun-E, do you think it's possible for the dead to come back to life? If someone else had asked this question, it might have been a lament about the impermanence of life. But since Itachi asked, it seemed he had encountered that masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Yun-E propped his head up and teased, what? Did you see a ghost? Sort of. Itachi nodded. A person who should have died long ago suddenly appeared in front of me. Not only was he alive, but he also possessed powers unique to that person. But you doubt that he is real. Yun-E took over the conversation. In the end, there are only two scenarios. It's either him or not him. If it's not him, that would just be a coward pretending to be someone else. But if it is him, then he must have faked his death, deceiving everyone into thinking he was dead, while actually being alive and well. I've never heard of a technique that can resurrect the dead. Even if there was, it would surely be much more difficult than faking death. Seeing Itachi lost in thought, Yun-E walked over and tapped the table. So why not report this? Write down what you saw and heard faithfully. Even if that ghost claims to be the Sage of Six Paths, you should still write it without omission. Then slam the report down on the Hokage's desk, and your task will be complete. Itachi stared blankly at Yun-E. For a long time he had been thinking alone, shouldering everything. He was used to hiding everything in his heart, accustomed to walking alone in the darkness. No one had ever told him, don't worry about this, let your boss figure it out. But what? Do you really want to have any contact with such a person? If so, I advise you not to. A coward pretending to be someone else is not to be trusted. And if it's someone who faked his death, the fact that he can deceive everyone demonstrates his cunning, hiding for many years, and then suddenly showing up must have ulterior motives. Do you think you can handle that? Itachi's confusion gradually dissipated. I understand now. He lowered his head and began to eat his noodles with large bites. This bowl of clear broth noodles tasted especially good to him. After finishing the last bite, Itachi put down his chopsticks and stood up. Thank you for the meal. He left the money on the table and turned to walk out of the ramen shop. This time his steps seemed a bit lighter. Yun-E watched his back and smirked. Tisk, this arrogance ingrained in his bones is getting worse the more he opens his eyes. I wonder if he actually took it in. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, he turned around to find a masked figure from the root standing there. What did Itachi just say to you? This person's disdainful attitude made it clear they were from the root. Welcome, what would you like to eat? The person ignored Yun-E's greeting and spoke in an increasingly deep voice. Don't make me ask again. Client, there's a menu on the wall. If what you want isn't on it, I suggest you find another place to try. The atmosphere around the root ninja instantly turned cold, and the killing intent pressed towards Yun-E without reservation. Getting anxious. Which department are you from, kid? You seem a bit too inexperienced. Yun-E felt no ripple in his heart, even finding it slightly amusing. Even if Danzo himself came, he would still be cautious. While this one could also be considered a jonin, he was still not enough to be taken seriously. Just as the root ninja reached for his weapon, whoosh! A dark figure wearing a cat mask appeared behind him, gripping his wrist tightly. Even the root has no right to lay hands on comrades within the village. The root ninja stared at the dark figure in front of him, the expression behind the mask shifting between gloom and clarity. This is Elder Danzo's order. I must know what he discussed with Uchiha Itachi. Yun-E interjected. Oh dear, I'm not good with remembering. I forget what I talked about as soon as I turn my head. I suggest you go directly ask Uchiha Itachi. The root ninja wished he could kill Yun-E right away, but he couldn't do anything with the dark figure blocking him. After a moment of stalemate, the root ninja slowly withdrew his hand, the killing intent retracting. Humph! The root ninja snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the door. As he reached the door, he paused, turned his head, and spoke with an undisguised threat in his tone. Kid, I advise you, stay away from Uchiha Itachi. He is not someone you can associate with. Yun-E spread his hands innocently. His legs are attached to him. He came here on his own to eat ramen. If you don't want him to come, you should go tell him. Provided you all dare to go. The root ninja's fists cracked ominously, but in the end, he said nothing, his figure flickering and disappearing into the night. Watching the direction the man left, Yun-E turned to the cat-masked dark figure who was about to silently slip away. Thanks, cat uncle. How about a bowl of noodles? It's on me. You can call me Bing. All right, cat uncle, would you like a bowl of noodles, cat uncle? Maybe another day. I still have to report this to Lord Hokage. After saying this, the dark figure also vanished into the night. Before the door of the Hokage's office could be pushed open, Danzo's voice rang out. Hiruzen, what's going on with your Umbu? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at his old friend who stormed in with a fierce demeanor, setting down his pipe. Danzo, calm down. Calm down. Uchiha Itachi is now a key surveillance target of the village. That brat named Uni has been in frequent contact with him, and we must know what they are discussing. Danzo the Root's duty is to protect Konoha, not to monitor our comrades in the village. Moreover, the third Hokage pulled a document from his drawer and slid it across the table to Danzo. We already know. Take a look at this. Danzo frowned as he picked up the document and glanced at it. His previously furious expression instantly froze, and his pupils constricted sharply. Uchiha Madara. The intelligence reported by Itachi last night. He encountered someone claiming to be Uchiha Madara. This person not only possesses the Sharingan, but also knows the secrets of the Uchiha. This is impossible, Danzo said decisively. Madara was personally killed by the first Hokage, and the body was examined by the second Hokage. It's been thoroughly studied. I agree with you, the third Hokage nodded. Madara is dead, and I don't think he could deceive the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Taking this as a premise, it could only mean that someone is impersonating him, or it's the Edo Tensei invented by the second Hokage. But the question is, who is this person? What is their intention? Danzo fell silent for a moment and slowly spoke. The Uchiha clan. Moi. The Uchiha clan has now reached the brink of rebellion. If someone were to appear under the banner of Uchiha Madara at this time, what effect would that have? The third Hokage narrowed his eyes. The former strongest clan leader. Once this banner is raised, it would be enough to instantly rally the hearts of the entire Uchiha clan. Moreover, Danzo paused, his tone becoming even darker. Konoha was founded by the first Hokage and Madara together, and seizing the position of Hokage is also well-founded. The office fell into a brief silence. Are you saying? The other party wants to instigate a Uchiha coup. I believe this Madara was fabricated by the Uchiha clan. They are already making their final preparations for the coup. Hiruzen, we must also be prepared. The third Hokage took a deep breath and picked up his pipe again. Preparations can be made, but we absolutely must not strike first. Are you still harboring fantasies? Danzo's voice was laced with sarcasm. At this point, if this isn't the Uchiha clan's doing, then the other party wants to see Konoha in chaos. No striking first, Danzo, that's an order. The third Hokage made his final decision. Danzo stared intently at the third Hokage, and after a long while he finally averted his gaze. I understand. He turned to leave, but stopped again at the door. What about Uni? What about Uni? He is getting too close to Uchiha Itachi. Danzo turned around, and Itachi clearly listens to him. This time Itachi voluntarily reported the intelligence. It was Uni's idea, right? Isn't that a good thing? If he persuaded Itachi to report, isn't that to avoid deepening misunderstandings? If he truly has ulterior motives, he could completely let Itachi conceal it, and even use this intelligence for his own purposes. You are too naive, Hiruzen. Uni can influence Itachi's decisions with just a few words. That kind of influence is too dangerous. Can you guarantee that he won't change his mind and side with the Uchiha? So what do you want to do? Control him. Danzo unabashedly stated his thoughts. At least until the Uchiha matter is resolved, he cannot continue to influence Itachi's judgment. No way, the third Hokage firmly rejected. Uni has already made overtures. Using force would only backfire. I have my own arrangements regarding him. As long as he doesn't harm the village, no one is allowed to touch him. The two men stared at each other, the air seeming to become thick with tension. After a long time, Danzo let out a cold snort. Your naivety will inevitably harm Konoha. Hiruzen, you will regret this. He turned to leave, this time not stopping again. Bang. The third Hokage looked at the tightly closed door and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Achoo, who is thinking of me? Just then Uni, who was at home typing, suddenly felt a tickle in his nose and an unexplained chill down his back. Feng appeared beside Uni as if she had teleported. Darling, are you okay? Do you need an extra layer of clothing? Or perhaps a hot bath? If you need anything, Stop. Cut it out. I'm fine. Since Uni returned, Feng had been like this, sticking close to him whenever she had the chance. According to her, this was a separation that felt like a new marriage. Uni reached out to block Feng from getting too close, but she took the opportunity to wrap his arm in her embrace. Don't be so cold. After all this hard work, don't you want some rewards? Uni's mouth twitched as he tried to push Feng away, but her soft touch made his body stiffen momentarily. Feng seized the opportunity to lean closer, her warm body feeling soft, as air, a faint fragrance wafting directly into his nostrils. This is a test of a man's resolve. Seems like it's bigger than before. Although reason told him that this woman was currently off limits. But as a mature male, this kind of door-to-door benefit was also a kind of torment. Just as Uni's rationality and instincts were tugging back and forth, debating whether to be a gentleman or to turn into a gentleman, Uni brother tea. A cup of hot tea was steadily placed between the two. Chin stood expressionlessly by the table, staring coldly at Feng. Her long black hair hung beside her face, and her icy gaze seemed to regard Feng as an irrecoverable piece of trash. I think I arrived at an inopportune moment. No, you arrived at just the right time. Feng not only didn't get up, but also reached out to invite, Qinshan, why don't you join us? This is not right, is it? Yuni was completely taken aback by this gesture. Qin momentarily showed a somewhat moved expression, but then quickly returned to her cold demeanor. Brother Yuni needs to write a book. This is serious business. Tisk. Feng regretfully clicked her tongue, slightly straightening her body, but her hand still rested on Yuni's shoulder without letting go. Qinshan, really being a third will could get you kicked by a donkey. Just as her voice fell, a frustrated roar came from the next room. What is this character? Why does this stroke have to turn? This damn homework is so annoying I might as well tear it up. Yuni stood up in response, shaking off Feng's hand on his shoulder, a face full of righteous indignation. It seems like Doyu is having trouble with her homework. Feng, since you are so free, go teach Doyu how to read. Huh. Well, since you asked. Feng stepped toward the next room, but after taking a step, she suddenly turned back, wrapped her arms around Yuni, and pecked him on the cheek. If you want to continue, you can always come find me. After blowing a breath in Yuni's ear, Feng finally let go of him and walked out of the room. Yuni sat back down at his desk and took a sip of the tea Qin had brought. The slightly bitter tea suppressed the rising heat, and only then did Yuni notice that Qin was still standing beside him. What's wrong, Qin? Qin shyly leaned over. Brother Yuni, I'm sorry. Before Yuni could figure out the situation, Qin pecked him on the other side of his face and then ran off, covering her flushed face. This life is becoming increasingly difficult to endure. Yuni downed the remaining tea in one gulp. A ramen shop named Ilo. Yeshitai Hongdo sat at the counter with two faint dark circles under her eyes. Yuni, I want to move. Yun-E, without even lifting his eyelids, replied, if you want to move, hire a moving company. Why come to me? I only sell ramen, not do physical labor. Stop pretending. Hongdo gritted her teeth and leaned towards Yun-E. Ever since I returned from the mission, I haven't been able to sleep well without you. Yun-E sensed the curious gazes from the other customers and sighed helplessly. Teacher Hongdo, please speak more cautiously. You are not unable to leave because of me, but because of the suppression of natural energy. Besides, didn't I teach you how to suppress it? Have you forgotten already? It's all the same. Hongdo irritably scratched her hair. In any case, I plan to move into your detached house. You have plenty of rooms, one more won't make a difference. Hey, isn't that Hongdo the upper ninja? Feng walked over smiling as she looked Hongdo up and down. Her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, yet it instinctively made Hongdo tense up. Are you from the Take family? Hongdo squinted her eyes, her beast-like instincts sensing an intimidating presence that didn't stem from strength. Do you live there too? Yes, Teacher Hongdo wants to move in. That could be a bit tricky seeing as we only have a few family members in the house. Feng casually adjusted Yun-E's collar, acting like the rightful mistress of the house. Hongdo frowned, a surge of unnameable anger rising within her, especially when she saw Feng's main wife demeanor. I am Yun-E's guiding upper ninja. Protecting my subordinates is also my duty. Moreover, Hongdo puffed out her chest, refusing to back down. I have shared a bed with Yun-E. In terms of relationship, I am no less than you, right? Oh, the diners in the shop stopped eating. This big revelation had filled them up. This woman is definitely doing it on purpose. Yun-E rubbed his temples as if already envisioning the scene where, I'm proud of you. Dad, we are not that kind of relationship. It's okay, Yun-E, I understand. As long as you are sincere, it doesn't matter how many people are involved. Do I support you? You understand nothing. Qin, who had been silently observing, clenched her fists while Duoyu nodded in an attitude of no wonder, he's the big brother. On the other side, just when Hongdo thought Feng would explode or turn hostile, Feng's reaction became strange. She wasn't angry, instead, she seemed more satisfied. Feng's gaze swept over Hongdo's toned thighs and waist, lingering for a moment, then she leaned towards Yun-E's ear. I think this could work. Though she is a bit hot-headed, her physical qualities are top-notch. Why not take her in? Feng's sudden matchmaking left Yun-E bewildered. Hongdo didn't catch the specifics, but seeing Feng's suddenly enthusiastic smile sent chills down her spine. What are you laughing about? It's nothing, just thinking that if Teacher Hongdo is willing to join our big family, it would be a beautiful thing. Oh. Feng smiled like a blooming flower and poured a cup of water for Hongdo. Teacher Hongdo, we will be sisters from now on. Who is your sister? Hongdo couldn't help but take a step back, her face turning red. I'm doing this to suppress. Enough. Yun-E interrupted this increasingly absurd conversation. He glanced at the eagerly anticipating Feng, then at Hongdo, who was avoiding eye contact, yet still reluctant to leave. Teacher Hongdo, moving in is off the table. That would be considered our Ilu Ramen staff dormitory. Or do you plan to work here? Not really. No way. Setting aside the fact that we are not planning to hire anyone, the village wouldn't agree to have an upper ninja lounging around in a ramen shop all day without doing missions. Greedy. Hongdo slammed the table in anger, but she knew Yun-E was speaking the truth. After all, she hadn't really planned on moving in. Well, maybe just a little bit. Feng sighed regretfully from the side. What a pity. She's clearly very nurturing. Shut up, Feng. Yun-E casually handed her a plate of garlic. If you have nothing to do, go peel garlic. Looking at Hongdo sulking while eating noodles and Feng stealing glances at her while peeling garlic, Yun-E shook his head. Although this chaotic scene hadn't ignited into flames, the sparks were likely hard to extinguish. Deep beneath the root base, Danzo sat alone in that familiar chair. The room was dark with only a dim oil lamp flickering in the corner. He enjoyed this darkness as it allowed for clearer thoughts. Uchiha Madara. How many people in this ninja world have actually seen the real Uchiha Madara? He was one of them. Therefore, he saw through that Uchiha Madara as a counterfeit. But what if it was fake? He picked up the teacup on the table. The tea had long gone cold, tasting quite bitter. Just like this transaction. That counterfeit wanted to exterminate the Uchiha clan, and he wanted that too. Different purposes, same result. That was enough. The Sharingan is indeed a fine thing, but more importantly, Danzo placed the teacup down, producing a soft clink. Over the years, he had not been lenient towards the Uchiha. Those Uchiha clan members, he secretly dealt with those missions he deliberately sent to their deaths. Every single one was a blood debt. Once the Uchiha reconciled with the village, the first to be held accountable would be him. Only when the Uchiha completely vanished could he feel at ease. Moreover, there might even be a chance for further advancement. As for the real purpose of that, Madara Danzo couldn't be bothered to guess. Just a lurking rat after all, he would clean it up once the deed was done. But Yun-E, a glint of killing intent flashed in Danzo's single eye. At first he was just a kid running a noodle shop, and Itachi would occasionally go there for a bowl of noodles. A minor character like a pebble on the roadside. Who would have thought that after Shizui's death this kid gradually became a substitute for Shursui in Itachi's heart? Now it was even worse. Itachi had bypassed him and directly reported the information about Uchiha Madara to Hiruzen. Danzo squinted his single eye. He disliked this feeling of losing control. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Now Yun-E had caught Hiruzen's attention, and he couldn't act directly. He stood up and paced around the room. If direct action wouldn't work, then change the approach. Yamanaka wind. In the darkness, a figure with orange hair suddenly materialized, kneeling on one knee. Lord Danzo, investigate that, Yun-E. Danzo returned to his chair, tapping his fingers against the armrest. I want to know how much he knows about the Uchiha and his true strength and attitude. There are Umbu watching him. You know what to do. Understood. Yamanaka Win's figure vanished in an instant, as if he had never appeared. The room was left with only Danzo and the flickering oil lamp. Yun-E lay in the rocking chair, half closing his eyes to enjoy the afternoon sun. As the number of people in the shop increased, his free time also grew. But I feel even more tired than before. The rocking chair swayed slightly, emitting a creaking sound. Another new observer has arrived. During this period, more and more people have been keeping an eye on him, from the Umbu, the Roots, to the third-generation elders. I wonder which faction this one belongs to. Well, if they want to watch, let them watch. He has gradually gotten used to being treated like a spectacle. It doesn't cost him anything, and besides, there is no good way to deal with it. Yun-E closed his eyes, allowing the natural energy to flow slowly within his body. What does it mean for the noodles to be too hard? This is called having a good bite. You know nothing. You must be polite to customers. Otherwise I will have to call Yun-E brother. No, it's fine. In fact, this is even better. The sounds of argument from the front hall could be faintly heard. The daily noise made Yun-E feel more relaxed, his eyelids growing heavier. Did something strange just mix in? When he woke up, Yun-E found a blanket added to his body. It should be foam. Just as he thought this, a sweet voice wafted over with the same enchanting fragrance. Darling, would you like some water? Zhu Chu Feng approached gracefully, carrying a tray. Yun-E lifted the blanket and sat up, saying, thank you, just put it aside. Feng placed the cup down, but did not take the opportunity to touch him or say anything that would make one blush. She simply stood quietly beside the rocking chair, her gaze fixed on Yun-E as if assessing something. What's going on? It was like a cat that every day tried to find ways to rub against your leg for a hug, suddenly sitting upright in front of you, staring directly at you. Noticing Yun-E's gaze, Feng sat beside him, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at him. Recently, is there something significant about to happen in the village? The atmosphere feels a bit tense. It is a bit tense. Why are you feeling uneasy? It feels like there are more people watching us recently. Feng frowned, looking troubled. Is it related to the Uchiha clan? It should be. Don't worry about it and let them watch. As long as we don't do anything they want to act. Do you think a war will break out between the village and the Uchiha? Yun-E's gaze slightly tightened. Feng was usually very measured and never brought up the Uchiha clan on her own. She knew it was a sensitive topic. I don't know. We just need to be careful not to get involved. Yun-E straightened his body, staring intently into Feng's eyes. Feng, have you forgotten what I told you? Honestly, are you involved in this, or did you willingly participate? Tu didn't. Feng's gaze wavered, not daring to meet Yun-E's eyes. I just feel that you are getting too close to Uchiha Itachi, and am afraid you might get implicated. Upon hearing this, Yun, he was 90% certain that this phone was not the real one. Huh. Feng, I know you were worried about me. Yun Yi stood up, opening his arms as if to give Feng a hug. Feng leaned in cooperatively. Then she was punched in the stomach by Yun Yi. But the prerequisite is you really are Feng. Cough. Cough, cough. The sudden attack caught Feng off guard, and she knelt on the ground coughing. Yun Yi raised his hand and forcefully tugged at Feng's cheek and hair. It felt real, and there was no sense of incongruity. It's not a transformation jutsu or disguise. He injected a stream of chakra into Feng's body. It's not an illusion either. Who sent you? Where did you hide, Feng? Feng clutched her stomach, her voice trembling. What are you talking about? Feng. Yun Yi ignored her and directly began forming hand seals. Earth-style earth flow wave. The ground cracked open as if a giant beast was opening its blood-filled maw to bite at Feng. The kneeling Feng leapt up, her movements agile, completely unlike someone who had just been hit. Is this okay? This is that woman's body, you know. Feng stopped pretending and revealed a mocking smile. The heart transfer technique of the Yamashiro clan. Yun Yi understood Feng's situation and even guessed who was inside. Yamashiro Kaze, a dog raised by Danzo. A figure flashed out from behind the house. An Umbu ninja wearing a cat-faced mask landed beside Yun Yi. What happened? Uncle Cat looked at Feng warily. She has been controlled, Yun Yi explained succinctly. Leave her body immediately. What if I say no? Would you really let her get hurt? Before he finished speaking, the wind moved forward to attack. If softness didn't work, he would go for hardness. After all, it was Feng who was attacking. Water-style water candy grab. Yun Yi directly controlled the initial move. Upon seeing this, the wind was convinced that Yun Yi was hesitant to hurt Feng's body. He infused chakra into his legs and stepped over the water candy, charging straight at Yun Yi, his movement straightforward and completely disregarding defense. The Umbu attacked from the side, but their moves clearly left room, afraid of hurting Feng's body. But Yun Yi thought differently. Lightning-style ground walk. Yun Yi showed no hesitation and directly released the next ninjutsu. What? Lightning surged, and Feng barely jumped at the last moment to avoid being directly electrocuted, her temporary body breaking out in a cold sweat. You bastard, don't you care about this woman? Yun Yi did not answer, continuing to prepare the next ninjutsu. The Umbu watched nervously from the side. Although it wasn't a deadly move, this kid's strikes were ruthless. Seeing that Yun Yi had no intention of holding back, the wind had to take it seriously. His elite skills from the roots combined with Feng's physical prowess comparable to a jounin still gave him a chance. However, he soon realized that even using all his strength, he was no match for Yun Yi. The various ninjutsu Yun Yi unleashed interlinked while the Umbu assisted in blocking his escape route, forcing him to keep his head down. Just as he finally escaped Yun Yi's attacks, he was forced back by the Umbu's hidden weapons. When he tried to fight back, Yun Yi's next wave of attacks came again. Shadow Snake Hand. Ultimately, the wind could not dodge in time and was ensnared by the giant python formed by Yun Yi's arm, unable to move. Who exactly are you? The wind asked defiantly. Yun Yi sneered. That question should be for me to ask you. But since you want answer anyway, I won't bother. Get lost quickly and return Feng's body. The python gradually tightened, and Feng's body emitted creaking sounds. Gah, this time I'll concede to you. Just as the words fell, Feng's body suddenly slumped as if losing some support. In a moment, Feng blinked in confusion and awakened. What is this? What happened? Why am I tied up? However, Yun Yi did not loosen his binding. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. Yun Yi, well-versed in the original work, clearly remembered how Feng had played this trick when dealing with Qing, pretending to leave while actually controlling things from the shadows. Feng, what did I do to you when we first met? That. Feng paused for a moment, then feigned confusion. I'm still a bit muddled and can't remember. Stop pretending. Yun Yi revealed a cold smile. Feng definitely wouldn't forget. It seems you haven't really left. TCH, you caught me. Answer my question and I'll leave right away. How about that? Seeing that Yun Yi wouldn't kill him, Feng adopted an attitude of indifference. Oh, tough guy, huh? Yun Yi pulled Feng closer. Then don't cry for mercy later. Wait, what are you going to do, gurgle? Yun Yi gathered a swirling torrent of water in his other hand and splashed it directly onto Feng's face. Behind the cat mask, the eyes of the dark faction widened. This kid really goes all out. As long as he doesn't kill him, he'll push him to the brink. The water rushed violently into his nostrils and mouth. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation surged instantly. What's worse, this near-death experience would be fully transmitted to the original body through the heart transition technique. Gurgle. A madman. This guy is definitely a madman. Shan Zhongfeng wanted to observe this mysterious young man further, but was caught off guard by his vigilance and ruthless methods. Aren't you going to leave? Yun Yi said in a chillingly calm tone. I can keep you here all day. As his consciousness began to fade, Shan Zhongfeng released the ninjutsu, just before losing complete awareness, and Feng's body went limp again. Seeing Feng lose consciousness, Yun-E finally dispersed the water sphere. Is she okay? Don't worry, I'm a professional. With strange looks, the dark faction members quietly stepped back from Yun-E. Sure enough, before long, Feng coughed up some water, gasping cough. So uncomfortable. Feng, what did I do to you when we first met? Hearing Yun-Yi's voice, Feng, though still confused, replied, you punched me, then tied me up and left me hanging for a night. The dark faction members exchanged glances, then stepped back from Yun-E once more. Yun-E nodded, releasing his grip on the shadow snake, and lifted Feng to check her injuries. What's wrong with me? It's nothing, just a clumsy thing, borrowed your body for a bit. I remember now, I was washing dishes in the back kitchen and felt someone come in. Then there was a strange consciousness. That should be the heart transition technique. The dark faction member on the side explained, the caster of that ninjutsu can't move, and any damage they sustain will be transmitted to their original body. You probably won't be able to run far. Quick, go chase after him. Feng urged Yun-E, we can't let him escape. Yun-E didn't move, continuing to examine Feng's injuries. Uncle Cat, can I ask you for a favor? I'll go take a look. A dark faction member vanished with a body flicker technique. I'm fine. Feng tried to push Yun-E away, but he held onto her hand. You're more important. Besides, if that guy has teammates, he's probably long gone by now. What good would it do to catch up? It's just Danzo's knife. The one who needs to be dealt with is the one wielding it. Feng froze for a moment, then tears welled up in her eyes. Honestly, I'm the one responsible for protection. She wrapped her arms around Yun-Yi's neck then. I'm the one who's been trained. Why are you more skilled than I am? Cough, it's all an illusion. By the way, what's this training you're talking about? Training? Well, Feng had only received minor injuries. A simple application of medical ninjutsu would suffice. Then Yun-E carried her to his rocking chair and covered her with a blanket. That's about it. So don't worry, this is my first time too. Your injuries will heal in a few days. Just rest today. Okay, but you haven't told me why you're so skilled. At that moment, the dark faction returned and Yun-E rushed over as if he had found a lifeline. Uncle Cat, how did it go? The dark faction shook his head. The person has already escaped. I will report this to the Hokage. Seeing Yun-Yi's calm demeanor, the dark faction member had a suspicion. Do you know who that person is? I can roughly guess. Yun-E nodded. That person just didn't leave any evidence. Seeing the cold glint in Yun-Yi's eyes, the dark faction member felt an inexplicable chill. He had observed Yun-E for so long, thinking he was just a talented but unambitious kid who only wanted to get by. But at this moment, the lazy fish grinned, revealing a mouthful of shark teeth. What are you going to do? Please don't act impulsively. The Hokage will handle this matter. How relying on that old man? Don't worry, Uncle Cat. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Yun-E shook his head, forcing a smile. I'm just a bit angry. But it's already in the past, I won't dwell on it. That's good. The dark faction nodded. Then I'll take my leave. All right, thank you for your help. After the dark faction left, Yun-E's expression fell. Not dwelling on it. What a joke. Feng noticed his change in mood and gently hugged him. Whatever you plan to do, I'll support you. After all, I'm your nanny. Then I'll trouble you when the time comes. And don't tell Dad and the others about today for now. In the individual unit. After settling, Feng, Yun-E sat alone by the bed, writing and sketching on paper, reviewing the events that had transpired. Without a doubt, the recent new observer was Shan Zhongfeng. He was observing suitable targets for the heart transition technique and ultimately chose Feng. It must have been Itachi reporting back, so it scared Madara off. TCH, I should have anticipated this. The other party clearly wanted to gather his intelligence, but couldn't act directly, resorting to such roundabout tactics. It seems the third Hokage actually did something, but unfortunately, he couldn't keep Danzo in check. Originally, Yun-E intended to avoid conflict with Danzo until the night of the massacre, waiting for Danzo to be dismissed by the third. But now, this old dog has taken action against him. Although this time was merely a test, Yun-E knew well that it was only the beginning. Once someone like Danzo deems an individual a threat, they will never let it go easily. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Yun-Yi's eyes. It seems he could no longer passively respond. Since Danzo wants to play, then he would play along properly. Danzo cannot employ direct measures against me, but I can manage that. Danzo and the Root are no pushovers. Whether he can win is one thing, but the commotion will be anything but small. Using direct force, he would never be able to stay in Konoha again. It could only be a last resort. He must eliminate Danzo within the tolerance range of Konoha and best clean himself of any involvement. On the night of the massacre, I need to meet with Itachi. The next morning, before the Ichiraku Ramen shop had even hung up its open sign, a special guest lifted the curtain and walked in. Good morning, shouted Yuni. The third Hokage wore his signature kind smile as his gaze swept over Yuni, who was preparing ingredients. This old man is blocking the entrance so early in the morning. Yuni continued his work, looking up to respond, Lord Hokage. I'm sorry the shop isn't open yet. I know. I just heard about yesterday's incident and came to check on you. The third Hokage adopted the demeanor of a friendly old neighbor. You weren't scared, were you? The Umbu have already gone to investigate. They will give you an explanation. Shouta, who overheard, put down his work and asked what happened yesterday. Oh, nothing much, Dad. A wild dog ran into the kitchen and bit foam, so I chased it away. Uni spoke in a nonchalant manner. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage, I'm fine. However, the recent public security in Konoha hasn't been good. I was thinking of temporarily closing the shop and taking Dad out of the village for a vacation to relax. The third Hokage frowned. Honestly, he was reluctant to let Shouta go. It was akin to letting go of a kite reel, risking Uni flying away. But he also knew he couldn't force him to stay. Danzo had gone too far this time. Fortunately, it hadn't affected Shouta, allowing Uni to maintain his restraint. A change of scenery might be good. The third Hokage pondered for a moment and nodded. However, ninja actions must follow rules. How about this? Let Shouta issue a designated escort mission, and you can leave the village under the guise of performing a task. Formalizing the procedures will leave no room for complaints. Uni quickly agreed. Speaking of which, Uni. The third Hokage's gaze focused on Uni's hands as he was kneading the filling. Where did you learn the Rasengan? What's Rasengan? He looked down, following the third Hokage's gaze. Are you referring to my stirring technique? This is a practical ninjutsu I invented for kneading dough and filling. If you can improve the chakra compression a bit more and stabilize it into a spherical shape, then release it all at once upon hitting the enemy, you'll have a decent battle ninjutsu. That's what I call Rasengan. After giving his suggestion, the third Hokage stood up and left the ramen shop. Once the third Hokage left, Shouta's expression turned serious. Uni, do you need me to issue the mission now? Have you thought about the time and place? Uni replied, no, I need to first. I'm not today. I'm just reporting to the Hokage for now. However, Dad, you can start preparing in advance. We need to be ready for about a month's worth of travel. I understand. Shouta bowed his head and returned to his interrupted work. Let's continue preparing for today's business. That night, Uni used natural energy to conceal his presence, avoiding surveillance and patrols, and arrived at the southern riverbank, the place where Shirzue jumped off. A slender figure stood on the cliff by the river, gazing at the water's surface, holding a piece of paper. Sorry to keep you waiting, Itachi. You always wanted to stay out of it. Itachi stood by the riverbank, listening to the footsteps behind him without turning around. I'm the one who harmed you. When Itachi came to the shop tonight, Uni had slipped him a note inviting him out to meet. I didn't want to get involved. But at this point, do you think Danzo will let me go? He walked to Itachi's side, looking at the dark river surface. Haven't the Uchiha clan members already reached their breaking point? Itachi's body trembled violently, and he closed his eyes in pain. With Konoha's actions, the radical faction's voices can no longer be suppressed. My father has also given his tacit approval. They want me to use my position in the Umbu to control the center and take the Hokage hostage. Then let both sides fight to the death, leading to the Uchiha clan's extinction and Konoha suffering severe damage. Other ninja villages will take the opportunity to invade, igniting a great ninja war. Uni enumerated the consequences with his fingers. So what's your plan? Itachi found it hard to speak. You once told me to look into history, but I didn't find any examples of peaceful resolutions. Of course not. This is a matter of life and death. Avoiding bloodshed is basically impossible. Uni affirmed Itachi's conclusion, then changed the topic, but the question is how much blood will be shed and whose blood will it be? Whose blood? Itachi, I asked you to find out the thoughts of those silent majority. Did you ask? I asked. They do not support and will not participate in a coup. I also don't want to involve them. But they're already involved. If you know history, you should understand that if this happens, there will be no mercy during the purge. Itachi fell silent. What Uni spoke had repeated itself throughout history. What should I do to stop this? It's simple, just deal with those who want to act beforehand, right? Uni stated logically. Actually, Shirzue had a similar idea, but he didn't recognize the right target. Shirzue, he wanted to change your father's mind using Kodoe Mitsukami. He just didn't realize that those most eager for this to happen were the radicals and Danzo Shimura. Itachi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. How do we overturn this? The plan is simple. If it's difficult, then don't do it. If the problem cannot be solved, then eliminate the one who raised the issue. Yun-E lowered his voice like a devil's whisper, luring the ignorant youth. Konoha believes that Uchiha wants to do this because the radicals are shouting too loudly. But do most of the clansmen, the old, weak women and children, really want this? No, they just want to survive. Eliminate those clear-headed radicals and retain only the moderates who wish to live. This is called cleaning house, not taking action. The third Hokage still has his limits. As long as Uchiha is no longer a threat, he will not eradicate the remaining old, weak women and children. Such actions would only make every family in Konoha feel insecure, essentially severing a limb and weakening Konoha's strength. As for Danzo, when Konoha is in chaos, if an elder has an accident or if the root base unfortunately catches fire, it should be quite reasonable, right? Itachi looked at Yun-E in shock. Are you suggesting assassinating Danzo? No, it's an accident, Yun-E corrected. Danzo is merely a tumor seeking personal gain under the banner of righteousness. Can eliminating Uchiha truly preserve Konoha? That's nonsense, and what he wants to preserve is himself. Itachi, the knife is in your hand. Do you intend to wield it against innocent clansmen turning into Danzo's dog in the end? Or do you want to use it to cut away the real tumor, giving Sasuke yourself and Uchiha a chance to survive? If you don't believe me, wait until Danzo comes looking for you. If he mentions Sasuke, remember to stay calm and think about what I said today. After Yun-E finished speaking, he ignored Itachi, who was already somewhat overwhelmed, and turned to leave. Oh, by the way, I'll be taking some people out of the village to avoid the storm in a few days. If you decide to take action, remember to notify me in advance. The next morning in Yun-E's independent dwelling. What? Task approval takes at least 3 days. Yun-E looked at the task application form in his hand, his brow furrowing into a frown. Handa also looked helpless. They say the village is under strict guard recently, and all tasks leaving the village must undergo rigorous scrutiny. 3 days. In the current situation, 3 days is too long. Although the last incident in the mountains left no evidence, it completely tore apart his relationship with Danzo. If Danzo intervenes to delay the approval time, this period becomes the best opportunity for him to strike. What about safety during this time? Yun-E paced back and forth in the room. If only I could use barrier techniques. Come on, Duyu, I'll be relying on you from now on. Me, Duyu suddenly called out, was confused, but still energetically replied, leave it to me, big brother. Maple hesitated for a moment as if making a decision, then said, how about borrowing a place to stay from the Hyuga family for a few days? Yun-E stroked his chin. The Hyuga clan's territory is arguably one of the safest places in Konoha, and it is nearly impossible for Root to penetrate it. However, not to mention whether the Hyuga family is willing to wade through this murky water, going there would mean completely solidifying his identity as a member of the Takakuri clan. Ever since I left Maple behind, I knew this day would come. The labels on me are just increasing. Negotiations with the Hyuga went surprisingly smoothly, so smoothly that Yun-E began to doubt whether it was some kind of trap. Only when he saw the lively Hinata while passing the training ground did Yun-E realize this is probably Hyuga's way of repaying a favor. That afternoon, Yun-E and his group moved into the guest room of the Hyuga family, publicly claiming they were there to teach recipes. Wow, this room is so big! Duyu exclaimed excitedly, running around the room. Big brother, are we going to live here? Yes, we'll stay here for a while. The Hyuga family values etiquette, so remember to watch your mouth. Ashi sat somewhat stiffly on the tatami, quietly asking, Yun-E, will this trouble the clan leader of the Hyuga too much? It won't. This is a matter of mutual favors, Yun-E casually replied. Then Yun-E, let's head to the kitchen, Handa suggested, seeing everyone settled. After all, being guests, it wouldn't be right to eat and drink for free. Alright, if you want to go, that's fine. Yun-E stood up to follow Handa, with Maple joining, as well, leaving Ashi to look after Chin and Duyu. The Hyuga clan's kitchen was absurdly large, with the stove alone being twice as spacious as the kitchen of Ichiraku Ramen. Tisk, no wonder they're wealthy. This isn't a kitchen, it's clearly a testament to the landlord class sins. Yun-E grumbled inwardly while tying on an apron. Are you Mr. Handa? A chef from the Hyuga family approached, pointing to the ingredients piled nearby. These were specially prepared by Lord Hizashi for you. Yun-E glanced over. They were all common ingredients, but of high quality. Oh, leave it to me. Handa nodded, beginning to select ingredients. Just as they confirmed the ingredients, a girl in a plain kimono with a hint of youthfulness nearly bumped into Maple at the door while carrying a tray. While several people were busy in the kitchen, a girl dressed in a plain kimono and wearing a white-maid apron almost collided with Maple at the door. Ah, sorry. Huh, Maple. Oh, is that you, Natsu? Maple's eyes lit up, a smile creeping across his face. Long time no see, have you become more beautiful? Natsu, a maid from the Hyuga branch family and Hanabi's caretaker. Seeing the familiarity between the two, Yun-E raised an eyebrow in surprise. Before he could ask, Maple leaned in close to Yun-E's ear, whispering, I met her when I was visiting the clan leader before. We have similar standings within our clans, so we became close over time. You could say, we empathize with each other. You're joking, Maple. I'm currently responsible for taking care of Lady Hanabi, and my life is quite fulfilling. Well, isn't that still the same? I'm also taking care of Yun-E now. Maple moved behind Yun-E and hugged him, the affectionate gesture prompting thoughts about the meaning of this care. Yun-E tried hard to ignore the softness on his back and focused on what was in front of him. If you like it, then make more desserts tonight. Thank you, mister. Yun-E, I will look forward to it. Natsu beamed with a radiant smile. Maple observed the interaction between the two, suddenly wearing a knowing smile, pulling Natsu aside to chat quietly. Don't be random. It's not. Just. Yun-E didn't deliberately try to eavesdrop, but judging by the rosy hue gradually rising on Natsu's face, he could roughly guess the content. This woman is even more proactive than he is when it comes to helping him establish a harem, as if she has the KPI of reviving the Takakuri clan ingrained in her DNA. She's just an old matchmaker. Yun-E shook his head as if he could already see the future of drowning in a sea of tenderness. After dinner, Yun-E was busy typing in his room. "Yun-E-go, a friend is looking for you," Chong Pu's voice came from outside. When he stepped out, it was Hinata Hyuga. "Yun-E-go, it's really you." Hinata, upon seeing Yun-E, seemed overjoyed. "Are you going to stay here?" "Yes, I'll be staying for a few days. By the way, I haven't introduced myself to you yet. I didn't want to disturb you while you were training before." "No, it's fine, there's no need to be formal. I just haven't seen Yun-E-go in a long time." As she spoke, Hinata's face turned increasingly red, her voice growing so soft, it was almost inaudible. "It has indeed been a while since I last saw you at the shop." Yun-E tilted his head, reminiscing. "You seem to have been busy training lately. You look much more fit." "I've indeed increased my training. But actually," Hinata hesitated, glancing around before leaning closer to Yun-E and whispering, "Father said that things have been tense in Konoha lately, and all clans are required to reduce their outings." Yun-E nodded in understanding, responding naturally. Behind him, Chin-Chin and Duo-Yu were hiding at the door, peeking out with only half their heads visible. "The one talking to my brother, I think I've seen her before." "Who was it again?" "Don't you remember? She's a guest at our shop, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga." The one who can eat 5 full meals in one sitting." "Oh, I remember now, that big eater." Yun-E overheard their whispers clearly, and before he could stand up to teach them a lesson about manners, Chong Pu had already tugged their ears from behind. "Sorry, my children have been rude." "Huh? What?" Yun-E apologized to Hinata on behalf of the two, noticing her confused expression, suggesting she hadn't heard anything. After Chong Pu reprimanded them, the three, having met each other before, truly introduced themselves and soon began to play together. Until Hayashi Hyuga came to urge them, they each returned to their respective places. Meanwhile, Hinata's father brought a message from Hisashi. "Mr. Yun-E, Lord Hisashi would like to invite you to participate in tomorrow morning's training. What do you think? He probably wants to see my strength." Yun-E nodded. "Okay, I will attend." The next morning, at the main training ground of the Hyuga clan, more than a dozen Hyuga clan members in training attire were already sweating profusely, their shouts echoing through the courtyard. "This is quite intense. If Shikamaru saw this, he'd probably faint right on the spot." Yun-E muttered to himself as he leisurely walked into the arena. He still wore his loose gray robe with his hands in his sleeves, appearing as if he had just awoken, completely out of sync with the intense atmosphere around him. Hisashi was standing on a high platform with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture straight, his Byakugan scanning every corner of the training ground. Seeing Yun-E's relaxed demeanor, Hisashi frowned slightly, but still greeted him. "Yun-E, did you sleep well last night?" "Thanks to you, it was very quiet." Yun-E nodded, his gaze directed at the training ground. "I appreciate your invitation." Hinata was also among the crowd. The little girl was training earnestly, sweat sliding down her cheeks, but upon seeing Yun-E, her Byakugan visibly brightened, her movements becoming somewhat awkward. Beside her, Hayashi immediately corrected Hinata's posture with a stern expression. Uncertain if it was for teaching or showing off, Hisashi pointed to the ongoing practice and asked, from an observer's perspective, "Yun-E, what do you think?" A typical leadership question trap. If you praise them, it's flattery. If you criticize, it's causing trouble. Yun-E, uninterested in the dilemma, chose to speak plainly, "Very strong. In close combat, they should be among the best." "Well, I have a question I don't understand." "Oh, what is it?" Their dialogue gradually attracted the attention of the training Hyuga members. Although their actions didn't stop, everyone was listening attentively. "From what I know, the Hyuga clan rarely uses techniques outside of the Hyuga style. And it seems that the Hyuga style lacks long-range capabilities. Wouldn't that make them quite passive against opponents skilled in ranged attacks?" "That's the choice of the Hyuga clan. As you know, Yun-E, our Byakugan, can see through everything. Ranged attacks are nothing to us. Rather than spreading our focus to learn various ranged techniques, it's better to devote all our strength to perfecting close combat. From what I understand, Yun-E, you excel in ninjutsu. Why not experience it firsthand?" Hisashi waved to the crowd. "Kyo, come and be Yun-E's opponent. Just a friendly match." Yun-E looked at Hisashi, the cunning fox, and understood his intentions perfectly. What experience? He clearly wanted to test the waters to see just how capable this candidate for the bamboo cutter truly was, and whether it was worth placing a heavy bet on him. "Father." Hinata wanted to voice her concerns, but was silenced by a glance from Hisashi. She could only turn to Yun-E. "Go. Please be careful." Hayashi, a jonin of the clan, also served as Hinata's protector. With a serious expression, he stepped to the center of the arena and performed a standard confrontational seal. "Mr. Yun-E, please teach me." Yun-E knew he couldn't avoid this. Since he had to stay under someone's roof to avoid trouble, he might as well pay a little lodging fee. He stepped opposite Kyo, and performed a confrontational seal as well. Let's begin. Kyo wasted no time charging at Yun-E like lightning. So fast, no wonder he's a Jonin. But fire release Phoenix fire technique. Yun-E seal formation was even faster, leading with the Phoenix fire technique. Under the Byakugan, the trajectory of the flames was instantly captured, and Kyo darted through the gaps in the fire like a butterfly among flowers. The commonly used opening technique failed to achieve its intended effect. Yun-E was unhurried retreating while forming seals for the next jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. As the fierce wind blew, Kyo stabilized himself on the ground with chakra, able to move slowly against the gale. Yun-E, on the other hand, leaped back using the reaction force, creating distance between them once again. The raging wind had not yet ceased before Yun-E began forming seals again, immediately using the next jutsu as the wind release ended. Water release water gun technique. This seamless combination of moves left the observing Hyuga clan members dumbfounded, especially Hisashi. If the opponent were someone outside the Hyuga clan, it would seem that Yun-E doesn't need to form seals at all. He understood better than anyone else that this technique's difficulty was akin to using two types of ninjutsu simultaneously, while the combination of two ninjutsu would create a bloodline limit technique. Kyo leaped into the air, directly bypassing the suspicious liquid on the ground. Tisk. Yun-E's prepared lightning release, earthwalk mist. Wind release, kitchen knife. Seizing the moment when his opponent was unable to evade in the air, Yun-E formed his fingers like a sword, and an invisible wind blade shot from his fingertips. 8 trigrams air palm. The high-pressure air cannon swallowed the wind blade, rushing directly at Yun-E. Having anticipated this move, Yun-E reacted the moment he saw Kyo raise his hand, and the air cannon only left a crater on the ground. Once again, Yun-E had created distance between himself and Kyo. Hinata Kyo landed without hesitation and charged forward once more. Yun-E used various ninjutsu to restrain him, even employing some refined techniques from everyday life. Each time Kyo was about to close in, Yun-E managed to create an opportunity to distance himself using a certain ninjutsu. However, the problem was that Yun-E was still unable to take down Kyo. Kyo possessed Byakugan. He could see through Yun-E's chakra flow and anticipate his next move. Once distance was established, Kyo always found a way to evade or defend against Yun-E's ranged attacks. This boy has so many types of ninjutsu, and he executes them very quickly. So what? In front of Byakugan, he has nowhere to hide. But Lord Kyo still can't close in. Chill, quiet and watch. Yun-E also realized the issue. If this continued, it would never end. The opponent's Byakugan was too effective against ranged ninjutsu. His own taijutsu was decent, but without the Shikatsu Myaku, he couldn't compete with the gentle fist of a Hyuga Jonin. I might as well not use it, just continue with the ranged tactics and wait for a mistake. Compared to Yun-E's calm search for an opening, Kyo was becoming increasingly anxious. At first, he hadn't taken Yun-E seriously, wanting to finish quickly and teach him a lesson. A mere Chunin dared to question the time-honored Hyuga style. He would learn that the Hyuga clan is the strongest in Konoha through experience. Only when the battle truly began did he realize that this guy really had grounds for his doubts. The continuous barrage of ninjutsu not only kept him at bay, but showed no signs of stopping. He was starting to feel fatigued, while Yun-E, having used so many ninjutsu, still appeared relaxed. Experience told him that prolonging the fight would be dangerous. If he lost, wouldn't that prove that the Hyuga style was flawed? Mr. Yun-E, I apologize. Kyo decided to stop holding back, even if it exceeded the bounds of sparring and could seriously injure Yun-E. Reversal of heaven. No longer avoiding Yun-E's attacks, he released a large amount of chakra from his body, spinning rapidly. A blue chakra sphere instantly formed, bearing the momentum to crush everything as it pressed down on Yun-E. Hinata's body tensed up, her veins bulging in her Byakugan. Yun-E quickly dodged. Hinata frowned slightly, her Byakugan fixed intently on the arena. The reversal of heaven was an absolute defense that combined both offense and defense. A direct collision would result in serious injury or death. Secretly refining his chakra, Hinata was prepared to intervene at any moment. Facing Kyo, who charged in like a bulldozer, Yun-E made a quick judgment. This technique would deflect most ninjutsu. There was no way to stall it. Dodge. The range was vast, whether he could evade was uncertain, but he would definitely be closed in on and lose his initiative. Rather than that, chakra spun wildly in his palm, the blue-white sphere forming in an instant. Spiral sphere. Yun-E did not continue to evade, but instead charged directly towards the reversal of heaven. Boom. The two swirling chakras collided, and the shockwave sent several onlooking members of the branch family tumbling. Ugh, Kyo grunted as he was sent flying, rolling over 10 meters on the ground before coming to a stop. Yun-E was also sent flying, sliding several meters before he finally stabilized his heels, carving 2 deep grooves in the ground. Hiss. Shaking his numb right hand, Yun-E felt as if his wrist would break. As the dust settled, Hinata rushed over without a second thought, her eyes red with genuine fear. Yuni, are you okay? Let me see your hand. I'm fine, just a little shaken. Yun-E reassured Hinata, hiding his hand behind his back. Kyo had already gotten back up, resetting his stance with no reduction in fighting spirit. Kyo, stand down, Hinata said lightly, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. The outcome is already decided this sparring. I lost, Yun-E interrupted Hinata. As Lord Hinata said, it's indeed difficult for ranged ninjutsu to be effective in front of Byakugan. I was forced to engage in close combat, which already proves that the choice of Hyuga style is not wrong. Hinata gazed deeply at Yun-E. Lost. Kyo was clearly injured from the earlier blow, while Yun-E, thanks to the Shikatsumiyaku, paired with medical ninjutsu, the wounds on his hands had nearly healed. And that last move. Well, then the sparring is over. Kyo, attend to your injuries. The rest of you continue training. Hinata dismissed the crowd and then waved Yun-E over. Yun-E, come with me. Yun-E followed behind Hinata, passing through the training ground and entering the depths of the Hyuga clan into Hinata's room. Hinata poured Yun-E a cup of tea and they sat facing each other. Yun-E, that last move of yours. Was it the spiral sphere of the fourth Hokage? Fourth Hokage. Yun-E tilted his head. It was something I improved from the mixing technique under the guidance of the third Hokage. I believe he did mention the name spiral sphere. Mixing technique. Third Hokage. Can you elaborate on that? The mixing technique is a daily ninjutsu I use for kneading dough and filling. Some time ago, the Hokage came to my shop and saw me using the mixing technique for fillings, and he gave me some improvement suggestions, saying it could be used in battle, so I followed his advice. Hinata nodded thoughtfully. The spiral sphere isn't a rank ninjutsu invented by the fourth Hokage. It seems the Hokage has high expectations for you. It is a fortunate thing for the village to have a talent like you in Konoha. You flatter me. Ooh, I just wanted to save some effort. Yun-E laughed sincerely. Back then I struggled quite a bit just to get the filling mixed evenly, and I never thought I could use it in combat. Hinata smiled non-committally, not probing further into the topic. Alright, you should go rest now. If you wish, you can also join the afternoon training. Okay. Yun-E stood up, then I'll take my leave for now. As he reached the door, Hinata's voice called out again. Yun-E. Moi. The outside world is currently unstable. If you encounter any difficulties, just send someone to report. Yun-E paused, turning to look at Hinata. Those Byakugan eyes were calm and profound, devoid of probing, only making a statement. Thank you. After sending Yun-E off, Hinata fell into deep thought. At just over a decade old, Yun-E was able to defeat Kyo, a Jonin of the Hyuga clan, showcasing a talent comparable to Kakashi, who became a Jonin at age 12, and Itachi, who joined the Umbu at the same age. Moreover, it seemed Yun-E had not even used his full strength, as he recalled glimpsing the chakra meridians faintly visible within Yun-E's bones through Byakugan. Hinata speculated that Yun-E possessed the Shikatsumiyaku, which explained why he was designated as a candidate for the leader of the Take-Torai clan. Additionally, having Sarutobi Hiruzen personally instruct him in the spiral sphere indicated that the old man valued Yun-E far beyond appearances. It was foreseeable that when Yun-E's identity was revealed, there would inevitably be a clash between Take-Torai Zanki, the clan leader, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Originally intending to further invest and win him over, he now had to consider carefully. Leave the choice to Yun-E, unless he speaks up. The Hyuga should not be too proactive. After much deliberation, Hinata made a decision of passive support. Returning to his guest room, Yun-E lay directly on the newly made rocking chair. The previous spar had indeed been exhausting, especially the final clash of the Rasengan and Rebirth, which left his wrist still tingling with pain. Thinking back after calming down, it was merely a spar after all, a lower-ranked ninja engaging a higher-ranked one. Losing was losing, there was no need to use the Rasengan as well. However, as the battle progressed, the instincts of the Take-Torai clan gradually took over reason, completely disregarding any options outside of combat. In simple terms, he was overwhelmed. It wasn't until he sent Fugaku flying that Hinata rushed in front of him with a tearful expression that reason regained its ground. It's not that I didn't gain anything, hey. Yun-E raised his hand to unleash a shockwave, but only stirred up a cloud of dust. As expected of the clan's secret teachings, just watching once won't suffice to learn it. I can study it when I have time. Moreover, this spar made Nikizutsu value him more. He even hinted that as long as he asked, he could stay until the night of clan extermination ended. Unfortunately, Yun-E did not plan to stay that long. Living in the Hyuga clan was indeed safe. Odanzo, that old schemer, would have no opportunity to act in the Hyuga territory. However, there were too many inconveniences. Firstly, there was a lack of freedom of movement. With so many pairs of Byakugan around, sneaking out was nearly impossible. Secondly, it was easy to get involved in Hyuga's affairs. Nikizutsu's remark, "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to send someone to report," sounded like goodwill, but in reality, it was also a form of binding. Most importantly, Yun-E narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers on the armrest. That old man Danzo had to be dealt with. To make a move, a perfect alibi was necessary. Staying in the Hyuga territory made it too easy to confirm his whereabouts, which would be detrimental to his actions. It's better to leave the village. I'll go when Itachi has made up his mind. As for now, of course it's time to relax and replenish the energy spent in the morning. 2 days later in the evening, Yun-E received a letter delivered by a crow. Though it was called a letter, it contained no content, just a piece of blank paper. But Yun-E understood that this was Itachi trying to contact him. The message on the blank paper was the same as the note he had once slipped into Itachi's bowl. That night, Yun-E snuck out of the Hyuga territory and arrived at the same place at the same time to meet the same person. Yun-E, you were right. Itachi still gazed at the river, speaking without turning his head. Did Danzo look for you? Yun-E did not ask whether Itachi had made up his mind. Since he had come, the answer was already obvious. Itachi finally turned around, the dark circles under his eyes deeper, looking pale, as if he had crawled out of hell. Everything is as you said, 2 choices. So which one do you choose? Neither. Itachi lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. I choose the third path you mentioned. Done. In his heart, Yun-E struck a victorious pose, nodding expressionlessly. Then let's start refining the task. Time, objectives, action plans. Before that, Itachi interrupted Yun-E. I need to tell you one. No, 2 situations. 2 characters that cannot be ignored. Go ahead. The first one is, do you remember when I previously mentioned the dead person? He claims to be Uchiha Madara. Heh. Yun-E chuckled. Based on what I've read about Madara, I'm 99% sure he's not. I also think he's not. But he is very powerful and possesses a space-time ninjutsu. I originally intended to invite him to cooperate. Then continue to invite him to cooperate. Yun-E revealed a cunning smile. You see, doesn't that leave someone to take the blame? What about the other one? The other one is my father. He possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan. The so-called Manjikyu Sharingan is. Does this description sound like foresight and Tsukuyami? This Fugaku is even stronger than the TV version. Listening to Itachi's explanation, Yun-E felt a headache. Once the story becomes reality, there will always be some deviations, just like the Take Torai in the Land of Fire, and this time it's Fugaku. Are you saying your father can foresee the future? I have to confirm this clearly. It will greatly affect my plans. It should be limited. At least he didn't foresee your existence or mention your plans. You mean he can't see Uchiha's future? Yun-E stroked his chin. Then does he support that matter? Itachi fell silent for a moment. My father is actually quite contradictory. He doesn't want to confront Konoha, but he also doesn't want Uchiha to be suppressed by Konoha. Now the voices of the radicals are too loud and he can't suppress them. Yun-E considered for a moment, feeling the issue wasn't significant. Then we can strive for it. The general plan is like this. Itachi frowned. That's quite a bold plan. There are many uncertain points. Isn't the risk a bit too high? How could this matter not have risks? Yun-E rolled his eyes. Besides, wouldn't the most uncertain points be more troublesome in your plan? You're right. Itachi was left speechless. His original plan was indeed rougher, not even worthy of being called a plan. All right, the risks aren't as high as you imagine. Yun-E patted Itachi's shoulder. Otherwise, why do you think I had you prepare those things? I understand. Leave the preparations to me. Then it's settled. Yun-E waved his hand, turned around, and prepared to leave. I'll be leaving the village in a couple of days. If anything happens, just contact me in the way we discussed. Hey, Yun-E. Itachi's voice came from behind, causing Yun-E to stop in his tracks. Is there another issue? I always feel. You seem to know a lot of things. It feels like my father can foresee the future. That's also true after knowing each other for so long and discussing so much. Even a fool should have some sense of it. This is a difference in experience, Itachi. This may sound harsh, but to be honest, it's not that I know too much, but rather that your experience is insufficient. You've lived in the foremost ninja village of the ninja world, Konoha, and you're the heir of the Uchiha clan. Who have you interacted with the most? Elders within the clan, high-ranking officials, and Konoha colleagues in the Umbu. Yun-E shrugged. All are those who stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. As for me, Yun-E pointed at himself. Before coming to Konoha, I was wandering outside, so I've met more people than you. Overindulged nobles, rogue ninjas, vagrants fighting stray dogs for food. You wouldn't even see these in all of Konoha, let alone the Uchiha clan. How do different people solve problems? The more you encounter, the more you can predict. So it's not that I have any special abilities, I've just seen a bit more. Itachi listened silently, his brow slightly furrowed. He had learned some of Yun-E's experiences and could tell that he was speaking the truth. His intuition told him that this wasn't everything, but Itachi did not plan to continue probing. Everyone has their secrets, and some experiences could even be quite terrible. Thank you. If it weren't for you. Don't thank me. If I could, I would rather stay far away from this matter. Yun-E turned away, not lingering any longer. I understand. Yun-E disappeared into the night, leaving Itachi standing by the river gazing at the dark river surface. Upon returning to the guest room of the Hinata clan, Yun-E indeed fell to gaze upon him. Though lacking malice, it still carried an invisible pressure of "I am watching you." This was also one of the reasons why Yun-E did not intend to stay here for long. Although Hisashi did not intervene, the feeling of being constantly monitored was indeed uncomfortable. I still need to leave the village. After another day, the mission approval finally came through. It was a designated escort mission announced by Handashi, specifically naming Yun-E and Teichi as the guards responsible for ensuring the safety of Handashi and others during their travels. Mitsuki Akane served as the team leader. They still sent someone to monitor us. I had guessed that once the third-generation elder suggested following the protocol. On the bright side, at least it was someone familiar. She was relatively easy to deal with. Moreover, the previous mission had proven that having Akane accompany Danzo would create hesitations, which still held some weight. "Old man, the mission has been approved. Pack your things, we leave tomorrow morning." Handashi was busy in the kitchen of the Hinata household and nodded upon hearing this. "Understood. I'll go talk to Shobu and the others." Yun-E turned to leave, but paused. "By the way, Akane will be accompanying us as the team leader." Handashi was taken aback for a moment before quickly responding, "Sent by the village." "Yes." Yun-E did not elaborate further. Handashi remained silent for a moment before sighing. While having one more person adds a layer of assurance. The next morning, Yun-E and his group gathered at the entrance of the Hinata clan. "Thank you, clan leader Hisashi, for your care these past few days." Handashi bowed to Hisashi. No need for formalities, Hisashi waved his hand. "Travel safely." Hinata Hanabi stood behind her father, softly saying, "Yun-E, be careful on the road." Yuni glanced at her and nodded. Hanabi's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head. The group left the Hinata clan heading toward the village exit. Akane was already waiting there, leaning against a pillar with a stick in her mouth. "Well then, I'll be relying on you, Akane, as the jonin." As the client, Handashi approached Akane to greet her. "Well, leave it to me." Akane spat out the stick. "Let's set off once everyone is here." The group exited the village gate, proceeding along the main road. Yun-E lingered at the back. Unlike his usual relaxed demeanor during missions, this time, he showed no sign of slackening. Akane followed closely beside Yun-E, teasing in a low voice, "You little brat, going on a trip and making such a fuss." "I didn't want to either," Yun-E replied indifferently. "Thanks to you, this is truly a public-funded trip." Akane instinctively hooked her arm around Yun-E's neck, saying, "When the time comes, you all can enjoy yourselves while I remain invisible." Yun-E silently brushed off Akane's arm. "I would appreciate it if you Akane-sensei could focus on the mission." Sure, Akane placed her hands behind her head. "It feels like our roles have reversed." Unlike the serious atmosphere of the two in the back, the voices in front grew increasingly lively. Shobu's laughter was the clearest as she was discussing something with Mio. Mio pretended to complain, but was responding earnestly. Kin followed close to Handashi, occasionally pointing out the scenery by the roadside, while Handashi explained the characteristics of various places in a gentle tone. Keed was on high alert at the front of the group, occasionally joining the discussions, looking considerably more relaxed than when in Konoha. This indeed felt like a real trip. "Hey Yun-E," Shobu turned her head, her eyes sparkling. "Where are we headed?" "To Fun Street." Fun Street. Shobu tilted her head. "What kind of place is that?" Mio shook his head. "I haven't heard of it." Kin blinked, looking at Handashi. Handashi stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Keed turned to Yun-E, revealing a complex expression, but said nothing. Akane turned her head, her shoulders shaking slightly, appearing to be desperately holding back laughter. "I don't know either," Yun-E explained as everyone's gaze fell upon him. "I just heard other ninjas mention it. Anyway, it's not far, let's go take a look." Akane shook even more violently. The others had no objections, and the first stop of the trip was set at Fun Street. It was Akane's theatrical expression that gave Yun-E an ominous premonition. Fun Street was not far from Konoha, less than half a day's journey. Yun-E had seen an introduction online in his previous life, and he had always been curious about the description of having a very fun experience once you arrive here. However, upon arrival, Yun-E, leaving aside everyone else, bringing Mio and Kin to a place like this isn't really appropriate, is it? "This isn't a place for us to come, Dad." Yun-E, you really? Even Big Bro is a man. Yun-E, no matter how you change, I will support you. Why come to a place like this? If you wanted to, you could have just looked for me directly. Ha ha. Only after arriving did they realize this was a flower street. Due to the existence of the Ninja 3 prohibitions, Konoha did not have any established places for entertainment. But that did not mean there was no demand. Those ninjas looking for fun either went to underground establishments or secretly came here. Moreover, this place was also a gathering spot for all sorts of people. Various information exchanges, underground commissions, and black market transactions took place here. I'm just curious because I heard other ninjas say this is a good place. The stares from the crowd made Yun's face turn crimson, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Damn, I should have realized it. The internet misled me. This is clearly a social death experience. Akane Sensei, you knew about this beforehand, right? Yun, embarrassed and furious, turned his attention to the loudly laughing Akane. Akane paid no heed to Yun's murderous glare and instead patted his back. So kid, have your eyes opened. Want me to take you inside for a stroll? Am I that kind of person? It's you, Akane Sensei, who seems quite familiar with this place. You wouldn't be a regular, would you? Yun took a step back, launching a counterattack. Huh, no way. This is my first time here. As it concerned his own innocence, Akane immediately explained it's basic for Konoha ninjas to remember the terrain around Konoha. But why don't you know? Ahem, that. Handashi interrupted their quarrel. Anyway, let's leave this place first. Yun, where are we going? Let me know in advance and don't lead us to places like this again. I told you I didn't know before. Shobu, you don't really think I'm that kind of person, do you? Yun said, while taking out a map to check the nearby locations. For now, let's head to the hot springs town. If we set off now, we should arrive there in time to stay the night. With a flutter, a carrier pigeon flew out from an alley heading towards Konoha. Tongjili Hot Spring Town. This is a moderately sized town famous for its hot springs. There are several hot spring inns in the town, all doing quite well. In contrast to the atmosphere of hormone and monetary transactions found on Fun Street, this place is clearly more suitable for a proper family vacation. Shouta chose a seemingly decent inn and booked rooms for everyone. Originally, Hong Do wanted to share a room with Yun, but she hesitated under the peculiar gazes of the others. In the end, Yun and Shouta shared one room, Feng and Changpu shared another, and Hong Do, along with Qin and Duyo, had a separate one. After dinner, Yun lay down on the bed in his room, early eyes closed, ears catching the sounds from the next room. Shouta and Changpu were discussing the itinerary for tomorrow while Hong Do was giving pointers to Qin and Duoyu about their training. Everything was as normal. Until half an hour later, the door was pushed open slightly. Feng slipped in through the gap, still wearing her outdoor clothes, her expression nonchalant. After confirming that there were no others, she gently sat beside Yun and spoke in a voice only the two could hear. Hong Do saw you were asleep, so she went to the hall to drink. I took a stroll outside. She noticed me, but didn't do anything. Yun turned over. Let's continue tomorrow. In the following days, Yun perfectly adhered to the travel policy of lying flat in a different place. Except for group activities, he mostly lounged on a sun chair near the inn, soaking up the sun, and went to bed early at night. Feng, on the other hand, frequently went out at night, returning before dawn. This regular routine quickly became normal for Hong Do. Aside from mentioning it to Yun the next day, she didn't inquire about Feng's nighttime excursions. After all, Yun had no objections, and as an outsider, why should she meddle? Feng was also an adult. Everyone is entitled to their personal interests. To be honest, abstaining from alcohol is one of the 3 prohibitions for ninjas, and she didn't drink all that often. As long as it didn't affect the mission, it was fine. On the 5th day, Yun hid in the shadows, watching the figure in the courtyard that bore his face, Feng. She was lounging in a rocking chair, holding a book over her face in a posture so lazy to the bone that even Yun felt like going over and kicking her. Yo, little ghost, still playing dead here. Hong Do approached with 2 bottles of sake in hand, seemingly looking for Yun to share a drink. The Yun in the chair did not get up, but lazily raised a hand to wave, the voice simulated through transformation, jarringly lifelike, carrying that dismissive tone. Am not of drinking age yet, teacher Hong Do, you drink by yourself. TCH, boring little ghost. Hong Do rolled her eyes, not doubting it, and wandered back to the hall to drink. In the shadows, the real Yun nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Hong Do couldn't tell the difference. But someone did. The next morning, Shouta pulled Yun aside alone. Yun, whatever you plan to do, I support you, but you must be careful. If it doesn't work out, we can start over. As expected, I can't hide it from Dad. Yun scratched his head awkwardly. Don't worry, Dad, I know what I'm doing. If it really comes to that, I will back off. And so the group went around exploring the locations around Konoha one by one. On this day, they arrived at Duanxi Street. Duanxi Street is famous not only for being a gambling city and entertainment center in the Land of Fire, but also for having an ancient city designated as a cultural heritage of the Land of Fire, Duanxi City. Years later, the legendary 3 ninjas reunited at Duanxi Street, leading to a chaotic battle that turned the place into ruins. Wow, so high. Standing under the castle tower, Changpu looked up, exclaiming in awe at something she had never seen before. It's indeed spectacular. This kind of architectural craftsmanship is even hard to replicate today. Qin chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Even Feng couldn't help but take a couple more glances at the towering castle. Only Yun wore a constipated expression. This is the legendary cultural heritage. Just this. Having visited the Forbidden City several times in his previous life, Yun-E looked at the ancient city before him and could only think too small. It looked like an oversized castle lacking any real interest. "Hey little ghost, what's with that? Is this it?" Expression on your face. Hong Do keenly caught Yun-E's disdain and slapped his back. "This is the famous Duansi city. Do you not know how to appreciate it?" "Ah yes, yes, very grand indeed." Yun-E recited unenthusiastically, even clapping half-heartedly. "What a pity it would be if Tsunade kicked it to pieces." "Lady Tsunade, what nonsense are you talking about?" Hong Do didn't catch the second half. "It's nothing, I just said this building is really white." The group ascended the castle tower. Looking far and wide, the bustling scene of Duansi Street lay before them. In the distance were rolling mountains, and nearby were busy streets, as if the sound of dice clashing was carried on the wind. Yun-E leaned against the vermilion railing, listlessly watching the crowd below move like ants. Suddenly, call! A crow abruptly landed on the railing. It tilted its head, staring at Yun-E for 3 seconds, then pecked the railing 3 times with its sharp beak. This was the signal. Itachi's signal. The meaning was clear: act tonight. Go away, there's nothing for you to eat. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a common annoying bird. The crow flapped its wings, circled in the air, then sped off in the direction of Konoha, disappearing into the vast clouds in the blink of an eye. Yun-E withdrew his gaze, turned to the still excited group, and said, "It's getting late, let's head down." That night in the inn's room, Yun-E changed into a nighttime outfit and organized his ninja tool pouch. "Tonight you'll transform into me. Lie on the bed and maintain the appearance of sleeping. Hongdo might come, but she won't enter. Dad knows, but don't involve him. I'll be back before dawn." "I understand." Feng showed no hesitation, nodding. "You go do what you need to do. Leave this to me." She walked up to Yun-E and embraced him tightly. "To be honest, according to my duty, I should stop you." Whispering in his ear, Feng quickly pecked Yun-E on the lips. "Come back, okay? I still want to help you revitalize the family. Don't worry, I don't plan to take any risks." Yun-E walked to the window, opened it, and began to use natural energy to mask his presence. Feng walked to the mirror, preparing for the transformation technique. Yun-E jumped out of the window, silently landing in the night, heading towards Konoha. As night fell, the Uchiha clan's territory descended into an eerie silence. Uchiha Fugaku stood at a high point, overlooking the figures gathered below. Everyone was dressed in tight combat uniforms for ease of movement, their ninja tool pouches bulging, and some even coated the blades with anti-reflective black paint. No one spoke. Only heavy breathing dissipated in the air, suppressing the excitement and madness about to burst forth. "It's time." Uchiha Itachi's voice broke the deadly silence. The leader of the radicals had eyes as crimson as blood. "Leader, why hasn't Itachi returned?" "That kid. He wouldn't have fled at the last moment, would he?" "Shut up." Fugaku's voice, though not loud, was firm. "Itachi is crucial to this operation." Just as he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Uchiha Itachi, still wearing his ANBU vest, stepped into the light of the torches. His youthful face illuminated his deep eyes, betraying no emotion. "Everyone is here." There was a certain restrained excitement in Fugaku's tone. "Itachi, what's the situation?" Itachi did not answer immediately. His gaze swept over the clan members in an extreme state of exhilaration, all core members of the radicals. A hint of coldness flashed in Itachi's eyes. These people had no idea what they were about to face. But he quickly reined in his emotions, lowering his head slightly, his voice steady and devoid of fluctuations. "The third Hokage has agreed to negotiate, and the location has been determined." "Negotiation?" The eighth scoffed. "As long as we control that old man Konoha, will be ours." A low cheer erupted from the crowd. It was the release of ambitions that had been suppressed for too long. "Let's go." Fugaku's command was brief and powerful. "According to Plan A, take the third hostage, control the central command. After tonight, Konoha will no longer exclude us." "Yes." The target location was an open area surrounded by several old buildings. This area had once been part of Konoha's planned development zone, now abandoned. Even stray dogs were reluctant to visit. Just ahead, with Itachi leading at the forefront, Fugaku signaled. Everyone instantly spread out, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around the open space, slowly tightening. There was no sign of the third Hokage in the open area, nor any ANBU. Only a solitary figure sat on a massive slab of blue stone. Dressed in the Uchiha's deep blue robes, the person wore an orange tiger-striped mask, revealing only one right eye, and had a ninja blade sheathed at their waist. "Who are you?" The eighth shouted harshly. "Where's the third Hokage?" The masked figure slowly raised their head. "That monkey won't be coming. As for you, tonight's opponent is me. Stop messing around." Tiehu snorted coldly, his long knife instantly unsheathing. "Then we'll kill you first, and then go find the third." As elites of the Uchiha, their reactions were extremely quick. Almost the moment Tiehu finished his words, 3 clan members skilled in fire release completed their hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. 3 gigantic fireballs roared out, forming a pattern that sealed off all escape routes for the masked figure, the heat palpable. However, the masked figure remained seated on the blue stone, not even moving an inch. Boom. Did we get him? Someone whispered. As the smoke cleared, the slab of blue stone was charred and cracked, but the masked man still sat there unharmed. Is this all you've got? The masked figure slowly stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his robes. The current Uchiha truly has fallen to a heartbreaking extent. You bastard. This disdainful attitude thoroughly enraged the proud Uchihas. The 8th roared, using body flicker technique to transform into a blur, appearing behind the masked figure, his long knife enveloped in lightning chakra slashing towards the opponent's neck. Die. The blade effortlessly cut through the masked man's neck. No blood gushed forth, no feeling of flesh and bone separation. The 8th only felt a lightness in his hand, and due to inertia he lunged forward. His knife along with his body seemed to pass through an illusion, piercing straight through the opponent. What a... The 8th's eyes widened in terror. In the next moment, death approached. As the 8th passed through the figure, a large hand clad in black gloves gripped his throat from behind. Crack. The clear sound of bones breaking echoed distinctly in the night. The 8th didn't even have time to scream before his neck twisted at a strange angle, limply falling. The entire scene fell into silence. This was Uchiha 8th, a jonin who had awakened the 3-mo Sharingan, one of the top experts in the guard unit. Who the hell are you? Witnessing the death of a respected elder, Uchiha Tiehu let out a hysterical scream. The space warped, the corpse in the masked man's hand being absorbed into a vortex. I am Uchiha Madara. Impossible. Taiha's voice was filled with despair. How can this be? Madara has been dead for a long time. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Before Tiehu could react, the scene shifted, and Madara appeared right in front of him. PFF. A sharp blade pierced through Taiha's heart. Anyway, you are about to die. As Taiha's corpse was also drawn into the vortex, Madara's figure vanished once again. In the next moment, screams erupted in the crowd. Off. A clan member fell, clutching his chest, a bright blood hole showing through where his heart once was. Over here. No. Over here. Help. The masked figure moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing within the crowd. Every appearance was accompanied by the sound of blades piercing flesh or chains slicing through the air. The members of the Uchiha radicals attempted to fight back, but all efforts seemed futile. All their attacks felt like striking air, while the opponent's counters were real and lethal. This was not a battle. This was a one-sided massacre. Don't panic. Maintain formation. Fugaku shouted loudly, trying to stabilize the situation. But panic spread like a plague. Watching comrades fall one by one for no apparent reason, these self-proclaimed elites of the Uchiha finally broke down. Monster. Uchiha Inaho turned his back on Madara, attempting to flee this hell. PFF. However, after just 3 steps, a blade pierced through his chest. Itachi. Inaho looked in disbelief at the indifferent youth. This guy. So it was true. Inaho collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in death. 10 minutes later, facing Madara, only one person remained standing, Uchiha Fugaku. The clan leader stood alone amidst the pile of corpses, surrounded by the bodies of those who once clamored to change the family's fate. Under Itachi's blockade, no one escaped. This is up to you. Itachi turned around, facing away from his father. I have more important matters to attend to. What about the old, weak women and children in the clan? You won't help them. Madara's tone held a hint of disdain. Itachi wiped the blood from his ninja blade and sheathed it. No need. Itachi, what are you going to do? Are you going to attack the clan too? Itachi did not reply. He glanced back at his father one last time, activated the body flicker technique, and vanished into the night. Fugaku tried to pursue, but Madara blocked his path. It's time to send you to reunite with your clan. That's hard to say. Fugaku's 3-mo Sharingan began to spin, then transformed into a new pattern, kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The real battle has only just begun. The building of the Konoha police force, usually a place that villagers would avoid tonight, exuded a sense of death. No lights, no sounds of patrolling footsteps, and even the guards at the entrance were nowhere to be seen. Bang! The main door of the Konoha police department was violently kicked off, its hinges shattering into pieces midair, and a group of masked figures surged in. Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, stepped into the chaos with large strides. Get to work. No need for extra words. Tonight's mission was to cleanse. As long as every Uchiha here was branded as a traitor, even if Hizashi were to rage afterward, he could only glare at a pile of corpses, provided he could survive the night. What peace talks? It's clearly a banquet of the hangmen. Hizashi, your naivety has ultimately brought you harm. The root ninjas dispersed instantly like sharks, smelling blood pouncing into every corner of the building. The first-floor hall was empty. The second-floor archive room was empty. The interrogation room, the equipment room, the detention center, all devoid of life. The entire building was desolate, with only the wind whistling through the shattered door as if mocking these uninvited guests. Danzo stood in the center of the hall, a flicker of suspicion flashing in his single eye. Something was amiss. According to the intel, the police force should have been fully gathered tonight. Even if Itachi had led some of the radicals away, it couldn't have been this clean. Lord Danzo. The entire building has been searched and no Uchiha clan members were found. Impossible. Danzo murmured under his breath, his cane striking heavily against the ground. Those glory-obsessed madmen would rather die in battle than flee. Unless this was a setup. At that moment, a root ninja who had remained at the base stumbled in. Several wounds on his body were still bleeding, accompanied by the smell of burning. Lord Danzo. It's bad. The base has been attacked. Danzo felt his heart skip a beat. His fingers gripping the cane turned white. What are you panicking about? Danzo barked, using his authority to suppress his subordinates' chaos. How many attackers are there? One. Just one. The root ninja swallowed hard, seemingly still recalling the encounter. It was a man wearing an orange tiger-striped mask claiming to be Uchiha Madara. Danzo's mind buzzed. The imposter he had collaborated with. That guy was supposed to be cleaning up the Uchihas with Itachi. Why was he attacking the root? Did he sense Danzo's intention to abandon him and thus struck first? Or was this a ruse from the beginning to divert the tiger from its den? Regardless of the scenario, Danzo could no longer sit still. Hidden there were most of the ninjutsu scrolls, experimental data, operational funds he had collected over the decades, and the few Sharingan he had on hand. If something happened there, then his life's goal would never be realized. Everyone returned to the base for immediate assistance. Make sure to capture that person, no matter the cost. Yes. A dozen shadows instantly vanished from sight, racing towards the root base. In the vast hall of the police force, only Danzo remained along with his personal guard, codenamed Tereshi. Danzo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. As long as the main forces returned in time, that so-called Madara would have no escape. His immediate priority was to find out what happened with the Uchihas. A desolate area. The once old streets, now only left with fragmented walls. Boom, boom, boom. A massive skeletal fist slammed down, repeatedly kicking up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the man wearing the tiger-striped mask stood unharmed, as if his body did not exist in this space. It's about time you accept your fate. Madara tilted his head, the single eye behind the mask flickering with red light. Your ocular power must be running low. Huff, huff. Fugaku gasped heavily. His left eye was beginning to blur and double a sign of ocular exhaustion. The moment he revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku used his left eye to cast Tsukuyami. Madara was dragged into the world of Tsukuyami, but it was utterly meaningless. Even though he trapped Madara's consciousness with Tsukuyami, the latter seemed to have entered a phasing state ahead of time. No matter how Fugaku tried, he could not inflict any harm on him, even though Madara stood there motionless. What was more troublesome was that unlike others, Madara could resist Tsukuyami. Fugaku could not freely control the Tsukuyami world, and within half a minute Madara completely broke free from it. Seeing Madara charge towards him, Fugaku immediately activated his Susanoo, narrowly avoiding being captured by him, who would have used an eerie spatial vortex to absorb him. The Mangekyo Sharingan is quite rare, it's a sheer waste to use it to the point of blindness. Madara stood atop the ruins, arms crossed, looking down at him. If you surrender, I can promise to spare your life, and only take your eyes. What do you say? Don't underestimate me. Fugaku roared once again, urging his ocular power. Yasaka no Magatama. Another wave of Yasaka no Magatama was launched, piercing through Madara's body and exploding on the ruins behind him. The Susanoo enveloping Fugaku gradually became ethereal. This is the gap in strength. A hand shot out with lightning speed, reaching for Fugaku's body. He'll take the Mangekyo Sharingan now. At that critical moment, bang! A thick, long black rod flew from behind, knocking Madara away. Who are you? Madara flipped and landed steadily on a nearby stone pillar. The third Hokage retracted his staff, placing himself in front of Fugaku. Fugaku, are you alright? Hisashi did not turn around, but kept his gaze fixed on the masked man before him. Upon the appearance of this elder, a complex emotion flickered in Fugaku's eyes. Hokage-sama. Fugaku opened his mouth, his voice a bit hoarse. We'll talk about the rest later. Now you are a ninja of Konoha, and this before you is an invader. Fugaku gave a bitter smile, propping himself on his knees, swaying as he stood up. That's exactly what I've been looking for. Meanwhile, at the Konoha Police Department, after the root forces left, the empty building was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, and Danzo's ominous premonition grew stronger. Let's go. He decisively chose not to waste any more time here, as it would be difficult to find any clues. For now, he would return to the root base or the Hokage building. Suddenly, the streetlights above flickered twice and then went out completely. The entire street was plunged into darkness with only the pale moonlight casting long shadows on either side. Danzo halted in his tracks. As a seasoned schemer, he was too sensitive to killing intent. Though it was so quiet that even the insects were silent, he could feel a pair of eyes in the darkness staring at him. Since you're here, come out. It seemed that the true target of this diversion was himself. The outskirts of the root base. The figure of Obito emerged from the ground like a ghost, pulling out two bulging packages from the hole. Thanks to nature's bounty and to Danzo for footing the bill. The elites of Root had all been taken away by Danzo, leaving behind only a few useless remnants who could not stop the incoming Obito. Of course, this Obito was a disguise by Yun, using the clothes, wig, and mask that Itachi had prepared for him in advance. Saya should have had Itachi prepare a few more storage scrolls. The initial goal was to attack and save, drawing the tiger away from the mountain to create an opportunity for Itachi. Unexpectedly, the guards shattered upon contact, and Yun fought his way deep into the warehouse. He was already here, wasn't he? The elite forces of Root could return at any moment, and Yun had no time to pick and choose. He could only take whatever he saw and stuff it into the two packages. If it weren't for the seal, I would have taken those Sharingan as well. Yun hoisted the packages, his figure flashing and disappearing into the night. He needed to find a place to hide these two large bags of loot and return for them later. As for Danzo, for now it was up to Itachi. If he couldn't handle it, they would initiate the backup plan. The night wind swept the dust of the ruins, slapping against Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrinkled face. Fugaku, repeat what you just said. The Hokage, that person, is the true culprit behind the Ninetales incident. The Ninetales incident. It was Konoha's eternal pain, the cause of the deaths of his wife and the fourth Hokage, and the root of the Uchiha clan's exclusion, isolation, and eventual rebellion. It turned out that the mastermind was right before him. The third did not ask further. He turned to face Obito, spinning the golden rod in his hand. Then you can stay here. The old man's voice turned cold. What does it matter now that you know? Obito sneered, his body starting to fade in this decaying world. The third was not interested in listening to the villain's speech. He swung the golden rod, which suddenly thickened and lengthened, sweeping out like a pillar supporting the heavens. At the same time, Fugaku, enduring the agony of his depleted ocular power, summoned his Susanu's arm once more, trapping all of Obito's evasion space along with the golden rod. Useless. Obito stood still, unmoving. The enormous golden rod and Susanu's heavy fist passed through his body without obstruction, crashing into the ruins behind him and kicking up clouds of dust. I see. So this is what you call phasing. The third retracted the golden rod, forming hand seals. Then how about this? Illusion technique, darkness walking. The world before Obito plunged into darkness. His vision was entirely stripped away. This was a ninjutsu developed specifically against the Sharingan. In a panic, Obito attempted to enter the Kemui space, but the sound of slicing wind echoed beside him. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Obito was forced to interrupt the Kemui, activating phasing as a dozen shuriken pierced through his body, embedding themselves at his feet. It seems you can't maintain phasing when using that space-time ninjutsu. The third's voice echoed from all directions. It was the shadow clone technique. Before Obito could respond, boom, the shuriken at his feet suddenly exploded. They were no ordinary shuriken. Falling like a rain of flowers were shuriken plastered with specially made explosive tags. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous sounds of explosions resounded through the night sky, illuminating the ruins as bright as day. These were not ordinary explosive tags. They were a modified chain explosion technique based on the second Hokage's mutual explosion tags principle. Caught in the explosions, Obito had to maintain his phasing state. Though he tried to move in the darkness before him, he could only run around like a headless fly. No matter how he ran, the explosions followed him like a shadow. How long can you maintain that phasing? 3 minutes? 5 minutes? It can't be too long, right? The third's voice was drowned out by the continuous explosions, but Obito was beginning to panic. This old man was much more troublesome than he had imagined. Though things were fine for now, Obito did not dare to bet on whether the explosions would cease first or his phasing would reach its limit. He had to find a way to break the deadlock. At the end of the street's shadow, a figure slowly emerged. The person wore a cloak of the umbu and carried a ninja blade. His long black hair was tied back, gently flowing with the night wind. As he stepped into the moonlight, his young yet weary face was fully revealed, with still fresh bloodstains glinting on his skin. Itachi. Danzo squinted, feeling slightly relieved, but then tensing up again. It was because Itachi wasn't kneeling to report his mission as usual, but was standing straight. Did you clean up the police force? Danzo asked cautiously. Well done. It seems I won't need to take action myself. Itachi did not respond. He simply stared silently at Danzo, his ink-black eyes suddenly turning blood-red with 3 tomo, which then began to spin wildly, forming the shape of a shuriken. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Terui reacted quickly. The moment Itachi's eyes began to change, he stepped in front of Danzo, drawing his short blade, Tsuki no Mi. He only took one step and Terui's eyes glazed over as he collapsed to the ground. Itachi, do you know what you are doing? Danzo's single eye fixed on Itachi, but he refused to meet his gaze. Terui, who had shielded Danzo from Tsuki no Mi, didn't even glance at him. I'm very clear. Itachi's gaze was devoid of any fluctuation. I am completing my mission. Itachi raised his hand, wiping the bloodstains from his cheek. That was the blood of his clansmen, perhaps Anabi's or someone else's. I have cleaned up the clan and eliminated the potential for rebellion. I have accomplished all of this. Now only one final task remains. The last task. To eliminate me. Danzo did not step back. Instead, he slammed his cane down heavily with a dull thud. The old man's single eye showed no sign of panic, only condescension. Uchiha Itachi, do you truly not understand, or are you playing dumb? I am the root buried deep underground. Without me absorbing the corruption and darkness, the great tree of Konoha would have withered long ago. He not only did not flee, but instead took a step closer. Did Hiruzen send you? Has that guy finally decided to get rid of me? Danzo's lips curled into a mocking arc, or is it that Yun-E's little brat has bewitched you? Don't make yourself sound so great. What you call for the village is merely a fig leaf for your private desires. For your own desires, you would sacrifice anyone. Itachi raised the short blade in his hand. The consumption from using Tsuki no Mi finally recovered. Danzo, you are not the root nourishing the tree. You are a tumor growing on Konoha. Now it should end. Young people are always so impatient. Facing the approaching blade, Danzo suddenly revealed a strange smile and ripped off the white bandage from his right eye. That is Shizui's eye. Itachi reached towards the signal flare behind his armor. It was the backup plan he had with Yun-E. Yun-E's warning before leaving echoed in Itachi's ears. Itachi, when facing that old schemer Danzo, just unleash your most powerful attack and take him out. Danzo's earlier rambling was to accumulate chakra to delay time for activating this Mangekyo. Don't listen to his nonsense, don't give him a chance. And yet I, greedy for a moment of rest to recover my ocular power, played along with him to finish this act. I must not be careless. I'm sorry, Yun-E. It's all up to you now. Patting the dirt off his hands, Yun-E let out a satisfied hum. Now that the spoils are safely hidden, it's time to head to the rendezvous point. At the root base, Yun-E took whatever he could find, but he hardly touched the cash. The money in his hands was more than enough, so during this raid, he specifically targeted the scrolls. That old schemer Danzo, while his character was utterly rotten, still had a keen eye for treasures. What he hid in the deepest part of the root could not possibly be the ninja insights sold for 10 ryo each at outside bookstores. Those scrolls were likely filled with forbidden techniques, secret arts, or some rare advanced ninjutsu. Alas, the sorrow of a common ninja, crank techniques treated as treasures are merely used to prop up table legs elsewhere. The pile of materials he gathered seemed quite promising. Though he hadn't examined them in detail, the densely packed data and the seemingly professional and intricate illustrations made it look like the work of that scientific madman Orochimaru. I'll take my time to study them later. Yun-E quickened his pace toward the rendezvous point. The third Hokage commanded the shadow clones to bombard relentlessly, while his main body held the Rui Jingu Bang ready to counter any moves from the enemy. During this time, Obito attempted to escape several times using earth techniques, but the third Hokage always managed to locate him instantly, never giving him a chance to disengage from his intangibility. Watching Obito darting around amidst the flames, Fugaku couldn't help but feel a pang of fear, yet he also felt relieved. If it weren't for agreeing to Itachi's proposal, he would be the one taking the barrage below. The ninjutsu unleashed by the third Hokage was specifically aimed at countering the Uchiha Sharingan. Shadow Clone Jutsu couldn't be discerned by the Sharingan. The Wisdom Spirit Beast could help dispel illusions, and the Dark Movement technique directly blocked vision. And the Dense Explosion tags. Could his Susanoo withstand them? It probably wouldn't last long. In a unknown, unless he could launch a surprise attack with Tsukuyami, his chances of victory were slim. Even if he hit, the effectiveness was uncertain. After all, he had just been countered by that guy once, and the backlash from that encounter had yet to fully recover. Get ready, Fugaku. That guy is about to make a move again. The third Hokage's reminder snapped Fugaku back to attention, and he looked down to see Obito, who had been darting around, now come to a stop. What's he planning? Obito crouched down and slapped the ground with one hand. Uchiha Fire Formation. The moment his hand touched the ground, he activated his intangibility. Taking several explosions, heating a dark red flame barrier rose, encasing Obito within. Fugaku, leave it to me. Fugaku immediately understood and began forming hand seals. The third Hokage also summoned shadow clones, positioning them in 5 directions while starting to form seals. Uchiha Fire Formation Release. 5 Nature Transformation, Great Searing Bullet. The flame barrier was forcefully dispelled by Fugaku with 5 elemental ninjutsu, charging forth with lethal intent. Boom. The overlapping ninjutsu created a deep crater, but watch out. That guy has vanished. Obito, however, had disappeared without a trace. Did I arrive too early? At the agreed rendezvous point, not even a shadow was in sight. Yun-E looked up at the sky, then glanced at the night sky, which showed no abnormalities. According to their previous agreement, if the situation spiraled out of control or Itachi felt his life was threatened, he would immediately fire a special red signal flare. No signal flare meant they hadn't reached that point yet. Leaning against a tree, Yun-E stared at the night sky, mentally sifting through possibilities. The first possibility is that their side finished quickly and he arrived too early. This was the most likely scenario, accounting for at least 80%. The second possibility is that the masked Kensher, Obito, launched a sudden ambush. In that case, Itachi might not have had time to fire the signal flare before being caught by Kamui. But that seemed unlikely. The commotion over there surely meant the third Hokage and Fugaku were engaged in a fierce brawl with Obito. I wonder what the outcome will be. Well, it doesn't matter to me who wins. If they can both perish together, that would be best. The third possibility is that Itachi encountered an unexpected situation with Danzo. In terms of combat, even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi wouldn't say he would definitely win, but he wouldn't be defeated instantly either. The only variable was Danzo's Kodoame Tsukumi. This was also the reason Yun-E entrusted Itachi instead of taking action himself. I specifically warned him numerous times to skip the small talk and go straight for the big move. Yun-E sighed. If Itachi still suffers from his artistic temperament and insists on debating that old dog getting outmaneuvered isn't impossible. But then again, that technique is a visual-based illusion. Whether it can affect Itachi is uncertain. However, the moment he sees Shizui's eyes, he will certainly fire the signal flare. Although Kodoame Tsukumi is formidable, it is an illusion that alters while it does not stop time. Given Itachi's reflexes, there should be enough time to pull the flare. Sigh, this is truly troublesome. I'll wait another half hour. Hopefully I'm just overthinking. The third Hokage and Fugaku stood back to back with the third Hokage's shadow clones on guard around them. A short distance away, with a distortion in space, Obito reappeared bearing several scorch marks and with his clothes slightly torn. He glanced down at his wounds, noticing that they were healing rapidly before his very eyes. Clearly, he had dispelled the dark movement technique as well. You should feel honored. I haven't been injured in a long time. It seems I must take this seriously now. Ignoring Obito's taunts, the third Hokage spoke in a voice only the two could hear. We can't repeat the earlier bombardment. I understand. However, given the commotion, support should be on the way, right? The third Hokage's expression grew increasingly grave. Until reinforcements arrive, we'll have to hold them off ourselves. Seemingly provoked by their quiet conversation, Obito immediately began forming hand seals. He took a deep breath as the space before him began to distort. Fire release, exploding wind dance. A spiral of violent wind combined with swirling flames formed a massive rotating inferno. The vast attack range left the two with no space to evade. Earth release, earth flow wall. The earth wall rose, but it only blocked the flames for an instant before being torn apart. Susanoo. Fugaku gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last remnants of chakra in his body. The skeletal giant began to grow flesh and gradually donned armor. Whoosh! The flames swept through, leaving scorched earth in their wake. Only the portion of land behind the third Hokage and Fugaku remained untouched, forming a bizarre pattern. Huff! Huff! As the giant vanished, Fugaku knelt on one knee, panting heavily. Why, you managed to block that attack. I'll give you a compliment for that. Clap, clap, clap. Obito exaggeratedly applauded like a theater actor. Get up, Fugaku. The third Hokage shielded Fugaku behind him while his shadow clones charged forward to engage Obito, not necessarily to hit him, but at least to restrain him so he couldn't continue his assault. Sorry, Hokage-sama. It seems my time ends here. What nonsense are you talking about? Hokage-sama, I haven't given up. Have you finished your farewell speech? Obito's voice dripped with mockery as he formed hand seals again. Then let me send you on your way. A more violent swirling inferno surged forth. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water formation wall. The third Hokage quickly used ninjutsu to counter the flames, but there's not enough chakra. Accompanied by a wave of dizziness, the third Hokage knelt on one knee, ceasing his ninjutsu. The flames still couldn't be completely repelled. Just as the flames were about to engulf the two, Fugaku stepped in front of the third Hokage. The fierce fire instantly consumed his body. His skin charred, flesh mangled, but his eyes remained wide open, the Mangekyo gleaming with an eerie light amidst the flames. Obito appeared behind him, reaching for Fugaku, who stood firm even with half his body scorched. I will take your eyes. It's over, Itachi. Without paying attention to Itachi's action of taking out the signal flare, Danzo directly declared his victory. This is the strongest illusion of sure sway. Once locked by it, your consciousness will no longer belong to you. With this, I let alone Itachi. Even if Hiruzen's himself came, he would have to obediently obey. Just as Itachi's finger was about to press the signal flare, caw. Without any warning, even Itachi himself did not react. A pitch-black crow seemed to burst forth from his collar. The left eye of the crow suddenly opened, a similarly patterned Mangekyo Sharingan locking eyes with Danzo's right eye. Konoha Tsukimi. Danzo's body stiffened, his grotesque expression frozen on his face, as if he had been hit with the pause button. The ocular power that was about to be unleashed was forcibly held back like a flood dammed by a barrier. The red light flickering in the Mangekyo faded away and then transformed back into an ordinary 3-Demo Sharingan. The crow flapped its wings and landed steadily on Danzo's shoulder, gazing at Itachi with that Mangekyo eye. Shursui, you had long since. The Mangekyo Sharingan was the last gift Shursui left for Itachi. It was also the backup plan Shursui had prepared. Before handing over the eye to Itachi, Shursui sealed all the remaining ocular power into the eye, preparing an unprecedented Konoha Tsukimi. And the trigger condition was for the holder to touch their own eye. Clang! Danzo's cane fell to the ground. It was as if the play button had been pressed again. Danzo finally moved. I was wrong. But what came out of his mouth were words he would never say. I am guilty. Danzo's voice trembled, filled with deep remorse. In my life, I acted in the name of justice to commit vile acts. I envied Hiruzen, I persecuted my colleagues, I even harmed children. I truly deserve to die. If Itachi had not seen everything with his own eyes, he would have surely thought that the Danzo before him was an impostor. This is Konoha Tsukimi. Although he had heard of it from Shursui, this was the first time he witnessed its actual effect. Itachi, good child. Suddenly Danzo stepped forward, making Itachi tense up, almost ready to strike him down. Ignoring the blade before him, Danzo slowly raised his hand and removed Shizui's eye from its socket. It was the symbol of his ambition for half a lifetime, yet at this moment he extended it towards Itachi. This is Shizui's eye, or it should not be tainted by someone as filthy as me. Let it return to its rightful owner. Itachi numbly accepted the eye that still held warmth, staring at the seemingly transformed Danzo, his mind a blank. Is this the end? What order did Shursui give with Konoha Tsukimi? Don't worry about me. Danzo turned around, his back appearing particularly desolate, yet carrying a sense of relief. There are still many pieces of evidence at root. I need to go back and sort things out. The darkness of the ninja world, who had ruled for half a century, lifted the fallen guard from the ground and walked lightly in the direction of the root base. Watching Danzo's departing figure, Itachi's gaze flickered. He did not kill Danzo, but this outcome might be even more cruel for Danzo than death. He trusted Shursui, and no matter what order Shursui had given, there must have been his reasons. Itachi carefully stored the eye and looked up at the night sky. It seems the backup plan won't be needed. Let's go meet with Uni. Meanwhile, the third Hokage wanted to stop him, but his exhausted body could not rise for a moment, leaving him to watch helplessly as Obito's hand reached for Fugaku. The space twisted and Fugaku was pulled into the vortex. A cold light flashed. The blade of a shuriken severed Obito's neck with such force that the sound of bones grinding could even be heard, blood splattering. Obito reacted extremely quickly, instantly giving up using Kamui to activate intangibility, thus avoiding being completely decapitated. He staggered a few steps, holding his neck, his eyes flashing with unprecedented anger. Obito looked at Fugaku, who had ambushed him without a scratch, while another scorched Fugaku transformed into a phantom and disappeared. You actually care enough to Izanagi, the ultimate forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, capable of rewriting reality with the cost of sacrificing an eye. But Fugaku used it without hesitation at the expense of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Besides this, I can no longer see the future of the Uchiha. His voice was calm and firm. I might as well use it to create a new future. Having failed to take down Obito in one strike, Fugaku immediately pressed forward to continue his assault, preventing Obito from dispelling his intangibility. Faced with Fugaku's full-on assault, Obito, who was heavily injured, had no strength to shake him off. During the period when Izanagi was effective, any counterattack was meaningless, and the Izanagi using the Mangekyo as a sacrifice would surely last longer than his own intangibility. Once the intangibility period ended, or if he attempted to use Kamui to escape, he would be completely slain in the instant he materialized. Obito's hands trembled as he formed the hand seals for Izanagi. The cost was also the light of an eye. Intangibility dispelled. Obito activated Kamui. Fugaku attempted to stop him with attacks, but it was futile. The Obito that was hit directly turned into a phantom and vanished. He shouldn't come back. Fugaku supported the third Hokage. His target is my eye, and under the circumstance that I don't hesitate to use forbidden techniques, he cannot obtain it. The third Hokage looked at Fugaku's face. Fugaku, your eye. This is the cost of using forbidden techniques. Fugaku touched his now white blind eye. At least we drove him away. And Fugaku recalled the last vision sent back by his eye that could foresee the future, Just before complete blindness at the end of that blurry sight, he seemed to have seen something. No longer were there the corpses of the Uchiha flowing with blood. No longer was there the tragedy of Sasuke and Itachi killing each other. Instead, it was a future filled with hope. Is this the new future of the Uchiha? However, that white-haired youth should be Yuni, who was the Uchiha girl beside him. Dressed in Uchiha clan attire with waist-length spiky hair, both of her Mangekyo Sharingan radiated defiance. A clan member he had never seen before. Lord Hokage, several figures swept past the ruins, landing steadily in front of the two. The leading figure donned a pure white robe, veins bulging at the corners of his eyes. That pair of pure white pupils looked particularly striking in the night. Hayashi Hyuga. Behind him were 4 elite branch members of the Hyuga family, also possessing Byakugan. Hayashi's Byakugan quickly scanned the battlefield, and he could not help but frown. Lord Hokage, what is this? Before his words could finish, more shadows gathered from all directions, landing on the tops of the surrounding remaining buildings. These were the Umbu wearing animal masks, followed closely by family ninjas dressed in various clan attires. Nara Akimichi Yamanaka. The originally silent ruins were suddenly filled with the presence of people. The arriving crowd stared at the scene before them, each one frozen in place, the air filled with an awkward tension known as being at a loss. What did they see? A battlefield riddled with wounds and blood, the Uchiha corpses scattered across the ground plotting treason, and the Uchiha clan leader and the third Hokage, who had just experienced a fierce battle. An Umbu squad leader wearing a fox mask hesitated for a moment, jumped down from the high platform, and knelt on one knee before the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, what happened here? All eyes instantly focused on the old man. In the shadows deep within the forest, Yun-E leaned against the trunk, still dressed in his signature band attire, spinning a shuriken in his hand. It's been quiet in the village for a while now. It seems the fight over at Fujiwara has concluded. Footsteps approached. Yun-E did not look up, the shuriken continuing to spin on his fingertips. Is it done? Itachi emerged from the shadows of the trees, blood still staining his clothes. A complex expression filled his usually stoic face. Itachi's voice sounded somewhat ethereal, as if he had yet to recover from the shock of earlier. It's over. Just Danzo. He isn't dead. Yun-E's fingers halted. Clang. The shuriken dropped to the ground. He did not pick it up, but instead raised his gaze to Itachi. Elaborate. Itachi recounted the details of the battle succinctly. Danzo revealed Shizui's eyes, intending to reverse the situation with Konoha Tsukumi, but Shisui had already prepared a countermeasure within his eyes. A raven, an unprecedented countermeasure with Konoha Tsukumi. Danzo claimed he was guilty and even gave me his eyes. Itachi took a deep breath, seemingly struggling to digest this fact. He said he would confess to all his crimes, and then, carrying that injured root member, he went back to organize the materials. Yun-E's face twitched harshly beneath his mask. It felt as though 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Shisui, you bastard. His initial intention in involving himself in the massacre was simple: eliminate the unstable factor that was Danzo and withdraw completely. But now that Danzo was alive, his plans were in ruins. He had to either return now and kill Danzo or accept this outcome. A living Danzo who had even begun to cultivate and refine himself was a ticking time bomb. What if one day Konoha Tsukumi's effect wore off, or this old man had another lapse and remembered what happened tonight? But to return now to kill Danzo. Don't be ridiculous. Not to mention whether Itachi would agree in the current calm. If he took action, he would face the onslaught of the entire Konoha. For now, let's observe the changes. If he says Danzo will confess, and if it's true, then given that old dog's crimes, even 10 death sentences wouldn't be enough. In response to Itachi's expectant gaze, he slowly picked up the shuriken, letting out a meaningful sigh. This must be Shizui's decision. Yun-E's voice was calm as water, as if all this had been within his expectations. Rather than death forcing the sinner to bear the burden of their sins, and repent while awake may indeed be the cruelest punishment. Itachi's confusion dissipated, replaced by a dawning realization. So that's it. He murmured. Yun-E, you truly thought of this layer long ago. I only saw the surface of peace, while you and Shisui saw the essence of redemption and punishment. What about your father? Yun-E forcefully changed the subject, fearing he might not hold back his sarcasm. There should be no problem. The village's people have all gone over. Itachi paused. He said that if necessary he would use Izanagi. He can definitely hold out until help arrives. Yet another forbidden technique. Another cost. Yun-E did not continue to ask. In truth, he wasn't very concerned about Fujiwara and the third Hokage's fate. What are your plans next? For now I'll hide. Itachi's voice was weary. They'll wait until the dust settles. I can't stay in Konoha any longer, but I can't leave right now either. Akatsuki. Maybe. Itachi did not deny it. That's fine, we'll go see the world. As for this place, they'll leave it to those old-timers to worry about. Then I should head back too. There are others waiting for me. Yun-E waved his hand. Once the follow-up results come out, I should return to Konoha as well. The two had no more conversation. Itachi turned and vanished into the night, while Yun-E ran towards the direction of Shirut Street. In the ruins, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood high, his gaze sweeping over the pairs of uncertain eyes below. Behind him stood Fujiwara, who had lost one eye along with those from the Uchiha radical faction who had been killed by Ban. This was also why both Yun-E and Fujiwara had advised Itachi not to come. What lay ahead was the stage for politicians. Cough, cough. The third Hokage coughed twice, breaking the deadly silence. Tonight, Konoha faced an unprecedented crisis. His voice was steady and powerful, resonating throughout the arena. The deceased who should have perished, the Uchiha Ban has invaded Konoha. Upon these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Indeed, the instigator of the Nine-Tails chaos was not the Uchiha clan, but the defected Uchiha Ban. He attempted to recreate the tragedy of the Nine-Tails incident tonight. However, the third Hokage shifted his tone, directing his gaze towards Fujiwara. Uchiha Fujiwara leading the clan to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the invader. After a tremendous cost, they ultimately repelled the formidable foe, safeguarding the peace of the village. A long-planned armed coup was subtly spun into an epic tale of resisting the invasion of foreign enemies by the third Hokage. No one raised objections. Regardless of the truth, at least this outcome brought no harm to anyone. It preserved the Uchiha's dignity, eliminated the village's isolation, and pinned all the blame for tonight, including some of Danzo's misdeeds, on that unfortunate Uchiha Ban. Fujiwara covered his blinded eye, gazing at the righteous face of the third Hokage with a complex mood. Everything went as Itachi had planned. The Uchiha clan survived. Though it came at a significant cost, Fujiwara knew it was the best outcome. Outside Konoha, a spatial vortex twisted and Obito stumbled out in disarray. Cough, cough. Damn it. Tonight was truly a nightmare for him. Not only had he failed to annihilate the Uchiha and obtain Fujiwara's eyes, but he also lost a Sharingan, while using Izanagi, being beaten like a stray dog by the third Hokage and Fujiwara working together. That bastard Fujiwara actually had the audacity to use a Manjikyu as a sacrifice. Fortunately, he still managed to collect a few Uchiha corpses, several with 3-Demo Sharingan. However, after tonight, Konoha will surely enhance its vigilance, and Ban's identity has been exposed. I need to keep a low profile for a while. Obito ran swiftly along the road. His injuries were not yet healed. He needed to find a safe place to hide and recuperate. Resting in Kimui's space wasn't ideal. Then return to base to handle the Uchiha corpses, extract the Sharingan for preservation, and then undergo eye replacement surgery. Suddenly, Obito bumped into a figure hidden. As he recognized the person's attire, Obito froze. The person across from him was also stunned. The two stood several meters apart, one eye glaring at the other. The moonlight spilled onto the road as two nearly identical masked figures exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere so awkward it felt as if one could scrape together a 3-bedroom apartment. Damn, I should have changed my disguise earlier. This is just bad luck, right? Upon seeing his peer across the way, Yun-E's heart skipped a beat. Yet his face remained as steady as a seasoned veteran, even instinctively straightening his back a bit. Run. Impossible. With Obito's formidable prowess, escaping was out of the question. Fight. This guy looked to be in poor condition, and he had the advantage of information. There was a chance of victory, but it would require effort. The 4 mad laughters were no laughing matter. Moreover, there were no rewards for winning, and losing could cost him his life. There was no need for that. So he could only deceive him. With Cien-Air's intelligence, Yun-E was about 80% sure he could trick him. After all, if he failed, there would be no loss. At worst, he would have simply staged a performance. Yun-E took the initiative, crossing his arms and adopting an air of superiority. Just look at yourself now. You look as disheveled as a stray dog. Truly, you are bringing shame to the name Uchiha Madara. As long as my presence is imposing enough, you will question your very existence. Obito was indeed taken aback by this sudden reprimand and did not launch an attack, but cautiously probed instead. Who are you? And who are you? Yun-E did not answer directly, but countered with a question. Obito grew more anxious. The other's confident tone suggested he already knew who he was, but was intentionally testing his reactions. I am Uchiha Madara. Yun-E interrupted him directly. No, you are not Madara. Because I am Madara. Stop pretending. Only I am Madara in this world. Obito began to lose his composure, whipping out chains from his sleeves with a flick. Why are you impersonating my name? Faced with the poised Obito, Yun-E remained as unyielding as a mountain. It seems you are not my colleague. So you are Madara's heir. I will ask you one last time. Obito was on the verge of losing his patience. Who exactly are you? I am the last contingency left by Madara in the Uchiha clan. Yun-E began to speak earnestly. Before leaving the village Madara left behind will manifest within this family, namely me. Impossible. Obito instinctively retorted Madara loathed the Uchiha clan. Yes, Madara indeed hated. Yunie's tone carried a hint of sorrow, as if reminiscing about the past, but Madara also promised Izuna to protect the Uchiha clan. Regardless, he had to preserve the last flame of the Uchiha. Moreover, Yunie noticed Obito's grip on the chains tightened and then relaxed. That was a signal of hesitation. He affirmed internally and continued in that weathered tone Madara needs the Uchiha clan to continue producing Sharingan and to select an heir from among the clan to cultivate. If the Uchiha are exterminated tonight, where will you find someone able to awaken the Mangekyo? Obito's hostility gradually diminished. The logic was sound. Madara was indeed a brother complex. Moreover, Madara's plans truly required a vast stockpile of Sharingan. Upon reflection, if the Uchiha were wiped out tonight, it would be far more detrimental than beneficial to the Eye of the Moon plan. If this truly was Madara's will manifestation, then the Uchiha's survival from extermination tonight was no coincidence. It was this guy manipulating things behind the scenes. More importantly, the person before him felt excessively strange. Under Yunie's careful concealment with natural energy, Obito barely sensed any fluctuations of chakra. This was not a state that a human should possess. The colleague he mentioned should be Black Zetsu. Since Madara could create one Black Zetsu, it was indeed possible to create others. In that case, Obito put away the chains, but remained vigilant. Why did you only reveal yourself now? Isn't it because you messed up? Yunie adopted an attitude of looking down on an incompetent junior. According to Madara's original plan, you were supposed to lead those dissatisfied Uchiha members to leave Konoha, becoming pawns in the plan. Instead, you've ruined the fruits of labor and even uprooted the entire tree. He shook his head as if lamenting Obito's recklessness. Although implementing that plan was not my task, I am still Madara's will manifestation. I will screen the remaining Uchiha members and send you suitable candidates. The implication was that he would keep an eye on the Uchiha, and Obito should not meddle. Obito's fists clenched slightly, but he did not object. Go do what you need to do. If you have my colleague with you, discuss things with him more often. Yunie seized the opportunity, adopting a tone as if he were finished speaking, and turned to leave. Obito watched Yunie depart, then got up to continue on his journey. Yunie leisurely walked until Obito disappeared completely before quickening his pace to find a concealed spot. He let out a long breath, leaning against a tree trunk. Fortunately, Cienair's brain isn't too sharp, allowing me to deceive him. He dug a hole and deftly stripped off the black robe and mask. This broken disguise I can never wear again. After thinking for a moment, he felt it was still unsafe. Using earth release, he created a simple incinerator to conceal the flames and then set fire to the Madara outfit. Obito will probably go find Black Zetsu to confirm. What will Black Zetsu say? As Yunie squatted by the furnace, he watched Uchiha Madara gradually turn to ashes in the flames. Forget it, it doesn't matter. After all, I won't be pretending to be Madara again. Let those two mess around by themselves. The ashes curled in the pit and the last spark extinguished. After tidying up the traces, Yunie stood up and hurried towards Short Book Street. It had only been a few hours since he left Short Book Street, yet it felt as if several days had passed. This night was originally supposed to be the Uchiha clan stepping onto the guillotine with Danzo, and Obito reaping a wall of Sharingan, causing Konoha's strength to plummet. But now, thanks to Yunie's interference, the script had been completely rewritten. The Uchiha, despite suffering a painful price, had at least avoided the fate of extermination. Obito took a beating and only earned a bit from medical expenses. Danzo lost everything, his home raided and his mind manipulated by Kotoeme Tsukumi. Konoha did not lose the Uchiha clan and even eliminated some hidden dangers. As for the instigator Yunie, while he failed to fully achieve his initial goal, killing Danzo, this manipulated Danzo was temporarily no threat and would be subject to follow-up observation. He also raided the base, earning a significant sum on the side, making him the biggest winner of the night. With the heavy burden lifted, Yunie felt refreshed and couldn't help but quicken his pace. The chaos of the night had come to an end, and now it was time to return to his family, back to that stable life. There was still some time before dawn when Yunie returned to Duanxi Street. As before, he didn't use the front door, but climbed in through the window into his room. The moment he landed the figure on the bed, Yunie opened her eyes. Her typically lazy gaze instantly sharpened, and upon recognizing the visitor, it quickly transformed into a pool of spring water. With a soft bang, the white smoke dissipated, revealing Foam's true form. "You're back." She did not ask about the outcome. Instead, she stepped forward like a small wife greeting her husband after work and tidied Yunie's somewhat disheveled collar. Yes, everything went smoothly. Yunie took the opportunity to embrace her, whispering in her ear, "You've worked hard during this time." Foam was momentarily at a loss. This was the first time Yunie had taken the initiative to show her such intimacy. She came to her senses and whispered like orchids in Yunie's ear, "Then for this reward, I want to keep a tab, and later I'll collect both principal and interest, okay? Yun-E did not respond, merely giving her a gentle pat on the back before letting her go. Fong cast a flirtatious glance at Yun-E, slithering out of the door like a nimble snake, quietly returning to her own room. Yun-E took off his coat and lay back down on the bed. From the next room came the sound of rhythmic breathing, but Yun-E knew his father was not actually asleep. However, neither of them spoke. Some things are better left unspoken. After a deep sleep, Yun-E did not wake until the sun was high in the sky. Finally, it's over. He stretched lazily, sunlight pouring over him, warm and comforting. It reminds me of the days I spent on business trips, thinking I could have some fun only to be busy from morning till night. After finishing his morning routine, Yun-E greeted his father and left alone. He intended to make up for the fun he had missed during these days. As a well-known gambling city in the ninja world, Duan-Si Street naturally offered entertainment in the form of games. In his past life as a corporate worker, he had played Do Diju Mahjong and other games, but his winnings had never exceeded 3 digits. Had he ever entered such a den of iniquity? In this life, he had even less opportunity. The 3 bands of ninjas were there, to say nothing of the fact that he had little money until a year ago. But now it was different. Ever since becoming a genin, he had come across several windfalls, and Yun-E was quite affluent. Now that I'm here and have some extra money, it would be unreasonable not to experience it. Though it's just for fun, before entering I set a limit for myself just for today, and my budget is capped at 10,000 taels. The gambling hall was bustling with voices, the air thick with the scent of tobacco and alcohol. The sound of popping attracted Yun-E's attention first. Small steel balls. They say it's the most popular form of entertainment in the ninja world for those living well. Although I've learned about it, I've never tried it. Let's start with this. Unlike modern times where everything is controlled by computers, the ninja world still relies on mechanical small steel balls launched by hand, requiring skill. Let's see if the techniques I've seen in the short videos actually work. The so-called technique is to find a machine where the landing points can be easily controlled, allowing the steel balls to land stably in a certain position, and then place a large bet when it's in a high multiplier state. However, am I bullying others? With Yun-E's control over his strength, even without using ninjutsu or natural energy to cheat with the steel balls, he was much more stable than an ordinary person. After trying dozens of shots, this machine was nearly hitting the target every time. The sound of the steel balls was indeed quite engaging, but that was just at first. After getting used to it, it became just that. Playing a game where one can win every time left Yun-E feeling uninterested. Forget it, I came here to have fun, not to make money. After making a small profit, Yun-E decisively stood up, cashed out his steel balls, and moved on to other activities. Yun-E's skills had already attracted the attention of the surrounding customers, and his action of getting up sparked a flurry of discussion. Most people would choose to continue playing when they were winning. Yun-E certainly noticed, but he didn't care. Attracting attention with his abilities was only a matter of time. He had no concern about that from the start. As long as he didn't push too hard and provoke the owner, he didn't care about what those gamblers thought. Yun-E exchanged for more chips and wandered between the various gaming tables. Blackjack, roulette, poker. He tried them all. He didn't make heavy bets, just the minimum, purely to experience the atmosphere. He didn't mind losing, and he smiled when he won. This relaxed attitude seemed somewhat out of place in the gambling hall. Most gamblers had red eyes, eager to bet their entire fortunes. And Yun-E seemed like a tourist here, calm to the point of being unusual. Who is that kid? I don't know, it's my first time seeing him. Tisk, he looks like a rich kid here, just to play around. How come that guy wins more than he loses at everything? Must be beginner's luck. But in the end, everyone will lose everything. Yun-E ignored the whispers and continued to play through the various games in the gambling hall. Eventually, he stopped in front of a dice gambling table. The rules were simple. The banker rolls the dice, and the gamblers bet on odd or even. Yun-E stood at the table's edge and watched a few rounds. The banker was a middle-aged man in his 40s, skilled in his movements and with a steady expression. But Yun-E quickly noticed something was off. Cheating. Is it a magnet? Or something else? One of the dice had been tampered with, allowing the banker to adjust its number after the cup was placed down, thus manipulating the outcome. He noticed other games were also cheating, but they were at most advantageous. They hadn't reached the level of completely manipulating the results. Well then, let's play a bit. After all, this is the last game, and I can leave right after. With that resolve, Yun-E sat at the table. Place your bets. Odd. Even. The cup was placed down, and everyone began to bet. Odd. Even. Yun-E casually placed his bet. Then he began to guide the natural energy, secretly reaching for the dice in the cup. Avoiding the tampered die, Yun-E changed the face of a normal die. As everyone knows, 4 sides of a die must include 2 odd and 2 even numbers. With a slight adjustment, the final result would be a true 50-50. Yun-E did not want to win, rather he aimed to turn the game from a falsely randomized one manipulated by the banker into a truly random one. Reveal. The banker lifted the cup, momentarily stunned. As he had expected, the result was even, but Why was the die showing 5 when it should have been 3? The next round began. The banker shook the dice again. When he lifted the cup, the result was again different from what he expected. In the subsequent rounds, the situation remained the same. The banker began to sweat. Each result was not as he expected. It was not the cheating die, but the 2 normal ones that were off. Taking advantage of the time to change chips, the banker quietly swapped in a brand new set of dice, but the situation did not improve at all. After the 9th round, the banker could no longer hold back. You roll. He handed the cup to a young man behind him. Huh, senior, I just roll. The middle-aged banker lowered his voice. I'm just not feeling it today. Yun-E watched all this unfold, a slight smile curving his lips. It was about time. The objective had been achieved. To make that cheating banker suffer a setback, satisfying his own sense of justice. This young banker clearly lacked the skill and was genuinely rolling the dice. Yun-E stood up at the front desk, preparing to exchange chips and settle his bill and leave. Little brat, you have quite the control. A hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. It was a woman's hand. Her fingers were long, her skin fair, but her strength was astonishing. Just resting on his shoulder left Yun-E unable to move. Feeling the size pressing against his arm, Yun-E didn't need to look to guess who it was. Yun-E turned his head and saw a beautiful woman with golden hair, a playful smile on her face. She appeared to be in her 20s with exquisite features, and her golden twin tails casually hanging behind her, a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. And there, wrapped in a green robe, was an eye-catching figure. Tsunade, the legendary big fat sheep. At this moment, this big fat sheep was staring at him with a mix of 3 parts mockery, 3 parts curiosity, 3 parts surprise, and 1 part indifference. That move you just pulled was quite impressive. Even that old hand was fooled by you completely. Drawn in by the attraction of the Earth-exploding star, Yun-E absent-mindedly replied, "Want to learn? I can teach you." Tsunade was clearly taken aback, her brown eyes blinking in surprise, as if she did not expect to be outmaneuvered by this little brat. Then she burst into loud laughter, drawing the attention of the surrounding spectators. "Huh, good boy, you have guts. Want to teach me? All right, but let's see if your skills match your bravado." Without giving Yun-E a chance to refuse, Tsunade pulled him along, as if he were a small chick, directly dragging him out. "Is this what it feels like to have a strength level of 10? I feel like my bones are about to fall apart." And Yun-E glanced at the snow girl right beside his face, as if he could smell a sweet aroma. "Am I really attracted to a woman who acts young, but is actually 47? By the calculations of my 2 lives combined, I'm even older than her. Well, that's no problem then." Yun-E was dragged into a nearby restaurant at the betting venue, directly entering a private room on the 2nd floor. In the room, there was a black-haired woman holding a pink piglet sipping tea. Seeing Tsunade enter, the woman stood up saying, "Lady Tsunade, you're back." And she was taken aback upon seeing Yun-E being dragged in. "Shizen, go order some food." Tsunade pressed Yun-E down onto a chair. "Order some hearty dishes, it's on me today." Oh, okay." Shizen, though puzzled, obediently left. The private room was left with only Yun-E and Tsunade. Tsunade sat across from Yun-E, arms crossed, observing him with great interest. "Little brat, what's your name?" "Yun-E. Which village?" "Konoha." "Konoha." Seemingly surprised by the unexpected answer, Tsunade's eyes widened slightly, then she nodded to herself. "A Jinin." "Yeah. Not very old, but your chakra control is quite good." Tsunade rested her chin on her hand. That move just now had an accuracy that reached at least the level of a Jonin. Moreover, she paused, "You're not using ordinary chakra, are you? That sensation is natural energy." Yun-E was on the verge of losing it. He had specifically used natural energy to prevent anyone in the betting venue from sensing his chakra, yet he was still caught. In the entire ninja world, are there even 10 living people who can recognize natural energy? Why did I have to run into all of them? However, he maintained his calm demeanor, pouring tea for Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, your keen eye is truly impressive. Just a little trick, please don't laugh at me." "A little trick? Just now you could have won directly from the dealer, yet you chose to alter the odds to 50-50 purely to teach him a lesson, didn't you?" She looked Yun-E up and down, her expression becoming serious. "Little brat, I see that your heart is not bad, and you have talent. How about learning medical ninjutsu from me?" Honestly, Yun-E felt a bit tempted, but some things still needed to be clarified first. "Actually, I'm here on a mission, and I need to return to the village to report once it's over. In 3 or 4 days, I'll have to head back to Konoha." "Huh?" Tsunade doubted her hearing. "So you're playing around at the betting venue during your mission?" "Yeah." The client agreed, and the leading Jonin also agreed. Yun-E said confidently. "Fine. 3 or 4 days is a bit short, but teaching you some basics should be enough." "So what's it going to be, little brat? Are you learning or not? Give me a straightforward answer." Although he didn't know why Tsunade was willing to teach him her medical ninjutsu was the best in the ninja world, a learning from her would definitely be worthwhile. Not to mention ensuring the health of Sakura and Chuji would be guaranteed in the future. Even if it costs something, it would be worth it. He'll learn. Then it's settled. Tsunade grinned. Starting tomorrow, come here every morning to find me. They'll teach you the basics, learn as much as you can. All right. Yun-E agreed readily. 3 or 4 days, although Tsunade said she would teach the basics as long as she was willing to teach, Yun-E was confident he could learn the art of summoning, and even mastering the Ein sealing technique to create a powerful force was not impossible. Lady Tsunade, the food has arrived. Shizun walked in carrying dishes. Just place it here, Tsunade called to Yun-E, and we can chat while eating. I have a few things to ask you. Yun-E was not polite, picking up his chopsticks to dig in. Tsunade poured herself a glass of wine. Konoha, how is it now? Her tone was casual, but Yun-E detected a hint of concern, and Shizun perked up her ears nearby. It's been pretty much the same for the past few years, neither good nor bad. He picked up his teacup to clear his throat. The third Hokage is still in good health, wandering around with his pipe, looking even more energetic than I am. That old man. Tsunade snorted coldly, downing her drink in one go. She toyed with the wine glass in her hand, her gaze lacking focus, as if she were seeing something beyond the glass. Shizun, holding the piglet, seemed to want to say something, but ultimately held back, simply refilling Tsunade's glass. But Yun-E set down his teacup, slightly pausing in his tone. Tsunade's gaze refocused on his face. But what? Before I left, the atmosphere in the village felt off. Yun-E carefully pondered his words. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village is quite tense. Although he had just experienced a harrowing night, and even personally copied the information from Danzo's residence, Yun-E currently wore an expression of a clueless bystander. After all, his public identity was merely a genin who had accepted a long-term escort mission and left the village early. He shouldn't be aware of what happened last night, and could only see the surface phenomena that any villager could observe. The members of the security team looked more grim than a donkey walking down the street with a tense atmosphere. Everyone felt like they were sitting on a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Yun-E shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "This is also why I accepted a long-term mission and ran out here. When gods fight, mortals suffer. As a genin, it's better to keep my distance." Uchiha. I knew it. Tsunade's fingers tightened slightly around the wine glass. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village had a long history dating back to when her great-grandfather targeted the Uchiha, a legacy passed down to her teacher. Now, even a genin could feel that something was off, so she had deliberately left the village to avoid trouble. It seemed the time was drawing near. That old man. Sooner or later. She muttered softly, taking another large gulp of wine. Yun-E remained silent, concentrating on finishing the delicious food in front of him. After all, he had said everything that needed to be said. What Tsunade thought was her own business. Since he had decided to learn from Tsunade, he would first fill his stomach. Looking back on Sakura's experience, tomorrow's lessons were unlikely to be easy. When Yun-E returned to the inn, the atmosphere inside was still peaceful. If one were to ignore Feng and Hongdo discussing some strange magazine. "You're back? Where have you been for so long?" Hongdo asked without looking up. I wandered around the casino. It was quite interesting." Yun-E casually replied, not mentioning the encounter with Tsunade. Hongdo looked up and glared at Yun-E. "You know about the 3 forbidden things for ninjas, right?" "Just as clearly as teacher Hongdo does." "TSK. Hearing Yun-E's implication, Hongdo clicked her tongue. "You better take it easy. If you overdo it, I won't be responsible for rescuing you." Yun-E did not mention the matter of encountering Tsunade. If Hongdo knew Tsunade was nearby, who knows what kind of trouble she would stir up. As for reporting, it could wait until after returning to Konoha. As for Feng, if this woman knew Tsunade was around, she would probably be thinking about how to get that top medical ninja from the ninja world to check Yun-E's body. Before mastering the skill, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The next day, Tsunade brought Yun-E to the inn where she was temporarily staying. "You say you can perform medical ninjutsu." "I've learned some basics," Yun-E nodded. "Then show me." "Shizun, get him a fish." Shizun complied, summoning a half-dead fish from a scroll. Yun-E wasted no time slapping his hand on the fish, and in no time the fish regained its vitality, flopping energetically on the table. "Not bad, your basics are solid," Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. "Your chakra control is stable, and the healing effect is good. However, a medical ninja also needs corresponding knowledge." She began to explain the principles of medical ninjutsu, how to identify various injuries, the operation of human meridians, and the principles of cell division and regeneration. Yun-E listened attentively, occasionally asking questions. When Tsunade tentatively threw out some advanced theories, Yun-E not only caught on, but was also able to propose some unheard-of insights. Even though Yun-E was only at the level of a college entrance examination and only knew some shallow theories, modern biology and chemistry were already advanced compared to the current era. Tsunade even felt like she wasn't teaching a student, but rather discussing academia with another peer. "You aren't just a genin on the side, are you? Your main job is as a researcher at some medical institution, right?" Yun-E shook his head. "I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants." Tsunade nodded as if she understood something, and Yun-E had no intention of correcting her assumptions. The subsequent teaching noticeably accelerated in pace. From basic medical ninjutsu to the theoretical explanation of sage techniques, and then to practical operations, Tsunade condensed the material that usually took weeks or even months to teach into a single morning. Shizun watched in awe. Lady Tsunade, is this really okay? It's fine. This kid's chakra control is already at Jounin level, and he lacks only practice, not theory. Tsunade waved her hand and continued to demonstrate the hand signs for sage techniques. Pay attention, the key to sage techniques is. As the sun tilted westward, Shizun had completely shut down, squatting in a corner drawing circles. What a monster. Just a moment ago, Yun-E had grasped the rudiments of the sage technique in just one day. Although he wasn't yet capable of performing medical treatment on serious injuries in combat, handling minor skin wounds was already more than sufficient. How long did it take him to reach this level? It seemed like 2 months. Shizuna-senpai. Shizun was still lost in her own world, her eyes vacant, mumbling indistinctly. People's physiques can't be generalized. I really put in a lot of effort. Shizuna-senpai, Lady Tsunade has already left. Yun-E gently coughed to remind her. Shizun came to her senses, realizing that only the two of them were left in the room. Instead of rushing to pursue Tsunade, she looked at Yun-E with a complicated expression. How did you do it? Shizun stepped closer, shaking Yun-E's shoulders back and forth. 1 day? Just 1 day? The sage technique is actually an A-level ninjutsu. It's a high-level ninjutsu that even medical jounins might not master. She felt as if her worldview had shattered. This was like spending 3 years studying hard to get into a prestigious school only for the neighbor's kid to flip through some books for 2 days while eating a lollipop, saying, "Is this question difficult?" and then turning around to get admitted directly. Yun-E scratched his head, looking innocent. Maybe my foundation is pretty good. And you taught it very thoroughly, Shizuna-senpai. If you hadn't been there to supplement those detailed key points, I definitely wouldn't have picked it up so quickly. Are you comforting me or irritating me? Shizun's mouth twitched. This must be what they call a humble brag, right? It absolutely is. She took a deep breath, let go of Yun-E, turned around, and returned to squat in that dark corner. Don't mind me. I just want to be quiet. A day later, in the wasteland outside the short book street. Let me see your combat abilities. After all, medical ninjas are prime targets for elimination on the battlefield. Tsunade took off her coat, revealing her impressive figure. Come on, attack me. Use your best method, don't hold back. Yun-E sighed, initially thinking he could just sit in class for 3 days, but he couldn't escape this trial. He knew Tsunade's fighting style well. Close combat with unparalleled strength. The best strategy was to keep his distance and suppress her with ninjutsu. While retreating, Yun-E formed hand signs. Fire release Phoenix fire technique. He started with fire ninjutsu suppression, but this time the opponent was one of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade did not dodge, instead she kicked the ground directly. Boom! A large chunk of the ground was kicked up, turning into a storm of debris. Can it be done this way, eh? The debris swallowed Yun-E's fire release, still charging towards him like a hail of bullets. Yun-E had to abandon his prepared water candy in favor of a different response. Wind release air palm. Improvised from the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams air palm, the wind release shockwave blasted away the debris in front of Yun-E, heading straight for the rushing Tsunade, only to be scattered by a casual punch from her, unable to even slow her down. It's like facing a tank while I only have a squirt gun in my hand. Realizing he had no ninjutsu capable of stopping her, Yun-E had to change his approach. Earth release, earth dome. While retreating and forming hand signs, earthen walls rose in layers, blocking the path between Yun-E and Tsunade. Of course, Yun-E never expected such walls to hold Tsunade back. Just as he anticipated, the thin earthen walls crumbled like paper shattered by Tsunade's charge, but Yun-E was no longer there. Looking around, mounds of earthen walls continued to rise, obscuring the view while trapping Tsunade in the center like a maze. Hand illusion technique. A bit clever, huh, kid? Tsunade revealed a satisfied smile. Then he'll take this seriously. Tsunade stomped the ground, propelling herself high into the air like a cannonball. In midair, she lifted her right leg, chakra surging at her heel. Heaven's foot. Boom. The once flat wasteland appeared to be struck by a meteor with terrifying cracks spiderwebbing out from the center of Tsunade's landing point. Those seemingly solid earthen walls crumbled like building blocks in the face of absolute power, pulverized together with their foundations. A section of ground several dozen meters away suddenly exploded, and a figure emerged, looking somewhat disheveled. It was Yun-E. Cough, cough. Lady Tsunade, are you trying to bury me alive? He had originally planned to hide underground and strike with his decapitation technique. The moment Tsunade leaped, Yun-E guessed her intention and quickly distanced himself at top speed. Don't worry, even if you're buried, I can dig you out. As the smoke cleared, Tsunade stood at the center of the massive crater, arms crossed leisurely, watching Yun-E. Since you're out, let's continue. With that, Tsunade stomped again and leaped forward. So fast. Her straight-line speed surpassed even that of the body flicker technique. Sheer strength was indeed miraculous. Although Yun-E barely reacted in time, Tsunade's fist was already upon him, leaving no room to form seals. If that's the case, no time for seals, then I want use any. Yun-E focused his mind, drawing upon the natural energy within his body as his feet began to move. Following his motion, the natural energy coalesced into a swirling energy sphere. Fake Sage Technique, Return to Heaven. Drawing inspiration from the Hyuga clan's Return to Heaven, Yun-E spun the natural energy to form a protective shield. However, because he was using natural energy instead of Sage Chakra, the power was much weaker than true Sage techniques. Tsunade's fist slammed heavily into the sphere. Bang! The rapidly spinning energy deflected Tsunade's fist, dissipating some of the force, but still too inexperienced. Boom. Tsunade took advantage of the momentum to smash her fist down onto the ground, the impact sending Yun-E and the sphere flying. What? Having already delivered a strike, Tsunade forcefully regained her stance, cracking the ground beneath her feet as she swiftly caught up with Yun-E in midair. Isn't that a move from Dragon Ball? Am I in the wrong scene? Seeing that he couldn't dodge this punch, Yun-E decided not to evade and met it head-on. At the same time, he channeled lightning attribute chakra into his fist. Bang! Crackle! Boom! Yun-E certainly wouldn't choose to exchange blows with Tsunade. His hasty counterattack hit her protruding shoulder. Tsunade's fist landed on Yun-E's arm, which he had raised in defense, sending him flying like a cannonball, creating a crater in the ground before rolling far away. Hiss! That really hurt. Yun-E staggered to his feet, his left arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Yun-E. In the distance, Shizen gasped, rushing over Lady Tsunade. You hit too hard. Compared to the panicked Shizen, Tsunade calmly withdrew her fist, patting the area that Yun-E had just heavily electrocuted, leaving a charred fist mark. What are you panicking about? It's just a fracture, bit will heal. Moreover, Tsunade picked up her discarded outer garment and put it back on. This kid doesn't even need me to heal him. Under Shizen's terrified gaze, Yun-E's clearly distorted arm emitted a series of disturbing crack sounds. Next, it looked as if something was wriggling beneath his skin. The broken bones rapidly realigned and fused, even tiny white bone fragments piercing through the skin and exiting his body. Along with the green glow of the palm sage technique emanating from his hand, the devastating fracture that could retire an ordinary ninja healed completely in just under a minute. This is... Shizen's eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. The Shikatsumiyaku, a bloodline limit of the Taketorai clan. Tsunade exposed the truth. No wonder you chose to fight back in that situation. It's the ability of that insane clan. It seems I can't hide anything from Lady Tsunade. Yun-E recalled Tsunade's reaction when they first met. She probably noticed the Shikatsumiyaku back then. Possessing such top-tier defensive and offensive bloodline limits, yet only using it to take a beating and self-heal. Tsunade raised an eyebrow in that situation earlier. If you had used bone hardening for defense or countered, it wouldn't have been so embarrassing. Please spare me. My bones may be hard, but against your monstrous strength, they're no different from biscuits. Moreover, Yun-E shook his freshly healed arm, perfectly intact though the pain had not yet faded. Using the Shikatsumiyaku too much can lead to illness. I haven't lived enough yet. Extend your hand. Tsunade suddenly commanded. Yun-E obediently extended his hand. Tsunade grasped his wrist, chakra flowing through it for a moment. After a while, she withdrew her hand, looking oddly at Yun-E. The vitality of your cells far exceeds that of ordinary people. As long as you don't recklessly overextend your life and battle, the bloodline illness won't find you. With the certification from the top medical nin in the ninja world, Yun-E felt a weight lift off his heart. Tsunade didn't delve further and changed the subject about those techniques you used earlier. The wind released chakra compressed to create shockwaves, and the rotating natural energy, forming a shield. They resemble the Hyuga clan's empty palm and return to heaven, don't they? Yun-E didn't hide anything earlier in the village. I had the good fortune of being invited to the Hyuga clan for a visit where I observed their training and even sparred with the Hyuga Jonin. I found them quite useful, so I thought to modify them a bit. Being able to learn from others is also a skill. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. You're still young. Learning more methods to preserve your life isn't a bad idea. Still learning. Shizen murmured from the side. The Shikatsumiyaku can also use sage techniques and so many kinds of ninjutsu. Senior Shizen. Am I already at a point where I can't defeat Yun-E? The only medical ninjutsu stronger than his would soon be surpassed, I fear. Shizen felt as if she could see a visible cloud of dark energy rising from her usually gentle demeanor. Is she going to turn dark? Senior Shizen, actually I was just... Yun-E scratched his head, trying to think of how to comfort her. At that moment, Shizen suddenly looked up, wearing an expression as if she had seen through the red dust of life. Huff! Shizune exhaled deeply, the gloom on her face lifting. She walked up and poked Yun-E's recently healed arm, exclaiming, though it's frustrating, I don't need to compete with a monster. When someone surpasses you by just a few steps, you'll feel jealous, reluctant, and want to speed up and trip them. But when that person takes off in a rocket and flies out of the atmosphere, you'll only stand there and exclaim, wow, that's incredible. So Yun-E, keep it up tomorrow as well. She unabashedly ruffled Yun-E's hair, showing an encouraging smile. Another day passed. Yun-E was entangled with Tsunade, asking about the techniques of utilizing monstrous strength when Shizune rushed over panting. Lady Tsunade, Konoha, something big has happened. Konoha, what does that old man want again? He should give up, or I won't go back. Tsunade said impatiently, waving her hand while sipping tea. No, it's that Uchiha Madara. Tsunade spat out her tea. Who are you talking about? According to the information from the intel dealer 4 nights ago, a masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara launched a surprise attack on Konoha, intending to incite chaos with the Nine Tails once again. Fortunately, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, led the Uchiha clan's elite to fight desperately, joining forces with the third Hokage to successfully repel the formidable enemy. The Uchiha clan did not rebel. Tsunade pressed. No, not only did they not rebel, but they also became the heroes defending the village. Shizune said, somewhat excited. After this battle, the rift between the village and the Uchiha clan has significantly diminished. The third Hokage even publicly praised Uchiha Fugaku, and the entire village held a funeral for the fallen Uchiha elites. But, Shizune paused, glancing hesitantly at Tsunade. It seems Uchiha Fugaku used some forbidden technique during the battle, resulting in the loss of one eye. Konoha has sent a request hoping you could go back and take a look. Tsunade scoffed. Madara. That guy was killed by my grandfather long ago. Although she had never seen Madara in action, Tsunade knew how strong her grandfather was. If Madara were still alive and capable of fighting now, he would not be an opponent her grandfather could defeat. I won't go back. After a moment of silence, Tsunade made her decision. If Konoha's hospital can't cure him, that's their incompetence. Since his life is safe, losing one eye is not life-threatening. Shizune sighed, seemingly having anticipated this outcome, and did not urge further. Listening to the intel from the side, Yun-E feigned surprise, but felt utterly unmoved inside, even wanting to laugh. The outcome was much like he had expected. That night, the timely arrival of the Hyuga clan was no coincidence, but a deliberate maneuver. While the third Hokage had no issues suppressing the Uchiha, if the Uchiha softened, and he still took extreme measures, that would be another matter. Thus, even if the third Hokage guessed that the Uchiha originally intended to stir trouble, in light of the objective fact that all of them died in the fight against Madara, he could only accept it. But one person is missing. Yun-E's gaze flickered slightly. The intel did not mention Danzo's name at all. If Danzo truly did as he and Itachi planned, confessing publicly after being struck by Kotoa Tsukumi, that would definitely be more explosive news than Madara attacked Konoha, so the intel could not possibly omit it. The only explanation is, the third Hokage suppressed this matter. You are the sunlit Konoha, while I am the roots buried deep underground. Danzo's actions were ultimately condoned by the third Hokage. The two were bound together, sharing in each other's downfall. To maintain the Hokage's authority and prevent the outside world from learning about the darkness within Konoha's higher-ups, all of Danzo's crimes were erased along with his very existence. Danzo will most likely be placed under house arrest or secretly executed. Given the third Hokage's character, he will probably be kept in some corner to live out his days. Regardless, the old coin that could not tolerate him has exited the stage. This means he can finally end this journey of hiding and return to run his ramen shop, continuing his simple and unadorned life. Hey kid, when you go back, pass a message. Tell the Uchiha to bring enough money if they want to see my eyes. Tsunade suddenly pointed out Yun-E. Got it. Yun-E casually agreed. The blindness from Izanagi should be incurable. So is Fugaku trying to have Tsunade replace his eye. But the Konoha hospital could probably do that too. Alright, since you're going back, I'll teach you a technique for easier contact. Tsunade set her teacup down, becoming serious for a rare moment. Do you know the summoning technique? I do. Then that's easy. Sign a contract, and you can use the slug to summon. Huh? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You can use summoning technique. Show me one. Oh. Yun-E agreed without thinking, only to realize that his only summoning beast was a ninja monkey, and Tsunade might not react well. Forget it, let nature take its course. Yun-E decided not to hide it any longer, bit his finger-formed hand seals, and slapped the ground. Summoning technique. As the white smoke dissipated, Wukong appeared before everyone. It scratched its head, and as it saw Yun-E, it was about to say hello, but suddenly felt a terrifying gaze from the side, scaring it to hide behind Yun-E immediately. This monkey. Tsunade's expression darkened instantly, her initial curiosity transforming into irritation. TCH, how infuriating. Tsunade looked at the monkey, increasingly convinced that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face, smiling at her. Wukong, you should head back now. Receiving Yun-E's permission, Wukong immediately disappeared in a puff of white smoke, not wanting to linger for even a second. That was given to you by the old man, right? He wouldn't have taken you as a disciple, would he? It was a reward for a mission from the Hokage. I've never had a mentor. Shizun cautiously glanced at Tsunade, then looked at Yun-E, the atmosphere becoming a bit strange. Bang! She slammed the table suddenly, causing the teapot to jump. I've made up my mind. Decided what? Yun-E had a bad premonition. To officially take you as my disciple. Tsunade's tone was unequivocal. From now on, you are my disciple, Tsunade's. Yun-E blinked. This development is a bit fast. But he quickly calmed down and weighed the pros and cons. Tsunade is the best medic in the ninja world. With this connection, he would have access to top-tier medical resources. Moreover, Tsunade herself has a profound background. Having her as a master others would not easily cause him trouble. However, on the other hand, regarding the third Hokage, it seems he wouldn't do anything to him. He was not like Shodai and Danzo, who had ambitions for that position, and at most he would just stop providing resources. It took the third Hokage so long to give him just a monkey. Tsunade is much more generous. And although it was only a few days, Yun-E had learned quite a lot from Tsunade. It can be said that they already had a mentor-disciple relationship, and now it was just formalizing it. Having realized this, Yun-E said nothing unnecessary and immediately poured a cup of tea, respectfully offering it. Master, please have some tea. His actions were standard and his tone sincere, as if the one weighing the pros and cons moments ago was not him. Good. Refreshing. Tsunade took the teacup and drank it all in one gulp, a victorious smile on her face. Although she did not know whom she was competing against, it was evident she felt she had won. From today onwards, you are my disciple. If anyone causes you trouble in the future, just mention my name. If mentioning my name doesn't work, Tsunade cracked her knuckles. Then just punch them into the ground. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Understood. Yun-E nodded obediently. Though he didn't plan to really punch anyone into the ground, he felt he had chosen the right master. As Yun-E left the room, quieted down again. Lady Tsunade, did you really take Yun-E as your disciple just to get ahead of the third Hokage? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Shizun knew that while Tsunade could be capricious, she wouldn't take such a serious matter lightly. Taking Yun-E as a disciple was definitely not just to find a successor, nor merely to oppose the third Hokage. No, it's nothing. Tsunade did not want to elaborate, and Shizun did not press further. Having an additional handsome and strong junior seemed nice too. After a half-month hiatus, the Ichiraku Ramen shop reopened. The good news is that there are no more annoying root spies monitoring us. The bad news is that within half an hour of opening, a long queue formed outside, and it only grew longer. Yun-E looked at the familiar faces. There were ninjas, villagers, and even a few students from the ninja academy. Brother Yun-E, I want the deluxe ramen with extra egg and meat. Give me a bowl of miso ramen with plenty of green onions. Boss, I heard your pan-fried dumplings are back. Handmaid was cheerfully attending to the customers while Shobu was busily moving around behind the bar. Yun-E stood expressionless in front of the grill, mechanically wielding the spatula. Is this right? Shouldn't I be lying down right now? But opening the shop doesn't seem wrong either. They were busy until deep into the night, and the last wave of customers finally dispersed. Shobu was exhausted, leaning over the bar, while Moyo and Kin also looked worn out. Only Keed remained energetic, even offering to help clean up. Thank you all for your hard work today. Handmaid served out a few bowls of ramen. Here, have some late-night snacks. Yun-E took a bowl and was just about to eat when he suddenly heard a few caws from outside the window. Suppressing the urge to scream, Yun-E quickly gulped down the noodles. I'm going out for some fresh air. Okay, come back soon to rest. Handmaid didn't ask any further questions. The familiar Nanha River, the familiar figure. Long time no see. Itachi turned around, a rare smile appearing on his face. Looks like things are going well. After working all night, Yun-E wasn't in the mood for small talk, so what's the follow-up? The official statement is, my father led the clan and collaborated with the 3 generations of Hokage to repel the true culprit behind the Nine Tails incident, Uchiha Madara, and is hailed as a hero who defended the village. What was the price? The police department. Itachi said calmly, Uchiha no longer monopolizes the police department. Starting today, the department is open for selection to all ninjas in the village. My father retired due to injuries. A member of the Hyuga clan took over as the head. Uchiha Yami was appointed as the deputy head. Yun-E nodded. This was an expected compromise. Also, that abandoned development area has been reallocated to us for redevelopment. It's the same place where the battle took place that night. Sounds good. At least it's closer to the village center. Yeah. Itachi's tone was somewhat complex. My father said this is the result he has always wanted. What about Danzo? Yun-E asked the most critical question. The route has been disbanded and merged into the Umbu. As for Shimura Danzo, Itachi lowered his eyes. All records about him have been erased. No one knows whether he is dead or alive, just as if he never existed. Yun-E let out a cold laugh. It was about what he expected. Although he felt a bit regretful for not being able to personally take down Danzo as long as that old dog no longer pops up to disgust people, Yun-E didn't care about his life or death. There's one more thing. Itachi suddenly said, I've been labeled in Shrank Rogue Ninja. What? Yun-E was taken aback. I assisted Madara in invading Konoha and killing my own clan members. Itachi turned around, his black hair fluttering slightly in the night breeze. Since that masked man isn't dead, he will certainly return. He is a formidable enemy, and someone needs to keep an eye on him. And I am the most suitable one. This is what the third Hokage means, as well as my father's intention, and my own will. Yun-E looked at Itachi's eyes, which were too deep for his age, and could only sigh with a hand on his forehead. Clearly he could reveal the truth, enjoy the treatment of a hero's son, but he chose to bear the blame and go out as a spy. Fine, just be careful. Yun-E didn't intend to dissuade him, nor could he. Remember, when working for Madara, just do enough, but don't overexert yourself. And Yun-E continued to give Itachi several reminders. Itachi listened quietly, his face always wearing a smile. The next morning, Yun-E arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. Compared to the previous atmosphere where one could always feel the prickly stares, the Uchiha were much friendlier now. He knocked on the door of the Fugaku family, and it was opened by Uchiha Makoto. Hello, I'm looking for clan leader Fugaku. I have a message from Lady Tsunade. You must be Yun-E-kun. Oh, Itachi often mentions you. Makoto smiled and led Yun-E inside. Fugaku is in there, he'll take you over. Thank you. In the corridor, they were stopped by a small figure. Sasuke looked up at Yun-E, his eyes somewhat complex. When will big brother come back? You must know since you're his friend, right? Sasuke, it's okay. Yun-E intercepted Makoto's reprimand, squatted down, and looked Sasuke in the eye. Itachi is carrying out a very important mission. He will return when the mission is complete. Everyone says that. Sasuke puffed his cheeks and angrily ran away. This script doesn't seem right. Shouldn't I just accept this helplessness and then encourage him to work hard in training? Yun-E felt like he was about to dissect a Mona Lisa. Fortunately, Makoto didn't say anything, leading Yun-E to the living room. Fugaku was sitting inside, one eye covered with an eye patch. Upon seeing Yun-E, he stood up. Yun-E, what brings you here? Hello, clan leader Fugaku. I don't stand on ceremony. You're Itachi's friend. Ooh, just call me uncle. Fugaku's warm demeanor surprised Yun-E, took Yun-E's hand and sat him down. Come sit and talk slowly. Fugaku, who usually wore a stern face, showing this side, made Yun-E feel goosebumps, forcing him to continue the conversation. Ahem, Uncle Fugaku. Lady Tsunade asked me to convey a message. If you want to see the eyes, make sure to bring enough money to find her. Fugaku was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. That truly is Lady Tsunade's style. Money is not a problem, Fugaku said straightforwardly. But where is Lady Tsunade now? She is currently at Shorut Street. Just a moment. Fugaku nodded and then walked into the inner room. Shortly after, he returned with a scroll and placed it in front of Yun-E. I heard from Itachi that you are very skilled in ninjutsu. This is some fire-release ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan. I will set off to find Lady Tsunade tomorrow, so I'll need your help with the introduction. I got it. Then I won't be polite. Yun-E took the scroll without decline. Leading the way certainly isn't worth this price. This is because of his relationship with Itachi. He probably already knows, or guessed, who taught Itachi the plan that night. Fugaku escorted Yun-E to the door. Feel free to come by often. I'll please take care of that kid Sasuke too. Yun-E nodded and turned to leave. Stepping out of the Uchiha clan's territory, he glanced at the scroll in his hand and casually tucked it into his pocket. Another scroll added, Ooh, I haven't even looked at what I took from Danzo yet. On the first day back in Konoha, Yun-E secretly moved the buried spoils to a safer place, but he hadn't examined them in detail, just piled them up there. He'll deal with it later. Yun-E went straight back to his standalone house, tossed the scroll into the room, and jumped onto the rocking chair. At this moment, Yun-E just wanted to lie down for a bit. After returning to Konoha for only 2 days, Yun-E left the village once more, accompanied by Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha, and it was Uchiha Itachi, recognizable at a glance by his joking ceremonial mask. I asked him to come here, Fugaku replied. Yun-E-kun, there is something I have concealed regarding the treatment. Moi. Yun-E stopped in his tracks and turned to look at him. Fugaku glanced at Itachi beside him, took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, while powerful, is cursed with the inevitable fate of blindness. According to the clan's records, only by transplanting the Mangekyo Sharingan of a close relative, merging the ocular powers of both, can one achieve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which never loses its light. Yun-E understood in his heart and already knew what he was about to do. One of my eyes is already useless, but the ocular power and bloodline contained in this pair of eyes remain. Fugaku raised his hand, gently touching his bandaged right eye, his tone calm, as if discussing the weather. Although Itachi's Mangekyo has only recently been activated, if he continues to use it, he will inevitably follow in my footsteps. I have decided to retreat to the sidelines. Keeping these eyes on me would be a waste. He looked at Itachi, and the authority of a clan leader was replaced by the pure and heavy love of a father. The surgery I want to request from Tsunadeheim is not for treatment, but for transplantation. Itachi, I want to give you my eyes. Next to him, Itachi, wearing the mask, trembled slightly, clearly hearing this for the first time. Father, I don't need. No need to say more, Fugaku interrupted him. Since you have chosen to bear the darkness, you need a pair of eyes that can see through all darkness. I know better than anyone how strong that guy is after having fought him. Itachi, this is the last thing I can do for you as your father. Yun-E stood aside watching this touching father-son scene, unable to resist rubbing his temples. He originally thought he was just taking a patient to an eye doctor, but it turned into what might be the only successful ocular evolution surgery in the history of the ninja world. If Tsunade finds out that not only does she have to treat an illness, but she also has to help you guys with this eye-switching play that only exists in terrifying legends. Uncle Fugaku, I hope you really brought enough money. Yun-E sighed deeply and took a step forward. We need to pay more, definitely need to pay more. It was still that familiar in room. Tsunade was fretting over a pile of horse betting slips, and when she saw Yun-E bringing someone in, her frown relaxed a little. Especially when Fugaku opened the suitcase with a loud bang, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash inside. Tsunade's eyes instantly sparkled brighter than the Sharingan. It seems the Uchiha clan is quite sincere. Tsunade casually picked up a bundle of cash and slapped it in her palm, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. Now tell me, besides treating the eyes, what else do you need? As long as it's not reviving the dead for Yun-Yi's sake, I will accept it. Fugaku took a deep breath and stepped forward, bowing deeply to Tsunade. I would like to ask Tsunadeheim to help me transplant my Mangekyo Sharingan to Itachi. Tsunade's smile instantly vanished. She threw the money back into the suitcase with a scoff. Huh? Are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? I am very clear about it. Fugaku's tone was calm. The Uchiha clan's forbidden secret. Using the Mangekyo Sharingan leads to blindness. Only by transplanting the Mangekyo of a close relative can one evolve it into the eternal Mangekyo, gaining ocular power that never fades. Uchiha Madara did just that. Madara is Madara. You are you, Tsunade impatiently interrupted. Do you think no one in the Uchiha clan has tried this before? Whether before or after Madara, countless self-righteous Uchiha clan members have attempted to exchange eyes, and what was the result? The best outcome is merely exchanging eyes, and the worst outcome is mutual blindness, Fugaku replied calmly. This is also why I came to ask for your help. Even a little, I hope to avoid the worst outcome. Do you think this is a regular eye transplant? The Mangekyo Sharingan involves powers deep within the bloodline, not something my medical skills alone can resolve. I am prepared to bear the risks, Fugaku said, taking out another scroll and producing a stack of documents. These are the experimental records from the Uchiha clan, and you may find them useful. Seeing Fugaku's determined attitude, Tsunade sighed and rubbed her forehead. It seems you won't turn back until you hit a wall. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Yun-E, who had been watching, felt stuck between a rock and a hard place. This is such a hassle, I really want to go back. But if Itachi goes blind, there will be even more trouble with Obito without any restrictions. I might even trigger the fourth great ninja war before the prince grows up. Although reluctant, Yun-E still spoke up. Can I take a look at that data? I need to verify some ideas. Tsunade frowned. Yun-E, what are you trying to do? This is none of your business. But Fugaku glanced at Itachi and nodded. If there's anything you want to see, go ahead. Tsunade was somewhat surprised that Fugaku would grant permission, but since the other party nodded, she did not oppose it further. Yun-E began to flip through the data, and everyone's gaze focused on him. Just as I suspected. Yun-E cleared his throat. I have an idea. Speak. Tsunade gestured for him to continue. Master just mentioned that the experiments before Madara failed, and the experiments after Madara also failed. Could it be that the problem does not lie with the surgery itself, but rather with the timing? Timing? Tsunade frowned. Correct. Yun-E organized his thoughts. According to the Uchiha records, using the Mangekyo leads to blindness. However, this process is not instantaneous, but gradual. Furthermore, Yun-E looked at Fugaku and Itachi. The power of Mangekyo techniques has not noticeably changed despite the decline in vision. Correct. The two exchanged glances, and Fugaku confirmed. If we ignore the precision issues caused by the loss of vision, then yes, in terms of power it remains the same. Then that must be it. Is it possible that during the use of the Mangekyo the ocular power does not disappear, but gradually integrates with the user's body? On the surface it appears to be blindness, but in reality the ocular power is shifting inward. Yun-E gave everyone a moment to digest this, then continued his explanation. Madara only changed his eyes after going blind, meaning the ocular power had already shifted to the maximum extent into his body. At that point, if new eyes are transplanted, it would be equivalent to a person possessing two sets of ocular powers simultaneously, resulting in the evolution of the eternal Mangekyo. Yun-E pointed to the documents, adding, the experiments recorded here either involved non-blood relatives exchanging eyes leading to rejection and failure, or they were cases where the Mangekyo had just been activated for a short time before the eyes were hastily exchanged, resulting in insufficient accumulated ocular power, which is why they failed. This was the theory of ocular power transfer. This was a hypothesis proposed by Yun-E as a time traveler knowing of another successful case. The private room fell silent once again. Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, seemingly deep in thought. Shizun muttered softly, it sounds somewhat reasonable. Fugaku and Itachi exchanged glances, a glimmer of light flashing in their eyes. Clap. Tsunade suddenly slapped Yun-E's back, her gaze on him, as if he were a rare treasure. You little rascal. How did you come up with this? Cough, cough. Yun-E almost fell forward from the force of her slap. This is just a hypothesis that still needs verification. No, this hypothesis should be correct. Fugaku appeared very excited, turning to Itachi. If that's the case, Itachi, from now on, are the Uchiha really this extreme? Just as Fugaku was about to force his son to ramp up his progress, Yun-E quickly intervened. Wait. Uncle Fugaku, calm down. You aren't suggesting that Itachi should start using the Mangekyo Sharingan at full intensity right now, are you? Is there a problem? Of course there is. Yun-E rolled his eyes. Exceeding the body's capacity with a bloodline limit can lead to bloodline disease. Do you want Itachi to collapse before he even gets to change eyes? Fugaku was taken aback, quickly realizing his mistake as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had indeed been blinded by Yun-E's theory and nearly made a grave error. Tsunade, upon hearing this, also put away her joking demeanor and beckoned to Itachi. Come here, take off your shirt. Itachi complied as Tsunade's palm covered his chest, green chakra flowing into his body. After a moment, Tsunade withdrew her hand, her expression somewhat grave. Your body has already reached its limit. What? Fugaku came over anxiously. Long-term anxiety and excessive stress coupled with the Mangekyo Sharingan have already drained your son's body. Tsunade looked at Fugaku. If this continues, let alone changing eyes, whether he can live past 20 is a question. Fugaku's face instantly turned pale. His enthusiasm was instantly extinguished, replaced by deep guilt and fear. Itachi, however, lowered his head and remained silent, seemingly having anticipated this. Yun-E watched from the side, sighing inwardly. I remember in the original work he struggled with his illness until he was 21. So that's why he always wanted to shoulder everything. Forget about changing eyes for now. Tsunade gave her final verdict. Then, what do we do now? What else can we do? We take care of him. First, we need to address the fundamental issues. I will help this boy stabilize his condition. As for you, she looked at Fugaku. I can help you replace the blind eye. Just use a regular Sharingan from your Uchiha clan. No, let's replace both. Fugaku thought for a moment and made his decision according to Yun-E's hypothesis. Since the ocular power will transfer, it's better to change them both early to preserve as much as possible. Oh, if you think it's okay, then do as you wish. Tsunade turned to Yun-E, who was standing nearby. Kid, you will assist in the surgery. Oh, I just started learning, master. Stop talking nonsense. Tsunade ignored Yun-E's excuse. Shizun will be the lead surgeon, you assist, and I will watch from the side. Just right, this also serves as a test for you. That day, Tsunade began to help Itachi stabilize his body. Yun-E was dragged away by Shizun for extra lessons. This is the human body structure, then the chakra meridians, and then the special structure of the eyeball. Watching Shizun pull out thick medical textbooks, Yun-E's mouth twitched. I knew it. This task would definitely be no simple matter. However, thinking about it, learning this knowledge wasn't a loss. In his past life, knowledge of eye surgery was something he would never use. But in the ninja world, it is well known that changing eyes in the ninja world is as easy as changing a light bulb, and it's also one of the fastest ways to become stronger. This skill is truly useful. Fine. Yun-E resigned himself and sat down. Let's get started, senior sister. Woohoo. Perhaps it was because it was the first time being called senior sister. Shizun smiled brightly as she opened the book. Let's start with the basic structure of the eyeball. And so the two of them studied until the sun set. Shizun discovered that Yun-E's comprehension ability was astonishing. Often, as soon as she finished explaining a concept, he could draw inferences from it. She sincerely praised Yun-E. You really have a talent for this. At this rate, you can start performing surgeries every day. Thank you, senior sister. Yun-E, who was already slumped over the table, responded perfunctorily. Finally understand why they say that encouraging someone to study medicine is like inviting a thunderstorm. By the way, senior sister, is it really necessary to make it so complicated? This surgery can be done directly with healing technique, right? Remembering the original work's jokingly simple eye replacement, Yun-E raised a question. In emergencies, that is indeed possible, but the risk is very high. A slight misstep could injure the eye nerves and chakra meridians. Moreover, the eye is a very delicate organ who directly using healing technique relies heavily on the skill of the practitioner. She paused smiling as she added, actually, I could complete this surgery on my own. Lady Tsunade wants you to accumulate more practical experience. After all, you can't learn medical ninjutsu just by reading. With that said, what else could Yun say? He could only study earnestly. The next morning, he had mostly digested the necessary knowledge. Well, it's not the first time this has happened. Taking a deep breath, Shizune revealed a gentle smile. That afternoon in the rented surgical room of the hospital, Fugaku lay on the operating table. Tsunade stood nearby, arms crossed. Now let's begin the surgery. Shizune's voice came through her mask. Understood. Shizune's movements were clean and precise, each step executed flawlessly. Chakra gathered on her surgical knife, carefully separating the tissues around the eyeball. Yun stood by, assisting while observing every action she took. In less than 20 minutes, the first eye transplant was completed. Yun, you take the lead on the other eye. Tsunade, supervising from the side, suddenly ordered Shizune, you assist. Oh. The two looked up at Tsunade simultaneously, then exchanged glances. Shizune asked Yun with her eyes, are you confident? Seeing Yun nod, she stepped aside to give him space. Yun took a deep breath, stepped forward, and grasped the surgical knife. His movements were somewhat slower than Shizune's, but each step was steady and assured without a hint of hesitation. Tsunade watched from the side, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. Another half hour passed, and Yun set down the surgical knife, sighing with relief. It's done. To be able to achieve this level on your first lead. Yun, you really are impressive. Shizune looked at Yun with unabashed admiration. It's all thanks to senior sister's good teaching. Yun waved his hand dismissively. Tsunade approached and checked Fugaku's eyes, nodding in satisfaction. All right, the surgery was a success. Fugaku, try using your Sharingan tomorrow. If there are no problems, you can be discharged. Itachi needs to stay with me for a few more days. If you're in a hurry, you can return home first. As she spoke, Tsunade placed a bottle of nutritional solution containing the Mangekyo in front of Fugaku. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Fugaku's voice was filled with sincere gratitude. Just let Itachi take care of my eyes directly. This way he can change them directly when he is ready. Stepping out of the operating room, Yun stretched his somewhat stiff shoulders. Finally got it done. Shizune watched his back, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. The evening after the surgery. In the hospital courtyard, Yun was lying on a makeshift rocking chair, exhausted from continuous studying and the operation. Hey, you little brat. Since you've become a disciple, it's time to sign the contract. Suddenly, two shadows blocked the sunlight. Oh my god, what has blinded my eyes? Contract. Yun replied absent-mindedly, his attention already drawn elsewhere. The summoning contract of the slug. Yun suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to sign the slug's summoning contract amidst the distractions caused by becoming a disciple. The summoning contracts of the three great sacred lands. As a transmigrator, Yun knew well the power of the three great sacred lands. Each had its own legacy, and some of their leaders even had strength to face tailed beasts directly. But they were certainly not part of the human camp. They could only be considered collaborators. The Dragon Cave devours people, Mayaboka Mountain deceives people, and although the description of Wetbone Forest is relatively sparse in the original work, one should not let their guard down. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts, but I still have to sign it, just be a bit cautious. Alright, how do I sign it? Tsunade directly threw a large scroll to Yun. Just bite your finger, sign your name, and press your handprint. Just point to the blank space at the end of the scroll. Tsunade didn't write Senju Tsunade and Shizune didn't write Kato Shizune, so writing Yun should be fine. Yun didn't hesitate, either biting his finger. He wrote the two characters Yun after Shizune's name, then pressed his blood handprint. After closing the scroll, it vanished in a puff of white smoke. Alright, let's try the summoning. Tsunade crossed her arms, a look of watching a show on her face for the first time. You don't need too much chakra, just summon a small one to recognize its face. Yun nodded, formed hand seals, and slapped the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. As the white smoke dissipated, a small white slug with blue stripes appeared on the floor. Its antennae quivered slightly, and it spoke in a gentle female voice. Lady Tsunade, long time no see. What brings you here? Nothing, I'm introducing a newcomer to you. Tsunade tilted her chin towards Yun. This is my newly accepted disciple. If he is on the verge of death in the future, you should keep an eye out and save him. The slug slowly turned around, pointing its antennae at Yun. Nice to meet you, I am. The slug's words halted halfway. The originally droopy slug suddenly tensed up as if electrocuted, its two antennae shaking wildly. Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. The slug completely lost its usual composure. Who is this child? No, what is this child? Just as Yun was ready to receive a greeting from the gentle big sister, his movements froze. Is this the slug sage? That's quite an unusual way to greet someone, huh? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What? Does this kid have a problem? I have never seen a human gather such a massive amount of natural energy within their body. the slug said while circling around Yun-E. Can I check your body? Yun-E, place it on your head. Alright. Although a bit hesitant, Yun-E complied. It wasn't as slimy and sticky as imagined. Holding it felt more like a soft rubber toy both in size and shape. I feel like you're thinking of something strange. The slug trembled slightly on his hand. Following along the top of Yun-E's head, the slug crawled down his neck, circled his chest, and finally emerged from his back, resting on Yun-E's shoulder. No signs of backlash. Truly incredible. As expected, Tsunade displayed an expression of "I knew it," then leaned closer and asked Slug, "Can you tell if this kid can practice immortality techniques?" This was also one of the reasons Tsunade was eager for Yun-E to sign the contract. Since this kid had such a high affinity for natural energy, not learning the Sage mode would be a waste. It's probably very difficult. The slug fell silent for a moment before ultimately giving an unexpected answer. Generally for Sage techniques, the chakra user must fuse their body energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy in a ratio of 1:1. Once enough Sage chakra has accumulated, one can enter Sage mode. But this child has far too much natural energy within him. The body energy and spiritual energy he needs would be dozens or even hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. This is simply impossible. Tsunade's expression was somewhat complex. On one hand, Yun-E possessing such massive natural energy was indeed a rare talent. On the other hand, this talent had become an obstacle to cultivating Sage mode. Then, is there any other way? In theory, if he could control the amount of natural energy used and only mix in a small portion, it might be possible. But, that's currently not achievable. Yun-E directly concluded it's like pouring water from a basin into a teacup. To do it well requires. Yun-E was not in a hurry at all. Although it wasn't very efficient, the natural energy stored within his body could be converted into chakra to replenish consumption during battles. And the ultimate form of this ability is the God Tree of the Otsutsuki, the 10 Tails. If I could see the God Tree with my own eyes, unfortunately, it would take many years to witness the God Tree. Additionally, there was another plan: wait until his body evolved to a point where the chakra capacity and natural energy capacity were equivalent. Unfortunately, this would also take many years. Yun-E shook off these thoughts and made a regretful expression, shrugging his shoulders. Well, it seems I won't be able to become an immortal in this lifetime. What a waste of such a good physique. Tsunade felt it was a pity but quickly came to terms with it. Forget it, if it can't be used, then it can't be used. She walked over and patted Yun-E on the shoulder. Focus on practicing your medical ninjutsu first. Don't always think about reaching the sky in one step. Tsunade said to the slug, "Alright, you can go back now." "Yes, Lady Tsunade." The slug vanished in a puff of white smoke. The next morning, Fugaku was doing the final checks at the hospital. Vision is completely normal. The Sharingan can also be activated normally. The surgery was very successful. After Tsunade completed the examination, she gave her conclusion. After bidding farewell to Tsunade and Shizun, Yun-E and Fugaku set out on the journey back to Konoha. Itachi did not walk with them. This guy had suffered too much physical depletion and had to stay near Tsunade to recuperate for a while. Moreover, according to the plan, once he recovered, he would go undercover in Akatsuki. "I really have to thank you this time, Yuni-kun." As they walked along the road, Fugaku couldn't help but express his emotions. "If you don't mind, the doors of the Uchiha clan will always be open for you." "Uncle Fugaku, you're being too polite. Building good relationships is fine, but Yun-E didn't want to be completely tied to the Uchiha clan. I just hope to have a few more peaceful days after returning to the village." The day after returning to Konoha, Yun-E received a summons to the Hokage's office. As expected, he stood beneath the Hokage building, gazing up at the iconic structure, already anticipating this moment. This trip with Fugaku to leave the village was ostensibly a private commission, but concerning the Uchiha clan leader and Tsunade, the third Hokage, could not possibly be unaware. Now that he had summoned him, it was likely to check in on him. Well, it can't be avoided anyway, since the decision to get involved with Tsunade this day was bound to come. Pushing open the door to the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was sitting behind his desk. Upon seeing Yun-E enter, he set down the documents in his hand and revealed his characteristic kind smile. "Yun-E, you've returned." "Hokagesima," Yun-E replied respectfully with a bow. "Please have a seat, don't be so formal." The third Hokage gestured to a chair beside him. "Thank you for your hard work on this trip. How is Fuyu's recovery?" "Very smooth." Yun-E sat down in the chair. "His vision is completely normal, and he can activate his Sharingan without issue." "That's good. I heard you met Tsunade during your escort mission." The third Hokage asked casually, though his eyes flickered slightly. Yun-E had long anticipated this question from the third Hokage. "Yes," he replied honestly, "I encountered her at the casino on Short Book Street." "How is Tsunade doing?" The third Hokage's tone was somewhat complex. "She's doing quite well. Lady Tsunade is in good health." Yun-E answered literally. The third Hokage remained silent for a moment before looking at Yun-E. "Does she have any intention of returning to the village?" "No." Yun-E replied instantly, "But she hasn't completely dismissed the village. She refused to return to treat clan leader Fugaku, but agreed to leave the village to find her. Moreover, Yun paused. Lady Tsunade has taken me as her disciple. Oh, the third Hokage's eyes lit up and his smile became noticeably more genuine. Good. That's wonderful. The fact that Tsunade could take on a disciple indicates that she still holds some regard for the village. He stood up and walked to the window. Yuni, do you know? Tsunade is the most outstanding medical ninja in the ninja world. Her medical ninjutsu and superhuman strength techniques are unparalleled. If she is willing to pass these down to you, your future achievements could be limitless. Yun listened without changing his expression, letting the words go in one ear and out the other. What she teaches me has nothing to do with you, does it? However, it seems that old Ding doesn't have any objections to this matter. It looks like I was overthinking it. The third Hokage turned around, changing the subject. By the way, how is your progress in learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade? I've already learned the healing technique. Yun answered honestly, the others are still being learned. Oh, what about summoning techniques? Have you met the slug sage? I've already signed the summoning contract. Then, after a long roundabout, the third Hokage finally asked the question he was most concerned about. What about sage techniques? Yun shook his head. Sage techniques are quite difficult to learn. The slug sage said that the natural energy within me is too abundant, and it is impossible to synthesize sage chakra according to the normal process and proportions. Yun quickly explained. The third Hokage pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, have you tried using shadow clone jutsu? Shadow clone? I haven't tried it. Oh, I can't do it. The third Hokage walked back to his desk and took out a scroll from the drawer. Shadow clone is a technique that constructs entities using chakra. If you use shadow clone to create clones without natural energy, allowing the clones to absorb natural energy to synthesize sage chakra and then disperse the clones to return the sage chakra to your body. Yun was left dumbfounded. Is this the value of a ninjutsu mentor? Although the efficiency might not be as high as directly entering sage mode, it indeed bypasses the physical limitations. Hokage-sama, this method is theoretically feasible. Then give it a try. The third Hokage pushed the scroll in front of Yun. Yun took the scroll and looked. Multiple shadow clone technique and a rank forbidden technique. Ordinary shadow clones can only create a few, while multiple shadow clones can create hundreds or thousands. However, this technique consumes an enormous amount of chakra. Losing too much chakra at once could jeopardize your life. You must pay attention and not overexert yourself. This is a cheat technique of the Hokage, useful for combat training and tasks. Yun had been coveting it for a long time. However, why is this old man so generous? It seems like he had prepared this in advance. His intentions aren't good. Sure enough, the third Hokage returned to his chair and casually said, by the way, there's something else I want to tell you. Go ahead. Konoha is preparing to hold a joint Chunin exam, inviting the lower ninjas from Sunagakure, Kusagakure, Amaigakure, and other villages to participate. On one hand, it is to promote exchanges among the villages, while on the other hand, he paused, speaking meaningfully, it is also to showcase Konoha's strength. After the battle with Madara, the outside world has had many speculations about Konoha's strengths and weaknesses. We need to demonstrate the power of the new generation and intimidate those restless individuals. I want you to participate. Yun understood the third Hokage's intention. This exam was not just a competition, but a political game. And he himself was that strongest trump card, a reliable insurance. For such a matter concerning the village's development, the third Hokage would not back down, or being able to get a candy first was already giving him face. There was no way to avoid it, and moreover with his strength it would be easy to excel, though it was not a difficult task. However, participating is not an issue, but the Chunin exam usually consists of teams of 3, right? Yes, I will confirm your teammates and guiding teacher shortly. The third Hokage nodded. Do you have any thoughts? I want to team up with Takakuru Kid. That might not be possible. The third Hokage rejected this outright. Why not? Her task experience and her record is almost 0. She doesn't qualify to participate. Moreover, the third Hokage paused, a smile that was half smile. Since we want to showcase Konoha's new generation, how does bringing along a woman several years older than you fit into that? We're looking for the shock factor of young geniuses. Yun curled his lips. He knew that this old man would not agree. Age and experience were just excuses. He wanted to eliminate the Takakuro clan from the competition. But that was fine if it was all within expectations. The next part was the key. Yun put on a look of difficulty. Hokage-sama Kid and I have been working together closely for a long time. Her strength is also reliable. Suddenly changing to a stranger as a teammate, what if the coordination doesn't work and strength falls short? In short, more money. The third Hokage looked at the young man in front of him, who was full of righteous indignation, and suddenly found it a bit amusing. This kid was indeed exceedingly realistic. I heard that there are ideas for selling the land around Ichiraku Ramen. Recently, the business at your shop has been thriving, and Tsunade must want to expand the store, right? But no matter what difficulties arise, I believe I can overcome them, and I will prepare well to bring glory to the village. Yun-E also shifted the topic. Watching Yun-E leave, the third Hokage picked up his pipe, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Returning to the isolated courtyard, Yun-E immediately dashed into the study. Although being dragged by the third generation to participate in the Chunin exam was somewhat annoying, acquiring the technique of multiple shadow clone was a different matter altogether. Not to mention that this is the ultimate cheat in the Naruto world for Yun-E. This technique held even greater significance. If I can create 10 clones to do the work, wouldn't my main body be able to lie at home? The room was quiet. Chin and Duoyu were still at the ninja school, and Fong was at the ramen shop. Perfect, no one was there to disturb him. Yun-E eagerly opened the scroll. Although it was a ranked technique, the principle of the multiple shadow clone technique was not complicated, and the actual difficulty of learning it was not much different from the branch shadow clone. With his refined chakra control and the vast amount of chakra nourished by natural energy in this body, he would quickly be able to learn it. Just 10 minutes later, Yun-E stood in the center of the courtyard, took a deep breath, and performed the classic cross seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. As the white smoke dissipated, 3 identical Yun-Es appeared in the courtyard. Success. Yun-E nodded with satisfaction, surveying the 3 clones. The clones were also examining the main body. The 4 of them stared at each other with wide eyes, creating a somewhat strange atmosphere. Ahem. Yun-E cleared his throat. Oh, why don't you guys help organize the scrolls we brought back from Danzo? We'll take a rest. Suddenly the air fell silent. There was no scene of the clones getting up to work as he had imagined. Clone 1 yawned and plopped down on the steps. Tagakoto Waru. Since I am your clone, you should know that I just want to lie down right now. Clone 2 skillfully used earth release to create a rocking chair and lay back on it, swaying your main body. Since we all share the same consciousness, why should we work while you enjoy yourself? That's just too unfair. Clone 3 was even more straightforward, turning around and heading inside. I'm going to take a nap. Learning ninjutsu just now drained a lot of brain cells. I'm exhausted. Yun-E's smile froze on his face. Hey, in the main body. You are the clones. Isn't it natural for clones to obey the main body? Don't come at me with that. Clone 1 rolled his eyes. Although you are the main body at this moment, my thoughts, memories, and personality are exactly the same as yours. Just think about it. If you were the clone, would you work? Yun-E was stunned. If I were the clone, looking at the main body lying there sipping tea while I'm doing all the hard work, I would go kick him. Yun-E said instinctively. Then it settled. Yun-E's mouth twitched. Fine then. Yun-E dispelled the shadow clones, and they transformed into white smoke and vanished. I need to change my approach. After attempting intimidation, utterly pointless since shadow clones are not afraid of dying, bribery, ineffective as everyone only wanted to take it easy. Our reasoning. The other party could argue even better than you. After several methods failed, Yun-E finally faced the grim reality. You can't deceive yourself with things you don't even believe in, wanting the clones to carry the burdens for him. Dream on. Speaking of which, even Naruto couldn't make his sleeping clones do the work right. Sigh. Yun-E sighed and formed the seals again. Alright, this time let's all work together. At least it can shorten the time, and we can all lie down together afterward. The clones exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Now that's more like it. Should have done this sooner. Let's get it done and lie down early. Thus a bizarre scene unfolded in the room. 4 Yun-Es bickering and supervising each other as they worked. Hey Clone 2, I just looked at that scroll. Huh, why didn't you say so earlier? Clone 3. Main body, how long have you been holding that material? Sort it by category first. In a charged atmosphere filled with resentment, the originally tedious chores were indeed completed at an astonishing speed. I can't go on. How about we take a break first? Agreed. Alright. So, dispel. Bang, bang, bang. As 3 puffs of smoke dissipated. Oh my god. Yun-E felt as if his brain had been smashed by a heavy hammer. His body went limp, and he almost fell. A tripled sense of fatigue along with 3 short, yet filled with resentment, and arguing memories flooded into his mind all at once. That feeling was akin to having only worked for 15 minutes, yet mentally feeling as if he had argued with 3 pedants for an entire afternoon. Time had indeed been saved, but the sense of fatigue was unchanged. In fact, due to the concentrated feedback, it felt even more exhausting than normal work. Yun-E staggered back to his room and collapsed onto the bed. No wonder many people can use shadow clones, but hardly anyone uses shadow clones for daily work. He closed his eyes, wanting to rest. Were all those clones me? If they were all me, then which one am I? What's the difference between the main body and the clones? But strange thoughts began to emerge in his mind. Damn, what am I thinking about? Yun-E suddenly opened his eyes, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It seems this cheat isn't something everyone can use. No wonder even during training no one uses shadow clones. Only someone with Naruto's carefree personality wouldn't think about such things. Having experienced various information bombardments in my past life, and now being a transmigrator, I'm more sensitive to self than most people. It seems this technique can only be used as a surprise tactic in battle or as an emergency measure when a task must be completed in a short time. Yun-E sighed deeply, completely abandoning the thought of using shadow clones for work. Using shadow clones for an extended period would inevitably lead to problems. If I want a fully automated life of leisure, I need to find another way. Remembering the loot that was only half sorted. If only I had the super beast imitation. The things drawn could move having no self-awareness, only following commands to execute simple instructions. Drawing a few little people to wash dishes and sweep the floor, they definitely wouldn't argue back like shadow clones, nor would there be any spiritual backlash. That would be the perfect tool for me. With that thought, Yun-E felt a bit more energized. Once I've rested, I'll continue going through those scrolls. They'll leave it to my future self. It wasn't until evening that Yun-E was awoken by a knock on the door. Brother Yun-E, are you okay? Sister Feng said dinner is ready. Got it coming right away. In the dining room, Feng Qin and Duoyu were already seated at the table. What happened? You seem a bit off. Feng noticed his unusual demeanor, and Duoyu and Qin also showed concerned expressions. It's nothing, just had a little argument with myself. Yun-E briefly explained his attempt to use shadow clones. The three women exchanged glances. Big brother, if you need anything, just call me. There's no need to do it yourself. Brother Yun-E, do you think I'm not doing well enough? Dear, would you like me to help you with a massage tonight? I promise it will be very relaxing. Yun-E picked up his bowl and took a bite of rice. This understanding seems a bit off. While organizing scrolls might be possible, there were some things she simply couldn't help with. In fact, Yun-E had already offloaded most of the daily chores onto them. However, Yun-E raised his eyes to look at the three. Duoyu had a serious expression, Qin was awkwardly staring at her bowl, and Feng was smiling meaningfully. Alright, I will call on you if I need anything in the future. Although this help was not useful, just having that intention was enough.